Hexagonal Jungle, a League of Legends esports narrative introduction. In the realm of League of Legends esports, battles unfold with ANK, vision, dexterity, awareness, and an extensive hero pool. Xing embodies the essence of a hexagonal jungler throughout his professional career. At a tender age, Xing serendipitously discovered his unique talent. He initially aimed to earn a modest living during his summer break to ease his family's financial burdens, only to inadvertently plunge headfirst into the LPL of 2016. Within the league, formidable teams like EDG dominated, while RNG emerged as a surprising force, and the restructured we faced formidable opposition. The LCK, having claimed consecutive championships for 3 years, continued its reign, and the Western leagues, restless and eager for resurgence, conspired to overturn the status quo. Yet, the LPL remained shrouded in an interminable darkness. However, having embarked on this professional journey, Xing's singular ambition was to attain the championship. From a naive newcomer to a team leader, and ultimately a symbol of both his region and League of Legends, he ascended to the pinnacle step by step. 001. The joyful times are about to begin. Hello. Could you please turn on the machine? A vibrant and energetic voice resonated in the air. The network administrator, who had been idly watching videos during his shift, quickly sprang to his feet and instinctively turned off his phone screen, perhaps due to his recent arrival. He lacked the finesse in this regard. His coordination with the device was lacking, and after the screen went dark, the speaker continued to emit the video's audio. Congratulations to EDG for winning the 2015 Mid-Season Invitational Championship. The factory manager has proven himself. This was last year's victory video for EDG. The volume was low, yet it still reached the ears of the customers. A light chuckle emanated from the reception area, prompting the network administrator to fumble and hastily mute his phone. Once he resolved the situation, he finally lifted his gaze. Before him stood a youth with fair skin and striking features, well-proportioned and towering above 6 feet. Clad in a white hooded sweatshirt and carrying a backpack, a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Judging by his appearance, he seemed a bit young. Has he reached adulthood? The network administrator skeptically nudged the ID card reader on the counter. The boy retrieved his ID from his pocket and casually presented it. The network administrator glanced at it nonchalantly, and upon comparing the photo, ascertained the individual's name, Xing. It sounded rather peculiar. The administrator mused internally as he noted the boy's birth date at the end of 1997, confirming his coming of age at 18 before returning the ID. Xing tucked the document away, his gaze sweeping across the beverage shelf, only to find it still dominated by Pepsi, which elicited a sense of disappointment as he passed the counter and ventured inside. The establishment, named Joyful Times, was not particularly large, housing approximately 100 machines. With most seats now occupied, the dominance of League of Legends was unwavering, with varying battles unfolding within each computer in the Summoner's Rift. The crisp sound of keystrokes providing a rhythmic backdrop amidst the clamor of voices. Use your ultimate, Kinnan. Come on. RNM Riven. Your Q is all over the place. Protect me, Lulu. What a terrible player. Go home and raise pigs. Navigating through the clamor of a group of young individuals, Xing found a vacant computer labeled 077 in the non-smoking area. The wall before the monitor was adorned with wallpaper depicting beer barrels, accompanied by a line of text. Happy hour is about to begin. He pressed the power button and entered his identification number to access the desktop, where the time displayed in the lower right corner read 201-6320, precisely 3:57 p.m. With remarkable speed, Xing opened the TGP application, swiftly typing in his QQ account and password to log into the League of Legends client, selecting the telecom server. In the next moment, a female voice echoed throughout the internet cafe, announcing, "The player on computer 77 is the strongest king from Ionia. We wish you an enjoyable game." While most players were engrossed in their games, oblivious to the broadcast, several patrons without headphones caught the announcement. In an era where the top players dominated the game, the title of king in the first server was resoundingly prestigious, representing the elite few within the League of Legends national server. With over 1 million players in the first server, yet only 200 positions for the strongest kings, the level of competition was palpable. The young internet cafe manager, previously stationed at the counter, looked up upon hearing the announcement. Noticing the curious and envious gazes from those around him, Xing remained unfazed, even returning a bright smile. Seemingly devoid of any embarrassment from the attention, He casually retrieved a thermos from his backpack, unscrewed the lid, and took a sip of warm water. The cafe owner had a penchant for flamboyant announcements, broadcasting players' ranks regardless of their tier, almost eager to inform everyone of their presence online. Many high-ranking players, upon their initial announcements, might have relished the moment of boasting, but as time passed, the novelty waned, and the constant attention began to evoke discomfort and awkwardness. However, Xing's character was distinct. He felt no such unease. Moreover, apart from this internet cafe, he had little choice. His home connection was through a subpar network, frequently dropping, rendering online gaming nearly impossible. Before he turned 18, he had relied on the family desktop, and although his heavy academic burdens primarily hindered his progress, the unreliable internet connection also bore some responsibility. His family was not affluent, and his pocket money was scant. The only nearby establishment offering a promotional event for free internet was Happy Hour Cafe. Initially, a close friend helped Xing load 100 yuan onto his account, and through achieving impressive feats in the game, he had managed to earn back even more, resulting in a slight increase in his internet balance since the winter break. Observing that most of his friends were either engaged in games or queues, Xing decided to embark on a solo match. Nearby, two players who had just completed a ranked game turned their attention to how the king of the first server played. They exchanged thoughts. What is the current situation in the national server? The leopard woman is quite powerful. Did you see that video from the Shy in Korea showcasing her jungle speed? It's utterly ridiculous. Another individual appeared to have recently suffered at the hands of the fierce female champion, his tone brimming with anger and dissatisfaction. How could such a frivolous hero exist? The human forms of Q and W can even confine jungle monsters, farming swiftly without inflicting harm. The League of Legends designer, having initiated the conversation, noticed his emotional state spiraling out of control and hastily diverted the topic. I understand. My question is, who currently holds the highest score on the first server? Isn't it available on TGP? Just check it yourself, he muttered, adding, anyway. All I know is that last Xian was the first to achieve the rank of king in Season 6. Truly a remarkable accomplishment. Xing listened attentively to their discussion, moving the mouse to click on the upper right corner of the client to view his personal information. Beneath the ID bar that read, I really can only jungle, he observed the score displayed under the emblem of the strongest king, for 143 points. In truth, this score was not particularly high, merely placing him at 155th in the national server rankings. The new season officially commenced on February 1st, and with less than 50 days elapsed, the scores among the strongest kings had yet to diverge significantly. If the mid-season arrived, for 143 points would hardly suffice. Last year, Xing had been relegated from the rank of strongest king due to his insufficient playtime. Fortunately, his win rate remained consistently high, boasting 77 victories and 22 defeats across a total of 99 ranked matches, yielding a win rate of 77. Glancing at the national server rankings, he noted that Dopa, the reigning king of the Korean and Chinese servers, had surpassed the 1,000-point threshold and was striving towards 1,100 victory points. Players such as Call Me Sir and Ancient Feather were firmly beneath him. Even the recently renowned Jackie Love lagged by 50 points. One must acknowledge that Dopa's ascent was indeed astonishing. After perusing the king leaderboard, Xing retreated to the queue interface. At this hour, most Night Owl players had risen, embarking on a new day of ranked matches. Given that Xing's score was not exceptionally high, he found himself matched with 9 other players within 5 minutes. Swiftly entering the game room, on the 5th floor, before he had the chance to type, he spotted a familiar ID. 002. I'm your fan. MGB Ming. 34th floor reserved. According to the current information, the national server client would not update to the pre-selection mode for another 5 days, meaning players still needed to type to claim their positions in ranked matches. Upon seeing an acquaintance, Xing immediately began typing. I really can only jungle. The other party promptly responded with a flurry of question marks. Just as their inquiries flooded the chat channel, another player finally spoke up. Battle Flag TV Xiao Zhuang. 2L Jungle, MGB Ming. The one spamming question marks is also a jungler. Perhaps you two should have a showdown. Xiao Zhuang ceased typing, presumably to check Xing's match history on TGP. A previously silent player finally chimed in. Little Horse AAA. Brothers, I'm 1L top. No issues there, right? This player was among the highest ranked in the national server, adept at champions like Darius and Rek'Sai, capable of competing with Dopa on the leaderboard. Xing had just seen his name among the top 10. The player with the ID MGB Ning casually remarked, "With you in the top lane, I feel at ease." He is a friend of Ming, although Xing is not particularly familiar with him. After reviewing the match history, Xiao Zhuang returned, inquiring if there is a Nidalee. "I can jungle. If not, can I head to the jungle at 5L? He is a Nidalee specialist, with lesser proficiency in other champions. Having analyzed Xing's performance, Xiao Zhuang concluded that if Nidalee was unavailable, allowing Xing to jungle would also suffice. After all, the new season had only just commenced, and everyone was willingly toiling as iron-ranked slaves to climb the ranks, ready to do whatever it takes to secure victories. Xing's fingers danced across the keyboard. "I really can only jungle," he asserted. "I'm quite skilled in mid too. I have an extensive champion pool." Xiao Zhuang pondered for a couple of seconds before responding. "Brother, perhaps you should check your ID before speaking?" While they chatted, the players on the first 3 floors had already submitted their desired bans. It must be noted that Nidalee is indeed a favored champion in high-tier solo queue. And although Xing's team chose not to ban her to allow Xiao Zhuang to secure his signature champion, the opposing team still opted to eliminate her. Xiao Zhuang conceded the jungle role, deciding instead to lend his talents to the mid lane. Xiaoma AAA inquired, "Is anyone looking to contest a champion?" He was the first to select a character on the first floor, knowing that choosing top lane could easily lead to being countered. While he had confidence in his abilities, even against a counterpick, he opted for a safer approach to minimize variables in their quest for victory. Xing volunteered to take the initiative, requesting that Xiaoma secure Lee Sin for him, a quintessential jungler that could be reliably locked in. Xiaoma promptly complied, locking in the champion without hesitation. When it was Xing's turn to select, the opposing top laner revealed Fiora. Before he could type a response, Xiaoma insisted on picking Darius. The two exchanged champions, and Xing was pleased to see his coveted skin for the Fist of the Heavens. This skin had been a gift, and aside from the seasonal rewards skins for Elise, Morgana, and Sivir, it was the only skin in his account that was not a default model. The blindfolded, barefooted Muay Thai Lee Sin with his sinewy muscles exuded an imposing presence. Xing was still preparing the in-game settings. Nowadays, the rune pages and talent trees function independently. The former requires gold to accumulate major essences, red marks, blue glyphs, and yellow seals to be embedded into the rune pages. Players initially possess only 2 pages of runes, which must be acquired later on. The latter requires players to reach level 30 to unlock completely. Before each match, players can freely allocate their 30 talent points across the fierce, cunning, and resolute branches. However, to unlock the most powerful keystone runes, one must invest at least 17 points into a single branch. Xing navigated through the cunning branch, unlocking the keystone rune Thunderlord's Decree, and allocated the remaining 12 points into the fierce branch. The rune page required little deliberation, as Xing only had the initial 2 pages, easily separating physical damage champions from mages for selection. High-ranking players often purchase additional rune pages, imbuing them with various attributes, finally tuning them according to the characters they wield and the compositions of their adversaries. Xing, however, stands as an exception. The exorbitant cost of rune pages is a significant deterrent. Typically, a single page costs 900 tokens, and even during promotional events, it is only available at half price. Occasionally, they may be acquired with gold, yet the staggering price of 950 gold coins per page is a daunting prospect for a student like him, who has limited time to devote to gaming. After all, he must also purchase champions, leaving him with scant resources. With both teams' compositions finalized, Xing finds himself on the blue side, accompanied by a top lane Draven, a jungle Lee Sin, a mid lane Victor, and a bot lane pairing of Callista and Thresh. On the opposing red side, the lineup consists of a top lane Fiora, a jungle Rek'Sai, a mid lane Fizz, and a bot lane of Varus and Blitzcrank. As the game transitions into the loading screen, the borders of the players' ranks from the previous season are displayed surrounding their champions. Xing's master rank border appears rather unremarkable, overshadowed by the resplendent challenger borders of his 4 teammates, which gleam in golden hues, their corners flaring outward, capturing the eye. However, he pays little heed to the disparity in rank borders, instead fixating on the ID of his adversary. The Fizz player, known as by Sei Feng Che from Zhanchi TV, is renowned for his mastery of the character, currently ranked among the top 5 in the national server, approaching 1,000 victory points. The Fiora, nicknamed Last Xinshun, is the first player this season to ascend to the prestigious rank of Challenger in Ionia. Xing is not surprised by their presence. Early in the season, it is common for streamers to grind for ranks, often playing for over 10 hours a day, making encounters with such players rather ordinary. Yet, when he glimpses the summoner name of the opposing jungler, he instinctively leans forward, striving to ensure he is not imagining things. The name Clear Love, boldly emblazoned beneath the Void Burrower, is unmistakable. Before Xing can fully process the revelation, two seasoned spectators beside him erupt in excitement. No way. It's Clear Love. Their exuberant exclamations draw the attention of numerous players within the internet cafe. What is happening? One confused player inquires from their seat. Someone's matched with the factory director. The ripple of excitement spreads like wildfire. Unlike typical game streamers, Clear Love enjoys immense renown within the League of Legends community in the national server. Since 2014, he has led his team to 3 consecutive LPL championships and claimed the FMVP title at last year's mid-season invitational. His popularity has reached unprecedented heights. Although the LPL faced setbacks at the S5 World Championship, where his team, EDG, only secured a spot in the quarterfinals. The blame largely fell on the 3 youngsters' diary and Mr. Dye's Light, with few criticisms directed at Clear Love. Thus, upon hearing of someone matching with the factory director, several idle players flocked to spectate, eager to witness the spectacle. The young man traversing the land of Arad glanced back, as the enthusiastic young network administrator, who had just been watching the video of EDG's championship victory at last year's mid-season invitational, hurried forward, eager to witness the spectacle. The cacophony of chatter erupted behind Xing. It was said that the professional players of the LPL primarily competed on the Korean servers. Why had they returned to the domestic servers? Could this Clear Love truly be the legendary head coach? Surely, no one was masquerading as him. Meanwhile, someone nearby had logged into the Huya platform and located Clear Love's streaming room. Upon entering, it became evident that the backdrop captured by the camera resembled the training room of an esports base. The game loading screen displayed the very ranked match that Xing had initiated. Indeed, the onlookers around him became thoroughly exhilarated, and Xing adjusted the position of his keyboard, his heart racing. Although his rank was commendable, he had never encountered a player of the head coach's caliber. He had only observed him dominating the competition through live streams. Now, faced with this rare encounter, his spirits soared. Through the live stream opened by the internet cafe spectators, one could see the head coach reclining in his chair, clad in a black jersey emblazoned with the 3 capital letters EDG. His distinctive, vacant gaze surveyed the rapidly scrolling chat channel. Don't ask why I'm playing on the domestic server. The Korean server's accelerator is malfunctioning today. So I had to come here, he said, exuding an air of relaxation and confidence. Just watch my gameplay. I'll carry this match. His words, though audacious, met with no dissent in the chat room. Setting aside the nickname Promise, Clear Love had once been one of the top 3 players in the domestic server, having reached the pinnacle of Ionia countless times. Even the critics acknowledged the head coach's dominance in ranked matches. Promise cast a glance at both teams' compositions. The opposing jungler had opted for Lee Sin, evidently unaccustomed to being outmatched by Rexer, the champion he affectionately referred to as Excavator. Rexer, with the ability to disrupt Lee Sin's second Q with his W, Burrow, possessed a strategic advantage. After all, the Echo, which bore a lethal effect, was Lee Sin's primary damage-dealing skill in the early game. If interrupted, his damage output would plummet significantly. Moreover, Rexer's ability to knock an opponent into the air followed by a burst of damage made him formidable in early melee skirmishes against Lee Sin. This was precisely why the head coach had chosen Rexer as his counter. With 3 swift QS to build up his fury, a well-timed E would allow him to inflict true damage, severing the opponent's lifeline. During the live stream, Promise engaged in light banter to enhance the entertainment value. Upon hearing this, Xing lifted the lid of his cup and took a sip of water. His desire for victory was fervent. Since the opponent had issued such a challenge, Xing was determined to prove himself. The stream viewed by the spectators experienced a slight delay, trailing behind reality. While Xing had already entered the Summoner's Rift, the stream remained stuck on the loading screen, evaluating the domestic server environment. However, if one wished to glean insights, it was feasible to observe the general position and movement direction of the head coach, which would prove invaluable. Nevertheless, Gu Xing refrained from resorting to such tactics. He turned and retrieved a pair of white headphones from his backpack, inserting them into the computer's audio port. He switched screens and opened the music application, searching for Jay Cho and casually selecting a song from his library to play. Increasing the game volume effectively drowned out the laughter and commotion of onlookers, as well as the voice of the streamer in the room. Amidst the chirping sounds of the intro to Rice Aroma, Gu Xing adjusted his breathing, suppressing his slightly heightened emotions. During this period, the number of spectators had halved. After all, each person at the internet cafe had their own matters to attend to, and it wasn't their own battle against the streamer. Once the novelty of watching wore off, they dispersed. Only a few individuals, deeply intrigued by the promise of the game, remained behind Gu Xing. Gu Xing purchased the Hunter's Broadblade and a reusable potion, then, alongside his teammates, positioned themselves near the river while simultaneously typing in the public chat. I really can only jungle. Streamer, I'm your fan. 003. My right fist transforms into a dragon. Not only Gu Xing, but members of his team were also greeting the streamer. Clear love. This could be considered a unified response. Noticing that the chat had quieted down, Gu Xing ceased to monitor the conversation and devoted his full attention to the game. The canyon was remarkably tranquil. Although the opposing team had a robot, a capable champion for early skirmishes, their overall combat ability was rather mediocre. The excavator and fishman were not particularly effective at level 1. And even if they managed to hook an opponent, a direct confrontation was uncertain. Both sides exhibited considerable restraint, forming a long line to establish their defensive formations, preventing the enemy from invading their jungle until approximately 1.5 minutes had passed, at which point they retreated. Positioned on the blue side, Gu Xing signaled that he would start at the red buff below, requesting his bottom lane teammates to assist him in securing the jungle. At 1 minute and 40 seconds, the jungle monsters respawned, with the red buff accompanied by 2 small monsters, all neatly grouped together. With the assistance of the Spear of Vengeance and Thresh, Gu Xing effortlessly dispatched the jungle creatures and then turned to head upward, pressing F2 through F5 to observe his teammates' perspectives for potential opportunities. Controlling Victor. The mid laner Xiao Zhuang advanced aggressively at level 1, gradually accumulating the minion wave, while the opposing White Windmill maintained an excellent position, staying safely behind the minions. This was evidently not a favorable situation for a gank. Furthermore, the Fishman, lacking minion experience, would not level up and thus could not coordinate with the streamer to eliminate Victor, so there was no need for Gu Xing to countergank. Glancing once more at the top lane, he observed an intense duel between Little Horse and the opposing Xian Shun. Both Nasus and Fiora were champions that had undergone significant reworks last year and had shown brightly in the S5 World Championship, showcasing an extraordinary level of power. Little Horse exhibited an exaggerated level of proficiency, yet Xian Shun, as the first king of the new season from Ionia, performed admirably, utilizing Fiora's agile characteristics without falling behind in trades. With both champions' health not particularly high, there was ample opportunity for the jungler to make an impact. Seeing this, Gu Xing decided to clear the blue buff and the magic toad, using his smite to quickly reach level 3 before heading to the top lane. He had initially anticipated that the streamer might come as well, planning to execute a countergank for a potential 2v2 skirmish at the top jungle. The result was that the excavator ventured down to the bottom lane to ambush the Thresh and Callista, who were pressing the lane. Gu Xing, with decisive clarity, marked the Shun Jianji with a signal, indicating that the top laner should dive the tower. Xiao Ma's Draven consumed the last enemy minion, pushing the scant remaining cannon minion under the enemy tower, while Gu Xing emerged from the bushes on the side of the first tower, cutting off Thresh retreat. Upon noticing Gu Xing's movements, Last Xian raised his voice in excitement on his Douyu livestream, exclaiming about the ongoing 1v1 duel in the top lane, questioning the presence of the blind monk. As ever, he was audibly salivating, maneuvering closely alongside the turret, eager to merge with it. Gu Xing refrained from casting any abilities, advancing towards the face of the duelist. Despite the models of the duelists and the turret nearly overlapping, he still managed to land a precise auto attack on his opponent. Immediately following this, he unleashed his E ability, Heavenly Thunder Strike, as the turret's first shot descended. Just as the turret fired, Gu Xing executed a second E to slow down the duel with a powerful strike. Xiao Ma activated his ghost to pursue, immediately launching an auto attack before triggering his W. Crippling Strike. Last Xian intended to use his W, Lawrence Heartseeker Blade, to block Draven's E, Whirling Death, hoping to not only negate the control, but possibly secure a counterkill. However, Xiaoma clearly had no intention of allowing Last Xian to retaliate. He was determined to overwhelm the already fragile duel with sheer damage alongside Gu Xing. With no alternatives, Last Xian activated his Heartseeker Blade, positioning the duel in a defensive stance. Though Gu Xing and Xiaoma did not directly communicate, they exhibited remarkable synergy at that moment. The axe of Draven's crippling strike was swung, yet he cancelled the attack, utilizing the speed boost from Ghost to reposition at a right angle, seizing the opportunity while the duel was momentarily immobilized by the activation of W. Gu Xing launched his Q, Heavenly Resonance, striking Last Xian precisely, while simultaneously using W, Golden Bell Shield, to scout backward. Both players showcased their prowess, deftly evading the area of effect of Lawrence Heartseeker Blade. From the perspective of onlookers, the execution was nothing short of fluid. Gu Xing took a step outward, distancing himself from the turret's range. Xiaoma's Draven, timing it perfectly, unleashed his E, Whirling Death, just as the duel concluded her block, following with Q, Murderous Strike. Last Xian reacted swiftly, capable of using Flash to evade the incoming E, but Gu Xing held back on his second Q, knowing that dodging Draven's skills would allow the blind monk to catch up. After careful consideration, he opted not to use Flash. Once Xiaoma had drawn the turret's aggro, Gu Xing activated his second Q, Echo Strike, following up with a thunderous burst of damage. Ultimately, Draven's axe sent the duel back to the fountain for recuperation. Gu Xing, however, refrained from claiming the kill, recognizing that his non-use of Flash meant he had effectively gained an assist. While the activated Ghost of Draven was undoubtedly more deserving of the first blood bounty, Gu Xing demonstrated his understanding of the game. Following the takedown, Xiaoma quickly retreated beyond the turret's range, leaving Draven with a mere 30 health points. Observers expressed their astonishment, remarking that had they been in Draven's position, they would have surely used Flash to escape. The execution was meticulous, all in evading the duel's W ability. Xian Shun found himself devoid of any maneuvering space, and no matter how he played, demise was inevitable. Gu Xing, donning his headphones, failed to catch the discourse of the spectators behind him. Upon securing an assist, he swiftly shifted his focus to the bottom lane. The jungler, having traversed from the red side's lower tower through a concealed route, emerged just in time to ambush the Thresh and the Spear of Vengeance, who were suppressing the lane. At that moment, the duo in the lower lane was still at level 2, with Ming's Thresh having only allocated points to his Q and E abilities. Lacking the lantern to rescue his ADC, he could only rely on his body and the E ability, Fortune's Call, to stall the opponents. By the time Gu Xing redirected his gaze, the battle was nearing its conclusion. Ning, having used both Flash and Heal, could not evade his fate, falling victim to Rek'Sai's flashing pursuit, succumbing to the lethal true damage of her empowered E ability, Furious Bite. In the streaming room, the jungler maintained a steady dialogue with the audience, his tone unwavering. To a professional of his caliber, ranked matches were as mundane as dining or drinking, merely a part of daily life. Do you see? He remarked. In the early game, any aggressive push from the bottom lane makes them an easy target for the excavator. Emerging from the shadows, the enemy is often unprepared. He cast a glance at the barrage of comments and noted a viewer's remark about this being a standard gank position for the excavator. Indeed, it was a fundamental ambush route. However, the opposing team's vision control would not falter too soon, especially with the third wave of cannon minions yet to arrive. This is precisely the window I exploit, he mused. A swift transition to the bottom lane, while they are yet to push, opens the door for a gank. He further commented on his adversary's decisiveness. The Lee Sin was quite bold, opting to engage under the tower of the Fiora. Yet, this was to be expected. He felt no surprise, as at this rank, seizing opportunities to mitigate losses was fundamental. Gu Xing, oblivious to the live commentary of the jungler beside him, noted that the promise was equipped with a red buff, indicating that the excavator must have commenced his jungle route in the upper quadrant, descending to secure a catch. Now, the count of jungle camps reflected not merely a simplistic tally of 4, but was determined by the actual number of monsters cleared. For instance, defeating a single target monster like the magic frog would increase the count by 1. Pressing the tab key, Gu Xing observed that the jungler had accrued a minion count of 7 and had not taken the blue buff. His mind raced. swiftly deducing the opponent's route through the red buff, 3 wolves, and the magic frog. With the upper quadrant's stone shield beetle and F4 yet to be cleared, he resolved to assist the jungler by liberating those 2 camps. Both junglers had reaped rewards from their initial incursions, and the next minute was dedicated to clearing residual camps, allowing the jungle to refresh for the next cycle. Otherwise, prolonging the wait would hinder his development. Xing and the jungler lay low, while the 3 lanes continued their skirmishes. Upon reaching level 3, the adept fishman actively engaged in a skirmish with the victor, forcing him back for replenishment. Xiao Zhuang did not summon Xing for assistance. He too played as a jungler and was aware that the combination of Victor and Lee Sin would find it exceedingly difficult to catch the fishman before reaching level 6. Instead, he typed in the team's chat channel, "Could you give me the second blue buff?" He desired the blue buff to expedite his wave clearing, thereby reducing his time on the lane and making it challenging for the fishman to seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Xing acquiesced. However, as the game progressed to the 8th minute, Xing had just provided him with the blue buff when the fishman, having also acquired a blue buff from the Hands of Promise, used his Q, Naughty Strike, to dash behind the ranged minions, closing the distance between the 2 mid laners. Before unleashing his R, Great Shark Assault, Victor was unable to maneuver in time and was swiftly pursued by the shark. In this version, the fishman's burst damage was indisputable, compounded by the decree of the Thunder Lord. A single combo nearly obliterated Victor's health. Xiao Zhuang, filling in for mid lane, displayed a clear lack of proficiency and was oblivious to the output of the fishman's skill set. Only when he noticed his health dwindling did he use his flash in a frantic attempt to escape, ultimately falling prey to the white windmill's relentless assault. Fortunately, Xing, having recognized the eruption of battle, hastened to the mid lane. After Xiao Zhuang's demise, he utilized his W to touch a minion, followed by Heavenly Thunder Break into the second part of his E, Cripple, to slow the fishman. With 2 solid punches, he dispatched the fishman, who had all his skills on cooldown. His execution was unremarkable, but it underscored a sense of steadiness. The audience behind Xing found Victor's performance rather foolish. How could he be caught by the QR combo despite having flash? One spectator confidently proclaimed, "If I were in, I would certainly not die." A familiar face nearby retorted, "Come off it. If you went in, you wouldn't even survive to the 8-minute mark. I could play as a bomb thrower or Zerath and simply huddle under the tower. He wouldn't be able to kill me, would he?" The earlier speaker was indignant. Yes, you use skills to clear minions, and he controls the wave. If you step out of the tower, you take damage, and if you remain under the tower, you lose experience. The fishman can simply seize level 6 and dive under the tower to kill. Now, both mid laners had just acquired the fresh blue buffs, all of which had landed in Xing's possession. He had not anticipated such an occurrence. After a moment's contemplation, Xing discerned that he must take action, otherwise, Xiao Zhuang would face an even more arduous time upon respawning, with flash on a 5-minute cooldown before the summoner's spell was ready again. Victor would remain the fishman's plaything, facing imminent death upon receiving the ultimate. He resolved to target the jungler. If he could eliminate the opposing jungler, the white windmill would be deterred from recklessly pursuing kills, thus providing Victor with some indirect protection. Without hesitation, Xing first moved downwards in view of the enemy minions, then took a wide route, infiltrating the enemy jungle via the upper river path. Employing a ruse, he obscured the enemy's vision. He could reasonably surmise the jungler's whereabouts. Prior to the battle erupting in mid lane, the white windmill had vanished from the mid lane shortly after acquiring the blue buff, which was undoubtedly aided by the jungler. This indicated that Rek'Sai had been in the lower half of the map. Moreover, prior to this, the bottom lane had witnessed continuous skirmishes. Ning and Ming's partnership was remarkably synchronized, and with the high synergy of the Revenge Spear and Thresh combination, they managed to secure a 2-4-1 trade despite trailing by 1 kill. The surviving Ning safely returned to base. The jungler is unlikely to venture downwards. He must ascend to farm. Xing took a considerable detour, intent on ambushing the opposing player. After clearing the magic swamp frog and the 3 wolves, he burrowed underground to regain health, preparing to feast upon his favorite F4. However, just as he entered the upper jungle, a sonic wave suddenly swept in from the side. While in the ground, the excavator's vision range is reduced to a mere 250 yards by the time Nuoyen spotted the sonic wave approaching. It was too late to evade. A mark was placed above him. The jungler paused momentarily. Previously, he had observed Xing moving downward after dispatching the little fish man. And now, his appearance here could only signify a deliberate ploy to mislead him. Moreover, the passive ability of Rek'Sai's underground hearing had not detected the enemy's movements in advance, indicating that the blind monk had remained stationary for a while. The opposing jungler had seized the initiative through a series of actions. Yet the jungler found Xing's behavior perplexing. Did he truly dare to invade? After all, the excavator possesses a distinct advantage over the blind monk in the early game. Although Rek'Sai's Void Rush allows him to tunnel across the map without direct damage capabilities, the passive effects of his abilities still grant a significant boost to attack speed, rendering him quite formidable. Furthermore, having secured a kill early on, he was well developed, wielding the green jungle item, Caulfield's Hammer, identical to the blind monk's equipment. The jungler felt confident that if a direct confrontation were to ensue, he would certainly prevail. To add a touch of bravado, he provocatively called out, "Come at me." He unleashed a challenging smite, sending forth a shockwave imbued with void energy, but the blind monk skillfully sidestepped it. The jungler had not expected this ability to land. He placed a green ward, provided by his jungle item, between himself and the blind monk. He intended to monitor the movements of the opposing jungler to inform his next decision. However, Lee Sin promptly activated his scanning lens, and after a brief delay, successfully obscured the ward's vision. Although in this version, the scanning lens can only detect fixed wards in a designated area before heroes reach level 9. It suffices for the task. Clearlove had previously returned to base to restock and had purchased a True Sight ward, but it was used to protect the top lane's Xianxin, leaving him without any tools to bypass the scan. A sense of unease gripped him. Seasoned from countless professional matches, he suddenly felt something was amiss. With his ward now obscured, he could only perceive movements within a radius of 250 yards. Under normal circumstances, a hero without the cover of bushes or walls could see up to 1,350 yards. This meant there existed a vision disparity of 1,100 yards between the jungler and Xing. The surroundings were cloaked in darkness, with only the underground hearing granting him the ability to detect enemies outside his limited vision. Yet, the underground hearing does not provide real-time updates on opponent movements, only relaying feedback on enemy shifts every 0.75 seconds. Beyond that, his world was shrouded in darkness. He dared not emerge from the ground, for the mark from the blind monk's sonic wave still lingered above him. If he stood up and the opponent triggered the second resonating strike to pursue, it would spell disaster. In the midst of this fierce encounter, the key to the excavation beast's success against the agile monk lies in the timely use of burrow, designed to disrupt the opponent's resonating strike. In a one-on-one confrontation on the surface, Rek'Sai may not hold a favorable chance. Fear stems from the unknown. The factory manager remains oblivious to the underhanded tactics that Xing might employ, prompting him to retreat cautiously. However, just as the factory manager contemplates withdrawing from the jungle, the mark of the celestial wave is on the verge of vanishing. Seated upon a dilapidated sofa chair, Xing focuses intently, suddenly pressing the Q key. Within the summoner's rift, the monk, embodying the art of Taekwondo, launches a flying kick towards the excavation beast below the surface. Due to the prior obscuration of vision, the factory manager fails to immediately discern Xing's movements, and the earthbound creature remains in a moment of feedback delay, with earlier detection results indicating that the monk is still at a considerable distance. The factory manager assumes the opponent might abandon the assault until the airborne Lee Sin appears within his 250-yard field of vision. It is then that Clearlove realizes the audacity of his adversary and promptly activates W, intending to burrow back to the surface. The knock-up radius of W, burrow, extends 160 yards around Rek'Sai, necessitating a preemptive cast to interrupt the monk's second Q. Otherwise, should the kick land first, the subsequent knock-up will significantly diminish the impact of the strike. The void creature rises, poised to elevate the approaching monk into the air. Xing, however, remains composed, his slender, pale fingers dancing across the keyboard. A green jungling knife, equipped with a fake eye, bounces forth, appearing beside the monk. Almost simultaneously, Lee Sin alters his trajectory. Utilizing his shield of the Aegis, he interrupts the resonating strike, and, just as he is about to collide with the excavation beast, shifts laterally onto the fake eye. To onlookers, it seems as though the monk traces a path resembling the numeral 7 through the summoner's rift, while Rek'Sai emerges only to confront empty air. Bewildered, it finds itself face to face with the monk. The factory manager's heart sinks. The opponent's scanning has obscured his vision, preventing him from promptly gauging the monk's movements, rendering him reactive in this skirmish. Although Lee Sin fails to inflict damage with his second Q, he does not achieve the knockup. To re-enter the earth, he requires a cooldown of 4 seconds, leaving the factory manager stranded above ground. How will he navigate the ensuing confrontation? Thunderclap. Gu Xing swiftly casts the second E, applying a slow effect, and advances rapidly to initiate a basic attack. The passive, Tempest, enhances the monk's attack speed, and he delivers 2 rapid strikes that trigger the storm. Without need for further elaboration, the factory manager realizes he cannot match the monk's prowess, especially with the latter yet to unleash his ultimate ability. Beside him lies but a solitary flock of feathered birds. Yet, in this version, the smite on F4 does not restore health but grants true sight of enemies, revealing the opponent's fake eye. This effect offers no aid for the factory manager's escape. With no other options, he must retreat, awaiting the cooldown of his burrow ability, and then promptly utilize his freshly recharged flash to create distance, preparing to tunnel away. At this moment, Gu Xing feels elated, as the serenading Jay Cho in his headphones fittingly begins to sing about the dragon fist. My right fist cleaved the heavens, transforming into a dragon. Amidst the stirring strains of music, he synchronously executed a flash and struck down the R with great force. The fierce dragon's tail swept through the air. The blind monk delivered a powerful kick, launching the excavator from the depths below, and followed up with a punch after unleashing his ultimate ability. At the moment the manager landed, another sound wave pierced through the air, striking the defenseless Rek'Sai. The echo strike followed, dealing lethal damage paired with a powerful punch. The void burrower fell, unable to rise. In the narrow space created by this operation, the crowd could not help but praise the magnificent blind monk. Although a solo kill on the manager may not carry the same weight as one against Faker, it certainly represents a notable achievement, does it not? The young network administrator, a devoted fan of Clear Love, gazed at Gu Xing with envy. Meanwhile, the manager's livestream featured a slight delay, and the viewers were just now witnessing the initial encounter between the blind monk and the excavator. Come over here, shouted Nguyen. This scene, juxtaposed with the already fallen Rek'Sai displayed on Gu Xing's monitor, appeared rather comical. Some viewers stifled their laughter, covering their mouths. Gu Xing let out a sigh of relief. Prior to their meeting, he had meticulously formulated a plan to secure the kill. Upon noticing that the manager lacked a true sight ward, Gu Xing knew victory was assured. Having accomplished a critical solo kill, he carefully analyzed the situation. Rather than taking the manager's F4, he evaded the jungle monster's ire, stepping on a false ward previously placed by his opponent, and returned to base. After respawning, the white windmill, devoid of R and flash, dared not venture into the jungle to seek out the blind monk, instead opting to return to lane for farming. Upon returning to mid lane, Xiao Zhuang, who had switched screens, witnessed the entire sequence of the jungle solo kill and expressed his excitement in the team chat with a flurry of 666. MGB Ming. Brother, that was impressive, Gu Xing quickly replied. Within the EDG base, the manager stared at his monochrome screen, his expression tinged with frustration. After a moment, he sighed. This blind monk possesses skill. The barrage of comments erupted fervently. Blind monk, I heard you wanted me to come over? Well, here I am. I've never heard such a request in my life. The blind monk can take down the excavator solo. I'm impressed by that play. The manager wanted to farm, only to be countered by the pig. This blind monk is so precise. He must have timed his Q cooldown perfectly. Seizing the moment before his resurrection, the manager glanced at the comments, confirming that indeed, he had executed a precise Q. Just as the 3-second mark of the sound wave was about to expire, he delivered the kick. The cooldown mechanism of the blind monk's Q, sound wave, begins counting from the moment it is cast. At that time, the level 6 Lee Sin possessed a level 3 Q with a cooldown of 9 seconds, and with the help of the corrupted hammer's blue buff, he enjoyed a 20 cooldown reduction, resulting in an effective cooldown of merely 2 seconds, timing the second Q's echo strike to perfection, considering the flight time, meant Gu Xing could unleash his second sound wave in under 4 seconds after dealing damage with the echo strike. This precisely aligned with the cooldown of the excavator's W burrow. Thus, Gu Xing was able to emerge the moment promise lurked beneath the surface, swiftly executing RQQ to eliminate him. Nonetheless, this was merely a display of the blind monk's fundamental skills. Nothing too remarkable, murmured Promise. The crux lay in the fact that he had obscured my vision. Had I been aware of Li Sin's movements, I would not have so naively surfaced from the ground. In his view, that scan was utterly insufferable, controlling all sight and rendering him oblivious to the blind monk's actions, leaving him with no time to react and leading to a hasty decision fraught with errors. The factory director recalled the bold words he had uttered prior to the game, feeling somewhat embarrassed now, and resolved to reclaim his dignity. Although he had been solo killed, it was not a significant setback, was it? His voice brimmed with confidence, declaring, "Next, I shall not die and achieve greatness." While Gu Xing was busy securing a solo kill in the jungle, a skirmish erupted in the top lane. Xiaoma, leveraging the advantages of his first blood economy, initiated a tower dive after establishing a health disparity. However, Xianxin's gameplay was not to be underestimated. After all, he was this year's inaugural champion from Ionia, managing to exchange blows with Renekton beneath the turret. Ultimately, Xiaoma expended both summoner spells, slaying Xianxin and causing the opponent to lose an entire wave of minions. Gu Xing returned to base to forge a warrior jungle item, purchasing a pair of boots and a control ward before heading directly to the bottom lane. He was aware that the factory director had cleared the lower jungle. After achieving his solo kill, he intentionally avoided farming Promise's F4, intending to lure the opponent to the upper jungle. Seizing the opportunity, he prepared to ambush in the bottom lane, trading a camp of jungle monsters for the life of the opposing duo. Gu Xing was calculating with precision. On his way, he signaled Xiaoma with 2 warnings, indicating not to engage in a skirmish. He refrained from counter-ganking the top lane, primarily because his ultimate and flash were still on cooldown, and Xiaoma's crucial abilities were likewise unavailable. The odds of winning a 2v2 skirmish were not favorable. Given that their own bottom lane had previously secured a victory and their equipment was now comparable, Gu Xing believed that after capturing the opposing duo, they could effortlessly secure a dragon, solidifying their early game advantage. Remaining outside the enemy's vision, Gu Xing signaled to initiate, prompting Thresh to engage first. Ming understood the message, retreating into the brush to toss a lantern backward. At the same moment, the Spear of Vengeance activated its Fate's Call, pulling him closer before forcefully colliding with the unsuspecting Varus, who was busy last-hitting minions. Gu Xing seized the lantern the moment Thresh detached from Callista, charging forward alongside Ming. He soared through the air for over 1,000 yards, filled with anticipation as he prepared to enter the fray. Varus utilized his flash to create distance, evading Thresh knockup, but swiftly retaliated with Chain of Corruption, ensnaring Ming in place. Gu Xing descended upon the heart of the battlefield, rapidly placing a ward while closing in on Varus, simultaneously escaping the entangling tendrils of corruption emanating from Thresh. Thunderous strikes broke forth, debilitating the foe, although the opposing support champion used E-Energy Fist to launch him skyward. It bore no consequence. Ning's Callista, while attacking the weakened minions, leapt forward, soon positioning herself to draw the opponent within her range. Varus was destined to perish. At that very moment, a void burrower emerged from the shadowy area beneath the enemy's next turret, with the ID Clear Love glaringly prominent. This unexpected turn of events caught Gu Xing off guard. The instant he spotted the excavator, he realized trouble was brewing. He had exhausted all his means of mobility, and his Dragon's Tail was still on cooldown. Positioned precariously between Thresh and the Spear of Vengeance, he appeared somewhat disjointed from the enemy's perspective. Crucially, Gu Xing bore no substantial armor. His health and resistances were lacking, as Varus unleashed his rain of arrows to slow him. The excavator burrowed forth to launch him into the air, followed by the robotic champion's ultimate silencing him before landing the Q-mechanical claw. Gu Xing had no opportunity to retaliate and was swiftly incapacitated. Meanwhile, his duo in the bot lane had already retreated upon witnessing the jungler's arrival, decisively sacrificing him. Ultimately, Gu Xing perished while the other two managed to escape. In the MGB live stream, Ming expressed his confusion, questioning why the excavator was there. Both he and Gu Xing were baffled. The jungle camps in the lower area had not respawned, and under normal circumstances, the jungler would have been elsewhere, feasting upon the stone beetle and F4. There had been no audible roar of the excavator's ultimate, Void Rush, indicating a rapid traverse across the map. suggesting that after being soloed, the Promise immediately dashed down to the bot lane to execute a successful ambush. What line of reasoning was this? In the Huya livestream, after securing the kill, the jungler continued to assist his bot lane in pushing the wave, preparing to leverage the mid lane's Fishman's wave control to secure the dragon. So young, my friend, his countenance lightened as he sought to reclaim dominance. Did he believe he could deceive me into farming the jungle above? Should he have encountered a novice player, he might have succeeded, but did he not inquire about my prowess? I, Clear Love, have navigated the competitive arena for years. What do you think has sustained me? Currently, the Promise exemplified the archetype of a cerebral player. Initially, he treated this match as a mere ranked game, not affording it much gravity. However, after Xing executed a clever maneuver to obscure vision and caught him off guard with a solo kill, the jungler's approach became considerably more meticulous. Before being soloed, he had placed a ward near the F4 camp, noting that the jungle monsters had not been contested. This irregularity piqued his suspicion, leading him to swiftly move to the bot lane for a counter ambush, successfully capturing Xing. As the barrage of praise flooded the chat, the corner of the Promise's mouth lifted slightly in a smile. This counter ambush had dramatically shifted the tides of the match. Xing, who originally aimed to extend his lead and nurture his bot lane, found his prior advantage nullified by his demise, and the Thresh and Callista duo garnered little benefit in the short term. Most critically, the mid lane disadvantage continued to widen. Once the Fishman reached level 6, he assumed absolute control over Victor, rendering Xiao Zhuang unable to play effectively. A simple combination of thunder damage was beyond his capacity to withstand. Xing felt a tinge of urgency. He intended to assist in the mid lane once his ultimate was ready. Alas, he was once again ambushed by the jungler. Fortunately, this time, Xing managed to use his Dragon's Tail to kick the Promise away, safeguarding Xiao Zhuang from being claimed as another casualty. However, the situation in the mid lane showed no signs of improvement. During the cooldown period of the Blind Monk's ultimate, the jungler collaborated with the White Windmill to forcibly eliminate Victor, who had not yet regained his flash. Xing furrowed his brows. In a 2v2 skirmish in the jungle, their Victor and Blind Monk were no match for the Fishman and Excavator. Unable to assist in the mid lane, he had no choice but to take an alternate route towards the bottom lane, teaming up with Ming's Thresh to execute a timely flashy death sentence on the retreating Varus, who was slow to respond in his attempt to secure the cannon minion, while simultaneously reducing the health of the next tower by half. I signaled for you to retreat, the jungler murmured upon witnessing his ADC's demise. Is greed truly that alluring? He concealed himself in Xing's bird camp, activated a scan to ensure they were not spotted by the enemy, and upon Xiao Zhuang's resurrection, he stealthily traversed the wall back to the mid lane. With the additional damage from the White Windmill, he once again sent Victor back to the fountain. Xiao Zhuang expressed his frustration through a string of ellipses, conveying his feelings of helplessness. He felt utterly deprived of any gaming experience. Unable to win against the Fishman in the mid lane, he was continually subjected to the jungler's relentless attention. If it weren't for his initial rank climbing efforts at the season's start, he would not have tolerated such indignities. The junglers exchanged blows ceaselessly, both striving to invigorate the game and create opportunities for their teams. By the 22nd minute, the jungler boasted a record of 8 kills, 1 death, and 10 assists, while Xing had 7 kills, 2 deaths, and 7 assists. While their individual performance appeared commendable, their team still found itself at a slight disadvantage, primarily due to the significant gap in mid lane. The White Windmill, being a master of Fishman, coupled with the champion's inherent explosive power gained from equipment and level advantages, had nearly turned Xiao Zhuang into an utter ghost. Had it not been for Xing's earlier ganks in both the top and bottom lanes, nurturing his teammates, the game might have concluded much earlier. Nevertheless, no one criticized Xiao Zhuang. Firstly, they acknowledged him as a substitute player, and a single error compounded by the jungler's unrelenting focus left him with little recourse. Secondly, the game had not yet lost its suspense. To initiate a verbal conflict would only jeopardize their chances of victory. The ironclad players maintained a tacit understanding, remaining silent, with only signals and summoner spell markers populating the chat channel. Once the jungler secured an advantage, he regained the calm demeanor he had prior to the game's commencement. The Blind Monk on the opposing team indeed displayed impressive skill, adept at seizing opportunities, likely a player of Grandmaster caliber, yet still beneath his scrutiny. He felt a surge of pride. Amidst their banter, Nguyen seized the opportunity with Rek'Sai's passive ability, tunneling from the vicinity of the enemy's 3-wolf camp, breaching the wall into the mid lane, and catching Victor, who was alone and farming near the second tower. Xiao Zhuang, having suffered multiple consecutive defeats, found himself underleveled and poorly equipped, with his flash still on cooldown. Seeing the jungler drawing near, he feared being instantly eliminated by a flash W combo, hastily deployed his W gravity field below him, and activated his Zhonya's hourglass. To minimize his deaths, he had prioritized upgrading his Hex deck core with essential gold, leaving the remainder to purchase the life-saving item. Kano had long been prepared. He had no intention of directly using his flash to initiate a knock-up, remaining motionless in place. At the very moment when Xiao Zhuang's golden body came to an end, a mechanical claw emerged from behind the wall, precisely suppressing his rise and dragging him into the fog of war within the jungle. There, Varus, armed with a longbow, awaited him, accompanied by a small fishman. The robot electromagnetic field silently connected with a hook punch to send him flying, leaving Xiao Zhuang unable to unleash any skills. Varus unleashed a barrage of auto attacks followed by skill combos to trigger explosive damage, while the fishman's thunderous output finished him off. Ming's Thresh arrived a moment too late, unable to provide assistance. To the Baron, the director signaled, marking the pit where Nashor resided, while simultaneously typing in the team chat, "Engage if they come." The opponent had lost a Victor who possessed little combat capability, and the numerical advantage gained was insufficient to secure the Baron outright. The true strategy of the director was to use this pivotal neutral resource to force a team fight. With Clearlove's reputation preceding him, the entire team obediently followed his commands, retreating to establish vision around the Baron. Xing, having assisted his ADC Kalista in finishing the red buff, discerned the director's intentions, suspecting that the opposing team was planning to leverage Nashor. However, this engagement was essential. Delaying further would favor Kalista's late-game capabilities far less than Varus's, and Nasu's could not compete with Fiora. The only substantial combat core on Xing's side, Victor, was currently rendered ineffective. It would take ages for him to regain his strength. Marking the dragon pit with several signals indicating movement, Ming and Ning, understanding each other, huddled together as they entered the thick fog of war. War Flag TV, Xiao Zhuang. Mine, sorry everyone. He felt a twinge of guilt, but at present, no one had the luxury for idle conversation. Little Horse AAA, I'm holding Fiora. In this urgent situation, he succinctly conveyed his intent. Nasu's shortcomings were evident in this scenario. He was immobilized in the bottom lane by Xianxin, and the combination of flash and ghost summoner spells prevented Little Horse from reaching the Baron pit in a timely manner. Meanwhile, Fiora could utilize teleportation to reinforce the battlefield. Little Horse had a clear understanding of the situation. He knew his objective was to intercept Fiora, preventing her from leaving the lane. If he could eliminate Xianxin, it would be even better. This meant that only 3 players on Xing's side could approach the Baron pit: the Monk, Kalista, and Thresh. The Spear of Vengeance activated W, Sentinel, and the Blue Trinket's vision upgrade, cautiously probing ahead. The 3 players proceeded with utmost caution, wary of falling into enemy traps. During this time, they successfully forced the robot's position, averting a potential crisis. As the trio approached the river's brush, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Ming, placing a ward over the wall into the Baron pit, caught sight of the director digging a tunnel from there, intending to flank them. He immediately used Doom's pendulum to interrupt Rek'Sai's advance, then cast Phantom Prison to protect his teammates. As Thresh cast the fateful pendulum, an evident moment of hesitation occurred. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the adversary Varus unleashed his corrupting chain, striking Ming, and continued to rain arrows upon him, depleting Thresh's health. The little fishman, wielding his trident, joined the fray, targeting the opulent Kalista. Observing the precarious situation, Xing advanced, hoping to utilize his ultimate to kick the fishman away. The white windmill reacted swiftly, employing Trickster to leap into the air, rendering himself untargetable, thus preventing the monk from executing his kick. However, due to Xing's pressure, he prematurely activated his ability, leaving a notable distance between him and Kalista. Unless the Spear of Vengeance remained stationary, the fishman would be unable to inflict damage with his skill. Ning, quick to react, recognized that the jungler had afforded him a chance to survive. He thrust his spear into the captain while leveraging his passive, martial stance, to leap backwards, creating space. He also activated our Call of Fate, drawing Thresh into his embrace, averting his allies from being focused down and allowing for a potential counterattack. Yet, the captain was resolute, flashing in to execute W. Burrow, forcibly launching Xing into the air. The white windmill landed and immediately flashed to follow up with WQ, delivering damage. Even though Ming emerged from Kallista's ultimate, colliding with the opposing mid-jungle and granting a shield with the lantern, it was to no avail. Xing expended both summoners, merely striving to buy time. With his health so low, survival was implausible. Meanwhile, the enemy's robot sought to capitalize on their advantage, targeting Ming with its mechanical claws, intent on capturing the weakened support. Gu Xing's eyes lit up. He utilized W. Golden Shield to position himself beside Thresh, taking his ally's place to be caught by the robot. The captain and the white windmill were pursuing Xing, leaving Gu Xing to confront only Varus and Blitz. Given that he had previously capitalized on the captain's mid-game ganks against the bot lane, Varus's development was rather lackluster. This warrior, equipped with a jungle knife, a black cleaver, and a pair of boots, had outpaced his adversary significantly. The robot, oblivious to the treasure it had ensnared, was compelled to use its hook to launch the monk into the air. Ming, recognizing the opportunity, hastily advanced, igniting Varus with Ignite, simultaneously unleashing Q, Death Sentence. Although Ming had been reduced to a sliver of health, Gu Xing had previously bestowed upon him the shield from Golden Shield, and the opposing duo lacked burst damage. Thus, before his demise, he cast his hook, aimed directly at Varus's location. Fearing the impending hook, Varus initially attempted to evade through positioning. However, upon Gu Xing's landing, he had already executed 2 consecutive E skills, hampering Varus's movement. With his mobility constrained, Varus could not evade the hook merely through positioning. At that moment, casting a healing spell to accelerate and reposition was futile. He was left with no choice but to flash away from the skill, simultaneously distancing himself from the monk. In the river, Ning's Kallista was left with the last remnants of her health, ultimately extinguished. The white windmill sensed that its duo was under attack and immediately launched our Shark Assault towards the rear. Aware that the blind monk still had multiple displacements at his disposal, the shark was not thrown directly at Gu Xing, but rather aimed at his teammate, Virus. This way, if the blind monk continued to threaten Virus up close, he would be caught by the shark. Although the white windmill was humorously referred to as the white truck due to its ranking struggles, its prowess was undeniable, swiftly devising the optimal solution. Upon witnessing the situation, Gu Xing realized he could not intervene. Both the factory director and the white windmill were rushing towards him. Once caught by the shark, escape would be impossible. The heavenly melody was unleashed, directing his wrath towards the robot. Even with Blitzcrank's passive, Mana Barrier, it was of little consequence, as he was merely a support, significantly lagging in level and economy, with a frail physique. Gu Xing endured the onslaught from Virus, delivering a series of fierce blows. And just as the Fishman and Excavator were about to arrive, he executed a final heavenly melody, striking the robot and forcing it to flash back to the fountain. He then plunged into the dragon pit to place vision over the wall, successfully distancing himself from the battlefield. However, his team was left with only Gu Xing on the front line. In the internet cafe, spectators gathered behind Gu Xing, engaged in fervent discussion. It's over. The disadvantage is too great. This victor is truly a burden, just feeding kills. This is typical of the domestic server, where a player's skill diminishes drastically once their champion is banned. Jackie Love excels beyond just Draven. His Lucian is formidable. What love? Never heard of him. The match continued. The promise marked directly onto the Nashor, initiating the assault. Although the enemy blind monk remained alive, his condition was dire, with roughly 400 health left. The jungle had been entirely cleared, leaving him without monsters to leech from. At such low health, the blind monk posed little threat. Should he attempt to contest the dragon, he could be swiftly eliminated. Moreover, they found themselves near the barren pit. Returning to push towers would consume considerable time without yielding substantial resources. If they refrained from targeting the baron, the 3 recent kills would merely transform into wasted opportunities. Fortunately, with the attack speed-oriented Virus in their midst, the passive percentage damage ensured a commendable pace in taking down the baron. After narrowly escaping, Gu Xing noted that the 3 remaining opponents on the front line were absent from any lane on the map, leading him to conclude that they were indeed engaging the baron. Just as the factory director had surmised, Xing had no means of replenishing his health. Fortunately, his bag still contained 2 true sight wards, a green jungle knife, and a false ward. Xing resolved to take a risk. He activated his trinket. Now at level 13, he had upgraded his scanning lens to the Oracle lens, capable of scanning a designated area while hovering above his head, following his movements. As Xing maneuvered above the barren pit, he utilized the scan to obscure enemy vision, leaving them with only a vague estimation of his position, rendering them unable to make an accurate judgment. The factory chief was aware that Xing was observing from above, yet he refrained from recklessly approaching the dragon pit. As the primary force against the dragon, he realized that venturing forth to confront the blind monk alone would leave the remaining champions, the little fish and Varus, utterly incapable of withstanding the dragon's formidable damage. Moreover, his itemization in ranked games was less stable than that in professional matches. His semi-tank warrior build was already suffering under the dragon's relentless assault, and his health was far from optimal. Fully cognizant of the blind monk's ultimate ability, the factory chief assessed that his chances of success were slim. The ADC Varus could not afford to engage Xing in a one-on-one duel. Thus the crucial task was entrusted to the little fish. The white windmill first aimed to reduce the dragon's health before wielding the trident to seek out the blind monk. Xing lacked significant magic resistance, and the little fish could easily dispatch him with a complete burst of damage. Aware of this, Xing maneuvered towards the upper lane's tri-brush. The little fish could leap to the dragon pit above using his E ability, but not every location was surmountable. The thicker walls would obstruct his passage. The area where the upper lane tri-brush connected to the dragon pit happened to be the most fortified section. The little fish could not ascend. Attempting to leap from a thinner area to the top of the dragon pit would not allow him to swiftly close the distance. Thus, he avoided the risk of being instantaneously eliminated by the white windmill. Xing placed a true sight ward in the dragon pit. Discovering that the dragon's health still stood at 2,800, recognizing it was too early to act, he chose to continue moving laterally, ensuring he would not be slain by the little fish. The white windmill, lacking a flash, could only follow in Xing's wake, intending to drive him away from the Baron Nashor's vicinity. However, Xing adhered closely to the dragon pit's wall, akin to how the ancient Qin kings circled the pillar, expertly circumventing the pit. The white windmill found himself at a loss. From such a distance, he could not leap over. The true sight ward previously placed in the dragon pit was destroyed by Varus. After a brief pause, Xing inserted the last true sight ward from his inventory. The dragon's silhouette re-emerged, with health reduced to 1757. Just then, Baron Nashor unleashed his ability, Acid Pool, which, after a brief delay, sprayed 3 waves of corrosive liquid towards the attacking champions, applying a slow effect. Varus instinctively repositioned to avoid the dragon's spray. The dragon pit was not particularly spacious, and with those 2 steps, Varus found himself cornered. Xing fixed his gaze on the monitor, his mind racing, undeterred by the serenade of Jay Cho echoing in his headphones. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed the sound wave towards Varus. The adversary had no means to evade. The skill struck true. The factory chief furrowed his brow, immediately signaling a warning. Varus, understanding the gravity of the situation, ceased his attacks on the dragon. Should Xing descend into the pit, given Nashor's current health, he would be incapable of securing a kill. Waiting for the Soundwave's 3-second mark to dissipate or for the white windmill to catch up and eliminate the blind monk would entail no risk in claiming the dragon thereafter. Watching the duration of the Soundwave dwindle, the factory chief remained composed. He harbored no belief that the enemy could seize victory this time. However, this time, the promise did not shout any provocations, wary of setting a flag that might invite the opponent to display their prowess. He dove into the ground, arriving beside Varus, ready to launch the blind monk into the air at the slightest provocation. Thanks to the vision provided by the small fishman, it was clear that Lee Sin had enveloped himself in a protective shield with his golden bell shield. Moments later, just as the mark from the sound wave was about to fade, he descended. Did he truly dare to come? Nguyen scoffed derisively. With a teammate now providing vision through their physical presence, the director felt a wave of calm wash over him. He was aware that the blind monk still had flash and planned to activate his burrow the moment the resonating strike collided with Varus. He sought not to interrupt the skill but simply to elevate this nearly dead blind monk into the air, ensuring the opponent's demise. but before the watchful eyes of the onlookers. A golden light flashed across the summoner's rift. After leaping down from the dragon pit, the blind monk astonishingly used flash to interrupt the trajectory of his resonating strike, landing approximately 300 yards away from both the director and Varus. At this distance, Rek'Sai could not launch Xing. The director could only watch the spectacle unfold. Xing, aware that neither of them possessed flash, wasted no time and kicked forward. The Thai-boxing blind monk let out a fierce shout as his dragon's rage struck Varus, sending him hurtling backward. The director, nearly overlapping with Varus, was also sent soaring into the air. Varus, propelled by his momentum, collided with Baron Nashor. The elder dragon may not have been knocked back, but it still sustained damage, its health bar dipping once more. Ultimately, Varus landed behind the elder dragon, having lost 13 health points. The blind monk's ultimate ability was akin to a bowling ball, striking every unit within the dragon pit. The director felt a chill run down his spine. He had been airborne for a full second, the white windmill still near the upper lane's triangular brush, without flash. He could not return to the dragon pit in time. The blind monk had become the sole hero capable of independent action within the elder dragon pit. Despite his low health, there was no one who could eliminate him. Xing's heart raced, triggering the lifesteal effect of the second part of Iron Fist. As he adjusted his positioning to eliminate any barriers between himself and the elder dragon. Without hesitation, he unleashed another sound wave, striking Baron Nashor. Nguyen was now flustered. Given his mastery of the blind monk, he had never anticipated that Xing could execute such an audacious maneuver, creating an opportunity to contest the dragon. At that moment, the elder dragon's health hovered just above 1,000. The execution damage from the blind monk's second Q, combined with smite, could easily slay Baron Nashor. Without a moment to ponder, he promptly activated his smite. Thunder rumbled continuously. A notification appeared above the screens of all 10 players. The glaring kill prompt on the side was impossible to ignore. The blind monk had slain Baron Nashor. 005. Fan meeting. Even the director, a seasoned professional accustomed to the tumult of competition, could not help but lean forward, his tone rife with astonishment. The kill prompt featuring the blind monk was striking, accompanied by the icons of Rek'Sai, the small fishman, and Varus nearby. According to the scoring mechanism, they were all assist providers, inadvertently aiding the opposing blind monk. Meanwhile, Xing's team chat was flooded with 666, the golden question marks filling the elder dragon pit. MGB Ming, the Warden of Souls, indicated that the enemy had vanished. MGB Ning, the Spear of Vengeance, also signaled that the adversary was nowhere to be found. In his streaming room, Xiao Zhuang erupted with jubilation, exclaiming, "Blind monk, you are truly my dear brother." Witnessing the demise of teammate after teammate in the river, he felt certain that the game was destined for defeat, yet unexpectedly found a glimmer of hope. The spectators at the Happy Time Internet Cafe erupted in astonishment, exclaiming, "He actually managed to secure that? Is this the level of play in the Electric King tier? How outrageous. He stole the Baron right in front of 3 opponents while on the verge of death." At this moment, Xing had no time to indulge in their accolades. His survival instinct surged as he sought to escape after securing the dragon. The jungler, known as the factory boss, could scarcely recall the opponent's maneuvers, urgently leading Varus forward to obstruct Xing. However, the blind monk had initially activated his second W ability, Iron Body, before claiming the dragon. Although his smite could no longer synergize with the lifesteal effect of Iron Body, his sonic wave and resonating strike still benefited from the lifesteal enhancement. At level 13, the blind monk, having opted for a typical build focusing on Q and W, had successfully upgraded Iron Body to level 5. A fully leveled Iron Body offered a lifesteal effect of 25, allowing Xing to recover over 100 health points. Varus unleashed his E ability, Hail of Arrows, slowing the blind monk as 2 arrows struck him. The factory boss's Rek'Sai also tunneled in, intending to launch Xing into the air. Just then, a fake ward appeared at the edge of the dragon pit, and the blind monk deftly used his Iron Body to evade at the critical moment. What the? One spectator beside Xing puzzled aloud. Can the W ability really reset that quickly? Is he playing an Aram? The blind monk had indeed built several cooldown reduction items, as someone nearby noted, and he had also managed to reset his W. Lee Sin was capable of reducing the cooldown of both Sonic Wave and W, with the cooldown beginning from the moment Iron Body was cast. The base cooldown for Iron Body is 14 seconds. And with Gu Xing's Warrior Jungle Knife and Black Cleaver, which collectively reduced cooldowns by 30, the cooldown was merely 8 seconds. If cast solely on himself, the cooldown would be halved to 9 seconds. Before Gu Xing had even exited the Dragon Pit, he had already used Iron Body on himself. And considering the time taken to secure the dragon, it had just come off cooldown. Without flash, the factory boss could only watch helplessly as the blind monk evaded capture. The tension in Nguyen's chest rose sharply. After 6 years of playing League of Legends, aside from the initial bewilderment when first encountering the game, he had not felt this sensation of being thoroughly outplayed in a long time. The live chat streamed incessantly with comments. What an incredible blind monk. Stealing the factory boss's dragon and still managing to escape. How thrilling. The question arises, who is truly feeding whom? He kicked 2 opponents away after a perfect Q, then used Flash to create distance, followed by Sonic Wave and Resonating Strike to execute with Smite and claim the Baron. Such strategy and execution are extraordinary. Does the blind monk have a streaming channel? I wish to learn from him. As fate would have it, just as the battle at the Dragon Pit concluded, chaos erupted in the bottom lane as well, with Xiao Ma single-handedly taking down the Radiant Deity. His equipment was inherently superior to that of the Dazzling Deity. After Gu Xing successfully secured the Baron, Xiao Ma received the enhancement effect of Baron's Hand, granting him additional attack power and spell strength. He activated his sprint to engage directly, successfully unleashing Blood Rage. With Relentless Fist, he seized the opponent's basic attack and instantly activated his R, prioritizing damage output over the final kill to force the adversary to forfeit Lawrence's heart-cutting blade. Ultimately, with a flash of Q Massacre, he grazed the outer edge and effortlessly eliminated Last Xian. For Nguyen, the situation took a dramatic turn. Originally a mere source of income, Victor received 300 gold from the Nashor Baron. Although not fully developed, this recovery allowed him to eventually acquire a Radiance, preparing to contribute more damage for his team. The Baron not only provided economic benefits in the Baroness hand buff, but also offered substantial experience points to aid in leveling up. Prior to the Baron team fight, Gu Xing's side was at a slight disadvantage. However, after seizing the Baron and Xiao Ma's subsequent solo kill, the tide of battle was successfully turned. Moreover, the act of snatching Nashor dealt a significant psychological blow to the opposing team, causing them to grow increasingly impatient. The lone white windmill in the upper lane fell victim to an ambush, as Ning and Ming executed a well-coordinated strike, successfully eliminating it. The excessively fat little fish disrupted the rhythm, allowing Gu Xing and his teammates to demolish 3 defensive towers in succession. Once the Baron buff expired, the team returned to base for a brief respite. Gu Xing synthesized the Purple Rain Forest Fist into a blood hand, purchasing a True Sight ward, and planned to continue pushing through the mid lane in unison. Ning's Vengeful Spear danced about the enemy's high ground tower, clearing minions while Ming acted as his bodyguard. Concealed in the shadows, Gu Xing casually launched a Sonic Wave, striking the robot near the high ground. The enemy immediately retreated towards a location distant from their allies. Yet, it was too late. Gu Xing signaled to his teammates, alerting them to prepare as he decisively triggered the second Q, Echo Strike, charging forward. The robot hastily employed our electromagnetic field in an attempt to silence the blind monk. However, a false ward appeared beside Li Sin, as Gu Xing traced a 7 in the canyon. Evading Blitz's electromagnetic field while positioning himself beside the opposing Varus, exploiting the brief moment when the latter's flash was miscalibrated to execute a fierce dragon tail kick. To evade the robot's ultimate ability, the angle of this kick was not particularly optimal, as it did not propel Varus into their ranks, but rather pushed him sideways. Yet, this was sufficient. Varus, airborne, had no means of resistance. Ming's Thresh flashed in, utilizing Idum's Pendulum to pull Varus forward. Subsequently, leveraging his own Callista's or Fate's Call, they sent the enemy ADC soaring into the air once more. This series of crowd control actions resembled an aerial relay, as Varus never touched the ground before meeting his demise. The captain was not idle either. He burrowed through the tunnel to launch Ning into the air, combining with the little fish's damage to eliminate him instantly. As the team fight commenced, both ADCs fell in tandem. However, Xiao Ma completely dominated the battlefield, with the blood rage of the Berserker charging fearlessly forward. Yet the promise could not escape the inherent frailty of Rek'Sai during the mid to late game. No matter how exquisite the equipment, after unleashing a full rotation of skills, he would inevitably succumb to a state of lethargy, his combat prowess diminished. Observing the battlefield on the brink of collapse, he contemplated retreat. Naturally, Xing would not allow him to flee. After deftly dealing with the robot from the side, a precise sonic wave struck the manager, propelling him into a fierce melee with Rek'Sai. In a one-on-one confrontation, Promise had no fear of the blind monk, for he had amassed a considerable number of kills early on, affording him superior gear. However, Xing remained undeterred, bolstered by the presence of numerous allies. His teammates, recognizing his pivotal role in securing the dragon, surged forward to assist him upon witnessing his peril. More crucially, Rek'Sai bore the ID of clear love above his head. Having finally seized an opportunity to shine before a multitude of spectators, one could hardly let it slip away. A throng of players converged, akin to fans clamoring for an idol's autograph, transforming the high ground into a veritable fan meet and greet, quickly engulfing the manager. Promise found himself besieged by a barrage of skills. Staring at his monochrome screen, his lips quivering with unspoken words. Ultimately, Xing, along with Xiao Ma and Ming, emerged bloodied yet victorious, decimating their opponents before decisively pushing down the enemy's nexus. 006 Smuff? The manager diverted his gaze from the glaring red letters of defeat emblazoned across the central screen. Switching to his livestream to glance at the chat, the comments continued to praise the blind monk's remarkable performance throughout the match. At last, Promise found a moment to reflect on the intricacies of this ranked game. He could not deny the blind monk's performance was nothing short of astounding. His maneuvers were impeccable, and his strategy was crystal clear, exuding an aura of fluidity. Aside from the moment he was ambushed in the bot lane, the entirety of the game was flawless. That ambush, rather than a blunder on the blind monk's part, was a testament to Promise's own skill. The average player would scarcely have been able to react. Earlier, I mentioned that this blind monk must be at least 1,000 points in rank. Now, let me show you the manager's conviction regarding his high ranking. For such prowess could not originate from a lesser skill level. He exited the post-game screen and opened Xing's profile within the client. The pinnacle rank stood at 469 victory points. Promise felt a flush of disbelief. Could it be true? The chat immediately erupted in jest. A 400-point blind monk can easily best the manager. Classic tactic. Praise the opponent to downplay one's own defeat. Has the level of Electric 1 risen this high? With those maneuvers, the blind monk must exceed 400 points. The manager shared this sentiment. With a record of 78 wins and 22 losses, such a win rate and number of matches could only indicate a Smuff account. Suddenly, another figure appeared within the livestream's camera frame. He possessed a complexion considerably fairer than the manager's, with a charming visage, and held a box of strawberries in hand, causing quite a stir. Tianyi? Promise turned to look. Are you stealing the fruit that Abu bought? Can this be considered stealing? The player with the in-game ID of Miko blushed, defending himself. I am merely taking it. Openly, and without pretense. He sat in his gaming chair, vigorously moving his legs on the ground, allowing the wheels to propel the chair closer to Nguyen. After receiving a bribe of 2 strawberries, the manager finally broached the subject of the previous ranked match with Miko. Tianyi, being close to him, could not help but chuckle upon hearing the backstory. Minkai, can you not admit how difficult it is to be outplayed by a blind monk who is 400 points below you? Why insist on calling it a Smuff account? We were not simply outplayed. The manager retorted, visibly displeased. We exchanged blows, do you understand? He had initially intended to leave it at that and prepare for the next match, but Miko's provocation ignited his resolve to prove his point. Nguyen contemplated investigating the account details of Xing, but the current client lacked that functionality. Undeterred, the manager primarily played on the Korean server. Even if he ventured to the D1 server, he would not use any auxiliary tools, opting instead to temporarily download the official TGP from the website. The dedicated line at the EDG base ensured robust internet speed, and soon enough, TGP was downloaded. After installing the software, the manager eagerly rubbed his hands together and swiftly typed Xing's ID into the summoner search bar. I really only play jungle was a memorable nickname, and there were quite a few with similar names. He located the strongest king account on Ionia and clicked on it. TGP not only displayed the account's recent match history, but also its ranked information over the years. In Season 5, there were 67 wins and 21 losses, with a win rate of 76. 1 and a master rank of 410 points. In Season 4, there were 99 wins and 36 losses, with a win rate of 73. 3 and a master rank of 77 points. See, I told you it's a smurf account, the manager said swiftly, but then he suddenly paused. Scrolling down the mouse, he noticed another line. In Season 3, there were 30 wins and 15 losses, with a win rate of 66. 7, placing him in Platinum v Miko, who was stuffing strawberries into his mouth, stopped in his tracks, and roared with laughter. Minkai, can you still deny it? This is what you call a smurf account. The Season 3 statistics clearly indicated he had just completed his placement matches, and a 66.7 win rate simply meant he was above average for that rank. But not exceptionally strong, certainly not the kind of performance expected from a high-ranking player on a smurf account. The trends in the following 2 years were even more apparent, with the win rate and points steadily increasing, culminating in his ascent to the highest rank this year, a true testament to his growth. The manager and TNI had both been top players on the server and were well-versed in the rank system, allowing them to deduce that the blind monk player likely possessed only this high-ranking account. Nguyen furrowed his brow, meticulously sifting through Gu Xing's ranked match history. Most of the matches were played on weekends. He had roughly scanned the dates and noticed that he typically played a few games every 6 or 7 days. January and February, however, were exceptions, with a significantly higher number of matches played. But considering it was winter break at the time, it seemed understandable. A student? He mused, sensing a revelation. Yes, probably not a college student. If he were, he should be able to play on weekday evenings. T and I chimed in. The two exchanged a knowing glance. The answer was becoming increasingly clear. This individual was likely quite young and still in school, given the relatively few ranked matches. His talent was evidently remarkable. The factory director first sent a friend request to my account, which specializes in jungle gameplay, then muted the microphone and disabled the streaming visuals, leaving the audience staring at a black screen. Ignoring the barrage of question marks flooding the chat, he opened QQ to reach out to the team's training manager. There's a promising talent here, primarily a jungler. See if you can get in touch with him, he typed, attaching a screenshot of Gu Xing's ID and game statistics, then pressed enter. Wait, Tian Yi pondered a possibility. Could this person be a teacher? He only plays on weekends and during winter break, and his life seems quite busy, which aligns with the limited number of games played. His reasoning appeared coherent. If he were a teacher, he would likely be of considerable age. The factory director thought for a moment, dismissing the concern. It was not his responsibility to oversee the training. If he could bring the player in for a trial, that would be ideal. If not, there would be no loss. After sending the message and receiving a thumbs-up emoji from the training manager, he closed the chat application and resumed the stream, reactivating the visuals and microphone. He watched the client, but noticed that the other party had yet to accept the friend request, claiming to be my fan. He murmured, I give you a chance. And you squander it, brother. The audience, witnessing the factory director's moment of embarrassment, retaliated by flooding the chat with comments. Blind monk, clear love? Who are you? We're not that close. This is clearly a fake fan. He doesn't even accept friend requests after the game. Blind monk is just messing around. The factory director can't be taking this seriously, right? The showmanship is at its peak. Yet, he was merely a passerby encountered during a ranked match. Although he had captured Nguyen's attention, that was the extent of it. The factory director delegated the task of communication to the training manager, setting the matter aside as he continued to play ranked games and extend his streaming time. Unbeknownst to Gu Xing, a friend request had been sent his way. After finishing that ranked match, he glanced at the time and saw it was already 4:43 p.m. He hurriedly closed the music application, allowing the resident singer Jay Cho to take a break. After logging off, Gu Xing unplugged his headphones, packed his bag, and pushed back the chair, ready to head home. Onlookers were left wanting more. The elite players in the internet cafe were few and far between, and the prestige of the first electric gaming station was even higher, especially with a director of such caliber in attendance. However, they hadn't expected to see only one match. They made way for Gu Xing, attempting to persuade him to stay a little longer. Will you not play just a bit more? Definitely next time, Gu Xing replied, patting his pocket to ensure his ID was still there before heading out. The young network administrator stood at the front desk, smiling as Gu Xing passed by. Come again soon, Gu Xing internally scoffed. If it weren't for the fact that the only other nearby cafe offered free internet for top players and the sole beverage on the shelf was Pepsi, he would never return. Speaking of internet fees, he halted, pulled out his ID, and said, "Could you please check? I must have achieved top player status." The administrator checked the records. Indeed, despite being caught off guard by the factory director early on and dying twice, Xing ultimately relied on his individual skill to secure an impressive 8 consecutive kills, achieving the super god status. After completing his recharge, Xing checked his balance before shouldering his backpack and departing from the Happy Time internet cafe. Upon exiting, he found himself deep in thought. Accessing the internet for an hour cost 5 yuan, while achieving a godlike status allowed him to enjoy 2 hours of free play, which typically encompassed 3 to 4 matches. In all honesty, maintaining a continuous streak of free gaming posed a challenge. Fortunately, his skill level, akin to that of the managers, not only ensured a high win rate, but also an admirable KDA, making it commonplace for him to achieve godlike status. As he progressed, he felt he had yet to reach his ceiling, and climbing the ranks remained a relatively effortless endeavor. He had yet to attain the pinnacle of the strongest king. With 500 victory points, primarily due to the limited number of ranked matches he had participated in, Xing strode decisively eastward, the narrow road beside him bustling with vehicles, while the sidewalks were adorned with the lush green shadows of camphor trees. The setting sun broke through the clouds and the camphor trees, casting a slender shadow upon the brick pavement beneath his feet. The surrounding air was not particularly fresh, as his hometown, Zhonghai, was known for its heavy industry, with various factories such as refineries and power plants dotting the landscape. However, after recent improvements, the environmental conditions and air quality had markedly improved compared to a decade ago. Standing tall at 183 meters, Xing soon spotted his residence in the Gushi community after a brief walk of 300 meters. At the entrance of the community was a modest shop, featuring a simple metal rack laden with dozens of delivery boxes, serving both as a retail outlet and a collection point for parcels. Stepping onto the intricate shadows cast by the camphor trees, Xing briskly entered the shop. "Dad, I'm back." His voice rang with the same spirited enthusiasm as always. A middle-aged man in the shop turned at the sound. His smile etched into the creases of his eyes. The two bore a striking resemblance, though Xing's youthful exuberance and radiant looks shone brightly, reminiscent of the sunlight streaming through the doorway. Beside Xing's father was a kindly elderly lady, a familiar face from the community. She was rummaging through a milk box, seeking one with a more recent production date, and upon noticing the boy's arrival, she casually inquired, "Xing, you're taking the college entrance exam this year, right?" "Yes." In early June, he responded cheerfully, deftly retrieving a box of milk that had just arrived the previous day. Hearing this, the elderly lady beamed with pride, exclaiming, "I knew my memory was sharp. My granddaughter didn't believe me." "Daughters inevitably worry," Xing's father chimed in with a smile. The elderly lady scrutinized the production date on the packaging before feeling reassured enough to head to the front to pay. Observing her shaky hands as she lifted the milk, Xing couldn't help but feel concerned. "Shall I help you take it home?" The elderly lady, accustomed to Xing's kindness, expressed her gratitude and allowed him to take the box of milk from her hands. "Just deliver the milk and come straight home," his father instructed. "Your mother is probably preparing dinner." Xing nodded in agreement, exiting the shop with the milk in tow. He had previously delivered items to the elderly lady's home, familiarizing himself with her address. Though he walked with a brisk stride, he deliberately slowed his pace to accommodate her. The two individuals strolled while engaging in conversation, their speech laced with a hint of Wu dialect, with Xing steering the discourse. "That attire must be a recent purchase, right? Your taste is impeccable. Was it a gift from your daughter? It truly suits you, making you look so vibrant." The elderly often take immense pride in their dutiful offspring, and as this topic arose, a note of boastfulness and delight crept into her tone. Xing discerned that the style of her clothing was unlikely to have been chosen by her, thus he deliberately broached the subject. He evidently possessed a knack for charming the elderly, as with just a few words, he had her beaming with joy. After assisting in placing the milk in the kitchen, Xing was rewarded with 2 large white rabbit milk candies. Having accomplished this, he quickened his pace, making his way deeper into the community. The Gushi community was comprised of older houses constructed in the 1990s, where verdant climbing vines enveloped the exteriors, shrouding the yellowing walls. As he walked along the roadside, overhead wires resembled a vast net, ensnaring everything within. However, the exposed lines, having endured years of exposure to the elements, had slightly faded. With a light step, He hummed a tune as he entered the residential building. The light vanished abruptly, and the surroundings dimmed considerably. Even the air turned humid. Gu Xing ascended the stairs with long strides, climbing 2 steps at a time. Beside each household's security door, sturdy pipes snaked along the corridor walls. Connecting to the air conditioning units outside, their surfaces coated in dust. The glass windows on the stairway landing were somewhat clouded, offering only a vague glimpse of the outside world. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the 7th floor, Gu Xing extracted a key from his pocket, turned it twice, and unlocked the door. An enticing aroma of meat wafted through the air, accompanied by the sizzling sounds that danced around him. The damp, dim atmosphere of the stairwell dissipated, replaced by warmth and brightness. The room was immaculate. Furniture and belongings were arranged with precision, and sunlight streamed through the south-facing bedroom window, casting a golden hue upon the wooden floor. The apartment, akin to the small shop below, was not particularly spacious, measuring approximately 50 to 60 square meters. Its layout was open and airy, with the entryway facing a shoe cabinet, the living room and bedroom to the south, and the kitchen along with the dining table to the north. A middle-aged woman stood at the stove, tending to a pressure cooker. Before Gu Xing could utter a word, she preemptively remarked, "You should study for a while. I'm stewing ribs, so dinner will be delayed." Gu Xing acquiesced, inhaling deeply to savor the meat's aroma before bending to remove his shoes and socks. Aside from his father's black slippers, a pair of slightly smaller women's slippers lay on the floor, which he chose to disregard. After donning his own slippers, he carried his backpack through the living room toward the inner room. His parents resided in the bedroom to the west, while Gu Xing occupied the room on the east side. Yet, he had never truly claimed an entire room as his own. Originally, the house was a standard 2-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 bathroom layout. However, his bedroom had been partitioned into 2, separated by a simple door adorned with frosted film. His personal space consisted of a single bed, a bedside table, a small desk, and a chair. These 4 items occupied a substantial portion of the space, leaving just enough room for Gu Xing to turn around. The other side of the simple door bore a similar arrangement. Although cramped, Gu Xing had long grown accustomed to this lifestyle. He draped the shoulder strap of his backpack over a chair, first heading to the restroom to wash his hands. Upon returning, he extracted his textbooks and papers from his bag. During this process, his gaze swept across the walls, landing on a poster of Jay Cho that he had affixed with double-sided tape. On the table stood 3 rows of bookshelves, ingeniously designed to conserve space and accommodate more items. A stack of books claimed a significant portion of that space, including titles such as Mathematical Olympiad Series and Methods of Proving Elementary Inequalities. Gu Xing withdrew his attention and retrieved a black fountain pen from his pencil case to reinforce and elevate the knowledge he had previously acquired. Despite being in his senior year, he felt little academic pressure, thanks to securing an invitation from Fudan University through the math competition last December. For him, merely surpassing the college entrance examinations benchmark would signify success. Although engaging in Olympiad studies had consumed considerable time, achieving a good score was within his grasp. After perusing a few pages of classic physics problems, he heard his mother calling him from the kitchen. He extracted an old smartphone from the drawer, tucked it into his pocket, and then made his way outside. His mother handed him a stainless steel lunchbox, filled with ribs and vegetables on top, while rice lay beneath, reminding him to ensure his father finished all the food without leaving any leftovers. The shop relied on personnel, and typically, his mother returned home in the afternoon, leaving his robust father to take over until closing at 8 or 9 in the evening. During his leisure time, Gu Xing would assist by delivering meals from home. He slipped on his shoes and, seizing the twilight before complete darkness enveloped the sky, set off towards the community's exit. As he descended the stairs, Gu Xing pulled out his phone, taking advantage of the brief moment to browse the latest news. A master of time management, he never squandered such fragmented moments, fully utilizing them. However, before he could finish reading the news, he received a message from a QQ group. Regrettably, it read, "I really can only jungle. Did you bump into the factory manager? You got this, bro." The avatar belonged to Kirito from Sword Art Online, and shortly thereafter, he sent a video link, the very recording of the ranked match where he and Gu Xing had encountered each other that afternoon. Gu Xing had not altered the contact name, yet he recognized the individual's identity, Jackie, who had been thriving in the high tiers of the national server for the past 2 years. Their online rapport was quite amicable. Gu Xing's gaze drifted to the QQ group name. and after a moment of contemplation, he decided to type a message. I really can only jungle. Group owner. Could we possibly change the group name? This one is rather embarrassing. No sooner had he sent the message than responses began to flood in. Zhanqi TV Xiang. Why change it? Ionia's 7 wolves. Sounds majestic. Hooray. Gu Xing was amused by this remark, although he had never met Xiang. The individual's speech always carried an inexplicable charm. He had long suspected that this person intentionally altered their speaking style to appear foolish online. MGB Ming, 7 wolves? More like 7 dogs. Today, I had a serendipitous encounter with the factory manager during a ranked match, where I played as the support Thresh, who is also in this small group. Aside from the 4 individuals currently chatting, many other members remain silent. Notable figures include Zhanqi TV, Kai Fanchand, Vedansan Lord de Jungle, the internet romance Prince Beethoven, and the loyal attendant CQL, all esteemed high-ranking challengers from Ionia. Among them, the most renowned is undoubtedly MLXGZZ, who serves as the primary jungler for the RNG club, basking in the limelight. Regrettably, MGB Ming has been silenced for an hour by the group leader. Following a cheeky remark, Gu Xing, observing the situation, realized that changing the group name was out of the question. The 7 Wolves of Ionia, as the name suggests, originally comprised 7 members, forming a community for casual gaming among high-ranking challengers. Over time, the group expanded, welcoming numerous high-ranking players into its fold. During this winter break, Gu Xing encountered Jackie Love while playing ranked. They faced off 3 times in a row, with Gu Xing achieving 3 MVPs through sheer chaos, which led to his invitation to this small group. Initially, he was disinclined to stay due to the group's embarrassing name. But Jackie Love gifted him a coveted skin for Lee Sin, valued at 9,900 points, which swayed his decision. Upon witnessing Ming's recent silencing, Xiang quickly aligned himself with the group leader, proclaiming, "Let us keep the name 7 Wolves." Jackie Love responded with a thumbs-up emoji, clearly pleased with Xiang's sentiment. Zhanqi TV and Xiang then asked, "Hey, group leader, could you lend me your green diamond?" Suddenly, Kai Fanchand chimed in with a question mark. "So, is that why you're asking?" That's truly impressive. The internet romance Prince Beethoven echoed this message. Carrying a lunchbox downstairs, Gu Xing couldn't help but smile at the messages, joining in the banter. As more people joined the conversation, the chat became quite lively until Jackie Love appeared to halt the chatter. "Come on, I'll scan it." Xiang had prepared a QR code image. Moments later, he sent a thank you emoji, likely having successfully borrowed the membership. This amusing episode invigorated the 7 Wolves group, prompting discussions about recent amusing incidents and the frustrating teammates encountered in ranked matches. Noticing the conversation veering off topic, Gu Xing decided not to intervene. He intended to hasten his pace to deliver the meal when Jackie Love suddenly addressed him again. "By the way, the factory manager added you as a friend after that ranked match. Did you not accept?" Gu Xing was taken aback, unaware of such an occurrence. Xiang chimed in. "The factory manager's friend request? I want that too." Initially, Gu Xing thought Jackie Love was teasing him, but upon scrolling through the message history, he found the segment where the factory manager had indeed sent a friend request during his live stream. Using his limited data, he opened the video, dragging the progress bar to the end, and confirmed that the factory manager had indeed sent him a friend request. "I truly only play as a jungler. After finishing my game, I shall close the application and wait for messages to return and add friends." He switched off his phone, feeling an invigorating surge of vitality coursing through him. A ranked match had allowed him to demonstrate his prowess to a renowned professional player, and in return, he had gained a new friend. It was an incredible fortune. Gu Xing dashed out of the community and entered his family's shop. Upon seeing his father opening a lunchbox and savoring the fragrant ribs, Gu Xing's appetite was piqued. Famished, he hurried home. Just as he entered the community, he spotted a pair of tall girls walking side by side ahead, one dragging a white suitcase. Their silhouettes seemed familiar. The gentle spring breeze carried their soft whispers to Gu Xing's ears. "Don't cry. It's not a big deal," said the girl with a ponytail, soothing her friend who was tugging the suitcase, her hand gently caressing the other's back. "I'm not crying. I can see your eyes are red. And yet you say otherwise?" replied the girl with the suitcase, her tone laced with exasperation. "Gupan, the moment you see me, you rush over. Your hair brushing against my eyes. Anyone would get teary-eyed, you know?" Gu Xing was momentarily taken aback, a smile breaking across his face. The ponytailed girl, her ears sharp, recognized that familiar laughter and turned around, leaping 3 feet in surprise. Gu Xing, why are you following us? I just delivered dinner to Dad and happened to be behind you, Gu Xing quickly retorted. Gu Pan was certainly aware of his errand, having just departed from their family shop, where she had overheard their father mention it. Nevertheless, she sought to provoke him. You ran off quite swiftly at noon. Didn't he wait for me, and slipped away after self-study? Gu Pan remarked, her demeanor gentle, reminiscent of a character from a classic Hong Kong drama. Yet her words flowed with rapid eloquence, a stark contrast to her appearance. You went to the internet cafe again, didn't you? Gu Xing chose to ignore her. The two were dragon and phoenix twins born on the same day. Having coexisted for 18 years, their relationship fraught with strife. It was a luxury to remain in harmony for even half an hour. Gu Xing turned his gaze to the girl beside his sister. Back already? This was Shen Guanshan, a neighbor residing opposite them. She was in the same class as the siblings, astute, and, like Gu Xing, had participated in the national mathematics competition held in Yingtan last year. However, while Gu Xing had only secured a silver medal, Shen Guanshan had advanced to the final training team, only to falter at the last hurdle, failing to qualify for the national team. She had just returned to Zhenhai from out of town. Her hair was styled in a student cut, clad in a loose gray sweatshirt and black athletic pants. Standing at an impressive height of around 1.7 meters, her skin fair and delicate, with features more piercing than Gu Pan's, yet perfectly tempered, not overly assertive. In Gu Xing's eyes, she was far more pleasing to the eye than his sister. It's been a while. The girl's soft voice floated as she gazed down at her suitcase. A gust of evening wind swept through, tousling her short black hair and revealing her noticeably flushed ears, contrasting with her complexion. Gu Pan glanced at her friend and swiftly shifted the topic. Guanshan, let us hurry. I'm starving. She tugged her friend along as they raced into the community. The wheels of the white suitcase clattered against the concrete, rolling away into the distance. Although the sky had not yet completely darkened, the corridor was shrouded in a thick darkness, with the stained glass of the connecting platform casting a natural shadow. Ascending 7 flights without any illumination equipment proved to be rather troublesome. Gu Pan halted at the entrance of the residential building. The school's strict regulations on mobile phone usage meant she had left hers behind. She subtly turned her body, catching a glimpse of Gu Xing trailing behind, seemingly waiting for them to proceed first. Shen Guanshan possessed a mobile phone, yet before she could utter a word, Gu Pan chimed in. Gu Xing, I'll head back and finish all the ribs. You can just follow behind at your own pace. Gu Pan was well aware of the strained relationship with her brother. The more she urged him to hasten, the slower he would inevitably become. However, delaying further would mean missing the beginning of the evening study session at school, leaving Gu Xing to potentially attend class with an empty stomach. Though she often spoke harshly, her heart was soft. Thus, she chose a different approach. As expected, Gu Xing immediately quickened his pace upon hearing her words. I'm not afraid of overindulging, he scoffed lightly, switching on his phone's flashlight and lifting his suitcase, leading the way into the corridor. Only then did Gu Pan feel a sense of relief as she linked arms with her friend and followed behind. Shen Guanshan expressed her gratitude to Gu Xing for assisting with the suitcase, while her mind raced with questions. She could never quite grasp the dynamics between the Gu siblings. Why did Gu Pan, who often voiced her grievances about Gu Xing, suddenly exhibit such a change in demeanor? Was something amiss? Yet, by the time they reached the top floor, Shen Guanshan remained perplexed. Her skills were not invested in deciphering such relationships. Gu Xing observed as Shen Guanshan unlocked the anti-theft door across the hall. Inside, it was pitch black. This had once been the home of Shen Guanshan's grandparents, passed down to her parents who were perpetually occupied with their careers. Shen Guanshan typically resided at school, returning only during holidays, which resulted in the house appearing somewhat desolate. After placing the suitcase inside, the three of them entered the Gu residence. Although the sun was nearing its descent, the interior remained warm and inviting due to the lights. Is little Shen here? Gu's mother greeted warmly. Shen Guanshan quickly donned a smile, bending to accept a pair of new slippers from Gu Pan. Come here. Let Ani have a look, Gu's mother said, taking in Shen Guanshan's appearance and noting she had lost a bit of weight after her training camp. While the two engaged in pleasantries, Gu Xing finally managed to enter. The narrow entrance of the house could not accommodate too many at once. There would be ample time for conversation later, but Gu Pan interrupted her mother and Shen Guanshan, stating, Could we please eat quickly? Gu Xing and I still need to go to school for self-study. Gu's mother promptly instructed them to wash their hands, removing the thermal cover from the dishes on the dining table and serving rice to the 3 children. Gu Pan ate with her usual speed, while Gu Xing took his time, having consumed only half of his rice. Noticing this, she urged him, "Could you please speed up a bit?" Initially, she had hoped to encourage Gu Xing to eat more, which was why she had devised a plan to hasten their ascent. Little did she know, with the newfound time, he now lingered. "Why are you concerned about me?" Gu Xing retorted, casually picking up a piece of egg, relaxed in demeanor. "Self-study starts at 6:30. Why rush so early?" Gu Pan gazed at him with eager anticipation, reflecting on the leisurely life that had unfolded for her. After all, who could blame him for not excelling in competitions? Gu Xing took delight in mocking her for having only won a silver medal. However, Gu Pan now felt emboldened as she glanced at her friend, Xing Guanshan, who was quietly eating her meal. "How many gold medals are there in the national competition?" Xing Guanshan, always the quiet observer, was wary of the sibling rivalry spilling over to her, yet she found herself caught in their playful banter. Her expression could only be described as one of furtive glances. Xing Guanshan replied, somewhat ambiguously, "Around 100, I suppose." "Oh, over 100, is it?" Gu Pan feigned a moment of enlightenment, elongating her tone to perform theatrically. "Then you, Gu Xing, are you still going to study?" Gu Xing hastily devoured the last piece of rib in his bowl, eager to avoid further conversation with his sister. This was precisely the response Gu Pan sought. Her eyes sparkled with glee, reminiscent of crescent moons, as she declared, "I'll go fetch 2 sets of papers." Throughout this exchange, their mother remained unfazed, clearly accustomed to the verbal sparring of her children. "Guanshan, you're heading to school tomorrow, right?" Gu Pan emerged from her cubicle, cradling 2 sets of papers in her arms. "Yes, I've spoken with the homeroom teacher," Xing Guanshan replied, having finished her meal and preparing to bid farewell. Noticing the slight redness around her eyes, their mother assumed Xing Guanshan had been crying outside and thus did not press her to stay longer. Instead, she gently patted the girl's shoulder, advising her to rest well and not dwell on the day's events. "What's the big deal about not making the national team?" Gu Pan's voice was bright yet cutting, pointing out that Gu Xing had only secured a silver medal, while his life seemed to be quite comfortable. Gu Pan, Gu Xing, now irritated, retorted, "Don't push your luck." The two playfully tussled as they headed toward the door, and Xing Guanshan, who was tying her shoes, felt a rare smile soften her features. Gu Xing adjusted his backpack. Ordinarily, he wouldn't carry it home unless it was a long break. But this time it was essential to bring his mathematical analysis textbook in preparation for his university life, starting in September. The trio bid farewell to their mother and left the house together. As they exited, Gu Xing greeted Xing Guanshan, who was just about to depart when she called out to him. "Do you like dark chocolate?" She extended her hand, revealing a small box of dark chocolate. Gu Xing turned to see her clear-eyed gaze and accepted her kind gesture. "Thank you," he replied, in the surrounding darkness. He didn't linger to examine it, but tucked it into his pocket as he continued down the stairs. Xing Guanshan observed Gu Xing's unwavering demeanor, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Once the footsteps of the Gu siblings faded away, she turned the doorknob and entered her own home. 009. One cannot generalize about relationships between individuals. As Gu Xing descended the stairs, the sky had completely darkened. "Hey," Gu Pan called out beside him. "First of all, I am not hey," Gu Xing emphasized. All right, Gu Xing," she replied, clutching her papers. "Did you bring a flashlight?" Gu Xing reached behind him to feel his backpack's small pocket. Through the fabric, he could still discern the rough, hard texture, but he feigned irritation, saying, "No, I didn't bring one." "You'll certainly trip if you're not careful." "Cut it out," Gu Pan scoffed. Their personalities, in some respects, mirrored each other. Gu Xing's tone only suggested that he had indeed brought a flashlight. As the streetlights flickered to life, the two waved to their father, who stood at the entrance of the shop, maintaining a meter's distance as they hurried towards school, embraced by the evening breeze. The journey was silent, for Gu Xing's mind was preoccupied with myriad thoughts. The Gu family may not be affluent, yet they were fortunate to possess a home in the Drum West community. According to the school district regulations, the siblings could attend Renai Middle School, located less than 300 meters from their residence, a public institution renowned for its commendable reputation. Through recommendations or the entrance examination, they could advance to Zhenhai High School, situated merely 2 streets away. It could be said that in Zhenhai District, The pinnacle of 9 years of compulsory education culminated in this prestigious high school, including the affiliated Jiaochuan Academy. Xinhai High School typically enrolled around 700 students each year, of which over 40 secured placements at the esteemed Tsinghua University and Peking University, a staggering ratio. Gu Xing felt a sense of contentment. He believed he was already ahead of many peers, albeit from a modest background, yet blessed with an excellent school district. As they approached the school gates, the throng of students grew, and the din of conversation intensified. Donning their white and red school badges, the two traversed the ancient, elegant entrance and swiftly entered the brightly lit teaching building. Walking down the corridor, they were greeted by familiar classmates, offering cheerful hellos. Despite their playful banter and occasional squabbles, the Gu siblings were perceived as sunny, amiable individuals with commendable emotional intelligence and pleasant appearances, making their company quite enjoyable. Upon entering the classroom of Senior Year 3, Class 1, they found most seats already occupied. Gu Xing settled into a spot behind Gu Pan, retrieving his books from his backpack and placing them on the desk. With less than 3 months remaining until the college entrance examination, most students were engrossed in their own affairs. However, the self-study bell had yet to ring, allowing whispers to circulate among the students. Have all the members of the math competition training team returned? I heard none of the 3 giants who joined our training team were selected. Isn't there also 2 from Liqing boarding school? All 5 members from the province's training teams have been eliminated. What? I thought we might produce a national team this year. Initially intending to compose a short English essay, Gu Pan, upon overhearing her peers' chatter, quickly scribbled down a significant portion before approaching the students discussing the training team selection results. Her radiant smile illuminating the room. Could you help me with this? I still can't find one mistake. With attention diverted to the paper, her classmates lost interest in other matters. Thus, the discussion fizzled out. Gu Xing observed this scene, twirling his pen thoughtfully as he returned to his physics problems. With 5 minutes remaining until self-study commenced, his deskmate finally arrived, slender and moving with the briskness of a sprinter, swiftly sliding into her seat. Ding Ran pointed to the empty seat beside Gu Pan. Has Shun returned yet? She's resting at home, Gu Xing replied in a lowered voice. Did you go to the internet cafe? Why are you so late? I played a couple of games and then grabbed a bite to eat. Ding Ran's expression was animated. I have great news. I just advanced to the Gold League. Across a narrow aisle, a boy seated in the same row as Ding Ran couldn't help but interject upon overhearing their conversation. You dare to visit an internet cafe on a minor Sunday? At their school, the weekend schedule alternates between major and minor Sundays, and this week coincided with a minor Sunday, which essentially meant they had only one afternoon free. What of it? Ding Ran replied nonchalantly. Brother Qi and I are currently free from the pressures of the college entrance examinations. They belong to the prestigious Class 1 of their senior year, a class renowned for gathering the finest talents in the school, excelling in various comprehensive assessments. Although their school was not particularly celebrated for competitions, their achievements were commendable. In the nationwide mathematics competition finals at the end of last year, the provincial team comprised 21 members, 5 of whom hailed from their class. Among them, Shun Guanshan and 2 others ranked within the top 60, successfully entering the training team. The remaining 2 unfortunate souls were Gu Xing and Ding Ran, who, ranked just outside the top 100, only managed to secure silver medals. Both had signed agreements with Fudan University's mathematics department, likely to become classmates or even roommates in the upcoming autumn. Their performance, while average within the innovation class, was not particularly distinguished. Fortunately, Fudan, though not considered an elite institution, still held a respectable standing. Thus, both felt remarkably relaxed, even daring to indulge in gaming at an internet cafe during a minor Sunday of their senior year. How enviable, the boy adjusted his glasses. Having abstained from gaming for an entire year in preparation for the college entrance examinations, he shook his head to clear his mind of distractions and resumed his reading comprehension practice in English. Gu Xing, seizing the last moments before self-study commenced, whispered to his deskmate, "Please, don't call me Brother Qi." This nickname had only emerged in their first year. It was all due to Dai Wanshu. In a lesson titled Rain Alley, not only did it depict a girl akin to a lilac, but it also inadvertently linked the term Qi Qi with Gu Xing. The nickname, initially coined by Gu Pan, was clearly a playful jibe, yet it had inexplicably caught on, becoming known even among students from other classes. "All right, Brother Xing," Ding Ran teased. "I heard from the folks at the cafe that you faced the factory manager today. Gu Xing had arrived at the Joyful Times internet cafe a bit later, with Ding Ran following after him. Upon entering, he overheard a young internet cafe manager chatting with the owner, mentioning a boy with a backpack who was apparently a king in the game, having not only matched up against Clear Love, but also achieving a solo kill and securing a dragon. Joyful Times Internet Cafe was not particularly famous in Jinhai, with few high-ranked players frequenting it. By matching the boy's age, rank, and backpack description, Ding Ran could easily deduce it was his friend Gu Xing. Indeed, Gu Xing said proudly, "I proclaimed myself his fan from the very beginning, greeted the factory manager, and then executed a solo kill." He animatedly recounted the gameplay to his deskmate. Ding Ran, skilled at playing the supporting role, lauded Gu Xing for a moment, lifting his spirits before abruptly shifting the topic. "Brother Xing, could you assist me in advancing through the gold promotion matches? I'll gift you a skin." Ding Ran had indeed been drawn into the vast world of League of Legends by Gu Xing, revealing his initial passion for first-person shooters. Dreaming of wielding a top-tier gaming mouse and purchasing a Fire Kirin as a proud RMB player. Later, I found the incessant sound of gunfire rather dull. Many of my classmates had begun to immerse themselves in League of Legends, which prompted me to shift my focus to gaming. Initially, I believed that my skills were on par with my desk mate, Gu Xing, as our competition rankings were quite similar. I assumed our innate talents for the game would be comparable, and thus, I could easily ascend to the ranks of a master. However, reality proved that one cannot generalize when it comes to individual capabilities. Coming from a well-off family, Gu Xing had an abundance of pocket money, which allowed him to purchase gold cards and experience cards, swiftly leveling up to 30. Not only did he unlock all champions, but he also boasted 20 pages of runes and an array of dazzling skins, diving into ranked matches with confidence. Ultimately, he ended up with a record of 2 wins and 8 losses in his placement matches, relegating him to Bronze I. This left me in a state of disarray, as no one in our class had a lower rank than I did, compelling me to channel the same fervor I had once applied to competitions. I sought out a reliable teacher and, using 100 yuan from my internet cafe visits, enlisted Gu Xing's help to elevate my rank to Silver 3. At that time, the winter break had just commenced, and I observed Gu Xing play beside me. I felt as though he was engaging in an entirely different game. Champions like Lee Sin and Elise would effortlessly secure 2 or 3 dozen kills, leaving our opponents in despair, while their only recourse to halt his rampage was to concede. I acknowledged the disparity between myself and my friend, resolved to improve, and gradually crawled my way to the brink of gold. Meanwhile, Gu Xing was already engaging in light-hearted banter with Clear Love. "Let us see how it goes," Gu Xing replied ambiguously, not committing to anything at that moment. Just then, the bell rang, and our homeroom teacher entered the classroom, bringing with him a hush of silence. He began collecting assignments, a man in his 40s, exuding an air of competence and decisiveness. Following a brief holiday, he urged us to refocus. With a steady and robust voice, he announced that the final results of various competitions had been released, allowing us to briefly discuss them. We were not from prestigious institutions like Hangzhou No. 2 High School or Xuejuan, where competition was fierce. Our town relied on college entrance exams. Those who made it into training squads, regardless of their performance, were bound for Tsinghua or Peking University. Before discussing others, we ought to reflect on our own competitiveness against other candidates in the province and whether we could secure admission to these esteemed universities. The classroom fell into a profound silence. Each year, Tsinghua and Peking University allocated only a limited number of admission slots to our province, which were far from sufficient. For each individual who ascended, another must inevitably fall behind. Upon entering this class, few were willing to be left behind. After receiving a few words from the homeroom teacher, a group of top students immediately immersed themselves in their studies, solidifying their grasp on various subjects. Gu Xing, too, cleared his mind of distractions and diligently worked through exercises. 010, a Summoner's Rift. The homeroom teacher sat in a chair behind the podium, his red pen gliding swiftly across the papers submitted by students. In the hushed classroom, the sound of pen on paper became the dominant melody. Gu Xing, seated at his desk, exhibited remarkable speed, his pen hardly pausing. Apart from his prowess in competitions, his performance in other subjects was reasonably commendable, placing him in the middle tier of our class. Though his comprehensive exam scores did not rival those of Gu Pan, nor did his competitive abilities match those of Shun Guanshan, Gu Xing remained an optimist. He compared his comprehensive skills with Shun Guanshan and his competitive prowess with Gu Pan, thus ensuring he could secure victories on both fronts, a true win-win scenario. With a focused mind, Gu Xing diligently tackled one fundamental question after another. When he felt a slight strain in his neck, he glanced up at the clock beside the blackboard, realizing that the first self-study session was nearing its end. His unwavering concentration made time seem to fly by. After reviewing the material from the session to ensure he hadn't overlooked any key points, the bell signaling the end of class echoed through the room. Glancing at the self-study schedule he had crafted, Gu Xing prepared the chemistry materials needed for the next session and then retrieved the dark chocolate that Shun Guanshan had gifted him. The brand was Damori. He recognized each individual letter, yet could not decipher the name when combined. A vague recollection suggested he had encountered this brand before, but further contemplation yielded no clarity. Ding ran, with enthusiasm, guzzled water and noticed his desk mate holding a box of dark chocolate, leaning in to scrutinize it with curiosity. "Do you know this brand?" Gu Xing asked, ensuring the name was visible. Ding Ran shook his head repeatedly, stating, "I'm not particularly interested in dark chocolate. The only brands I know are Dove and Ferrero." Confounded by Shun Guanshan's intention, Gu Xing tucked the chocolate back into his pocket and soon lost himself once more in the vast ocean of knowledge. By the time the self-study session concluded, it was well past 9 in the evening. Ding Ran, with someone waiting to pick him up, bid farewell to Gu Xing and a few classmates before dashing out. Gu Xing tidied his desk, awaiting Gu Pan to head home together. Upon arriving at the entrance of Gushi Community, he spotted his father preparing to close the shop. The two hurried over to assist, lifting the metal rack used for deliveries to a more secure location before lowering the roll-up door. After ensuring everything was in order, the three of them set off towards home. As they walked, Gu's father held a takeout box, his face beaming with joy as he watched his children playfully bicker beside him, allowing the warmth of family life to rise and dissipate under the dim streetlights. Approaching their residence, he cautioned the siblings to ascend the stairs slowly, advising them not to trip. Gu Xing took out his flashlight, illuminating the dark corridor as he led the way for his family. However, his long legs made his strides considerable, and Gu Pan struggled to keep pace. "Even if you walk fast, Mom won't let you bathe first," Gu Pan remarked softly from behind. Gu Xing hesitated but ultimately slowed his pace. Upon reaching the top floor, he noted that Shun Guanshan's door was firmly shut. Before ascending, he had deliberately glanced upwards, observing that her south-facing bedroom was shrouded in darkness, indicating she had likely retired early, leaving him unable to inquire about the dark chocolate. Perhaps it was merely a gift after all. Upon returning home, his mother was still seated on the living room sofa, contemplating her inventory. When she saw her husband return, she pulled him aside to discuss something in hushed tones. Gu Pan quickly shed her shoes and dashed off to fetch a change of clothes. Turning and darting into the bathroom, Gu Xing stood at his desk, listening to the gentle sound of running water as he unwrapped the dark chocolate. The chocolate was divided into 6 small, elegantly packaged pieces. He popped one into his mouth, utilizing the brief interlude to recite classical texts. The chocolate was slightly sweet at first, followed by a bitterness and a hint of sourness, with a rich floral and fruity aroma spreading throughout his palate. It may not be melt in your mouth, but the flavor is rather delightful. After nearly a quarter of an hour, Gu Pan emerged clad in pajamas adorned with Patrick's star, her hair wrapped in a towel. "Hurry up and wash, Dad is still waiting," she reminded him before returning to her compartment. Gu Xing entered the steamy bathroom. Cradling his clothes, he arranged the shower gel and shampoo, instinctively adjusting the shower head temperature slightly lower, due to factors such as height and physique. Gu Pan always preferred a higher temperature when bathing. In his childhood, he had occasionally scalded himself by carelessly turning on the shower. While showering, he also took the opportunity to clean his toothbrush. Once everything was settled, he departed from the bathroom. The rumbling sound of Gu Pan's hairdryer ceased, and Gu Xing closed the door to his room, turning on the computer on his desk, eager to log in and accept the friend request from the factory manager. The desktop computer, purchased during his high school years, was not particularly powerful even then, and now it booted up sluggishly. Ever since Gu Xing reached adulthood and began visiting internet cafes, he had not played League of Legends on this machine. And now he had to download a multitude of version updates. The sluggish speed of the Iron Telecom network was quite frustrating. He decided to leave it for the moment and tackled 2 reading comprehension exercises, glancing up occasionally at the still incomplete updates. Finally, at 10:20 p.m., he was able to log into the game. After a brief moment of lag, He successfully entered the client interface, only to discover that, aside from the factory manager, many others had also sent him friend requests. A host of unfamiliar IDs appeared, including 2 with names suggestive of selling content. It seemed that the factory manager had drawn in viewers from a livestream. Xing successfully added the friend named Promise, while declining the other requests. As he clicked through the final requests, his mouse suddenly halted. There remained just one last request, from an ID named EDG Recruit QXX. The format of this ID bore a striking resemblance to those selling content, and Xing almost accidentally dismissed it. Realizing his oversight, he frowned. EDG Recruit? Uncertain of the situation but wary of missing something significant, he accepted the friend request. He greeted the factory manager, but the latter was offline, likely having switched to another account after completing the livestream. Opening the chat window for EDG Recruit, he sent a simple hello. Just before bed, Pan knocked on the compartment door. Xing, aren't you going to sleep? He glanced at the time in the bottom right corner of his screen. It was now 10:30. With Monday approaching and a flag-raising ceremony scheduled for 7 in the morning, he needed to rise early. Noting that there was still no response, he decided to address it when he returned the following afternoon. He turned off the computer and the lights, enveloping the room in darkness. Lying flat on his single bed, he closed his eyes peacefully. The bedroom was quite narrow, with the 2-meter-long bed fitting just right. However, given his height, if he shifted down even slightly, his toes would sometimes graze the wall. He had developed a habit of sleeping with his legs slightly apart to mitigate this issue significantly. Xing resolved that once he earned enough money, he would strive to secure a larger home, one spacious enough that his toes would not brush against the wall. He pulled the quilt up to his neck, ready to succumb to a deep slumber. Xing had always been a quick sleeper with exceptional sleep quality. However, today felt distinctly amiss. His eyelids twitched intermittently. Xing did not believe in superstitions regarding eyelid twitches. Yet since completing his Olympiad exams, his sleep had been ample and his spirits high. There was no reason for this unease. He opened his eyes, intending to linger in wakefulness for a moment. But the instant he did, his breath momentarily caught in his throat. The once smooth and even ceiling had transformed entirely. A defensive tower, patches of grass, monster camps, and rivers, an entire summoner's rift unfolded before him. Had he played too many games? His first instinct was to dismiss it as a mere hallucination. He blinked. Still, it was the summoner's rift. Xing, who had lived a healthy 18 years, felt a pang of anxiety at such a phenomenon. He could even hear his sister Pan cough softly after choking on water from the other side of the partition. Sitting up, he knocked on the partition door. "What is up?" Pan asked, perplexed, as she patted her chest. "Could you check the ceiling in my room?" Xing inquired, wishing to confirm his suspicion. Initially reluctant, Pan reconsidered and opened the door, peering out. "Do you see anything unusual?" Xing's heart raced. At that moment, he was uncertain of what answer he sought from his sister. "No," Pan replied nonchalantly, shifting her gaze from the ceiling back to her brother. "Did you see a spider or something?" After a moment of contemplation, Xing responded, "Perhaps I was just seeing things." He closed the door, planning to return to bed. Suddenly, Pan realized something and lowered her voice, calling out, "Xing, are you intentionally trying to annoy me and keep me awake?" She had long since learned to interpret her brother's actions with the utmost suspicion, experience born from years of sibling rivalry. However, Xing was too preoccupied to engage with her. Pulling the covers over him and gazing at the ceiling now dominated by the summoner's rift, lost in thought. 011. Virtual match. Xing glanced around, noting 5 round chess-like pieces placed in the corners of both ends of the rift, precisely at the respective spawn points of both teams. Each piece was filled with the familiar faces of champions. The blue team consisted of Darius, Lee Sin, Victor, Spear of Vengeance, and Thresh, while the red team comprised Fiora, Rek'Sai, Fizz, Varus, and Blitzcrank. Calming the initial surge of panic at the sight of the rift, Xing realized this was unmistakably the lineup from the ranked match he had encountered with the manager that afternoon. It appeared that nothing was as simple as it seemed. Furrowing his brow, he scrutinized every detail of the rift, observing intently. Overall, the rift resembled the initial view of a mini-map as spectators watched a professional match, offering a god's-eye perspective, albeit significantly magnified. An idea struck him. He stood on his bed, attempting to reach out and touch the rift. His fingers plunged into the war fog, delving into the dense, shadowy forests of the jungle, but the forest felt unreal, devoid of any tactile sensation. Until the very end, his fingertips felt a flat and icy hard object. He realized it was the ceiling of his own home. Xing continued to wave his palm vigorously in the canyon. Yet everything within his line of sight in Summoner's Rift offered no tactile feedback. Coupled with Gu Pan's earlier remarks, he concluded that the issue lay within his own mind. Unable to fall asleep even with closed eyes, Xing resolved to explore this canyon. He wished to first move the blind monk from the blue fountain. As this thought crossed his mind, everything in Summoner's Rift seemed to spring to life. The blind monk departed from the fountain, and the other 4 hero icons on the blue side began to move as well. Similarly, on the other end of the canyon, the 5 characters on the red side did the same. As the minion waves departed from both teams' crystal hubs towards the lanes, the blind monk and Rek'Sai, the 2 junglers, had already made their way to their respective red buff camps. Xing knew this was the starting point for him and the factory director in ranked matches. However, the blind monk was accompanied by Kalista and Thresh. While Rek'Sai was utterly alone, its duo, Varus and Blitzcrank, were hiding in the brush behind the next tower. Xing suspected that what was playing out in the canyon was a replay of a ranked match. Yet, he could not be entirely certain of this notion. His own movements posed no issues, but Xing could not guarantee the accuracy of the opposing team's routes. After all, during his ranked matches, he had no vision capabilities and was unaware of the precise movements of Clearlove's champions at that time. Xing recalled the live stream video that Jackulove had sent him earlier that evening. From that perspective, he could glean the positional information of the factory director's teammates. He gently pulled open the drawer and retrieved his phone. Finding the chat history, he switched it to silent mode and opened the video. Xing held the phone before his eyes next to Summoner's Rift. In the video, the factory director stood alone in the red buff camp, while the bot lane duo was indeed standing in the brush behind the next tower. Out of caution, Xing continued to watch for a while longer before arriving at a definitive conclusion. The match in the canyon was a replay of his encounter with the factory director in ranked play, with every position identical. However, a 9/10 disappointment washed over him. Although the domestic server currently lacked a robust match replay function, it did possess a spectator mode, allowing one to observe matches from a godlike perspective in regular ranked games. Aside from frequent server issues that rendered the spectator system unusable, there were no other flaws. Why go to such lengths for something that could easily be handled on a computer? Suddenly, a thought struck him. What if he were to forcibly alter the movement path of his blind monk right now? As this idea sparked, the Lee Sin in the canyon continued to clear the jungle, oblivious to his thoughts. Xing then attempted to manipulate the other 9 characters, but to no avail. The match in Summoner's Rift continued unabated, entirely beyond his control. The blind monk proceeded to the top lane to slay Fiora, while Rek'Sai swiftly crossed the wall to ambush and eliminate Kalista. Xing found himself powerless, lying flat on his bed, allowing the heroes within the Summoner's Rift to engage in their own pursuits. The 2 junglers clashed for the first time in the jungle, and Xing was well aware of the subsequent events. He recalled how he had single-handedly eliminated the jungler known as Clearlove during that match. Yet, at the moment when Rek'Sai's icon was returned to the fountain, the Summoner's Rift suddenly froze in time. All 10 heroes stood immobile, and witnessing this anomaly, Xing's mind raced. He could vividly remember the intricacies of that ranked match. Following his successful kill, he had opted not to counter-jungle Clearlove's F4, but instead chose to use the jungle monsters as bait to lure Clearlove into a false sense of security, while he himself ventured down to gank. This, however, resulted in him being ambushed by Clearlove in return. Such counterplay had plunged their team into a disadvantageous position in the mid-game. Had it not been for Xing's clear strategy to nurture his teammates and his adept execution of a hard-fought Baron steal, they would likely have suffered a bitter defeat. Yet, even now, he remained perplexed as to how the opponent had foreseen his intentions. Why had the Summoner's Rift come to a standstill at this crucial juncture? A new hypothesis emerged in Xing's mind. Was this a test, urging him to devise a solution to alter the outcome of his ambush? Thanks to the omniscient perspective, Xing endeavored to consider the situation from Clearlove's viewpoint. As this thought took shape, the fog of war enveloped the rift, shrouding everything behind the blue side's defensive tower, obscuring even the heroes who remained out of vision. He found himself now in the red side's perspective, where a fake ward lay beside the F4 camp. Observing as his Lee Sin executed the kill without tending to the Rift Herald, but instead returned to base within his own vision range. He pondered for a moment and finally discerned the root of the issue. It was overly contrived. The F4 camp was indeed susceptible to a counter-jungle, and at that moment, the little fish champion near the white windmill posed no threat to him. Yet, he had deliberately chosen to return to base, even reading the recall while under the watchful eye of Clearlove's fake ward. In the professional arena, where cunning and strategy reigned supreme, Clearlove's seasoned gameplay would undoubtedly raise suspicion, prompting him to seek out Gu Xing's position. In summary, Gu Xing had left the F4 camp as bait to ensnare Clearlove, believing himself to be on the second level while the opponent was on the first. Little did he know, Clearlove was actually on the third level. Contemplating how to rectify this, Gu Xing's thoughts triggered a shift within the summoner's rift, allowing him to switch to Lee Sin's perspective, now shrouded by the fog of war, obscuring the opponent's structures and some heroes. He could now manipulate Lee Sin freely, without any lack of feedback. Wherever he pointed, there he struck, as though extending his very limbs. After all, Gu Xing was a highly skilled player, a king of the first rank, his talents setting him apart among his peers. With clarity on his strategic intentions, he quickly devised a plan. Upon returning to base, Gu Xing refrained from making the first move. Instead, he opted to clear his own 3 wolves and the Rift Herald. These camps were positioned centrally on the map, allowing for swift travel to any of the 3 lanes. His choice was to wait for Clearlove to make the first move, since he had neither dodged nor unleashed his ultimate ability at the time. It was unnecessary for him to engage in a direct confrontation with promises or partake in minor skirmishes. Avoiding his weaknesses while capitalizing on his strengths was the prudent course of action. Should the enemy focus on the lower lane, Gu Xing could shift to the upper lane, where even a failed tower dive could force the opponent's Fiora out of the experience zone. Venturing towards the mid lane was also a commendable option, as it could alleviate considerable pressure on the disadvantaged victor. By adopting a reactive approach, he could significantly enhance the likelihood of his endeavor succeeding. Gu Xing initially believed that by presenting a strategic outline, he could conclude his involvement and allow the summoner's rift above to dissipate. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The visage of Rek'Sai emerged directly from the red side's fountain onto the upper lane. Was it still possible to continue? Rek'Sai had evidently utilized her ultimate ability, enabling her to traverse to any tunnel across the map. The resurrected Void Burrower seized an opportune moment, arriving at the upper lane before Gu Xing and eliminating the Darius. Gu Xing was caught off guard. He had initially intended to switch back to the god's perspective. Yet, this time, the rift was unresponsive to his commands. He could only rely on the perspective of the blind monk, uncertain of the repercussions of losing the match, and thus had to remain calm and composed, directing his champion to counteract. A virtual match, entirely unrelated to the realities of ranked play, commenced. The opponent's decisions were remarkably decisive, and the tempo was exceedingly brisk. Gu Xing could barely keep pace, unable to leverage his operational advantages. Both junglers engaged in a battle of wits, with Gu Xing undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Moreover, Rek'Sai occasionally employed rather underhanded tactics, frequently hiding in the shadows to ambush him or positioning herself in bizarre blind spots, launching surprise attacks in the most outrageous manners. Gu Xing was oblivious to how the rift determined the victor in skirmishes. Mid-game team fights ended in a stalemate, but as the match progressed, Rek'Sai created increasingly favorable conditions for her team, resulting in Gu Xing's side suffering defeat for the majority of the time. The explosion of the Nexus seemed inevitable. Before Gu Xing could react, the summoner's rift reverted to its original state. The 10 heroes from both the blue and red sides reappeared in their fountains, and this virtual match was rebooted once again. After losing 3 consecutive matches, Gu Xing rubbed his temples, feeling a twinge of frustration. Even if he deciphered the deadly counterattack that had transpired in reality, winning the subsequent virtual match seemed a daunting task. At this rate, if he did not emerge victorious, a peaceful night's sleep would elude him. The crux of the virtual match lay in Rek'Sai's unpredictable maneuvers and her exaggerated prowess. Seizing the moment before the match reached a definitive conclusion, Gu Xing mentally retraced the strategies from their previous encounters. He had an inkling that Rek'Sai's playstyle was strikingly familiar. Gu Xing had not watched an abundance of League of Legends matches, primarily focusing on international tournaments. He sensed that her ability to manipulate vision and execute ambushes bore a striking resemblance to Clearlove and SKT's 2-time world champion jungler, Benji. Coupled with the opponents he faced in reality, Gu Xing speculated that Rek'Sai might have emulated some of the strategic concepts employed by the factory director. A glance at his phone revealed the time, and he suddenly realized that only a minute had elapsed since he first entered the virtual match. In reality, how many skirmishes had erupted in the rift within that single minute? At this moment, the canyon is frozen in time, and the match is about to commence. After having just eliminated Rek'Sai in the jungle, what should the blind monk do next? Gu Xing seizes the opportunity to switch to Rek'Sai's perspective, contemplating the opponent's counter-strategies while reflecting on the virtual match that had just unfolded. Merging these insights, he exhaustively ponders the optimal course of action he could undertake. His fervent desire to win is ignited, and as he lies in bed, he engages in a mental duel against Rek'Sai, battling for what feels like 300 rounds. The icons of the heroes move incessantly, akin to chess pieces being played upon the board of Summoner's Rift. Minute after minute passes. The formidable nature of Rek'Sai exceeds his wildest imagination. Yet, Gu Xing is resolute in his quest for victory, pouring every ounce of effort into it. Each defeat teaches him invaluable lessons, fueling his resilience and unyielding spirit. Finally, at the moment when the clock strikes midnight on March 21st, Gu Xing's blind monk icon, alongside his teammates, secures the red side nexus. The Summoner's Rift before him blurs and dissipates, revealing the pristine ceiling above. Gu Xing feels an exhilarating rush. His eyes are weary, his body languid and weak, and drowsiness washes over him like a tide. However, the corners of his mouth cannot help but curl upwards, revealing a silent smile. A training invitation in the early morning, Gu Xing turns off the buzzing alarm clock, cherishing a rare moment of lingering in bed. After a night's rest, the events from the previous evening continue to weigh heavily on his mind. What exactly transpired in that Summoner's Rift? The virtual match, featuring a Rek'Sai reminiscent of the renowned player, leaves Gu Xing perplexed. From the adjoining room, the faint sounds of movement suggest that Gu Pan and their parents have already risen. He stretches, shaking off the remnants of sleep, rises to neatly fold his blanket, and pulls back the curtains, revealing a gray and somber sky outside. While organizing his papers, Gu Xing's gaze falls upon the open box of dark chocolate on his desk. His eating and drinking habits had been consistent with his usual routine, save for that solitary piece of chocolate. Could it be the cause of this peculiar experience? The brand looks increasingly familiar. After a brief online search, Gu Xing confirms that he has indeed encountered similar packaging before, yet the specific events elude his memory. After a quick wash, he adeptly consumes a couple of eggs and downs a glass of hot milk before heading off to school. As the siblings make their way halfway, they happen upon Shun Guanshan, who is shouldering a backpack and munching on a bun, her cheeks puffed out like the pastry itself. "Good morning." Gu Pan cheerfully greets her friend. Shun Guanshan responds and inadvertently glances at Gu Xing. "Can we speak privately for a moment, Guanshan?" Gu Xing inquires, seeking her attention. Gu Pan shoots him a questioning look. "What are you up to?" "I'm just asking about the training team." Gu Xing waves her off. "You wouldn't understand." Taking a deep breath, Gu Pan attempts to formulate a retort. Ultimately, she concedes, acknowledging her frustration but unable to find a counter-argument. She walks ahead, allowing the two to converse quietly behind her. "The chocolate you gave me yesterday was quite delightful," Gu Xing states, getting straight to the point. Upon hearing these words, Shun Guanshan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is that so? Do you want some? I have a few here." She finished her bun and unzipped her backpack, revealing a small compartment filled with several boxes of the same brand of dark chocolate. Gu Xing, reluctant to accept someone else's belongings for free, found himself unable to resist. After expressing his gratitude, he extracted a box identical to the one from the previous night, tore open the packaging, and indulged. Upon arriving in the classroom, he spent the morning reading, his gaze frequently drifting to the ceiling. "What are you doing?" Ding Ran inquired, puzzled by her deskmate's behavior. "Is your neck uncomfortable?" "It's nothing," Gu Xing replied, retracting his gaze. Everything seemed normal. The Summoner's Rift had not re-emerged. Were it not for the vivid and tangible memories from the previous night, he might have doubted whether it was all merely a dream. He forced himself to concentrate on his textbooks and assignments, dedicating the entire morning to study. Finally, when the lunch bell rang, Gu Xing dashed home and quickly powered on his computer. This time, there was no need for updates. He swiftly logged into the server. Clearlove had yet to respond or log in. However, the individual with the EDG recruitment tag sent him a message. "Let us discuss further on QQ." Gu Xing copied down the QQ number after the ID and sent a friend request, which was accepted almost instantly. Without preamble, the other party stated, "I am the youth training manager for the EDG Club's LOL division. Ming Kai recommended you yesterday afternoon. I reviewed the footage and was impressed. May I ask your age?" After receiving Gu Xing's precise response, another message followed. "Are you interested in pursuing a professional career? You can come to our base in Shanghai for a trial training session. We cover meals, accommodation, and travel expenses." Subsequently, a series of images were sent, showcasing internal photos of the EDG base, his ID badge, and even screenshots of yesterday's conversation with the manager, proving his authenticity. Gu Xing's heart raced with exhilaration. This was an unprecedented experience for him. He flexed his fingers, deliberating for a moment before typing on the membrane keyboard. "I may need to seriously consider this." The response came promptly, "We always have openings at the base. Just let me know once you've made a decision." EDG is a highly reputable club, if your parents are concerned. They can stay at the base for a couple of days. After agreeing, Gu Xing closed the chat window, still somewhat dazed. He had triumphed over the manager yesterday, engaged in countless virtual matches in the peculiar Summoner's Rift at night, and now received an invitation for a trial training session with EDG? Unfamiliar with the professional esports landscape, Gu Xing felt lost. No one in his vicinity pursued this career path. Who could he consult? Moreover, he never intended to embark on such a journey. His plan was to complete his studies at Fudan, secure a respectable job, save for a few years, and provide his family with a larger, more comfortable home. The series of unexpected events had completely disrupted his plans. He recalled the Seven Wolves of Ionia, having heard that some members in their group played professionally. Gu Xing resolved to seek their opinions first. With determination, he decided to act. "I am truly only adept at jungle gameplay. Have any of you encountered him? He added me as a friend yesterday, claiming to be affiliated with EDG." Gu Xing shared the ID of the EDG youth training manager. He remained skeptical of the individual's claims, as in this day and age, images can easily be manipulated. As for chat records, such records hardly constitute credible evidence. Qian Fandian affirmed, "It's true. He oversees the youth training at EDG. Occasionally, I dine out with the coach, and he joins us. Unfortunately, there was no alternative. You are quite impressive, maintaining such a relationship with the coach." Qian Fandian's response was prompt. "I've been a professional since 2014, you know. A bunch of novices." Seeing the conversation diverting, Gu Xing quickly interjected, "He invited me for a trial training. Are there any kind-hearted individuals who could offer some advice?" He primarily sought insights from those closer to the esports realm than himself. Ultimately, the decision to attend the training would rest with him and his parents. MGB Ming inquired, "How old are you, brother?" "I am truly only adept at jungle gameplay," responded. "I am 18, currently in my third year of high school." Online romance Prince Beethoven remarked, "With only 2 months until the college entrance examination, are you still gaming? Have you given up on yourself?" Ming, with great enthusiasm, responded with a lengthy message. "If your grades aren't beyond hope, I advise prioritizing the entrance exam, securing a school as a safety net. If you find time during the summer, you can attend the trial training. It could serve as a pleasant excursion to Shanghai. Moreover, the path of a professional player is fraught with challenges, so prepare yourself mentally before venturing into it." This perspective resonated with Gu Xing. His immediate focus must be on preparing for the entrance examination. After 12 arduous years of effort, having earned a national silver medal in competitive mathematics, Gu Xing could not afford to abandon his academic pursuits. Furthermore, the future of the esports path remains uncertain. Even if he envisions the Summoner's Rift in his mind, it does not guarantee success. In contrast, pursuing an education undoubtedly presents a higher likelihood of securing a viable future. Unfortunately, there was no alternative. I too aspire to become a professional player. Several teams have extended invitations, yet I have not made a commitment." Qian Fandian sarcastically replied, "Are you jesting? You still wish to pursue a professional career? There is no middle-age division in esports." Gu Xing could not help but chuckle. Jackie Love's current age remains a mystery. However, he had heard that Xiang Xiang and Qian Fandian, among others, had played games with Jackie Love. His voice, tinged with a regional accent, sounded hoarse, and like the coach, he adopted an ID incorporating love, exuding an aura reminiscent of the Grave Love family, enhanced by his expertise in the formidable character Draven. The group's impression of him is somewhat akin to that of the renowned Draven streamer Vincent, appearing to be in his 20s or 30s. Xiang Xiang often referred to him as brother. Upon hearing Xiang Xiang's comment, Jackie Love interpreted it as a veiled insult and promptly retorted, vowing never to lend Xiang his green diamond membership again. Gu Xing observed their lively discourse, which bore no relevance to him, and decided to exit the group chat. At that moment, his father entered, searching for his jacket to wash the dirty clothes before heading to the store later that afternoon. While rummaging through his coat pocket, Gu Fu retrieved a box of dark chocolate. Glancing at the exterior packaging, he turned back, perplexed, and inquired, "Where did you find this, Damori?" Upon hearing the word find, Gu Xing sprang from his seat, exclaiming, "Dad, you know this chocolate?" Startled, his father remarked, "Why are you so jumpy?" Gu Xing forced himself to regain composure and pressed his father for the backstory. Gu Fu draped his son's coat over his forearm, recalling, "It has been many years. Back when I was still working at the factory and you were in elementary school." Listening to his father's words, Gu Xing was transported back in time. In his childhood, life at home was relatively comfortable. Both parents were vocational school graduates who entered the factory after finishing their studies. Although they were not wealthy, their employment was stable, and they had weathered the tide of layoffs. However, the financial crisis of 2008 ultimately devastated the factory, leading to their dismissal and prompting them to open a small shop just outside the community. After a moment of reflection, his father articulated, the factory had dealings with Italy, and some colleagues would travel to Turin for business, returning with this chocolate, which was rumored to be quite precious. He gestured toward the chocolate in his hand, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. "Damori, I remember someone in the department mispronouncing the name, and the others teasing them for it." He chuckled gently. "There were only 2 pieces for your mother and me. I recall the day you won an award in the Hua Luogang Youth Mathematics competition. We were so delighted that we gave you a piece, and the other was shared with Pampan at home. Can you still recall the taste of that chocolate?" Upon hearing the mention of the Hua Cup Award, Gu Xing was reminded of the past. The reason the dark chocolate brand seemed so familiar suddenly clicked. He had indeed received a piece of Damori back then, but being in elementary school, he was too young to recognize the brand or the foreign letters adorning the wrapper. Moreover, the chocolate had not lingered in his hands for more than an hour. Excited by the award and the foreign chocolate, young Gu Xing hurried home, oblivious to why he did not wait for his parents but felt compelled to return alone. In hindsight, it seemed he was eager to boast to Gu Pan about receiving a piece of chocolate, wanting to assert that he was favored by their parents more than his sister. With his short legs moving swiftly, he dashed up to the 7th floor. However, before he could reach the front door, young Gu Xing spotted Xing Guanshan, who had outperformed him in the Hua Cup, sitting on the staircase. Her eyes were puffy and red, resembling a rabbit, with tears streaming down her face. The subsequent events were but vague memories, not entirely clear. It seemed that Xing Guanshan's grandfather had passed away that day, and her parents were preoccupied with funeral arrangements and comforting her grandmother, leaving no one to attend to her while she basked in her school accolades. Gu Xing vaguely remembered clumsily attempting to console her, even going so far as to give away the foreign chocolate he had just received, managing to quell her sobs before finally returning home. As all memories intertwined, Gu Xing finally comprehended why Xing Guanshan had presented him with that particular brand of chocolate yesterday. Even taking a moment to glance at him when he handed it over, he masked the emotions in his eyes, jesting with his father as he retrieved the box of chocolates. Once seated again, Gu Xing fell into contemplation. Was it possible that only this box of chocolate from Xing Guanshan could unlock the Summoner's rift in his mind? Such a notion seemed rather mystical. In the past, he would have scoffed at such an idea. However, after the events of the previous night, Gu Xing found this triggering mechanism to be somewhat plausible and not entirely unacceptable. He glanced at the packaging once more. There were still 344 days until the expiration date. Inside the box were 6 small pieces. He had consumed one the night before, likely during a simulated virtual match against the director. With 5 pieces remaining, if this truly was a triggering item, he certainly could not indulge recklessly. Gu Xing meticulously collected all of them and stored them in a drawer for future use. For the entirety of his afternoon break, he consulted with the members of the 7 Wolves of Ionia regarding youth training matters and even managed to connect with Ming, successfully adding him as a friend. Ming served as the starting support for the YM club in the domestic secondary league and was quite experienced. As he was eating, typing was inconvenient, so he opted for a voice call. Without hesitation, Gu Xing donned his headphones and confidently accepted the call. "Hello, hello, can you hear me?" Ming's voice resonated clearly. Gu Xing promptly responded, "My real name is Shi Sun Ming. You can call me Ming or Xiao Ming." sitting at the dining table. With chopsticks in one hand and his phone in the other, Xing greeted him with a cheerful demeanor. You should be older. I haven't yet celebrated my 18th birthday. Hello. Xing introduced himself and exchanged a few pleasantries before transitioning to the main topic. He was deeply curious about the realm of youth training, harboring several questions that perplexed him. After listening to Xing's inquiries, Xing took a couple of bites of rice, carefully considering his words before responding. Whether one can pass the youth training trials primarily depends on a few factors. The first is your score. As long as your ranking points are sufficiently high, you will likely be retained. How high is considered sufficient? Xing sought a more precise figure. Is it 1,000 points for the king rank? No, 600 or 700 will absolutely suffice. Many clubs prefer to nurture talent. Of course, if you can reach 1,000 points, or even top the server, then you can choose from various clubs' youth training programs. Rather than having the programs choose you, Xing grasped that the score was essentially indicative of his scarcity. Young players with high scores were few and far between, making them highly sought after by clubs. In contrast, those with lower scores were abundant, resulting in lesser demand from teams. This, in a sense, created an imbalance in supply and demand, distinguishing between a seller's market and a buyer's market. Xing continued to elaborate. The second aspect is the training matches, specifically the 5v5 custom games. The disparity between casual ranked matches and actual competitions is significant, and many aspects remain obscured. Training matches closely simulate the competitive environment, allowing youth coaches to evaluate your communication skills and compatibility with the team. In simpler terms, these matches serve to assess your suitability for a professional career. His words flowed rapidly, like a barrage of bullets. As long as you do not retreat into yourself or adopt an excessively solitary playstyle, performing normally should suffice. Xing added, however, that a unique playstyle is not inherently problematic, provided that your teammates can endure it and you secure victories. Regarding salary, let me be frank. Without formal competitions in youth training, the compensation offered by first-tier clubs is generally only a few thousand. If one can manage to compete in the secondary leagues, earning around 10,000 a month is feasible. As for the top-tier leagues, Xing spoke with a hint of envy, admitting he was uncertain of the specifics since he had not reached that level. Xing began to grasp the hierarchy of compensation. To him, this salary was not insignificant. Among the young workforce in Jinhai, few earn over 10,000 monthly. A mature thought took shape in his mind. Thank you, Xiaoming. Xing expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Though they were not closely acquainted, having met only in a group, Xing had answered many of his questions, and Xing felt a sense of appreciation. Not at all. Your performance with Li Xin yesterday earned me 25 points. Xing replied cheerfully. If you try out for EDG, you might as well come check out YM. We are quite in need of a jungler. If you perform well, you could secure a spot on the starting roster. The owner is PDD. You know him, right? Upon hearing that name, Xing's mind recalled the S3 All-Star event, which marked his first experience watching a live League of Legends match. PDD was not only famous for his Rumble barbecue, but also for the iconic moment when Shai executed a 4-man ultimate with Zac. Even though subsequent matches saw Shai receive his due, most viewers still associated PDD with that legendary Zac play. After agreeing to the proposition, Xing ended the voice call. He retrieved a notebook to jot down the vital information. He planned to immerse himself in the life of a professional player after the college entrance examination. With opportunities laid before him and nothing planned for the summer, he figured that playing games for money would be worthwhile. After 2 months of gaming, he would attend classes at Fudan University, using the earnings as living expenses. His current goal was clear, while stabilizing his academic performance. He aimed to elevate his rank on the Electric 1 server. His kingly rank would serve as leverage for future negotiations, determining how much he could earn over the summer. Xing was known for his decisive nature. During afternoon classes, he focused intently, striving to enhance his learning efficiency. After school, he hurried to the internet cafe. Ding Ran had also joined him, intending to officially become a foundation-building practitioner and reach Gold V by the end of the week. The Joyful Times Internet Cafe was merely 700 or 800 meters from the town center. The two walked briskly, soon arriving at the entrance, where they remembered to remove their school badges before entering. In the town, there is no requirement to wear school uniforms, as long as they remove their school badges. Passers-by would have no idea they are students. They could easily enjoy a game and later return for evening self-study. Ding Ran ordered a bottle of Pepsi. asking if Gu Xing would like one, but he waved his hand in refusal, thinking that it was best to seize every opportunity to play. During peak evening hours, the internet cafe was bustling with patrons, and there were 2 attendants on duty, one of whom was the young man from yesterday. Gu Xing remembered him well, as he was seen sneaking glances at EDG's mid-season match highlights while working, clearly someone who understood the value of earning his keep. Good evening. The young attendant greeted with a smile as Gu Xing swiped his ID card. As Gu Xing and Ding Ran entered the cafe, the attendant leaned over to his colleague and whispered, "Brother, this is the diamond I told you about. He ranked against the manager yesterday afternoon." The seasoned attendant glanced up, his memory jogged by the vivid impression left behind. During the New Year period, this player had been consistently racking up kills and dominating matches, leading the manager to initially suspect foul play. Upon investigation, however, they found he was indeed a diamond player. No wonder he could steal the dragon from the manager. The young attendant marveled, envious of Gu Xing's prowess. He also played League of Legends, but was stuck in the silver tier, likely never to reach his idol, Pledge. Gu Xing made his way to the vacant computer station 77 and pressed the power button. Ding Ran sat beside him, eager to warm up for their match. The familiar announcing voice echoed once more. The player at station 76 was a tenacious silver from Ionia, named Yairi. "Don't announce that," Ding Ran exclaimed, feeling a tinge of embarrassment despite her frequent visits. "Can't they set the announcements to gold and above? The owner must not want to make any business." The next announcement rang out, drawing the attention of several players who weren't wearing headsets. Most were curious about Gu Xing at station 77. However, Ding Ran, sitting next to him, felt uncomfortable under the scrutiny and quickly lowered her head, opting for a more covert approach. Once both were logged into the diamond server, Gu Xing, who was accustomed to solo queuing, sought a friend to enhance his ranking efficiency. After reaching out to several acquaintances, he discovered that Jackie Love was on a Smuff account with Rhythm and Tenderness, duo queuing with Ming, and had been waiting for a match for a quarter of an hour. Rhythm and Tenderness messaged, "Hurry up and queue. You might just be the last one we need." Due to the system's attempt to balance hidden scores and maintain parity in skill levels, along with a naturally limited pool of high-ranking players, queue times were notoriously unpredictable. Gu Xing opened the ranked system and, within 2 seconds, found himself in the ranked match BP interface. "Is this really your rank?" Ding Ran exclaimed in astonishment. "You queued faster than my gold promotion match." "It was merely a coincidence," Gu Xing replied, scanning the team chat channel for familiar names. As expected, the other 4 teammates were quite recognizable. Besides Jackie Love and Ming, the other 2 players were also notable high-ranking streamers, Huya's Tiger and Nu's Torn Paradise. MGB and Ming chimed in, "Brother Xing, we matched up again. What a coincidence. New Heaven Torn Asunder. Good evening, everyone. Rhythm and Tenderness. I truly can only play jungle. Please check the group." Gu Xing logged into QQ and discovered that Jackie Love had posted a YY voice chat room number in the small group of 7 wolves, inviting him to join for a voice connection. After confirming that the internet cafe's computer was equipped with YY voice, he entered Jackie Love's channel. As Gu Xing connected his headphone cable to the main unit, he was immediately greeted by the cacophony of voices in the voice channel, along with the sound of heavy breathing. Shi Sunming was also present, his booming voice cutting through the noise as he scolded, "You win, Ba. Are you trying to die? Stop panting into the mic." "Not your concern," Jackie Love retorted before turning to Gu Xing. "What should I call you, buddy?" Shi Sunming, ever familiar, chimed in, "Gu Xing. Just call him Xinggu." Jackie Love obediently called out, "Xinggu. No, I can't accept that." Gu Xing hurriedly replied, "Just call me by my name." Like the feedback from Xiang and Qian Fanta, Jackie Love's voice immediately suggested he was in his 20s or 30s. He certainly could not bear the title of brother. "This game is good. No need to fight for positions. Just play your roles," Shi Sunming said cheerfully. He and Jackie Love moved to the bottom lane. While Heaven Torn Asunder played mid, Tiger God took the top lane, and Gu Xing ventured into the jungle. Each player occupied their designated role. In a match where the pre-selection mode was not yet implemented, it felt remarkably comfortable and harmonious. The mid lane selected Zed, and Gu Xing pondered, "I need to supplement some AP damage. Do you think I should choose Gragas or Elise?" "Play whichever you are more comfortable with. Don't mind us," Jackie Love confidently replied. He and Shi Sunming secured Draven and Thresh, ready to dominate. After some contemplation, Gu Xing finally locked in Elise, aiming to establish an advantage early in the game. The final composition was set. Xing's red team consisted of top lane Jax, jungle Elise, mid lane Zed, and bottom lane Draven with Thresh. Opposing them, the blue team comprised top lane Riven, jungle Lee Sin, mid lane Lissandra, and bottom lane Lucian with Braum. Xing cracked his knuckles, preparing to test his strength. After last night's virtual training, he felt significantly stronger, though he remained uncertain of his true capability. As the game loading screen appeared, they recognized the IDs of their opponents. Wow, all familiar faces. Sure, Sunming exclaimed. The opposing top lane Riven, known as Heibai, was highly skilled and quite famous in the national server. The jungle's ID read greedy and stylish, Director Dong, while the mid lane Ice Maiden was Taiyuan Ma Chao. And the bottom duo were comrades from their group, Xiang and Qian Fanta. Kill, kill, kill. Today, Xiang's rank is mine for the taking. Even Jesus cannot save him, I tell you. Jackie Love shouted excitedly in the voice chat. Xing was equally filled with fighting spirit, eagerly anticipating the arrival in Summoner's Rift. 014, clear strategy, deadly counter. 5 heroes emerged from the fountain of the red side. Xing purchased his starting items and swiftly maneuvered his queen of spiders away from the high ground. Meanwhile, the chat channel erupted in a frenzy. Both sides in the lower lane were fervently questioning each other, exchanging greetings in a rather spirited manner. Xing had not anticipated that. In such a seemingly trivial ranked match, the members of the Seven Wolves could dominate the battlefield to such an extent. However, upon reflection, it did seem plausible. With so many players in the group, Xing, having played relatively few matches, found himself with a lower ranking. The remaining high-ranked players were predominantly among the top 100, if not the top 50, in Ionia, making the likelihood of encountering them in the same match exceedingly high. Jackulove was still grumbling in the voice chat, "Little brat, today you'll see how I obliterate you." Meanwhile, Xiang and Kyan Fandian were conversing in their YY voice channel. In reality, their seats were quite close, and they could have communicated face-to-face. They opted for voice chat only because of another individual, the jungle champion known as Greedy and Flamboyant, Dong Xiaosa. As a renowned gaming streamer from a bygone era, he not only ran a snack shop selling meat-flavored cakes, but also established a League of Legends team, boasting titles like Huang de Yaoshi and Greedy and Flamboyant. Xiang and Kyan Fandian were part of the lower lane duo for Greedy and Flamboyant, essentially employees of Dong Xiaosa. "We can win this match, right?" Dong Xiaosa began his stream, feeling quite elated, convinced that today was a day for climbing ranks. "Absolutely," Xiang, whose voice bore a youthful timbre, remarked. "Look at the solid composition of our team. We have ample control. I can carry this game." Although his fame did not rival that of Jackulove, Xiang believed his skills were equally formidable. He had secured Lucian, his signature hero, and with the robust support of his ally, Braum, their lane pressure was decidedly formidable. "Luqing, keep an eye on me this match," Xiang cautioned his partner Kyan Fandian. "Don't let Zed take me out. Just manage your own game." Lin Weixiang, Luqing, operating the Kyan Fandian account, replied somewhat dismissively. "What is your problem?" Lin Weixiang expressed his discontent with his partner's lackluster attitude, urging for a more cordial exchange. Luqing, uninterested in engaging further, warned Dong Xiaosa to be wary of the opposing jungler, who was quite skilled. He had watched the previous day's video featuring a clash with the prominent player, and from his friend Nuayan's perspective, the opposing blind monk's gameplay was indeed quite outrageous. Yet, he remained uncertain about this player's spider skills. "Oh," Dong Xiaosa became intrigued. "Then I shall take this match more seriously." At the onset of the season, as everyone aimed to climb the ranks, no one wished to face defeat, especially against fellow members of the Seven Wolves. A substantial loss would surely invite ridicule within the group for an extended period. "Follow me. Let us place a ward in the enemy jungle to track their spider." Luqing, confident in his role as Braum, whose passive abilities stand behind me allowed him to quickly stun enemies in conjunction with Lucian, marked the enemy's lower jungle, calling for assistance from his teammates. However, Sure Sunming, having spent some time in the secondary league, possessed a keen sense for such matters. He promptly arrived in the jungle and placed a ward down the river. Within 3 seconds, he spotted the formidable Braum, shield in hand, charging towards him alongside his allies. Upon observing the movements of the enemy, Xing refrained from making any impulsive decisions. The level 1 spider possessed minimal combat prowess, and with his mid laner being a Zed, he opted to relinquish the jungle to his opponents and ventured alone into the upper quadrant. Initially contemplating a red buff start, Gu Xing's mind raced, leading him to alter his strategy. He urgently warned his teammates that the opposing Lee Sin might invade his lower jungle, aiming to reach level 3 and subsequently tower dive to eliminate them. Jackie and Xiao Ming, both astute players maintaining a position in the top 10 of the national server, grasped this insight almost simultaneously with Gu Xing. The bot lane duos, featuring Draven and Thresh on one side and Lucian and Braum on the other, were inherently aggressive, with encounters usually resulting in skirmishes rather than peaceful farming. If Dong Xiaosha's Lee Sin reached level 3, he would possess formidable combat capabilities and, in conjunction with the bot lane duo, could effectively execute tower dives. Draven, being a double-edged sword, showcased unparalleled snowball potential. If played aggressively, he could potentially demolish the enemy base within a mere 15 minutes. However, should he succumb to death once or twice early on, the rhythm of the game could be irrevocably disrupted, making it exceedingly difficult to regain momentum. Considering all factors, Dong Xiaosha had a high probability of clearing the jungle and subsequently ganking the bot lane, thereby nurturing Lucian while simultaneously restricting Draven's growth. The prevailing issue was that Jackie and Xiao Ming were aware of the possibility of a tower dive, but lacked any means of counteraction. Gu Xing's spider had already been forced into the upper quadrant. Surely, they could not afford to abandon the minion wave and cower beneath the protection of their second tower? Reflecting on his prior virtual practice matches, Gu Xing's thoughts crystallized. He encouraged his teammates to maintain their composure while he set up for a counter-gank. What? Jackie exclaimed in surprise. He often filled in as a jungler and possessed a degree of understanding for that role. Frankly, Gu Xing's decision to counter-gank seemed rather risky to him, given that they were already aware of the enemy's intentions to swap jungle sides. The spider should ideally venture into the opposing upper jungle to secure resources, thus ensuring his own development. Should he proceed to the bot lane for a counter-gank without reaping any rewards, it would result in a significant disadvantage, leaving him without jungle resources. Yet, Gu Xing suspected that the enemy shared the same line of thought, believing he would not attempt a counter-gank on the bot lane. He intended to exploit this mindset. His previous virtual matches had matured his strategic thinking in such jungle mind games, reflecting a hint of Clearlove's influence. Just let the wave push, he directed, asserting that even if the enemy refrained from diving, he could coordinate with them to secure kills. Marking the nearest stone crab camp to the upper lane, Gu Xing messaged the top laner Jax to assist while advising him to refrain from using abilities. At 1 minute and 40 seconds, the jungle camps respawned, and the upper lane minion wave had yet to collide, meaning that starting the jungle would not waste any time. Gu Xing transformed into human form and utilized Q, neurotoxin, to absorb the aggro of the stone crab, while the tiger spirit struck twice before moving towards the lane. The moment Jax was exposed to Riven's vision, his passive, relentless strike conveniently faded. Throughout this entire process, no flaws were revealed, and the enemy remained oblivious to Jax's assistance in clearing the jungle. Gu Xing directly used his smite. Currently, by vanquishing the stone beetle, one can acquire a sustained effective blessing of the heavy hand lasting for 90 seconds. The initial strike, along with every fifth subsequent attack, will stun both wild monsters and minions, primarily facilitating the hero's jungle farming. Although Gu Xing employs the Spider Queen, the assistance of the little spiders during jungle clearing ensures minimal health loss, provided he exercises a modicum of caution. However, in this match, his priority is to race against time. He must arrive at the bottom lane before Jackie and Shi Sunming are tower dived. To ensure optimal jungle speed, Gu Xing must sacrifice a portion of his health. Acquiring the blessing of the heavy hand could significantly mitigate the health loss through stunning the wild monsters. After casting another basic attack in human form, before the projectile even manifests, Gu Xing swiftly transitions forms. The blue-golden carapace of the victorious goddess, Elise, appears as she extends a leg to make contact with the stone beetle, executing a somewhat comical ranged auto-attack. By orchestrating this maneuver, Gu Xing ensures that this attack is classified as one executed from spider form, yielding additional damage and restoring a fraction of health. This constitutes a fundamental skill for spider players, proving useful even in one-on-one jungle encounters. Although this early tactic may only yield a few points of damage and health difference, the accumulation of such minute details ultimately manifests as a significant advantage. Gu Xing closes the distance to unleash another auto-attack followed by Q, Venomous Bite. The spider form's Q benefits from a damage bonus against targets with reduced health. The lower the opponent's health, the greater the damage dealt. And he strives to maximize this output. Subsequently, he drags the wild monster towards the red buff camp, promptly commencing the second wave of jungle clearing to economize on travel time. Xing meticulously attends to every detail, ensuring a seamless jungle experience. Meanwhile, Ding Ran remains ensnared on the game loading screen, glancing sideways to observe his friend's jungle tactics, resolving to practice following this ranked match. In the current version, the stone beetle does not split, presenting only 2 wild monsters. Thus the spider's jungle speed is not sluggish. Xing plans to clear all 3 sets of wild monsters in his upper quadrant, aiming to reach level 3 in the shortest time possible. In the voice chat, Jackie Love clicks his tongue, exclaiming in surprise at the bothersome Q from Brown. Lu Qingsong deliberately waits for him to catch the axe before casting Q, chilling bite, at the landing spot. Should he evade the skill, he would drop the axe. Although Brahm's Q is not particularly painful in the early game, the frequency with which Jackie Love can connect makes it troublesome. He promptly consumes a health potion to maintain his health, while subtly retreating a couple of steps, feigning weakness and allowing the minion wave to approach, creating an opening for his opponents. The overeager trio mistakenly believe they have found an opportunity. Come on, the enemy jungler is absent. As Dong Xiaosa clears Xing's 3 wolves, he deliberately uses a smite to summon a spectral presence, which drifts between the lower half of the red side jungle, providing vision and tracking enemy heroes. Presently, the spectral presence remains inactive, indicating that the Spider Queen has no intentions of visiting this area, just as Xing previously anticipated. Dong Xiaosao assumes he will not attempt a counter-gank in the bottom lane. At 2 minutes and 58 seconds, the third wave of minions, along with the first wave of cannon minions, is pushed to the tower by Lin Weixiong and Lu Qingsong. In a dramatic turn of events, Dong Xiaosao's blind monk emerged from the brush behind the next turret, resolutely intent on claiming the lives of Jackie Love and Shi Sunming. Lu Qingsong was the first to strike, dashing in with a flash to close the distance, applying a slow effect and his passive on Draven's head, while simultaneously igniting him. Once we secure these 2 kills, we shall take flight. Dong Xiaosao chuckled with an air of confidence and pride. However, just as he approached to engage with Braum, delivering a punch that landed on Draven, an exquisitely elegant Spider Queen suddenly burst forth from the direction of the enemy's second turret. What on earth? Dong Xiaosao's expression shifted in an instant, startled by the abrupt appearance of the spider, akin to a vengeful specter. Retreat, Lin Weixiong shouted over voice chat, furiously tapping his keyboard as he maneuvered Lucian to unleash his Q, piercing light, along with 2 bullets from his passive, stunning Draven and providing a healing spell to restore some health to his ally. You all go ahead, sacrifice me. Lu Qingsong resolutely opted for self-sacrifice. Having already used his flash and being under the enemy turret, survival amidst the onslaught of 3 opponents seemed impossible, even with a protective gate. Yet, Xing and his companions had no intention of letting them escape. You think you can just come and go as you please? Come back, Shi Sunming yelled, flashing forward and using Doom's pendulum to pull Lucian back, applying ignite to him once more. After clearing the upper jungle and reaching level 3, Xing adeptly utilized the movement speed bonus from Spider Form to navigate past his own mid-lane's second turret, circumambulating the lower lane's high ground and ultimately approaching the second turret. The entire maneuver cleverly avoided the lower jungle. Aware that the enemy might have wards in the jungle or even on the lower lane, Xing waited until the minions reached the turret and Braum made his move before revealing himself. With a staggering movement speed of 350 in Spider Form, he ensnared his foes within his skill range and promptly activated Cocoon, leaping into the air and landing atop Braum, officially joining the fray. Eliminate them all. Leave not a single one alive, he declared, as his auto-attack first struck Lu Qingsong, followed by activating Skittering Frenzy, to boost his attack speed, resetting his auto-attack to bite at the blind monk, and then unleashing Q, Venomous Bite. Dong Xiaosao's health plummeted rapidly, hindered by the red buff clinging to Xing, which significantly slowed his movements. Realizing that even using Golden Bell Shield would not guarantee his escape, he gritted his teeth and resolved to take down Jackie Love. Having previously triggered Braum's passive, he managed to land the Sonic Wave, sending his auto-attack and second Q flying forth. Unfortunately, Jackie Love had a healing spell at the ready. Despite the ignite afflicting him, He managed to recover a sliver of health. That small sliver was enough to ensure his survival. Lu Qingsong's brow fell, and the remaining blind monk could not escape either. Observing that his teammates could handle the situation, Gu Xing turned his attention to the remaining Lucian. Following Shi Xinming's use of Doom's pendulum, he unleashed Q, Death Sentence, forcing Lin Weixiang to evade by using Lucian's E for a dash. Gu Xing transformed back to human form, flashing closer to secure the kill with an auto-attack empowered by the red buff. Reluctantly, Lin Weixiang had no choice but to use his flash to escape. Stay close, just chase, Gu Xing shouted in the voice chat. The route was lengthy, and if Lucian had to run back to the tower, it would take a considerable amount of time. No, please spare me, Lin Weixiang cried out, pleading for his life. The Spider Queen in her humanoid form relentlessly assaulted him, while the red buff's slowing effect hindered Lucian's movements. Seeing the notification of the monk's demise in the canyon, Xiang hurried towards the tower, remaining vigilant of the spider's actions, wary of any potential cocoon control from the enemy. Gu Xing refrained from using any other skills in his humanoid form, intending to strike only when he was certain of a hit. Upon reaching the tower, Lin Weixiang noticed the arrival of the fourth wave of minions, conveniently blocking the path between him and the enemy jungle support, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. With the minions in the way, it became increasingly difficult for the opponent to land their skills. By the time the spider and Thresh maneuvered around the minion wave, he had returned to the safety of the tower. However, just then, the Spider Queen Elise launched her E-Cocoon. A viscous white substance hurtled toward Lucian. Yet, there was still a ranged minion between them. Lin Weixiang understood that the opponent was unlikely to make such a basic mistake, and a realization struck him. In an attempt to maneuver his hero to evade, it was already too late. The thunder of the smite descended, striking the ranged minion. The fourth wave of ranged minions had only 302 health, significantly less than the damage from smite, and after Gu Xing eliminated it, there were no longer any obstacles between him and Lin Weixiang. The cocoon successfully hit. The cocoon control from the Spider Queen was exceedingly potent, boasting a stunning effect of 16 seconds at level 1, ranking among the best in the league. Gu Xing cast his W, Exploding Spider, away from the minion line, fearing that the skill might be blocked by the minions. He took a step closer, unleashed his humanoid Q, switched forms, and cast Q, Venomous Bite, utilizing the skill mechanics to summon the venom-laden exploding spider, which then lunged at Lucian and detonated. A series of skills, combined with two basic attacks from Xiaoming's Thresh, eliminated Lucian. Well done, Gu Xing, Jackie Love exclaimed, exuding confidence. Finish him off decisively. Shi Xinming remained cheerful, his expression relaxed. Gu Xing flexed his fingers. Just as he had anticipated, after practicing through virtual matches, his thought process had become markedly more agile. Could this game be coming to an end? Meanwhile, in the voice channel of the greedy and gluttonous players, there was an eerie silence. The mid-lane player utilizing the Ice Maiden, Taiyuan Ma Chao, sent a series of ellipses. He was not connected via voice and was unaware of the gluttonous player's intention to dive the tower. By the time he realized Dong Xiaosa's intent, the state of the minion wave no longer permitted him to teleport away from the mid lane. Ultimately, it was Dong Xiaosa who broke the silence, his tone strained. Lu Qingsong was right. The opposing jungler is indeed quite ruthless. He could envision the spider's route of action, yet he could only concede to the opponent's audacity and confidence. Were he to play himself, he would never dare to risk a counter-ambush in the bot lane. In Dong Xiaosa's livestream, the audience continued to mock. I heard this dive is going to take off. Indeed, the ascent has begun. Draven is taking flight. In a mere 3 minutes, Draven has claimed 2 heads, leaving me perplexed as to how the opposing team could possibly lose. Dong Ruoqi, for once, deviated from his typical routine of starting the stream at 7 in Ningbo, only to be met with a brutal onslaught shortly after going live. That spider appeared as if conjured from thin air, inexplicably arriving in the bot lane. Gu Xing, amidst the accolades from his teammates, felt elated. This ambush was splendid. Please help me push the lane, for I shall return home with a Stormblade. Jackie Love counted the coins in his inventory, his spirits soaring. The ability to purchase a large sword upon his first return to base marked an exceptionally favorable developmental pace for Draven. Gu Xing was overjoyed. Having secured a kill and gained experience from the minion wave, a pure delight. After pushing the lane, he initially intended to return to base to acquire his items. However, upon reconsideration, Gu Xing resolved to set a trap for the enemy. Come, let us lie in wait here. He marked the bush behind the enemy's first tower, confident they could claim another kill. "Well done, Xing," exclaimed Shi Sunming, his eyes lighting up with approval. The opposing team had initially aimed to push the lane and dive the tower, unaware that Xing had begun in the upper half of the map. Thus, they would not waste a vision ward in the tri-bush, remaining oblivious to their impending fate. The three of them abandoned their return to base and stealthily circled into the bush. Upon entering the foliage, they spotted the resurrected Braum advancing with his shield raised. Xing, the first to fall, was also the first to revive. He hurried to the tower to farm minions, eager to garner some experience. "Let us eliminate Lucian," Xing remarked, uninterested in the support. Jackie Love, in his streaming room, let out a sinister chuckle, and the chat teased that Draven himself had sprung forth from the game. Before long, Lin Weixiang reappeared before them. Cautious by nature, he refrained from placing a ward in the bush, instead opting to stay close to the bottom lane while maintaining a safe distance from Xing and his companions. However, to Xing, this appeared as nothing more than a corpse waiting to be claimed. "Charge," he declared, and scarcely had he spoken when Xiaoming's Thresh boldly stepped into Lin Weixiang's line of sight. Upon approaching, Xiaoming aimed to utilize the flay, but Lin Weixiang anticipated this, deftly sidestepping into the safety of the tower to evade the skill. Yet, immediately thereafter, Thresh's hook sealed off Lin Weixiang's escape route. With no alternatives left, Lin Weixiang was forced to remain motionless, narrowly dodging the hook. But Xing's cocoon was already soaring through the air. This time, Lin Weixiang found no room to maneuver. Snared by the cocoon, Xing pressed forward to tank the turret, unleashing a flurry of skills that triggered Thunderlord's decree. As a level 2 Lucian without summoner spells, he was exceedingly vulnerable. Jackie Love swiftly landed a strike, allowing Xing to secure the kill just in time to evade Lu Qingsong's return. After dispatching Lucian, Xing executed a graceful maneuver with the spider, ascending into the air to avoid turret damage, and upon landing, retreated with poise. Witnessing Lin Weixiang's demise once more, Jackie Love erupted into laughter, his fingers dancing across the keyboard. The rhythm of the team resonated with harmonious excitement, and the numbers 666 flooded the chat, sending Lin Weixiang's blood pressure soaring. With a voice that sounded overly childish, he furiously exclaimed, "Are we actually playing? Is this how you intend to play? Are you trying to bully me?" Lin Weixiang was utterly distressed. After dying twice, he was left with only a Doran's blade and a longsword. The opposing Draven had returned to base to replenish his equipment, leaving the bottom lane utterly unmanageable. Xing took advantage of the situation to counter Dong Xiaosa's stone beetle, returning to base to purchase a jungle item, followed by a dark seal and a pair of boots. This was a new item introduced in the pre-season of Season 6, which could subsequently be combined to create a killing book. It had received buffs in the recent versions and was quite cost-effective at just 350 gold. Without delay, Xing continued his journey towards the bottom lane. He intended to seize the opportunity while Xiangxiang and Qian Fandian's summoner spells were still on cooldown to execute another ambush. When Lin Weixiang's score reached 0-3, he could no longer contain himself. Banners flew on TV, with Xiangxiang lamenting, "Yesterday, I merely opposed your renaming of the group. Must you hold a grudge until now, my brother? Who has ever seen a spider relentlessly targeting the bottom lane?" Given the characteristics of the Spider Queen, it was evident that this champion was more suited for ganking the top lane, and Xing's approach appeared to Lin Weixiang as merely a means of revenge. Xing paused for a moment, realizing that he had indeed placed an unusual emphasis on the bottom lane during this match. Whether it was a counter-ambush or a proactive gank, the focus had been centered around the duo. Although the team composition had some influence, Xing felt that his mindset had shifted significantly. He quickly identified the cause. It stemmed from the virtual matches the previous night, where the Rek'Sai had an affinity for ganking the bottom lane, often from tricky angles, which forced him to respond repeatedly in that direction. After completing countless virtual matches, Xing's thought process regarding ganking had naturally been influenced, subtly increasing the priority of the bottom lane in his ambush strategies. "Ignore him, Xing. Continue your pursuit." Jackie Love was exhilarated, exclaiming, "You can't even gank mid or top. Are you just out for a stroll?" Xing was well aware of this. The top lane, with the Tiger God and the black and white, had already fallen into a disadvantage. Jax, in particular, found battling Riven uncomfortable, often relegated to a reactive playstyle. Moreover, Riven's skill set granted her exceptional mobility, making her difficult to catch. As for the mid lane, the matchup of Zed against Lissandra was particularly arduous, and without crowd control, coordinating with the jungler proved challenging. The most viable avenue for successful ambushes was, without a doubt, the bottom lane. With no other options, Gu Xingxuan decided to execute 2 more ganks in quick succession. Xiangxiang found himself in an unbearable predicament. His value had plummeted, yet Draven's passive ability, League of Draven, meant that as long as he accumulated stacks, he could amass substantial gold through kills. He could only watch helplessly as his opponent's equipment rapidly inflated. Lin Weixiang's face flushed crimson. Before the match commenced, he had boasted of his ability to carry, yet now he was being thoroughly demolished. Furthermore, facing such humiliation in front of his boss was truly disgraceful. Dong Xiaosao was unable to assist the bottom lane. If he attempted to countergank now, it would only result in gifting another kill to the enemy. Draven and the Spider seemed utterly invincible. Lu Qingsong was equally at a loss, wishing to leave Lucian to farm while he roamed to make plays. However, the lower jungle was shrouded in darkness, and encountering the Spider meant certain death. Dong Xiaosao attempted to assist in the middle and upper lanes, yet the relentless onslaught of Heaven and the Tiger God proved to be overwhelming. Noticing that there was a formidable ally within the team capable of leading them to victory, he promptly decided to play defensively, procuring some armor to render the opponents powerless. "You wish to ambush me again?" Heaven, who had previously battled in professional matches, chuckled, adjusting his glasses with a nonchalant gesture. "You think I'm an easy target? Not a chance." Streaming on Douyu, he garnered a considerable audience, with comments rapidly flooding the screen. "Is this the kind of Zed we're dealing with? First trip home. And he buys Mercury's treads? Ice Queen. Pure J noob. I'll let you have this one. As long as he stays alive in mid, victory is assured." Is it really that easy in the King S ranks? This Draven and Spider are like father and mother, as long as Zed doesn't drag us down. Bowsy truly understands how to win a game. As the game progressed to the 10-minute mark, Jackie finally demolished the bottom tower, returning home to craft a bloodthirster. Attack speed boots, and a pickaxe, his equipment reaching a level of opulence. In a skirmish in the mid lane, he unleashed 4 axes, swiftly eliminating Dong Xiaosao's Lee Sin. His teammates surrounded Draven like stars orbiting the moon. As long as Jackie remained alive, defeat was simply not an option. A veritable juggernaut, wherever Draven went. A storm of carnage ensued. Gu Xing even purchased a Spell Thief's Edge, successfully stacking it to 25 layers by the end of the match. At the 20-minute mark, after numerous failed counterattacks, Dong Xiaosao's team opted to surrender. Gu Xing watched as the camera uncontrollably panned to the enemy's nexus, reveling in a splendid explosion. 015, another trial invitation. Dong Xiaosao swiftly closed the settlement page and rating system. Once the game concluded, his record stood at 082, unlocking the Super Ghost achievement. Meanwhile, the opposing Spider Queen boasted an impressive 11 kills, 0 deaths, and 9 assists, wreaking havoc across the battlefield. Having been so thoroughly defeated in the first match of his stream, he felt a tinge of discontent. Fortunately, after years of streaming, Dong Xiaosao had developed a thick skin. He faced the barrage of criticism and mockery head-on, stating, "You may think my jungle skills are lacking, but just ask the Tiger God on the opposing team. He'll surely attest to the Spider's invincibility." Dong Xiaosao checked the platform where the Tiger God streamed and observed him grinning at the settlement screen. Boasting a record of 14-3. "You can win with that," he exclaimed. "Brothers, my jungle and bottom lane are truly fierce." The opposing black and white Riven had an even better score. But ultimately, he had no choice but to accept defeat. Due to the limitations of the Rift map, the top lane was nearly isolated. Unless an extraordinary disparity in matchup occurred, ranking matches generally devolved into a battle of attrition. With the 26 points gained from this victory, the Tiger God had successfully crossed the 1,000-point threshold, drawing ever closer to becoming the #1 player in the national server, Dopa. He mused that in a few days, he might just attempt to claim the pinnacle. With that thought, the Tiger God radiated joy, deciding to add his spider brother as a friend, remarking, "I must say, that early counter-ambush left me in awe. At the outset, I was summoned to assist in battling the stone beetle, and upon reaching level 3, I dashed towards the bottom lane, neglecting the opportunity to exchange jungle monsters in the opposing upper area, stubbornly opting instead for a counter-ambush. Little did I realize that the inexperienced one was, in fact, me. How I lamented my failure to recognize the formidable presence before me. His delight was palpable. Upon hearing this account, Dong Xiaosha felt emboldened, calling out to his audience in the live stream. Did you hear that? This comes as a recognition from one of the top 10 players in the national server. I maintain that this spider is exceptionally powerful. Surely, you don't believe I'm lacking in skill? Lin Weixiang was quick to defend his own reputation, asserting, indeed, he can even compete against the renowned factory director. Losing to him is no disgrace. Dong Xiaosha, however, remained in the dark, perplexed by the mention of the factory director. Lu Qingsong had merely noted at the beginning of the game that the opposing jungler was quite formidable, advising caution, without elaborating further. It was only during a recent ranked match that Lu Qingsong began to recount the details. As a prominent streamer, Dong Xiaosha had many viewers who had witnessed the previous day's duel between the factory director and Gu Xing, leaving a lasting impression that sparked admiration in the chat. Listening to Lu Qingsong and observing the chat's reactions, Dong Xiaosha's curiosity about Gu Xing was piqued. Although he occasionally feigned confidence, he recognized that he was not particularly strong and sometimes relied on his teammates, known for their greed, to boost his ranking. Winning against him was no remarkable feat. But prevailing against one of the top 3 players in the national server, the factory director, certainly indicated a degree of skill. Do you know the spider on the opposing team? He mused, recalling how, towards the end of the game, Gu Xing had greeted them. Yes, Lu Qingsong replied. We're in a small group together. How old is this brother? Dong Xiaosha continued to inquire, calculating in his mind. Lin Weixiang pondered for a moment. I believe he is 18. I think I heard him mention it before. Upon hearing this age, Dong Xiaosha wasted no time and promptly added Gu Xing as a friend. After finishing the game, Gu Xing did not log off immediately. He engaged in conversation with 2 friends on voice chat. Jackie Love's enthusiasm for Gu Xing grew increasingly evident. Old Gu, let us play together more often. He recognized Gu Xing's strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have included him in the small group of the 7 wolves from Ionia. Previous games they had played together had consistently showcased Gu Xing's impressive maneuvers, earning him the title of a true master of mechanics. However, this particular match left Jackie Love with a markedly different impression. Gu Xing's counter-ambush executed 3 minutes prior was a masterclass in psychological warfare, appearing exactly where he was needed most. The way he combined mechanical prowess with strategic acumen was nothing short of extraordinary. More importantly, Jackie Love thoroughly enjoyed this match. Although his playstyle did not heavily rely on the jungler, the exhilaration of dispatching enemies with just 3 strikes after being well fed was simply delightful. Were it not for the ADC's dependence on support, Jackie Love might have even considered casting aside Shiziming to make Gu Xing his duo partner. How amusing it was that in less than half an hour, Gu Xing's title had transformed from Brother Xing to Gu Xing, and ultimately to Old Gu. Titles mattered little. The real question was, shall we continue queuing for matches? Sure, Senming felt that the signs today were auspicious, with a stroke of good fortune. He might even venture into the realm of 1,000 points. No, I still have evening self-study later, Gu Xing declined. This response indeed left Jackie Love and Sure Sunming momentarily speechless. Were it not for Gu Xing's remark, they might have nearly forgotten that he was still a senior in high school. After ending the voice chat, Gu Xing intended to exit the game to retrieve the funds for his internet bill, only to discover a multitude of friend requests appearing in the upper right corner of the client. Aside from the familiar film seller and various onlookers from different streamers' chat rooms, there were also Hu Shun and the duo of Tan Chi Za and Director Dong, who had queued together in the previous match. Gu Xing did not ponder too much, since they had been matched together and bore no deep-seated enmity. Accepting their friend requests seemed harmless. He accepted the requests while casually glancing at Ding Rant's screen. It was undeniable that playing at this rank was quite challenging. Ding Rant's top lane teammate had surprisingly chosen a healer. The situation was rather dire. With both kills and towers down, Ding Ran was fully focused, maneuvering his Lee Sin in the dimly lit jungle to place vision wards. Soon, a group of burly figures emerged from the bushes, swiftly eliminating him. As if misfortune were not enough, the top lane healer was also dispatched by the opposing Nasus, who activated his ghost to secure the kill. The match rapidly spiraled out of control, with the enemy team heading straight for the Baron Pit. Honestly, I help you and you don't carry, Ding Ran muttered through gritted teeth, marking the healer's corpse twice. His team began to vote for surrender. And before he could react, for votes had already been cast in favor of giving up. At that moment, even if he clicked disagree, it was futile. The surrender had become an unalterable reality. Ding Ran sighed deeply, resigned to watching his nexus explode. He had previously contemplated practicing the jungle method used by Gu Xing with the spider, but after losing the game, his spirits were considerably dampened, and he cast that thought aside. Upon hearing Ding Ran's remark about helping the healer, Gu Xing felt perplexed. What do you need to help the healer for? Ding Ran began to explain to his friend. The healer and Nasu's clashed as soon as they hit the lane, both sides maintaining low health. I figured I might as well head to the top lane to help secure a kill. The odds were quite favorable, and I had succeeded several times in the early game. Gu Xing cast a glance at Ding Ran's post-game scoreboard. Your bot lane consists of Jinx and Thresh, and the mid lane chose Victor. So the strategy should focus on the bot lane while ensuring the mid lane doesn't falter in development. What uses your assistance up top? Are we really relying on Lee Sin and the healer to carry in team fights? As Lee Sin progresses into the late game, he becomes increasingly awkward. Although he has the potential for a game-changing kick, his baseline is quite low, making him susceptible to being focused down in team fights. There are many players who understand how to execute team fights with Lee Sin, but they certainly won't remain at this rank. No matter how much you assist the healer, once Nasu's gears up, she will still be unable to compete. However, nurturing Jinx, who can carry the team once fully developed, is essential. It's not merely about running towards wherever there are kills. One must consider the overall strategy, right? After delivering this insight, Gu Xing noticed Ding Ran pondering thoughtfully before heading to the restroom. He decided not to linger on the matter, turning his attention back to his screen, where he noticed someone sending a message in the client. After accepting Gu Xing's friend request, Gu Shun took the initiative to greet him and extended an invitation for duo Q. Gu Xing commended the actions of the Tiger God during the opening phase, which elicited a wave of satisfaction from the latter in the livestream. He politely declined a duo Q invitation. A subsequent message arrived from the user Tanshiza. Director Dong. Hello, I am Dong Xiaosa. May I take 2 minutes of your time to chat? Gu Xing had not watched the other S livestream, but during the earlier voice chat, Jackie Love had mentioned him, so he was not surprised. After typing a response and hitting enter, he noticed another message from Dong Xiaosa. Do you aspire to become a professional player? I manage a team, and if convenient, you could come for a trial. Another trial invitation? Gu Xing felt that if he continued, he might just gather 7 trial invitations to summon the dragon. Without waiting for his response, Dong Xiaosa continued typing. Xiangxiang and Kaiyan Fandian are in the same group as you. Both are members of the team. Previously, Xingxiang Gu from the Snake team also spent time at the Huangde Yaoshi, a team of decent reputation. Furthermore, even the nickname Xingxiang Gu was tied to Dong Xiaosa. Gu Xing pondered for a moment. In his view, the priority of Dong Xiaosa's team could not compare to a renowned club like EDG. However, he did not outright reject the offer, as having multiple options was prudent, planning to take a look when he headed to the city for trials. He stated that he would consider it, but was preoccupied with preparations for the college entrance examination, thus unable to attend trials in the near future. Dong Xiaosa responded amiably, No worries, our base is in Ningbo. Just let me know when you're coming, and I can pick you up from the station or airport. Gu Xing was momentarily taken aback. Ningbo? His residence in Zhenhai was merely a district under Ningbo. He had always assumed that esports clubs were located in larger cities, never realizing that a team was so close to home. This piqued his interest, and he began to communicate frequently with Dong Xiaosa. The latter was clearly taken aback to discover that the talent he sought was right in the city and excitedly shared the news in the livestream, discreetly hiding the chat box to prevent other viewers from seeing Gu Xing's messages. After a while, Gu Xing learned that the Tanshiza team was located near the city center in Haishu district. Dong Xiaosa attempted to extend another invitation. Zhenhai is not far from our base, only about 20 kilometers, which takes roughly half an hour to reach. You can come anytime to visit, or I can arrange for someone to pick you up. Gu Xing was indeed tempted. The proximity was appealing. If he went in the morning, he could potentially return home by afternoon or evening without any issues. I will discuss it with my parents to see if we can set a date. Upon seeing this response, Dong Xiaosa was overjoyed and replied with enthusiasm before focusing on his livestream. The day had not started well, so he planned to use a secondary account to manage a few rounds of lightning before switching to his main account to climb to the rank of king. Gu Xing shut down his computer and walked outside with Ding Ran, who had just returned from the restroom. Passing the internet cafe's front desk, He made sure to recharge the internet fees earned from his impressive gameplay. Your skill is truly remarkable. You dominate in Master and King tiers, Ding Ren exclaimed, enviously. He dreamt of possessing such talent. If one wishes to ascend the ranks, one must either possess superior skills or engage in deeper strategizing, Xing earnestly advised. Acknowledging your intelligence, yet your current low rank merely reflects insufficient playtime. Perhaps enlightenment shall dawn upon you at any moment. However, your number of matches played remains rather modest. Ding Ren murmured, asserting that playing merely 100 ranked games annually could easily elevate one to the status of a king. The two made their way to school, with ample time before evening classes commenced. After losing a promotion match, Ding Ren sought to transform her disappointment into appetite and decided to purchase a meal at the nearby KFC by the Drum Tower. This location was not far from the town center and attracted numerous students wishing to avoid the cafeteria. As they passed by, Xing suddenly noticed a familiar face seated by the window. Shen Guanshan was indulging in a warm egg tart. Upon raising her eyes, she caught sight of Xing and Ding Ren waving at her. Having finished her meal, she hastily wiped her hands with a napkin and stood up to leave. Hello, Shen Giant. Ding Ren greeted with utmost respect. Having witnessed Shen Guanshan's prowess during the school's competitive training, this title was heartfelt. Shen Guanshan, wishing to correct this appellation, hurriedly swallowed her egg tart, but choked slightly in the process. By the time she regained her composure, Ding Ren had already dashed into the KFC. With no other option, Shen Guanshan turned her attention to Xing. Haven't you had dinner yet? We just went out for a bit, Xing replied. Since discovering the complexities surrounding dark chocolate, he found himself at a loss regarding how to approach her. After exchanging a few words, an awkward silence enveloped them. A rarity since Xing had matured. He typically excelled at maintaining a vibrant atmosphere and had commendable social skills among his peers. Fortunately, Ding Ren's timely return salvaged the situation. As the three of them proceeded towards school, Xing walked at the center, flanked by his two friends. Ding Ren, while munching on fries, engaged Xing in discussions about the game, occasionally initiating topics to share amusing anecdotes with Shen Guanshan, eager not to overlook her. Shen Guanshan's responses were brief, her tone devoid of fluctuation. Ding Ren was accustomed to this. He recognized that she harbored a slight social anxiety, conversing more freely only with the Goose siblings, while remaining taciturn otherwise, absorbed in her own endeavors. Why is there no Burger King near the town? Ding Ren expressed her discontent with KFC's fries. Here, try some. I find the taste rather mediocre. Xing understood that her disdain for the fries was a facade, her true intention being to share in his meal. He accepted her offer without hesitation, taking the remaining half-box of fries. When we return for the promotion match, I'll teach you a few things. Xing believed that imparting knowledge was far more valuable than merely assisting Ding Ren in gaining points. Wow, then I'll gain a lot, Ding Ren exclaimed joyfully. Shen Guanshan observed from the side. Moments ago, upon hearing Xing mention he hadn't eaten, she felt an impulse to enter and buy him something. However, his slightly peculiar demeanor deterred her interest instantly. That attitude was neither cold nor affectionate. Shen Guanshan, who failed to invest her talent points in emotional intelligence, was perplexed about where things had gone awry, although she had nothing to feel guilty about. The special status of the other party made her uneasy. Upon returning to the classroom, Gu Pan was still seated, diligently working on her exam papers. The four of them sat in a formation reminiscent of a field, each engrossed in their own tasks. Shen Guanshan had already resolved to attend the mathematics department at Peking University, having not made it into the national math competition team. She was now immersed in the study of university-level math textbooks, making her the most leisurely among them, free from the burden of school assignments. Xing and Ding Ren were tackling some basic problems to warm up, appearing relaxed, as long as their thought processes remained fluid. They were confident they wouldn't falter during the examination. Only Gu Pan was still studiously focused. With her best friend and brother both having one foot in the university door, she had no choice but to rely on the college entrance examination. Although Gu Pan usually performed quite well, ranking just above 10th in her class, and could secure admission to Tsinghua or Peking University with a normal performance, she dared not slack off. Gu Pan understood that this was her sole opportunity. Failing to gain admission would mean a year of restudying, a considerable risk indeed. The homeroom teacher sat at the podium, grading papers, and glanced around the classroom, feeling quite satisfied with the performance of Xing and the others. His initial concern was that this group of competition students, having received guaranteed admission and lowered admission scores, might adopt a lackadaisical attitude, negatively influencing their peers. However, it appeared that this was not the case. When the bell rang to signal the end of class, Xing stretched lazily, retrieved a piece of dark chocolate from his desk, and resumed staring at the ceiling. This was the treat Guanshan had given him earlier that morning. After playing a ranked match, Xing attempted once more to see if he could summon the canyon, but unfortunately, he failed again, ruling out another possibility. Upon returning home, Xing decided to discuss summer job opportunities with his parents, but Gu Pan insisted on joining the conversation. "Can't you study in your own room?" Xing attempted to dismiss her. "Stop making excuses," Gu Pan retorted, plopping down on the living room sofa. "I won tea take more than 5 minutes. You just don't want me to hear whatever it is. Do I not count as family? Besides, you know the soundproofing in your room is terrible. Unless you go to the kitchen at the northernmost end to speak, I can hear everything. You might as well let me sit here." Gu's mother, known for her gentle temperament with her children, gently squeezed Gu Pan's shoulder, signaling her to calm down. "You can say whatever you want. We're listening." Xing felt this was not a secret, and there was no need to prevent his sister from hearing. "Well, I usually play games, and I'm quite skilled. 2 professional teams are interested in having me try out, and the pay should be decent," Xing said, his gaze shifting between his parents. "I plan to go after the college entrance examination, treating it as a part-time job to earn a bit of pocket money." Gu Pan's expression turned serious upon hearing this. "What do you mean by a professional team?" Gu's mother asked, a puzzled look crossing her face as she posed the question. He explained the concept as succinctly as possible, and both parents exhibited a look of understanding. "If it does not hinder your college entrance examination, then by all means, go ahead. Experiencing life in such a manner can be quite enriching. However, your father and I are not well versed in this field, so you must prioritize your safety. Mother insists that you choose a reputable company to avoid any mishaps." A few years back, a child from the building across was deceived into engaging in pyramid schemes while working. Fortunately, he managed to escape quickly. "Always remain vigilant and ensure your well-being." Gu Pan furrowed her brow as she gazed at him. If he were to pursue a profession and the results were mediocre, that would be acceptable, but if he excelled, how would he reconcile this path with his academic pursuits? Since learning of Xing's intentions, she had grown considerably more serious, contemplating various possibilities with earnestness. Xing remained silent, as he too had not contemplated this matter thoroughly. He believed his talent in mathematics competitions to be rather ordinary. After years of study, he had only obtained a national silver medal, unable to ascend further, stuck in limbo. However, mathematics competitions and research are 2 distinct paths. Perhaps there remains a chance for diversion. Ultimately, it was his father who made the final decision. "Regardless of what the future holds, since you have an interest, you should give it a try. Only through experience can you discern what suits you best." He stood and patted his son's shoulder, cautioning that to regret later would be a disservice to oneself. This was how he had encouraged Xing to partake in mathematics competitions. Although he did not achieve particularly remarkable results, it was not a loss either. Xing agreed, recalling that there was a club in the Haishu district he planned to visit during the upcoming holiday, returning the same day. After securing his parents' consent, he arranged with Dong Xiaosa to meet during the Qingming festival next month, with the latter offering to pick him up. Gu Pan did not expect her son to quietly choose a different path, and as she looked at him before sleep, her eyes reflected both worry and melancholy. In the late hours, the small group of 7 wolves was lively and boisterous. "Zhanqi TV and Xian Fandian. I really can only play jungle. See you during Qingming." Xing lay in bed, responding with a question mark. "Too bad there are no ifs. You certainly know how to speak. Where shall we meet during Qingming?" Xiang typed rapidly. "Come to the club. Let's meet up for a bit." This time, it was Jackie Love who sent a question mark. He now realized that Dong Xiaosa was arranging a trial for Xing. "So you 3 are all in Ningbo. That is not too far, as I'm in Hangzhou. The distance between the 2 cities is around 100 to 200 kilometers, which is relatively close given the vastness of the country." Xing nestled under his blanket while responding, "You're from Hangzhou? Your accent doesn't sound like it. Too bad there are no ifs. I'm not a local. My hometown is in Huanggang. I came here mainly for streaming." Xiang interjected. "Hangzhou, is it? We're heading there for the provincial competition next month. Let us hang out then." Upon seeing the mention of the provincial competition, Xing suddenly remembered that he had yet to look up information about the greedy Xiaosa team. Taking advantage of a moment before sleep, He searched and discovered that the team formed by Dong Xiaosa was currently striving in the City Heroes Championship. If they performed well, they could secure a spot in the LSPL and compete against Shiziming. Only the most outstanding teams in the secondary league would advance to the LPL and compete alongside renowned figures, such as the factory manager. After gaining a certain understanding of the competitive system established by Tencent, Xing turned off his phone and lay back on his bed, staring at the ceiling, which was unusually calm tonight. He withdrew his gaze, closed his eyes, and drifted into a deep slumber, his thoughts lingering on the need to raise his score before visiting the greedy and gluttonous team. This was his most critical bargaining chip. What kind of strategy is this? A man clad in a white sleeveless tank top shouted at the black and white screen, his body trembling as if the headset atop his head were malfunctioning. This Graves is ruthless. The champion he was controlling, the top lane Gangplank, had already accumulated a score of 287, with 5 deaths at the hands of the opposing jungler, Graves. Noticing that his own jungler, Lee Sin, was still wandering in the jungle, he quickly warned, Kai, get out of there. Graves is coming for you. I know. Who Kylie, don't distract me. A coarse voice from another player echoed in the room. Watch me solo kill him and avenge you. You didn't use your flash. Who Kylie, nicknamed the Cave Master, expressed his concern for his streaming partner. However, Kai felt rather indifferent. Graves didn't use his flash either. And my thunder is still on cooldown. What is there to fear? In the Summoner's Rift, Lee Sin crouched in the bush near the blue buff, placing a ward, hoping to ambush Graves. Before long, the fearsome Graves, wielding a shotgun, entered his line of sight, donning the default skin with the ignoble title, I really only play jungle. He approached the bush with an unmistakable swagger, yet his health was low, making him an easy target. Initially, Kai planned to wait until Graves entered the bush before making a move, but the opponent was cautious and placed a ward in the bush first. Kai was compelled to act earlier than intended. He moved forward to place a ward, adjusted his angle, and unleashed his Dragon's Rage. Just as Lee Sin lifted his foot to kick Graves away, a bolt of red lightning descended from above, striking Lee Sin's head. Challenging Smite. Lee Sin's ultimate did not send Graves flying far. Instead, it pushed him against the wall. Simultaneously, Lee Sin landed a basic attack, followed by a precise sonic wave that dealt thunderous damage, slowing Graves down in the process. The combo flowed seamlessly, a testament to his skill. However, the immediate effect of the 20 damage reduction from Challenging Smite was evident. Graves survived the burst of damage from Lee Sin, albeit with very little health remaining. What a brilliant play, Kai! Graves is a significant bounty, worth a lot of gold. Who Kylie exclaimed, his demeanor shifting in an instant, eyes sparkling with excitement at the sight. Meanwhile, Xing, calm amidst the chaos in the Zhonghai Happy Time Internet Cafe, took his time, landing a basic attack on Lee Sin before executing a Q, last gasp, and swiftly retreating with a perfect step back, distancing himself from the wall. The simplicity of his smooth AQE combo was mesmerizing. Throughout the exchange, Graves only made a single motion to cast his ability, executing it with remarkable speed. Following the last gasp, he seamlessly transitioned into a smoke grenade. Utilizing the slowing effect of the smoke grenade and the swift rebound from the wall after his Q, last gasp, Lee Sin was unable to evade the damage from the second Q. After creating some space between them, Graves fired another basic attack. The equipment of Graves is exceedingly extravagant, and in an instant, the damage inflicted reduced Lee Sin's health to below 40. With resolute determination, Lee Sin triggered his second Q and engaged closely. The two champions found themselves in close proximity, and Kai struck Graves with a powerful punch. However, the combination of the challenge's debuff and Graves' passive ability, True Grit, left him with a mere sliver of health remaining. Chase him, Who Kylie urged, his eyes wide and neck craned forward, resembling a turtle in a comical manner. Without needing to be told, Kai also pursued. Yet, before he could land another basic attack, Graves abruptly sidestepped in the opposite direction. With that single movement, the two junglers misaligned their positions. In the next moment, Graves raised his shotgun and unleashed his ultimate ability, Collateral Damage. Utilizing the recoil, Graves repositioned himself backward, then raised his weapon to fire the last shell from the barrel. Due to the mechanics of the game, Graves' ability transitions into basic attacks with remarkable speed, leaving Kai with no time to react before being reduced to a sliver of health by the explosive damage of Graves' ultimate. Xing paid no heed to him, and focused on countering Kai's magic toad. He knew that Lee Sin had already used his W, safeguard, to ward off damage and could not recover health in a short period, meaning that aside from his second W, he had no means of healing. The previously applied challenge debuff, with its true damage burn effect, was more than sufficient to finish off Lee Sin. Alas, Kai exclaimed as the challenge debuff drained his last remaining health, unleashing a cry filled with despair and fury. What an odd movement you have. You got outplayed, Kai? The cave master, witnessing the imminent defeat, initially felt no joy, yet could not suppress a sense of schadenfreude upon witnessing Kai's demise. If you had stayed close, Graves' ultimate wouldn't have hit you. Just as the cave master mentioned, it is indeed easy for Graves' ultimate to misfire. However, Gu Xingwan was well aware of this, which is why he maneuvered in the opposite direction to avoid aligning with Lee Sin, allowing his ultimate to successfully deal damage. If it weren't for the challenge debuff, I would have eliminated him in the first wave, Kai stubbornly retorted. The cave master instinctively shot back. Oh, so he's a pig? Would he brazenly enter the jungle without the debuff to find you? In the Dragon Ball TV live broadcast room where the duo was, the audience was plentiful. Since switching platforms last year, he had become a pillar of the streaming community. Kai has started to scream again. I was just watching the stream. Which one is the cave master, and which is Kai? Graves' maneuvers are truly smooth. It wouldn't be that Zhang Jiaowen, would it? Graves, is that a discount water bottle from Daunting Lake? I want to roar. Stop the hate. This Graves is no noob. I see him helping to push lanes after taking down the cave master, merely gaining experience. I remember that ID. He's been dominating various streamers lately. Click it, Kai. Even if you hit him, you won't win. The cave master glanced at the chat, no longer wanting to witness Graves' slaughter, and agreed to the surrender request on the right side of the screen. Kai leisurely remarked, I initiated it. With 5 votes in favor, the base erupted. Seated at the 77th computer in the internet cafe, Gu Xing felt his demeanor relax as he rubbed his sore neck and sipped the Coca-Cola he had brought from his own store. This match had been a relentless assault on the top lane, primarily targeting the player with the ID captained by Daunting Lake, who seemed intent on provoking trouble. Having requested multiple times in public chat for concentrated harassment, Gu Xing had never encountered such a peculiar request and concluded that the captain must be rather eccentric. He resolved to indulge the player's whims, as the captain's chosen hero became exceedingly potent after reaching level 13, necessitating early game scrutiny. Thus, Gu Xing had repeatedly ambushed the opponent, causing the captain's mental state to nearly shatter, his face turning a hue reminiscent of pig liver. Upon reaching the scoreboard, Gu Xing instinctively glanced at the time. It was March 27th, during a lengthy holiday in town. Having returned home yesterday afternoon to complete his assignments, he had efficiently reviewed his studies for a while. With it being Sunday, he had come to the internet cafe to elevate his rank. When he arrived in the morning, Gu Xing was at 611 points in the King tier, ranked 96th in Ionia. Now, after a streak of 7 consecutive victories, he had surged to 777 points, climbing to 43rd place. Such remarkable efficiency in ranking was attributed to the fact that the new season had only commenced 2 months prior, leaving the scores among the top-tier players still relatively close. The competition within the top 100 was particularly dense, meaning that each victory could yield several rank improvements. Additionally, the experience gained from a previous virtual match had been thoroughly assimilated by Gu Xing, whose strong mechanics and exceptional awareness allowed him to dominate mid to low-tier matches with ease. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was still not yet 4:30 p.m. and planned to queue for another match before heading home for dinner. His successful ascent in ranks had completely put him at ease. His friends list had rapidly expanded, initially comprising classmates and a few acquaintances from a small group. It now included a plethora of high-ranking streamers and random players. The moment Gu Xing entered the matchmaking queue, he noticed that several top-tier players on his friends list promptly canceled their queues, shifting their status to online. He couldn't help but chuckle. This group of elite players had added him as a friend solely to monitor when he queued, seeking to avoid facing him. After all, should they encounter one another, the probability of matching against him was 49, while the chance of facing the opposing team stood at 59. These rank-focused individuals were meticulously calculating to maximize their ranking efficiency. However, Gu Xing remained unfazed, feeling confident that he could triumph against anyone. The opposing kings would shatter upon confrontation. Yet, in the subsequent ranked match, he found himself bewildered. The enemy jungler persistently invaded Gu Xing's jungle, consistently clearing the freshly spawned camps just before he could arrive. Having played League of Legends for several years, Xing had never encountered such a player, one who could precisely calculate every jungle spawn time, turning his jungle into chaos and leaving him with scant resources. After being thwarted a couple of times, Xing felt momentarily dazed. Regaining his composure, he opted to shift his focus to ganking in other lanes. The opposing jungler, fixated on invading his territory, had yet to execute any successful ambushes. Xing, utilizing his extensive experience in navigating the battlefield, successfully established a notable advantage for his team. However, he ultimately found himself struggling due to insufficient jungle farming, leading to a lack of economic parity with his opponents. By the mid-game, his equipment was mediocre, severely limiting his capacity to carry the match, compelling him to rely on his teammates. Regrettably, the few teammates assigned by the system proved to be rather underwhelming. In particular, the top laner, after benefiting from Xing's assistance in the early game and securing a few kills, astonishingly fell victim to the opposing top laner known as the Shy, which he found utterly unacceptable. Despite Xing's frequent ganks, his teammates failed to provide any meaningful feedback, culminating in an unfortunate defeat. He concluded today's climb with a record of 7 wins and 1 loss. The final match left an indelible impression on him, especially the jungler with the ID style off me. On his way home, Xing pondered the reasons behind his last ranked match's loss. Although the blame did not rest solely on his shoulders, had his teammates capitalized on his assistance, victory could have been within reach. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of self-reproach. The opposing jungler's counter-jungle strategy was nothing short of brilliant, providing him with a valuable lesson. Had he maintained a steadier jungle rhythm in the early game, his development might have been more favorable, sparing him the need to recklessly engage in ganks to shift the momentum. Before logging off, Xing made a point to check the record of style off me, discovering that it was an exceptionally high-ranking hidden account, typically assigned to professional players to facilitate quick matchmaking in higher tiers, thus avoiding the plight of lower-ranked games. This account boasted a total of 33 matches, with 28 victories and 5 losses, yielding a win rate exceeding 80%. As he surmised, given that Style Off Me was able to catch him off guard with a counter-jungle play, it was highly probable that the player could maneuver through Ionia with ease. Yet, he remained curious about the true identity of this individual. Xing continuously reflected on areas for improvement from the previous match as he briskly approached the entrance of his neighborhood, coincidentally encountering his father organizing parcels outside a shop. Inside, Shun Guanshan, clad in a white sports jacket and black athletic pants, was perusing items. He set aside his swirling thoughts and approached to assist his father with the packages before heading inside to chat with friends. "What are you doing?" he inquired. "Just picking up some snacks. We're out at home," Shun Guanshan replied softly, casting a fleeting glance at Xing before quickly averting her gaze to grasp a pack of Oreos from the shelf. Her recent peculiar demeanor had left her slightly unsettled. But fortunately, the companionship of her mathematics book allowed her to immerse herself and momentarily escape her worries. Standing nearby, Xing's gaze drifted over his friend's fair complexion and her slightly heroic brow. He had come to a realization regarding the box of chocolates, both emotionally and logically. He owed Shun Guanshan a debt of gratitude. The summoner's rift that occupied his thoughts was likely intertwined with her presence, presenting him with the possibility of embarking on an alternative path in life. "Guanshan, I recall you quite enjoy yogurt. How does this brand strike you?" Xing inquired, turning to retrieve 2 boxes of yogurt from the opposite shelf. Shun Guanshan finally turned her head to look over and replied without hesitation, "It's quite good, not overly sweet." After a moment's hesitation, Xing decided to purchase another box. Initially, he intended to buy just for himself and Shun Guanshan, but considering her close relationship with his sister, he could hardly imagine how Gu Pan would react if Shun Guanshan disclosed this incident. Turning to the counter at the entrance, he scanned 3 boxes of yogurt and retrieved exact change from his pocket to place into the cash register. His father, puzzled, remarked, "You could just take it, and I'll account for it later." Xing replied, "I'm treating her. It wouldn't be appropriate otherwise." He returned and handed Shun Guanshan a box of yogurt, saying, "Here, drink up." What? Shun Guanshan had assumed that Xing had brought the yogurt for his family and was surprised that he would share it with her. Noticing that he did not retract his hand, she finally accepted it, saying, "Thank you." Their fingertips inevitably brushed against each other, causing Xing to feel a jolt. "Your hands are so cold." Shen Guanshan opened the straw, explaining, I haven't been well lately, but I've been exercising. Having been eliminated during the training camp phase, her performance in individual competitions was lacking, and her frail health contributed significantly to her struggles. The extensive practice sessions drained her energy. Upon returning to town, she often ran laps on the playground during breaks in her evening study sessions, unwilling to let her body hold her back. When Shen Guanshan approached the counter to settle her snack bill, Gu's father initially attempted to refuse her payment, but ultimately yielded to her insistence. It was Gu Xing who interjected, Dad, if you don't take this money, she won't sleep soundly tonight. Only then did Gu's father accept the payment and assist her in packing the snacks into a plastic bag. Watching the two walk together into the community, Gu Xing's father felt a flicker of confusion, wondering if there was something genuine between them. Shen Guanshan took a large sip of yogurt and lowered her gaze to the ground. The setting sun cast a slender, elongated shadow behind them. I heard from Gu Pan that you'll be trying out for a position in Haishu during the Qingming festival, she initiated. Gu Xing affirmed, yes. It's just to gain some summer work experience and earn a bit of money for a computer, which I'll need for university. That's quite good, becoming self-sufficient. Shen Guanshan suddenly shifted the topic. I was just about to ask, why did you treat me to yogurt? The transition was abrupt, almost leaving Gu Xing speechless. He had always perceived a stark contrast between his sister Gu Pan and Shen Guanshan in terms of appearance and personality. His sister, Gu Pan, with her gentle demeanor, possessed a commanding presence and keen social skills, while her friend, Shen Guanshan, with her dignified features, appeared extroverted, yet suffered from social anxiety, possessing a remarkable ability to stifle conversations. I wanted to thank you for the chocolate you gave me, Gu Xing responded earnestly. I didn't realize such a small gesture would stick with you all this time. A glimmer of delight crossed Shen Guanshan's eyes. Yet she felt slightly dissatisfied with his description. She solemnly stated, that was not a trivial matter. After a moment, she sensed her tone might have been too harsh, and quickly added, at least it wasn't tea for me. Gu Xing's lips curled into a radiant smile, reminiscent of sunlight. I searched online for the price of damori and realized I would need to treat you to yogurt a dozen or 20 times to repay it. As he matured and became more aware of his family's modest circumstances, Gu Xing developed an aversion to being indebted to others. After Ding Ran topped up her internet account with 100 yuan, he assisted her in climbing ranks. Jackie Love gifted him a 9,900-point Muay Thai mock, a gesture Gu Xing still remembered. However, since the recipient was not in need of points and he himself had little money, he found himself unable to repay at present, but believed opportunities would arise in the future. Previously, he had taken an extra box of chocolates from Shen Guanshan, and he certainly wished to find ways to return the favor. It was not that he was overly meticulous about every penny. Rather, he feared that accumulating debts might lead him to take others' kindness for granted. In his view, making appropriate gestures of gratitude could indeed strengthen the bonds of friendship. Shen Guanshan remained silent upon hearing this. After a few moments, once they had descended to the ground floor, she finally devised a response. Is it possible to leave the chance for you to treat me to yogurt for 10 years hence, without needing to repay it all at once? Gu Xing, somewhat hazily discerning the nuance, continued to smile as brilliantly as ever. I shall remember that. If we meet again in 10 years, I will bring yogurt to find you. Shen Guanshan's eyes brightened, and a light laugh escaped her lips. It had been a week since her elimination and return to Zhenhai, and this was her happiest moment. If no one is home tonight, come to our place for dinner, Gu Xing suggested as he ascended to the 7th floor, retrieving his keys. Initially, Shen Guanshan considered saying she would just eat at the school cafeteria, but for some inexplicable reason, she replied with a simple okay. Bidding farewell to her friend, who remained frozen in place, Gu Xing entered his home. After changing his clothes and shoes, he tossed the yogurt into Gu Pan's cubicle, saying, for you. Gu Pan, who had been bent over her desk tackling practice exams, was startled when the yogurt landed on her back, springing up immediately. However, upon seeing the yogurt, she thanked him through the partition door. Though her voice was soft, Gu Xing heard it distinctly. He settled into a chair and took out his phone to browse online. The first thing he did was check the Seven Wolves chat group. I really can only play jungle. Style off me. Does anyone know who is using this account? His skill is something else. The small fry, who had been chatting with Wu Dan, responded, Bro, have you encountered him too? That guy's gameplay is fierce. I faced him last night, and he left me dazed. The online romance prince, Beethoven, chimed in. I was matched against him once. My jungle teammate kept getting countered, and the strangest part was that I never even saw the enemy jungler. He moved like a ghost while my teammate blamed everything on my Kassadin. I thought, surely I can't just stand guard in the jungle for you? It seemed everyone had been treated to the prowess of style off me, and once Xing initiated the conversation, the Seven Wolves chat was filled with lamentations. Ultimately, it was Qian Fanti who wrapped up the discussion. Li Xianjun is the substitute jungler for the Snake team, a Vietnamese who just arrived at the base recently and has been playing on the national server. Li Xianjun was the given name of the Snake team's top laner, the Holy Gunner. Xing held a deep admiration for Qian Fanti's extensive network, as he was acquainted with numerous professional players currently competing in the LPL. MGB Ming remarked, "A Vietnamese player?" To the astonishment of the other group members. They were well aware of the formidable strength exhibited by Korean players in this domain, having dominated the championship for 3 consecutive seasons at the S tournament, showcasing unparalleled prowess. The likes of the Shy, Dopa, Maigu, and Jean Chani also graced the high ranks of the domestic server. Yet, what was the situation with the Vietnamese? Wasn't that merely a wildcard region? Qian Fanti responded. He is touted as the Vietnamese faker. Back in the day, he was among the top 5 players in the Southeast Asia server, boasting an extraordinarily high ranking. Xing found himself profoundly impressed upon reading this. The prowess displayed by this individual evidently surpassed that of other Vietnamese players, which explained why the Snake team had sought him out. After turning off his phone, Xing opened his drawer and retrieved the chocolates gifted to him by Xinguanshan. Only 5 remained. He had originally planned to savor them once he officially embarked on his professional career, but the encounter with the Vietnamese player today altered his perspective. The chocolates had a shelf life. What if he waited until the end and found himself unable to enhance his skills sufficiently? Xing deliberated until he returned home after evening study, preparing to shower, when he ultimately made his decision. He unwrapped one of the chocolates and placed the dark confection into his mouth, allowing the bittersweet flavor and rich floral and fruity aroma to envelop his palate. After brushing his teeth and lying in bed, his heart raced with anticipation. He was uncertain whether this box of chocolates would indeed trigger the summoning of the rift within his mind. What if it didn't? Closing his eyes, he allowed the enveloping darkness to surround him. When he opened them again, a magnificent rift had once again claimed his ceiling. 019. Second growth familiar characters emerged from the fountains on either side of the rift, mirroring the lineup Xing encountered when meeting Style Off Me. Unlike the initial activation of this unique ability, Xing navigated this experience with ease, effortlessly commanding the heroes to move as if they were mere chess pieces. In the early stages, he remained in a godlike perspective, observing the replay meticulously. He could closely scrutinize the opponent's strategies to counter his jungle. Did they place a ward to block my jungle route? Xing pondered, witnessing the adversary enter his jungle around the 120 mark, first placing a ward in the brush beside the feathered bird camp. The positioning of this ward was astutely deep, ensuring that regardless of his jungle movements, they would be fully visible. At that time, Xing was oblivious to this setup, as he was preparing for a level 1 team fight with his teammates in another quadrant, thus not positioning himself in the jungle. Without any forewarning, a typical jungler would not deliberately avoid the brush near the feathered bird camp, and Xing was no exception. He realized too late that within just a minute and a half of the game's commencement, he had already fallen into the trap meticulously laid by his opponent. As he passed by the feathered bird camp for the first time, his jungle count was laid bare. In Vietnam, jungle players can deduce the route of their opponents by analyzing the number of camps cleared, thus determining which jungle monsters remain unharvested, allowing for targeted invasions. When the opponent successfully steals the initial group of stone bugs, all champions and minions in the rift come to a standstill. During his leisure time, Xing has been contemplating the intricate pathways of the Summoner's Rift. The divine perspective halts upon the first significant error, freezing the timeline. In this frozen moment, he can alternate between the perspectives of his opponent and himself, meticulously observing to devise strategies to rectify and avert such mistakes. Upon formulating a solution, the subsequent game dynamics are altered, heralding the commencement of a pivotal virtual confrontation. In this virtual match, Xing can only navigate from his own perspective, while the opponent employs a style reminiscent of his own, focusing solely on strategy rather than mechanics. Achieving victory in this simulated encounter signifies a formal completion of his objective. Seizing the opportunity during the rift suspension, Xing incessantly shifts his viewpoint, striving to analyze every possible move that may emerge in the virtual match following his exploration of the Vietnamese jungle. Only then does he begin to rectify his previous blunders. This task is relatively straightforward. If necessary, he can simply alter his path and adjust his subsequent jungle route. Having resolved these matters, Xing awaits the onset of the virtual duel, fully prepared. Yet, his adversary delivers a formidable blow. Ultimately, the peculiar counter-jungle strategy is exceedingly rare. Xing has never witnessed such an unconventional approach. In ranked matches, players typically invade after confirming the opponent's jungle position through direct or indirect information. However, Stylofme operates quite differently. He calculates the respawn times of jungle camps, using this as the basis for his counter-jungle strategy. Xing's mind races, and like most jungle players, he is aware of the current respawn times, 100 seconds or 1 minute and 40 seconds. Basic knowledge indeed. Xing deduces that he has roughly estimated the time taken to clear each group of jungle monsters, allowing him to predict the respawn timings of the next wave of camps, thereby positioning himself to invade precisely at the moment of respawn. Xing can perform these calculations. They are merely simple arithmetic. However, the opponent's execution surpasses mere calculations. The true challenge lies in route planning. Traveling requires time, and lacking a teleportation skill makes it exceedingly difficult for Xing to arrive at the jungle camps at the exact moment of respawn. He is likely to be off by several seconds. As his equipment and levels gradually increase, his jungle clearing efficiency rises, and even a few seconds can enable a champion to clear an entire camp. In essence, connecting jungle route planning with monster respawn times is paramount for success. Xing once contemplated a peculiar method, disrupting his own clearing route, embracing a free-spirited approach that would make it challenging for the opponent to calculate his position and monster respawn times. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed. If all else fails, Xing might resort to such a method. In the realm of virtual matches, he possesses ample time for practice, rendering such an approach unnecessary. The crux lies in enhancing one's inherent prowess. With the slow passage of time within these virtual arenas, Xing is not pressed to secure victory and exit. Rather, he intends to acquire further knowledge. He has devised a three-step plan to gradually elevate his capabilities. Firstly, he aims to refine his jungle path. After clearing each group of jungle monsters, Xing meticulously calculates the precise reset time for the next spawn. Once he has cleansed his 4 non-buff camps, he acquires 4 distinct time markers. He then mentally guides his champion through the jungle of Summoner's Rift, recording the time required to reach each camp. By merging these 2 time frames, he can utilize the intervals for various tasks. Xing only needs to ensure he arrives at the corresponding jungle camp just before the monsters respawn. While he may not possess extraordinary intelligence, he certainly cannot be deemed foolish. After repeating 20 matches in the virtual arena, Xing has shed his initial clumsiness. With newfound proficiency, he finds that the Vietnamese jungler is largely unable to contest the jungle from him. Next, he seeks to emulate Stylofme's counter-jungle strategy. Xing must continually anticipate the opponent's jungle route and endeavor to eliminate the monsters the moment they spawn. This task proves slightly more challenging due to the added variable of uncertainty regarding his opponent's jungle efficiency. Hence, precise timing cannot be achieved down to the second. To execute a successful counter-jungle, he must arrive at the monster camp in advance. After practicing dozens of matches, Xing gradually masters this rhythm, allowing him to progress to the final stage. Learning how to counter this peculiar counter-jungle mindset, he has gleaned numerous cunning tactics from the factory manager during his first virtual match, and now they come into play. Before long, he completes the challenge and triumphs in the virtual match, watching as the ceiling gradually returns to its original state. Xing exhales deeply, rubbing his weary eyes. Surely, his skills should suffice for the upcoming trial, shouldn't they? On April 3rd, at 10 in the morning, Xing stands alongside his father at the entrance of their shop, both clutching a carton of milk, gulping it down eagerly. A Range Rover, accompanied by the gentle warmth of spring, pulls up to the curb, and 2 men in their 20s emerge from the vehicle. "Hello, is this Gushi Community?" one of them inquires. "Indeed," Xing replies, glancing at the license plate. Dong Xiaosa had mentioned she would come to pick him and his father up, even sending the license plate number to his phone. One cannot help but notice the amusing quirks of Ningbo's license plates, beginning with Zhibi, which amusingly sounds like a reprimand. The license plate of the Range Rover matches the information on Xing's phone perfectly. After confirming the details, his father greets the men. You are from the greedy eating team, correct? Yes, yes. Dong Xiaosao responds eagerly, extending his hand. You must be Gu Xing's father? Just call me Xiao Dong. He does not adopt an air of superiority, but rather strives to exhibit his affability. Gu Xing naturally could not address him as Xiao Dong, for the latter was nearly a decade his senior. Referring to him as Dong Xiaosao would only amplify the sense of distance between them. As he observed the hand extended towards him, Gu Xing initially felt a twinge of discomfort. Apart from the occasional award ceremony, he rarely engaged in handshakes. Hello, Brother Dong. Upon uttering the words, he sensed an awkwardness in the address but could not pinpoint the source of his unease. Noticing Dong Xiaosa's composed response, he felt reassured. This is my friend. I lack a driver's license, so I had to ask him for a ride. Dong Xiaosao introduced his companion. Let us converse in the car. We still have a ways to go before reaching Haishu. Gu Xing spotted his mother emerging from a shop, waving at him and his father while advising them to be cautious. Meanwhile, Gu Pan remained tucked behind the counter, gazing out through the glass window. Seeing her reluctance to come out, Gu Xing chose not to intrude on her space. After bidding farewell to his mother, he stretched his long legs and settled into the back seat of the Land Rover. We can just follow the navigation system on our way back, Dong Xiaosao said. Still engaged in quiet conversation with his friend in the passenger seat, Gu Xing allowed the fragrant camphor trees to swiftly retreat from his view. The Gushi community gradually fading from sight. A new potential for life loomed ahead, filled with uncertainties. Today he took his first step. 020. I can read fortunes. Do you believe in that? Throughout the journey, Gu Xing's father maintained a steady dialogue with Dong Xiaosao. Lacking familiarity with professional esports, he had only recently garnered some knowledge upon learning that Gu Xing was to attend a trial training session in order to avoid feeling lost in conversations. However, like his son, he remained somewhat in the dark about this realm, his words tinged with concern. There is no need for me to conceal anything, Dong Xiaosao stated candidly. Today, we will visit the training facility to observe the environment. If conditions permit, we might even engage in a couple of practice matches. Our team is slated to compete in the provincial tournament in Hangzhou come mid-April. Even if Gu Xing passes the trial, he will not immediately sign a contract to participate in competitions, especially since he must also focus on his college entrance examinations. Moreover, this is akin to any ordinary job. It emphasizes a mutual selection process. If the team finds Gu Xing appealing, he may still choose not to remain here. Wouldn't you agree? Dong Xiaosao had previously gathered some information about Gu Xing from his own team's duo. He had sensed that Gu Xing was unlikely to remain with the greedy Xiaosao, especially since EDG had also extended a trial invitation to him. EDG's second team, ED, was nearing a critical juncture in their journey through the secondary league, likely to defeat YM and secure a promotion slot into the LPL. According to the new league regulations implemented at the end of 2014, a club could possess only one team in the top-tier league. This meant that once ED entered the LPL, they would undoubtedly need to sell their slot. As for the capable ED players, they would likely undergo significant changes to serve the new owners. Should Gu Xing join in the summer, he might secure a starting position on the second team. Furthermore, during this period, Dong Xiaosao had taken the opportunity to monitor Gu Xing's ranking matches and had witnessed his account scores steadily rise. In this present day, I find myself solely adept at jungle roles, and my account has ascended to the top 30 rankings in the national server, with a promising trajectory for further advancement. The matches we have lost predominantly stem from the shortcomings of my teammates. Had the other 4 players performed even moderately well, Gu Xing would have been able to dominate the ranked games. Dong Xiaosao, unable to discern the upper limits of the opposing players, harbored little hope regarding Gu Xing's signing. Choosing not to dwell on such thoughts, he casually shifted the topic of conversation, inquiring about Gu Xing's current performance. It's satisfactory, Gu Xing's father replied with a calm demeanor. His son ranked commendably within the town, and with the competitive scene consuming his attention, the pressure of college entrance examinations was considerably alleviated, allowing him the time to indulge in gaming, where he unexpectedly demonstrated remarkable talent. He could have initially adopted a modest stance before revealing that his son was enrolled in an innovative program at the local high school and had even secured an early contract with Fudan University, relishing in the surprise etched on Dong Xiaosa's face to satiate his own vanity. However, he refrained from doing so. Approaching 50, he had gained clarity on certain matters. Deeming such ostentation superfluous, and recognized that excessive modesty might lead others to perceive him as pretentious. Additionally, the accomplishments were solely Gu Xing's own, and, to be fair, aside from the property in the school district, he had not been able to provide much academic assistance to his children, making any display of pride rather inappropriate. Nonetheless, Dong Xiaosao expressed genuine astonishment. Though nearly a decade had passed since his own high school graduation, he was well aware of the caliber of Zhenhai High School. Who would have thought, Gu Xing, that you would excel in both gaming and academics? Dong Xiaosao chuckled supportively. Gu Xing, skilled at uplifting the atmosphere, revealed his extroverted and cheerful side, all the while harboring aspirations for the trial training. Upon arriving in Haishu, it was already a little past 11 in the morning. This area was significantly more prosperous than Zhenhai, considered the old city center of Ningbo. The training facility was located upstairs in a rented room, and the players should be awake by now. As Dong Xiaosao explained, our schedule closely mirrored that of other professional teams, with us rising around noon. Given that few players engage in gaming during the morning, and matches are seldom scheduled for that time, he unlocked the security door and stepped aside to let the two enter. The room was reasonably spacious, with a shoe cabinet directly in front, haphazardly filled with several pairs of athletic shoes. After donning shoe covers, Gu Xing and his father stepped into the living area. Although referred to as a living room, it had been transformed into a different space altogether. Against the wall stood a long table, cluttered with 6 or 7 computers and peripherals, alongside tissues and snacks, contributing to an overall sense of disarray. 5 young individuals were seated at their respective stations, wearing headphones and tapping away at their keyboards, each engrossed in their own tasks. Oblivious to Gu Xing and his father's arrival. They arrived. Dong Xiaosao exclaimed, clapping his hands vigorously, always wearing headphones. You'd better be aware if a thief enters the base. Laughter erupted in the living room as the eager team members removed their headphones, standing to greet their manager. Allow me to introduce, Dong Xiaosao said, patting Gu Xing on the shoulder. This is our newcomer, Gu Xing, with the gaming ID, I only play jungle, specializing exclusively in the jungle role. The original jungler immediately exhibited signs of anxiety, fearing that a newcomer might usurp his position. The team is not particularly formal, and there isn't much spare money to support substitutes. If Gu Xing rises to prominence, I will have to pack my things and seek employment elsewhere. Dong Xiaosao observed everything keenly. Before the competition in Hangzhou, our starting lineup would remain unchanged, and Gu Xing was merely here for a trial. Upon hearing this, the jungler felt a sense of relief. A boy, approximately 1.8 meters tall with thick, dark eyebrows, approached Gu Xing with a warm demeanor. I'm Lin Weixiang. You can probably guess my ID. We're both in the Seven Wolves group, and it's great to finally meet you in person, he said in a rather youthful tone. Gu Xing smiled brightly, replying, Hello, just call me Gu Xing. Who is Qian Fanti? Suddenly, a shorter boy emerged from behind Lin Weixiang, slightly slimmer and previously obscured from view. I'm Lu Qingsong, originally an ADC, now playing support. Please don't call me Qian Fanti. It sounds too much like an anime character. What do you mean sounds like? You are one, Lin Weixiang muttered in dissatisfaction. After acknowledging them with a nod, Gu Xing naturally turned to the other person beside Lin Weixiang. The online romance Prince Beethoven, based on their previous positions. He deduced that the seating arrangement in the gluttonous team was organized from top to support, meaning the individual alongside Lin Weixiang, besides Lu Qingsong, must be the mid laner. Indeed, the online romance Prince Beethoven from the Seven Wolves group was the mid laner for the gluttonous team, perfectly matching his identity. Call me Finfin, the bespectacled, slender boy said with a polite smile. After greeting the other 2 team members, Gu Xing remained calm and composed throughout. Gu Xing's father felt quite pleased with this. Let the young ones get acquainted. I'll introduce you to the other facilities at the base, Dong Xiaosao suggested, pulling him aside. Gu Xing was remarkably sociable. It didn't take long for Lin Weixiang to share some of his snacks. Unable to refuse the hospitality, Gu Xing tasted a piece of meat floss cake, and they began discussing the recent ranking matches. Their mutual knowledge was limited, with their shared passion for League of Legends being their sole commonality, which served as an excellent conversation starter. In the past 2 years, Ionia has been filled with notable figures. Aside from them, there's the rising Vietnamese star Styloff Me, the ever-dominant Dopa, the watchful Jakulov, and the prodigious talent the Shy. Any one of them has plenty of interesting tales to tell. As Gu Xing chatted with them, he observed their personalities and attempted to infer their playstyles. To his surprise, Lin Weixiang excelled at both Lucian and Vayne. One is aggressive in the early to mid-game, while the other plays cautiously, waiting to take over in the late game. In the jungle role, this would be akin to someone mastering both Nidalee and Sejuani simultaneously, which is quite rare. The contrasting playstyles made Xing curious about how Lin Weixiang adapted to them. In contrast, Lu Qingsong was much more conventional. He enjoyed playing Thresh, a hero that many support players are proficient with. Did you know? Lin Weixiang suddenly leaned closer, whispering, "I can read faces and tell fortunes. It's an ancestral secret. A miraculous art." Really? Xing questioned, doubting his own hearing. Indeed, Lin Weixiang was quite earnest. "Do you know why I was particularly enthusiastic about you at the beginning? Because we are in the same group?" Xing speculated. "Nonsense." Lin Weixiang directly dismissed his idea, and then with a serious expression, his thick eyebrows looking increasingly comical, declared, "I've calculated that you will become a world champion in the future. Not just you, but Lu Qingsong and I as well." Xing scoffed, "What nonsense. If you can see that, why pursue a professional career? Just set up a stall under the bridge and make your fortune." In his view, both he and Lu Qingsong, who was striving in the city's hero championship, were far from the title of world champion. Lin Weixiang wanted to say more, but heard the boss calling them. "Let us have lunch first, then see if we can schedule a few practice matches this afternoon." Dong Xiaosa happened to be introducing Xing's father to the kitchen at the base. "I hired an aunt to cook. This is the standard configuration for most domestic teams. Only top-tier clubs like EDG have dedicated cafeterias." Xing's father walked around, not particularly satisfied with the environment. The accommodation was cramped, making it feel like a team that was hastily established on a whim. "Xing, after you finish your meal, you can play on this unused computer," Dong Xiaosa said, pointing to the outermost spot in the living room. Xing took a piece of scrambled egg, soaked his rice in meat broth, and quickly finished his lunch before starting ranked matches with a few teammates. Climbing the ranks was not a challenge for him, and he effortlessly reached the 25th position on the national server. By this time, it was around 2 in the afternoon, and the teammates had shaken off their post-lunch drowsiness, finally ready to engage in practice matches. Having never experienced such matches before, Xing was filled with anticipation. 021. First practice match, Pingxiang Yiji Internet Cafe. "Brother Xing, I've invited you. Come in first." Lin Weixiang sent him an invitation in the game client. Xing clicked to accept and entered the custom room. "You go up. I'm on the 5th floor." Lu Qingsong shouted loudly. His personality was decent. He wasn't particularly cheerful, but not introverted either, just fond of cursing, often berating his own ADC. Most of the time, Lin Weixiang would endure it, occasionally retorting, but his soft voice rendered his words less impactful. "Who are we facing in today as practice match?" Fanfan asked the coach. The team's coach, nicknamed Silyang, was of decent rank on the national server and was brought in by Dong Xiaosa for the training group. However, he had never had coaching experience before, which was one of the reasons Xing's father thought Dong Xiaosa was somewhat unreliable. Fortunately, for small matters like arranging practice matches, the coach had no issues. Facing the Pingxiang Yiji Internet Cafe team. An internet cafe? Lin Weixiang chuckled, finding the name quite amusing. Most of the practice match opponents for Dong Xiaosa were teams from various internet cafes, which constituted the main force in the Hero Championship. Practice matches also required a certain level of competition. Practicing with teams of similar strength allowed both sides to gain something, whereas crushing or being crushed held little significance. In the Tencent Esports system, the overall structure resembles a pyramid, with fewer teams as one ascends, particularly evident in the LPL, which comprises merely a handful of teams. Conversely, the number of teams in the City Championship cannot be described as numerous. However, the sheer volume is substantial. Unless teams hail from the same province, they are often unfamiliar with one another, likely having never even heard of each other, let alone their play styles. For example, in this training match, the opponent for the Team Greedy Snack is the Yiji Internet Cafe team, marking their first encounter in a practice game. Dong Xiaosa paces in the living room, his gaze primarily fixed on Xing faced with his inaugural training match. Xing appears unperturbed and rather eager, exuding a commendable mindset. Opponents gradually enter the room. The ID of the jungler opposite him, Tears of Beauty remembering unmatched ZZ, is rather intriguing, while the mid laner's name, Black Toothpaste, is even more absurd. Xing initially assumes it to be a brand advertisement, akin to the prefixes that adorn IDs of top servers, suggesting a monthly financial incentive. Wow, The scores of the mid and jungle from the Internet Cafe team are impressive. Beethoven, seemingly the elder statesman of the team, casually begins to research the opponent's past performances. Meanwhile, in an old residential building in Pingxiang, the owner of Easy Internet Cafe, having transformed his home into a training base, lounges behind his players. The jungler, who goes by I really can only jungle, a boy of exceedingly slender build, speaks in a muffled tone. Xing, did you see that? The jungler plays exceptionally well and excels at rhythm-based heroes. Unlike typical players, he grips the mouse with his left hand while his right hand manipulates the keyboard in an awkward cross-handed manner. I saw it, responds a somewhat portly boy beside him, who plays under the account Black Toothpaste, along with Xiang, Qian Fanny, and Beethoven. Indeed, all are high-ranking conquerors from the first server. Greedy Snack has enlisted a new jungler for this trial, and prior to today's match, the owner of Easy Internet Cafe gleaned some information from Dong Xiaosa. Although the previous jungler was quite competent as well, likely capable of ascending to the A-level league by summer, he turns to the cross-handed boy and instructs, Zhuoding, coordinate closely with Xing today. The reserved Zhuoding merely offers a shy smile in response before agreeing. The coach of Greedy Snack prompts the players. Are you all prepared? I am about to commence the BP phase. He has taken his position in the observation area, ready to record the entire training match. Xing cracks his fingers, nodding to signal his readiness. Let us start. I'll take a sip of water, Lu Qingsong remarks as he twists open a bottle cap. The custom draft mode officially commences. To Xing, this interface bears little distinction from that of a ranked match, merely allowing for alignment of teammates' IDs with their respective tiers. In this match, we will not select jungle heroes, Dong Xiaosa declares to Xing. Feel free to play as you wish. However, the Easy Internet Cafe team, positioned on the red side, has banned the champion Leopard Woman, despite the significant nerf she received in the March 25th update of version 65, where her jungle ambush can no longer reset basic attacks, and her passive can no longer bind monsters upon applying the hunt mark. Her prowess as a jungle dominator remains notable. Yet, this did not cast her into obscurity. Currently, the formidable champion, the Catwoman, remains a popular choice among the elite tier of this version. Furthermore, neither team allocated any bans to the jungle role. Quickly secure Lucian for me, Lin Weixiang exclaimed, eager to utilize his signature champion, allowing the support to select Thresh and Brown later. Go ahead, take it, the coach concurred. Lacking strong opinions as long as Lin Weixiang refrained from mindlessly playing Vayne, a character severely limited in professional matches. Xing was there for a trial and did not wish to interfere with their ban pick phase. Moreover, he was unfamiliar with such situations, quietly absorbing knowledge from the sidelines. The atmosphere of the training match was remarkably relaxed, filled with banter, while the opposing team had already chosen Elise as their jungler. What do you think would be more comfortable to select? Dong Xiaosao inquired actively. After a moment's contemplation, Xing decided on Graves, a champion he was more proficient with, as there were few strong junglers capable of contending with Elise. Currently, Graves' overall strength in this version is indisputable. Since his rework in the preseason, his role has shifted from ADC to jungler, despite undergoing several nerfs, including a delay on his Q ability, Quick Draw. The mechanism of his E ability remains unchanged. Presently, the passive gained through Quick Draw can stack up to 4 layers, providing a total of 40 points of dual resistance when fully stacked. This increase in stats is akin to acquiring an extra piece of chainmail and a Negatron cloak, rendering it a bug-level existence in early skirmishes. The bizarre mechanics of this champion allow high-ranking Graves players to roam freely in the jungle, with few champions able to contend with him. The coach recognized Graves as a powerful champion in the current version, capable of enhancing the team's late-game capabilities, and thus did not object, allowing Xing to finalize his choice. Should I also play Love Trap? Lin Weixiang chuckled as laughter echoed in the living room. Recently, streamer Zhang Jiawen has experienced a surge in popularity due to the rework of Graves, leading to a proliferation of various memes within the league, including the notion that one must use Love Trap while playing Graves. Xing, fitting in with the group, smiled and adjusted his rune setup. Graves? At the base of the Pingxiang Easy Internet Cafe team, Zhuoding was taken aback by the choice made by the player in the second-floor training match. He had expected Xing to select champions like Lee Sin or Rek'Sai. Their last encounter in ranked play was 10 days prior, where Xing's performance with Rek'Sai left a lasting impression. Xing had always believed that Xing was particularly adept at early-game jungling and ganking. However, he reassured himself. Glancing at the mid laner Xing, Graves is not great at ganking early. I'll just focus on setting the pace. In the wild, a fierce confrontation erupted. Should Graves, the quintessential gentleman, accumulate a substantial amount of stacks, then the spider, being a champion reliant on skill burst, would find herself at a disadvantage against Graves' area damage, which also effectively clears out the small spiders. However, when it comes to ganking efficiency, the spider must significantly outpace her opponent. With both team compositions established, on the blue side, we have the greedy team, top lane Poppy, jungle Graves, mid lane Twisted Fate, and bottom lane Lucian with Braum. On the red side, the team from EG Internet Cafe features top lane Renekton, jungle Elise, mid lane Jace, and bottom lane Kalista with Thresh. After the robust warrior version witnessed in last year's World Championship, Riot Games took action this spring to nerf a plethora of tanky, yet damaging top lane champions. Consequently, the most formidable top lane champions in the LPL have become the beloved trio, Poppy, Nautilus, and Makai. Xing gazed at the loading screen, attempting to analyze the compositions. Both sides possessed double marksmen in the late game, with the distinction that EG Internet Cafe relies heavily on the early game synergy between Elise and Renekton, showcasing formidable offensive capabilities. Conversely, the opposing side may find themselves lacking in frontline presence during the late game, as Renekton and Thresh are evidently not tanky. As Xing contemplated the strategy for this match, a notification sound resonated in his headset. The Summoner's Rift has descended. Position yourselves here. Lu Qingsong marked the river, suggesting an invasion. How about it? His choice of Braum at level 1 is exceptionally strong, especially when paired with Graves, Twisted Fate, and Lucian, 3 ranged champions capable of easily triggering Braum's stun passive, concussive blows. The greedy team's composition is not lacking in crowd control at level 1, making the invasion entirely feasible. Xing's heart raced. As the training match commenced, he could distinctly sense the difference from solo queue matches. The most apparent disparity was in communication. The other 4 players were incessantly conversing through their microphones. In contrast, ranked matches often resemble solitary battles, reliant on individual skill to secure victory, while training matches necessitate a more comprehensive application of tactics and strategy. In the voice chat, the top laner was still discussing with Lin Weixiong whether to swap lanes. In the current meta, lane swapping has not been diminished, and many professional matches see the top and bottom lanes exchanged, allowing the duo to push towers in the top lane for economic advantage while the top laner mingles with the jungle. No swap, Lin Weixiong decisively stated. I can dominate their bottom lane alongside Lu Qingsong. Xing licked his dry lips. The outcome of this trial would determine his future in professional esports. Failure was not an option. He swiftly engaged his mind, attempting to communicate with his teammates about invading the enemy's bottom jungle for vision on the blue buff, while he would refrain from swapping jungles. Xing had chosen Graves for this match, a champion who, for the most part, is akin to a tower-diving fool, as his auto-attacks can be intercepted by the turret. Even adjusting the angle to execute a wall collision with his Q ability, collateral damage, would yield diminished damage. He was reluctant to forcefully invade the enemy's bottom jungle. Should the tower dive fail, EG Internet Cafe's Renekton and Elise would surely punish Poppy in the jungle. The opposing team, aware of the blue team's strength at level 1, had initially planned to relinquish control of the bottom jungle after placing their wards. However, they did not anticipate Xing's refusal to swap jungles. After a moment of contemplation, Xing returned to his own blue buff to commence jungling. He could deduce that the greedy Jia was placing wards in his jungle. Even if he ventured to the upper jungle, his movements would inevitably be revealed. Thus, it was wiser to consume the blue buff first. Xing returned to his own lower jungle's red buff, awaiting the respawn of the jungle monsters while regulating his breathing to calm his nerves. Are you playing? At the enemy's spider's blue buff, there was a high probability that she would swiftly reach level 3 and attempt to gank him. Xing made a reasonable conjecture and cautioned the top laner, Poppy. Be careful. Since the Spider Queen had commenced her journey from the lower blue buff, she would likely refrain from engaging the bottom lane early on, leaving her upper jungle vulnerable to Xing's counter, unless she followed a route that included the blue buff, red buff, and the stone beetle to reach level 3 before circling back to farm the feathered beak bird and the 3 wolves and the magic swamp frog. her path would remain predictable. However, this method of jungle farming was time-consuming and rarely employed by tempo-focused junglers like her. Moreover, the mid laner, Toothpaste, was using an early-game champion without ganking capabilities, while the top lane Crocodile was, without doubt, the best partner for the Spider's reconnaissance. A moment's reflection led Xing to surmise that the enemy intended to gank the top lane. The greedy Jia was still on the lane, dancing against the opposing Crocodile. And upon hearing the warning, he appeared composed, stating, "I will position myself cautiously and farm in front of the tower." He was well aware that their new jungler would not come to assist him. The enemy's top lane Crocodile and Spider, both reaching level 3, would be formidable adversaries. In a 2v2 confrontation, the combination of Gangplank and Boppy had little chance of success. At 1 minute and 40 seconds, the jungle monsters respawned. Xing steadied his emotions and raised his shotgun to fire at the red buff and the nearby minions. The mechanics of Gangplank's skills dictated that, without a critical hit, each shell contained 4 pellets. Only the first pellet to hit would deal full damage, while subsequent pellets striking the same target would inflict reduced damage. When facing solitary jungle creatures like the magic swamp frog, it was straightforward. He could unleash all 4 pellets without hesitation. However, when confronted with camps comprising multiple monsters, it was crucial to maximize the number of pellets hitting various targets to enhance overall damage output. Positioning himself against the upper wall of the red buff camp, he fired his initial auto attack and immediately cast Quick Draw towards the wall. This thick barrier prevented Gangplank from passing through, allowing him to remain stationary. In the next moment, he discharged his loaded weapon. This wall cornering was akin to Vayne's wall rolling Q. By canceling the auto attack animation with the skill and then interrupting the skill casting process against the wall, he efficiently reset his auto attack. Time to leave. Lu Qingsong assisted by striking a minion, noticing its health had dwindled sufficiently. He then turned to join Lin Weixiang on the path to the bottom lane. Xing finished the red buff, marking the time at 1 minute and 53 seconds. Utilizing a ward he had placed earlier between the enemy's blue buff and the magic swamp frog camp during his invasion, he observed the Spider finishing her blue buff with the aid of her duo before proceeding to solo the magic swamp frog. "I plan to counter the enemy's F4. Xing noted, deciding to farm his own F4 first while marking the enemy's upper camp of feathered beak birds. "The Spider Queen is undoubtedly a hero in which I possess considerable expertise. In terms of jungle priority, the F4 camp certainly does not rank high, as Elise has only 1 area damage skill, resulting in a longer time spent clearing the small birds compared to other camps. Given that the opponent secured the blue buff before engaging the magic swamp frog, their subsequent route would likely involve either the 3 wolves or a return to clear the red. It seems improbable that they would venture to the feathered birds." Finfin promptly interjected, "All right, I'll block the plane from passing." The card master engages the plane, gaining control of the minion wave early on, allowing for unrestrained pushing, thereby applying pressure on the minions to hinder the Toothpaste from providing assistance in the jungle. Coach Dong Xiaosa, along with the gluttonous player and Gu Fu, gathered behind Xing to observe his gameplay. Xing remained intensely focused, dedicating his attention solely to the training match. He refrained from using Smite to take down the feathered birds, resulting in a slightly slower pace. Just before the vision ward placed in the opponent's blue area faded, they spotted the Spider having already cleared the magic swamp frog and departing. However, the situation was not dire. Xing ambled forward with his shotgun, stealthily navigating through the vision-obscured area, passing behind the mid-tower, and smoothly arriving in the upper half of the jungle. While farming, he had been meticulously monitoring the movements across all 3 lanes and noted that the enemy plane had not ventured into the upper half to place vision. The opponent would only have a fleeting moment to establish vision before their lane phase commenced. Xing mentally calculated the time. In the current version, the trinket ward lasts only 60 seconds at level 1. The first wave of minions in mid would converge before the 140 mark. And even if the plane placed a ward, it would need to do so shortly after the 130 mark. Otherwise, it would reveal vulnerabilities upon entering the lane. This meant that by approximately 2:30, the upper river would remain shrouded in darkness from the enemy's perspective. Xing remained perfectly still, concealed in the brush. Behind him, Gu Fu was puzzled and quietly asked Dong Xiaosao why Xing was not moving. He was timing his movements, and Dong Xiaosao's expression was serious, indicating that they should wait for the enemy's vision to dissipate before proceeding, otherwise they risked detection. The original jungle player of the gluttonous team sat attentively, keenly observing Xing's every maneuver, hoping to glean some techniques. After all, the trial player was among the top 30 in Ionia. Achieving high scores undoubtedly indicated exceptional skill. And since Xing did not pose a competitive threat to him, he certainly would not miss this opportunity to learn. While Xing stood still, he took the chance to switch screens and monitor his teammates' situations. The top lane's Poppy was indeed quite stable, showcasing the formidable strength of the three phantoms, with the crocodile unable to contend with him. In the mid lane, Funfin was pushing, while the enemy plane, lacking equipment and levels, cowered under the tower, struggling to farm. The bottom lane was remarkably aggressive. Lin Weixiong had not exaggerated, as he and Lu Qingsong relentlessly pressured the opposing duo, confident that the spider would not descend due to the initial vision. Xing did not wait long, having not used smite to clear the jungle. He was already slightly behind and had traversed a fair distance, now reaching the 230 mark. He swiftly made his way to the river, crossing over directly into the enemy's upper jungle. The delectable F4 was right before him. Indeed, the spider had not farmed. With two basic attacks to diminish the health of the jungle monsters, followed by a swift EQ combo after reloading, Graves can execute a rapid sequence. The E ability, Quick Draw, allows him to cancel the animation of other skills during reloading, thus enabling a quicker deployment of EQ compared to the norm. When the desperate explosive shell collides with the wall and detonates, he follows up with a smite and another shotgun blast. Graves demonstrates a terrifying efficiency in clearing the F4 camp, effortlessly leaving no trace of feathers from the enemy's raptors. He meticulously cleans out the camp, ensuring he maintains control over its respawn time, thus enabling further counter-jungle opportunities. Placing a ward in the river, Graves proceeds to his jungle. Dong Xiaosao furrows his brow, glancing at another computer. Both teams' coaches are observing from the spectator position in a custom room, enjoying a God's eye view. However, to prevent information relay and cheating, this viewing perspective is slightly delayed compared to the actual match. On the coach's monitor, the training match has just commenced. Dong Xiaosao can discern little and reluctantly continues to focus on Graves' screen. Be cautious. The spider should have finished the red and is likely near the tri-brush. Graves warns the top laner, urging him to remain vigilant. He, on the other hand, calmly clears the blue buff. In this version, jungle monster experience has not been nerfed, allowing him to reach level 3 after only consuming 2 sets of F4 and the red buff. He continues to use his E ability against the wall to enhance his jungle clearing efficiency while stacking his passive. Pure Man Zhuoding remains oblivious to this. After clearing the 2 camps in his lower jungle, he ascends to resolve the red buff, simultaneously seeking opportunities in the top lane. However, the timid Poppy remains hidden beneath the turret, unwilling to engage. Currently, the minion wave has not fully reached the turret. A hard push would easily betray their intentions. Moreover, the character's defensive capabilities against turret dives are formidable. A wall slam could result in a significant disadvantage. I'll place a ward for you. I'm heading back to jungle. Zhuoding concedes, abandoning the gank attempt. He also refrains from countering Graves' jungle, aware of the latter's advantages. Approaching the river, he spots the scuttle crab, quickly clearing it. While the experience from the river crab is only 10 points and often overlooked by junglers, it still offers a reward of 70 gold. Zhuoding plans to return to his jungle to clear F4 and the stone golem, ensuring he has enough gold to return home with 650, sufficient to craft a green jungle knife. However, as he enters his jungle, he is met with an empty raptor camp. What is happening? Zhuoding is momentarily at a loss, realizing his raptors are gone. In a moment of panic, his previously incoherent speech becomes noticeably clearer. The mid laner is also a bit confused. In the base, the coach, along with the jungler and Dong Xiaosao, leans forward, intently watching the recorded training match. At this point in the footage, 2.5 minutes have elapsed. As Graves strides into the enemy jungle, the ward placed by the Easy Internet Cafe team in the river brush vanishes just in time, plunging the river into darkness, allowing Graves to effortlessly execute a counter jungle. Indeed, there exists a profound admiration in Dong Xiaosao's gaze directed towards Xing. The current standard of the Urban Hero Championship is rather modest, with the coaching staff generally underperforming. Tactical maneuvers such as vision control are predominantly employed by teams in the LSBL and LPL leagues. In the absence of seasoned training guidance and teammate communication, Gu Xing's ability to navigate and counter the enemy's jungle with precision is truly commendable. His counter-jungle route is impeccable, garnering the respect of the starting jungler, Tanchi. Although not well-versed in the intricacies of the game, Gu's father could discern from the reactions of Dong Xiaosha and others that his son was performing admirably. Far away in Pingxiang, Zhuoding was left bewildered. He had meticulously planned his jungle route, only to find that the opposing jungler had stealthily appropriated a set of F4 camps. To his knowledge, the enemy jungler was supposed to be solely focused on ganking rather than indulging in such underhanded tactics. Enraged, Zhuoding was compelled to consider his next move. The stone beetle camp lay at the top of the map, while his lower quadrant still had a set of 3 wolves yet to be cleared. Consuming both camps would require a considerable amount of travel time, yet merely clearing one would leave him with insufficient gold to return home and craft a green jungle knife. In a state of disarray, Zhuoding finally resolved to venture into the lower quadrant in search of opportunities, hoping to capture the swift crab in the river, which would allow him to clear the 3 wolves and secure just the right amount of gold. Meanwhile, Gu Xing had completed clearing his upper blue buff and the magic toad and was now focused on the 3 wolves. His contemplation and assessment of the enemy jungler's whereabouts never ceased. After countering the F4 and returning to his jungle, he placed a vision ward in the upper river. Having observed the spider queen moving downward after clearing the swift crab, Gu Xing surmised that upon discovering the F4 had been taken, the enemy would likely head towards the jungle quadrant with the most remaining camps to safeguard their development. Lin Weixiang, can you two secure the crab in the lower river? Otherwise, the spider will move down and claim it shortly. Being new to this environment, he refrained from issuing orders hastily, maintaining a notably gentle tone. Lin Weixiang, while pushing the lane, contemplated Gu Xing's intelligence about the spider's position. After a brief moment, realizing he could no longer maintain pressure, he pushed the minions forward and proceeded to the river with his support, Lu Qingsong. With the rapid burst damage from Lucian and Braum, the river crab, not particularly resilient in this version, was dispatched in a matter of moments. When Zhuoding arrived, he beheld the remnants of the river crab transformed into an altar, providing vision to the adversary. His frail chest heaved with indignation, and he felt his blood pressure rise in frustration. With no other recourse, Zhuoding could only return to clear his 3 wolves. Fortunately, jungle camps reset every 100 seconds, so after clearing the wolves, a brief wait would allow the second set of magic toads to respawn. He would still be able to amass sufficient gold to return home and procure equipment. Do not linger beneath the tower. Consume my stone beetles to prevent the enemy from claiming them. Gu Xing's stone beetle camp had remained untouched since the onset of the match, since his teammates had assisted in securing the river crab. He deemed it fitting to reward them with an additional jungle camp. Upon hearing those words, Lin Weixiang's face instantly brightened with joy. Brother Xing, I am determined to befriend this companion of yours. Having cleared 2 sets of camps, Lin Weixiang's Lucian was significantly ahead in both experience and economy compared to his opponent. Gu Xing echoed his sentiments and, after finishing off his own 3 wolves, made his way back up the river. Are you really going again? Dong Xiaosha was genuinely taken aback. He had never witnessed such a bold counter-jungle strategy. The opposing team's upper stone beetles had yet to respawn, and the eager Dong Xiaosha, seizing the opportunity, had already reversed 2 camps in the first round. The enemy top laner, a crocodile, likely received commands from his teammates and rushed to defend their jungle. But it was utterly futile. Gu Xing retained his smite, devouring the stone beetle right in front of him before casually turning away. I still intend to counter this F4. Fin, ensure the plane doesn't come over, Gu Xing called out loudly. He had precisely noted the time of his last F4 steal, which was 2 minutes and 44 seconds. This meant that at 4 minutes and 24 seconds, this set of sharp-beaked birds would respawn once more. He was confident he could steal it again, as the opposing jungler was completely unaware of the precise reset timing of these camps. Amidst the onlookers, Gu Xing effortlessly pilfered yet another group of sharp-beaked birds. Meanwhile, Zhuoding had just finished his second set of magic swamp frogs and returned to base to purchase a green jungle knife, intending to handle the F4 in the upper half of the map. However, upon entering, he found it completely devoid of resources. Are you even playing? Zhuoding erupted. His face flushed like that of Guan Yu. Zhuoding, typically introverted and rarely prone to outbursts, found this situation unbearable. With both the stone beetles and sharp-beaked birds lost, and the lower area S3 wolves and magic swamp frogs just respawning. He was left with absolutely no jungle camps. What could he do? Starve while wandering aimlessly? The toothpaste character felt sympathy for his teammate's plight, but found it hard not to laugh, ultimately forcing a smile to calm his emotions. With nothing else to occupy his time, Zhuoding initiated a gank, setting his sights once again on the top lane Poppy. However, the eager Dong Xiaosa had already gleaned the approximate movements of the enemy jungler, the spider, from Gu Xing, positioning himself at a safe distance, thus making it difficult for the top laner and jungler to secure a kill. Frustrated, Zhuoding made a desperate attempt, only managing to force Poppy to use her flash before retreating in disappointment. Be careful down below. After returning home, Gangplank will definitely come looking for you. He could roughly predict Gangplank's movements and quickly warned his duo to conserve their health and avoid fights. Nevertheless, Gu Xing had little inclination for active ganks this match. After returning to base to buy his equipment, he marked his exit at the Dragon Pit. Lu Qingsong, just come over. The two of us can handle it. According to information revealed by Riot's designers, the mid-season patch would introduce 4 elemental dragons, and currently, slaying a dragon would grant the team a collective buff. Each dragon slain would stack an additional layer. The first layer alone would provide a significant boost of 8 to attack and ability power, a considerable enhancement. The EG Internet Cafe had no means to obstruct this. The mid and lower lanes had lost all wave control, and the lower river was shrouded in darkness, allowing Dong Xiaosa to claim the first dragon without contest. Gu Xing swiftly drew his gun and ascended the Dragon Pit, returning to his own jungle to consume his second set of F4. He then continued onward with his shotgun in hand, intent on countering the enemy's jungle. Funfun, do remember to keep an eye on me, he instructed. Within the first 6 minutes of the training match, Gu Xing made 3 similar requests, leaving Funfun feeling utterly unperturbed, merely responding with a subdued acknowledgement. Was there even a chance to counter? Observing from behind, Dong Xiaosa felt her understanding of Gu Xing's gameplay being fundamentally transformed. Gu Xing calculated meticulously. When he devoured the enemy's first set of stone beetles, the Spider Queen was still clearing her jungle in the lower half. Aside from the red and blue buffs, the respawn timer for the remaining 4 camps was a consistent 100 seconds. Consequently, the respawn points for the stone beetles at the top and the 2 camps at the bottom were remarkably close. The spider could not create illusions, nor did she possess the global mobility of Rek'Sai. She could only defend 1/2 of the jungle. Gu Xing understood this clearly. After finishing the dragon in the lower half, conventional logic would dictate a counter into the enemy's lower jungle or a straightforward path upwards to farm his own jungle. He believed the enemy would think the same way. The EG Internet Cafe team would likely lay a trap in the lower half, waiting for him to fall into their snare. Thus, Gu Xing chose to defy expectations, foregoing his own jungle to invade the enemy's upper half. Although this meant taking a longer route, it would enhance the likelihood of a successful counter. Zhuoding was setting up an ambush in the lower half, even deploying a control ward, aiming to detect and eliminate Gu Xing at the first opportunity during his invasion. However, until the 3 wolves respawned, he had yet to catch sight of Graves. He must be farming his own jungle, Zhuoding thought, still holding onto a sliver of hope. But the words of his top laner, the crocodile, instantly chilled his spirit. At the stone beetles, Graves had returned. Zhuoding quickly switched screens and saw Graves, right before the crocodile, once again claiming the stone beetles for himself. Do you not have your own jungle? Zhuoding felt on the verge of a cerebral hemorrhage. What about the F4? I can only glance at it. I can't defend it. The plane, lacking completed items, faced a well-farmed enemy Graves who had the advantage in both level and equipment. Engaging in a 2v2 skirmish in the jungle was utterly unrealistic. At most, the plane could merely place a ward to help track the F4's demise. Gu Xing executed his smite right above the enemy's sharp beak, utilizing the vision buff to spot the ward placed by the plane. Today, let me show you how your F4 will be devoured. Gu Xing relished in his triumph, eliminating the enemy jungle creature before disposing of the ward. Zhuoding, bewildered, found himself at a loss for what to do next. 6 minutes into the match, he had yet to farm a single set of stone beetles or F4. For a jungler, this was a monumental disgrace. It was nothing short of jungle banditry. Coach Gan Shi, overwhelmed, lamented the widening gap in jungle farm. When the training match replay showed Gu Xing stealing Zhuoding's 3rd set of F4, his minion kills had already reached 35. Moreover, Gu Xing still had the magic frog and 3 wolves in the upper half left to consume. Upon reflecting on the performance of the jungler from the EG Network Club, it is noteworthy that their jungle farm stands at a mere 16, a disparity exceeding double that of their opponents. In the realm of League of Legends, the absence of counter-farming in the lanes means that, regardless of one's last-hitting prowess, it is often exceedingly challenging to impede the adversary's growth. However, the jungle operates under a different paradigm. It epitomizes a zero-sum game, as the resources within the jungle are finite. The more one farms, the less remains for the opponent, merely through counter-jungling. The economic deficit faced by the opposing jungler has already surpassed 600. Seated behind Gu Xing, the gluttonous jungler cast a glance at the statistics displayed in the replay, exclaiming in awe, "This strategy resembles that of Style Off Me." Crucially, he had also secured a dragon, ensuring that neutral resources were not left untouched. Dong Xiaosa's tone brimmed with admiration. Gu's father also wore a pleased expression, as he believed that the side with superior economic standing held an undeniable advantage, a notion quite easy to comprehend. Zhuoding found himself unable to secure any kills, and with no jungle camps available, he resorted to aimlessly wandering around, attempting to apply pressure. At the 8-minute and 35-second mark, he finally struggled to reach level 6. Meanwhile, the Graves, who had diligently farmed jungle camps for 8 minutes, emerged equipped with a green warrior jungler's knife, collaborating with the Twisted Fate in the mid lane, delivering a devastating burst of damage that obliterated the opponent. Following the kill, Graves ascended to level 8, boasting a 2-level lead over his counterpart, a monumental advantage. Lin Weixiang, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, "Xing Ji, you are truly remarkable." He hummed a cheerful tune, eagerly awaiting the moment when his jungler would carry the game. "You might as well take my minions." Finfin pondered, contemplating what he could contribute, concluding that the minions in the mid lane held the most value. No, Gu Xing promptly objected, "I do not dirty my minions." With the opposing jungle camps being unclaimed, he showed little interest in the minion wave, swiftly vaulting over the wall to counter Zhuoding's F4. Lin Weixiang, observing Gu Xing's audacious counter-jungling, remarked with a smirk, "If I were the jungler on the opposing team, I would never wish to play jungle again after this training match. If I can't farm F4, what is the point of jungling?" Hiding in the bushes to recall, Lu Qingsong seized the opportunity to jest. "This is a profound saying taught to me by the factory manager." Though the atmosphere among the gluttonous team grew light and lively, Gu Xing remained vigilant. The opposing jungler was also a high-ranked player, and should an opportunity for retaliation arise, the tides could easily turn. He continued to exert formidable pressure. The exaggerated advantage established in the early stages of the training match was maximized by Gu Xing. The Spider Queen, upon encountering him, could only flee in terror, not daring even a glance. Without even having met face-to-face, Gu Xing opted for a cautious approach in this initial trial, balancing his jungle farming and ganking effectively, while also securing the dragon to further amplify his team's advantage. Once Finfin's Twisted Fate was liberated, he frequently unleashed his ultimate ability to catch opponents off guard. Following her itemization, the Poppy in the top lane became impervious to the crocodile's advances. Meanwhile, Lin Weixiang and Lu Qingsong achieved kills in the bot lane. The situation had decisively tilted in their favor. Spectators observed the economic disparity in the training match replay, which had ballooned to 77k by the 20-minute mark, a complete and utter domination. The proprietor of EG Internet Cafe likely recognized the disparity in economic standings between both teams. Their own formidable champions, a crocodile, Callista, and a spider, were nearing the conclusion of their power spikes, and the team still saw no glimmer of hope for a comeback. It remained uncertain when the plane piloted by Yageo would finally take flight. With tearful eyes, everyone reminisced about their former glory, as the opposing Queen of Spiders sent a chat message proclaiming GG on the public screen. The members of the greedy and bold team let out a collective sigh of relief. Lin Weixiang stretched lazily and seized a piece of meat floss cake from the table. Gu Xing, glancing around, noticed that all 4 teammates had exited the game, leaving him puzzled. What did this mean? Were they not continuing the match? It then dawned on Finfin that the jungler beside him was a complete novice. The GG sent by the opponents was akin to a surrender, indicating that all 10 players had exited the game, erasing the record of this custom match. He observed Gu Xing's impressive performance and sought to establish a rapport by providing a detailed explanation. Had they completed the match and destroyed the enemy's base, the game record would have remained on their accounts. Should another team's coach or player have them on their friends list, they could access certain training match information, potentially compromising their strategies. Understanding now, Xing realized this was a precaution against leaks. Yet, a twinge of regret lingered in his heart. He had yearned to witness the explosive demise of the opposing base in his inaugural training match, which now seemed unattainable. Curse your jungler dreams. Before exiting the game, Xing cast one last glance at his statistics. 8 kills, 0 deaths, and 4 assists on Graves, with 157 minion kills in 22 minutes. In the current version, where the jungle monster counter had not been altered, the magic swamp frog counted as only 1 minion kill, making the total minion kills for junglers generally low. Despite Xing having secured a significant number of jungle monsters, particularly from the F4, achieving such development solely through farming was indeed remarkable. In contrast, the opposing Zhuiding's Queen of Spiders had a record of 1 kill, 4 deaths, and 4 assists, with only 77 minion kills. Seeing his son victorious, Gu's expression relaxed considerably. May I take a photograph? Consider it a memento. Of course, just be sure not to reveal any other information, Dong Xiaosao readily agreed. Coach Greedy and Bold remained transfixed on the training match footage, muttering incessantly, "You pressured 80 minions. The economic gap is 4,639. Goodness, is this jungling or outright robbery?" He seemed almost entranced. "Brother, your Graves is too formidable." Finfin laughed joyfully. "I'm practically coasting to victory." The top laner, Keishir, cast a look of approval. Noting the opponent's jungler's position was accurately predicted. "I've played comfortably regardless." Lu Qingsong nodded in agreement. Throughout the match, the opposing spider barely touched the F4, right? "Don't exaggerate, it grazed it once." Lin Weixiong immediately retorted. "I saw it clearly." The spider had the F4 half depleted when Xing snatched 3 birds with a wall-based ultimate. His facial expressions were vividly animated, aptly described as exuberant, with his thick black eyebrows standing out prominently. This playstyle, while not identical, bore an uncanny resemblance to the recent Ionian player, Style Off Me. After enduring a bout of mistreatment, I clandestinely learned from others. Xing candidly acknowledged this, and then turned his gaze toward his temporary teammates. He refrained from uttering phrases about effortless victories, for he knew that solely relying on himself to wreak havoc in the enemy jungle was implausible. His teammates were indeed pivotal, with champions like Poppy and Twisted Fate. Several of his greedy yet capable allies selected a plethora of functional roles, meticulously setting the stage for Xing to comfortably counter jungle and develop his abilities. One must admit, Xing genuinely relished this match. The thrill of nurturing his own advantage in the enemy jungle, in his eyes, was far more alluring than merely landing. This sentiment was precisely why he chose to play the jungle role. Each time, he accurately calculated the enemy jungler's position and correctly anticipated their next move. He felt a psychological advantage, accompanied by a deep sense of satisfaction. Moreover, the bandit-like counter-jungle style of Style Off Me opened a new realm of possibilities for Xing. Dong Xiaosao received a phone call nearby, and upon returning, addressed his teammates, stating that the Easy Internet Cafe team wished to continue playing, suggesting that Xing experiment with a different style in the next match. Xing's performance on Graves was commendable. He had effectively dominated his opponents throughout the game. However, his playstyle leaned towards farming, and he had scarcely attempted any ganks in the early game. Dong Xiaosao recalled that during their last encounter with Xing, the opposing team had employed a tempo-oriented jungler, the Spider Queen, and he was eager to witness it again in a training match. The greedy yet affable Zasa, who was the starting jungler, approached with drinks, continuously praising Xing, expressing his desire to observe and learn in the next match. Watching Xing's gameplay from a first-person perspective promised to impart a wealth of new knowledge, beneficial and harmless to him. Xing, upon noticing the Pepsi and bottled water in Zasa's hands, unhesitatingly opted for the latter. After expressing his gratitude, he twisted off the cap and took several refreshing gulps. "Do not feel pressured," Dong Xiaosao said, resting his hand on Xing's shoulder. "With the last match concluded, you have successfully passed your trial here." "Really?" Xing exclaimed in delight. "It's that simple?" "Yes, it is indeed that straightforward," Dong Xiaosao replied with a smile. "In the next match, play freely and with a bit more ferocity." Upon hearing this, the starting jungler Zasa felt a turmoil in his heart. Just moments ago, he had handed Xing a drink, and now he was learning that the other had passed his trial. What would become of his own position in the summer? With such a level of gameplay, it seemed improbable for him to remain as a starter. He bore no ill will, yet his face flushed as he pondered over it, silently hoping Xing would not perform too exceptionally. If Xing excelled, Zasa feared he would be overlooked in favor of the one still battling in the Urban Hero Championship. Conversely, Xing's anxiety dissipated entirely. Before meeting Zasa, he had harbored concerns about his performance, fearing he might not pass the trial. To his astonishment, a single training match sufficed. Elated, Xing turned to engage in conversation with Lin Weixiang and Lu Qingsong, his tone considerably more buoyant. What he remained unaware of was that in more formal and reputable clubs, a newcomer aspiring to secure a spot in the starting rotation typically had to endure an entire day of training matches, and in stricter environments, several days of intense evaluations would precede any final decisions. However, Zasa was exempt from such rigorous standards. Dong Xiaosa had originally formed friendships with high-ranked solo queue players during live streams, inviting them to team up for ranked matches to boost his own standings. To elevate oneself to a higher level of achievement is a testament to one's formidable prowess, and thus, it is essential to attract such talent to the team. Greedy Eating Squad. As predicted by Xing's father, this endeavor resembles a makeshift ensemble. Dong Xiaosa, fueled by fervor, aspired to realize her esports dream and establish this team. However, it suffers from a lack of management and ineffective coaching. In truth, this predicament is not exclusive to Greedy Eating Squad. The majority of teams in the 2016 Urban Heroes Championship and even LSPL faced similar challenges. The practice of hastily trialing newcomers and granting them a spot after a single match may sound absurd, but considering the broader context of the esports environment at that time, it becomes quite understandable. At the training base of Eiji Internet Cafe team in Pingxiang, the owner was attempting to console Zhuoding, who had been thoroughly defeated in his last match. It's only natural to be caught off guard by a playstyle you've never encountered before, he reassured. Zhuoding, however, was rather earnest in his rebuttal. I have seen it before. That player, style off me, utilized this strategy in Zone 1. I was his teammate back then, and it didn't seem so pronounced. This time, experiencing it firsthand left him quite unsettled. No worries. I'll ensure we ban those heroes capable of counter-jungling in the next match, said the cafe owner, who also dabbled in drafting strategies to save on wages, allowing him to provide better meals for the growing young players. Pingxiang is not a large city, and opening an internet cafe is only profitable if it is near a university. Otherwise, it is not particularly lucrative. The salaries of these youngsters, along with various expenses, add up significantly. The owner was barely managing to keep the team afloat. In the next match, I will definitely carry, Zhuoding declared, resolutely cracking his knuckles. Half an hour later, the entire training base was engulfed in an eerie silence. The kill count stood at 6-22. The opposing Lee Sin had achieved 7 kills, 0 deaths, and 10 assists, culminating in a decisive blow that felled the weakened Ezreal. An enemy is legendary, the voice prompt reverberated throughout the corners of the base. How are we supposed to continue playing like this? Yao Gao expressed his dismay. Zhuoding remained silent, biting his fingers. His personal performance was a respectable 3 kills, 5 assists, with a kill participation rate of 100. On the surface, everything seemed fine, yet Zhuoding knew that the collapse of the game rested squarely on his shoulders. He had aimed to seize an opportunity to gank in the top lane, only to find the enemy jungler, Lee Sin, lying in wait behind him. That resulted in a disastrous 0-4-2 exchange. Subsequently, Lee Sin's momentum soared, and despite Xing's insistence to refrain from counter-jungling, chaos ensued on the battlefield. With Lee Sin's agility, he executed ganks from various unexpected angles, rendering defenses futile. Even though Zhuoding endeavored to shift the tide, he was unable to salvage the situation. When he noticed the owner's displeasure signaling the end of the training match, he reluctantly typed out GG in the chat. As Xing exited the game, he remained somewhat bewildered. A 90 discount on the water bottle? After 2 training matches, he found himself doubting his own abilities. Was it that he was too strong? Or was the opposing team simply inadequate? In her heart, Dong Xiaosa was elated. Xing's performance was nothing short of exemplary. It is no exaggeration to say that such a caliber of jungler would wreak havoc in the Urban Hero Championship. Yet, it is precisely this realization that stirs a sense of melancholy within him. The training match with the Eiji Internet Cafe team from Pingxiang persisted until the evening. Ding emerged victorious not once, suffering 5 consecutive defeats, enduring a relentless onslaught. Only during dinner did he regain his composure, filled with anger and sorrow. To hell with my jungler dreams. I wish to play mid. Originally, Ding was a mid laner, but upon joining the Easy Internet Cafe team, he was compelled to venture into the jungle due to the incompetence of the jungler. Now, he yearns to reclaim his talent in the mid lane. In Haishu District, Xing remained oblivious to the significance of his afternoon's winning streak in the training matches. Dong Xiaosa had everything prepared for him and his father to discuss matters outside. 025. The path forward. Let us go, brothers. Xing, knowing he would not return to the greedy Xiaosa base today, waved goodbye to his temporary teammates with whom he had trained all afternoon. Good luck in the provincial competition mid-month. Lin Weixiang watched the departing figures of the boss and the Gu father and son, still murmuring to Lu Qingsong. Do you think Xinggu will stay? This jungler is truly remarkable, Finfin mused. As a mid laner, he had a relatively close interaction with the jungler, and he felt deeply about it. Although Xing, as a newcomer, displayed a certain naivety due to his lack of professional training in aspects like vision control and late-game lane transitions, he exhibited an extraordinary talent that was evident to the naked eye during his initial trial. Whether it was counter-jungling or executing aggressive gank strategies, he performed exceptionally well. With this thought, Finfin sighed, wishing he could be teammates with him. Indeed, Lin Weixiang concurred. With Xinggu here, victory is within our grasp. And what about me? The starting jungler from greedy Xiaosa grumbled nearby, teeth gritted. Lin Weixiang shot him a glance, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Who are you? I don't recognize you. The starting jungler's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead as he sputtered something about being the first to arrive and accusations of fickleness, eliciting laughter from everyone and filling the base with a joyful atmosphere. Dong Xiaosa led the Gu father and son to a home-style restaurant outside the community. Let us order first, he said, handing the menu to Gu's father, allowing them to select their preferred dishes as they dined and conversed. Can you give me a rough idea of the current situation? Xing's father had previously heard from Dong Xiaosa that his son's trial had passed. But seeing his expression now, it seemed matters were more complex. Dong Xiaosa, unwrapping the utensils, spoke with a grave tone. To be frank, your son definitely wishes to stay. Xing exchanged a glance with his father, only to hear Dong Xiaosa continue. However, from any angle one considers, the likelihood of Xing signing a contract with greedy Xiaosa is virtually nil. You must have observed his performance in today's trial. His personal strength is indisputable, even surpassing that of these competitors. Dong Xiaosa opened 2 bottles of soda, handing them to the 2 across the table. Staying with greedy Xiaosa would only hinder his progress. Everyone has their own selfish desires. Dong Xiaosa initially hesitated to voice his thoughts. He believed that if Xing could be retained, the achievements of the team, greedy Xia, would undoubtedly soar. However, he recognized the challenges that lay ahead. Xing would not sign a contract immediately following the trial. At the very least, he would wait until after the college entrance examinations, which were 2 months away. Before June arrived, Xing's scores would likely continue to rise, attracting even more trial invitations from LSBL and LPL teams. Moreover, it was worth noting that Xing had already caught the attention of EDG. The major domestic esports clubs offered superior training conditions and a more robust youth training system, in addition to salaries that surpassed those of greedy Xia. Dong Xiaosa typically paid his players around 6,000 yuan, which, considering the 2016 market, was not a low figure within the realm of the City Hero Championship. Many members of amateur teams received only free internet access and salaries ranging from 3,000 to 4,000. Yet, this was a comparison within the same tier. Stepping up a level, most LPL clubs in the LSBL league offered starting players monthly salaries of at least 10,000, not to mention the top leagues. In light of these comparisons, greedy Xia held no advantages. Dong Xiaosa was certain that even if he refrained from expressing his concerns today, Xing would not choose to stay. From his interactions during the trials, it was evident that the Gu family was not impulsive. They approached the path of professional esports with great caution. It was clear that after returning home, they would come to understand that for someone of Xing's caliber, remaining in the City Hero Championship was unnecessary. Thus, it would be more straightforward to address the matter directly. By doing so, he could also extend a favor. I am a bit older than you and have been streaming for many years, having formed 2 teams along the way. I have, at least, built some networks within the esports community. Dong Xiaosha regarded Gu Xing with a calm demeanor. He was not one to be ostentatious, preferring to amass wealth quietly. In his early days, he was renowned as the greatest director and coach in the electric scene, with half of the top players in the strongest King era being his protégés, many of whom eventually entered the esports realm. Are you familiar with IG? Gu Xing replied without hesitation. Of course, it's an established club. Even his father, after spending a few days brushing up on professional esports knowledge, had become quite familiar with the name. As an ancient powerhouse in the domestic esports scene of League of Legends, alongside Dota 2's Immortal Shield, IG was exceptionally well known. I can introduce you to them, Dong Xiaosha said sincerely. Although given your talent, they will likely reach out to you soon enough. I can at least facilitate an introduction. I have a friend nicknamed Ding Bo, who currently serves as a substitute support at IG. You two should have the opportunity to meet. Gu Xing expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Brother Dong." Just then, the waiter brought the dishes, and Dong Xiaosha eagerly beckoned. "Let's eat. The small yellow croaker here is quite delightful." After a hearty meal, Gu Xing, having trained all afternoon, felt content and listened as Dong Xiaosha shared numerous amusing anecdotes from his streaming days. I aspire to form a competitive team, envisioning a day when Greedy can ascend to the pinnacle of the league. As Dong Xiaosha spoke passionately, a radiant glow illuminated his face. At that moment, I contemplated becoming a substitute player, even just to step onto the stage as an LPL athlete. However, Gu Xing, being still young, could not fully grasp the sentiments of the others. When it was time to depart, my father declined Dong Xiaosha's kind offer for a friend to drive us back to Zhonghai, deeming the 2-hour round trip too cumbersome. It sufficed for Gu Xing and me to take a taxi home. Seeing the determination in their refusal, Dong Xiaosha did not press further. Turning to Gu Xing, he affirmed, "You will undoubtedly become an exceptional professional player." He had always been confident in his ability to discern esports talent. From the likes of Saint Gun to Lin Weixiang and Lu Qingsong, and now to Gu Xing. He believed that these individuals would traverse far and achieve great success in their esports careers. It was merely a matter of time. Gu Xing, puzzled, responded with a non-committal sound, unsure of the basis for such a conclusion. Dong Xiaosha gave his shoulder a final pat, earnestly advising him to work diligently in his youth, to deliberate over every choice, lest he find himself regretting it later on. Although it was a cliché, he hoped Gu Xing would remember it. Gu Xing beamed a radiant smile, replying, "I understand, Brother Dong. That is precisely why I decided to venture into the world of esports." His infectious smile elicited an involuntary grin from Dong Xiaosha. The taxi arrived by Gu Xing and his father, and Dong Xiaosha bid farewell, shaking hands with both. Once the vehicle turned the corner and vanished from sight, he turned back, secretly reflecting on what a promising talent Gu Xing was. Thankfully, he had prepared himself for the possibility of not retaining him after the trial. Otherwise, it would have been a painful loss. His phone buzzed, revealing a message from Gu Xing. After skimming it, Dong Xiaosha noted the gratitude expressed for the day as hospitality, along with wishes for success for both him and Greedy, hoping the team would soon compete in the LPL. This lad, he couldn't help but chuckle, feeling considerably lighter in spirit. It seemed he truly understood the game. After sending a reply, he noticed it was already 7:30. Nicknamed Ningbo Pigeon King, Dong Xiaosha remained unperturbed, telling his audience that the broadcast would commence at 7. As long as it was before 8, he wouldn't be late. He hummed a tune, sauntering leisurely towards home. In the taxi, Gu Xing's father observed his son engrossed in his phone, rapidly typing away. "Aren't you dizzy? You can send it when we get home," he remarked. "It's fine. I can manage," Gu Xing replied. This afternoon, he had added all the members of Greedy as friends, and it was crucial to send a message that included everyone. Neglecting anyone would be inappropriate. Before long, he received responses from the team members. Lin Weixiang's message retained a naive charm. After spending a day together, Gu Xing recognized that this was genuinely his character and had grown accustomed to it. Lu Qingsong and Finfin expressed their regrets, genuinely wishing to team up with Gu Xing. He tucked his phone away as the taxi sped towards home. Upon returning to the Gushi community, the father and son noticed their small shop still open, the warm yellow light spilling out, casting a shadow of the fragrant camphor tree onto the ground. Upon encountering his wife, Gu Fu could not help but voice his concerns, expressing that he had advised her to return home earlier, remarking that there was no necessity to stay out so late. After all, he was still worried, and moreover, there were still people on the streets, making it possible to sell some items. Gumu countered with a few words before turning to her son, inquiring about his day. It was quite splendid. The feedback I received was overwhelmingly positive, Xing replied, wrapping his arm around her shoulders with a cheerful tone. Perhaps I might even join a better club. That's wonderful news, Gumu sighed in relief. Pampan mentioned you during dinner. Xing was skeptical, as he was well aware of Gu Pan's stubborn nature. She had been quite reticent that morning, leaving without even a farewell. After assisting his father in organizing the shop's merchandise, they finally pulled down the rolling shutter. The trio strolled home under the luminous moonlight, filled with laughter and joy. The following day, while studying at school, Shun Guanshan turned to Xing, his voice tinged with concern. Have you received the results of your trial training? What trial training? Ding Ran inquired, tossing a QQ candy into his mouth with a look of bewilderment. During the holiday, I tried out for a professional team. Xing replied with radiant enthusiasm, confirming Shun Guanshan's question. I passed with ease. You intend to pursue a professional career? Ding Ran exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes widening in surprise, as he had no prior knowledge of this development. Considering that after the college entrance examination, he would have little to do. He saw this as an opportunity to experience life as a professional player while also earning some money, a win-win scenario. Xing nudged his desk mate's shoulder, explaining that he hadn't mentioned it earlier due to uncertainty. You should have told me sooner. Ding Ran exclaimed, I have connections. Really? Xing was taken aback. As the trio conversed, Gu Pan, who had been engrossed in her writing, perked up at Ding Ran's words, turning to them with a puzzled expression. Does your family engage in this? Xing and Shun Guanshan mirrored her curiosity, having never heard him mention it before. Ding Ran, noticing the three gazes fixed upon him, quickly clarified, my family doesn't, but my cousin does. He runs an esports club with a League of Legends division, and they have performed quite well in the LPL. Xing furrowed his brow. The club owner is a Mr. Ding? His knowledge of the esports realm was rather limited, and he could not recall anyone fitting that description. Ding Ran continued without hesitation. It's VG, my cousin is Ding Jun. Xing realized. However, Gu Pan and Shun Guanshan appeared oblivious, still in a state of confusion. As Ding Ran elaborated, Xing listened intently, eager to absorb more knowledge. VG may not be as renowned as IG in China, but it is still a significant club with numerous divisions. They even secured second place at TI4 a couple of years ago, and they have a standout player named ROTK. Their CF division is also exceptionally strong. Ding Ran excitedly recounted his past exploits in Crossfire. Enough about CF, Gu Pan gently tapped his desk. Let us discuss League of Legends. Xing was only aware that VG was quite willing to invest heavily in their League of Legends endeavors. At the end of 2014, all 10 members of Samsung arrived in China. VG secured the champion jungler Dandy and support Mata, along with coach Homie. However, last summer, they were defeated by IG in a reverse sweep, failing to qualify for the S5 World Championship. During the transfer period at the end of last year, they parted ways with support Mata and acquired the champion mid laner Easyun. The performance of the League of Legends division was rather mediocre, hovering just above average. Ding Ran glanced at Xing, suggesting that if he wished to pursue a professional career, he might consider trying out for VG, where the salary was respectable. He expressed his enthusiasm. Ding Ran did not possess a particularly clear understanding of his deskmate's abilities, but given that Xing could dominate in the Ionia Challenger matches, it seemed reasonable to seek a trial opportunity. Xing was initially surprised when he heard about his friend's connections to the esports scene, but he quickly composed himself and smiled at Ding Ran, thanking him in advance. In his view, aside from the familial connection to his friend, VG was no different from any other team. With Dandy as a champion jungler, his skills remained sharp, ensuring his position as a starter, while Xing would merely be joining the second team, no different from EDG. As the class bell rang, Xing immersed himself in his studies, while Gu Pan and Shun Guanshan returned to their own tasks. Nevertheless, Ding Ran was preoccupied, even during study time. After class, he eagerly approached Xing to discuss plans, stating, I'll call tonight to arrange a time for us to go to the city together. Surprised by the urgency, Xing had initially intended to wait until he received several trial invitations to coordinate everything in one go. I'm looking forward to seeing you compete, Ding Ran exclaimed, astonished that a classmate of his might pursue a professional career in esports. Xing chuckled at the improbability of it all. Yet Ding Ran persisted in urging him to share experiences from the Qingming festival holiday in Haishu. Energized, Gu Xing cleared his throat and began. The quality of the trial is quite high. The opposing team is from the Easy Internet Cafe in Pingxiang. Although they are merely an internet cafe team, their players are quite formidable, including the jungler named Tearful Eyes, Unmatched Memory, who ranks in the top 10 nationally. Shen Guanshan flipped through a mathematics analysis book by Wu Xingjian, her lips curling into a smile. She struggled to comprehend the terminology associated with League of Legends, but the sound of Gu Xing's voice brought her joy. Gu Pan, glancing at her deskmate grinning at the university textbook, was taken aback. Has she gone mad with studies? She mused, refocusing on her exam paper. That evening, after returning home, Ding Ran immediately grabbed his phone to communicate with his cousin. Why are you calling me instead of preparing for your college entrance exams? Ding Jun, seated in his office, was troubled by the upcoming spring playoffs for the League of Legends division and couldn't help but admonish him. College entrance exams? Just take them for fun. Ding Ran replied with determination. Brother, my classmate is a nearly 900-point king in the game. Can he try out for VG? What nonsense are you talking about? Ding Jun pondered for a moment before realizing what his brother was suggesting. Are you joking with me? He knew that his cousin was enrolled in the best class in town, where the students generally performed well academically. While there were quite a few who indulged in gaming, their commitment to studies meant that their time devoted to gaming was ultimately limited, resulting in a basic level of proficiency. Upon hearing Ding Ran's words, Ding Jun's first instinct was to dismiss them as mere deception. I'll call uncle and discuss your concerns thoroughly, he threatened, but I have other matters to attend to. So I'll hang up for now. I've sent you my game statistics. Ding Ran spoke rapidly before the other party could disconnect, then took the initiative. You can take it or leave it. I still have the EDG tryout in hand. Ding Jun glanced at WeChat, where his cousin's account, noted as cousin, had sent him a TGP image. I truly only excel at jungle, with a peak rank of 880 victory points, 98 wins and 24 losses, and 80 win rate. Ding Jun was not an avid player of League of Legends, but having managed a club for years, he possessed a fair understanding. He knew precisely what such an 80 win rate at this tier signified. Is he really your classmate? Ding Jun confirmed once more. Not only a classmate, but also my deskmate. He helped me reach silver. Ding Ran noticed a shift in his cousin's demeanor and raised his voice. It seems you may not need it after all. EDG is far more reliable than your offer. Ding Jun chose to ignore his cousin's teasing tone, stating, I'll inform the manager of the League of Legends division. Your recommended classmate must be preparing for the college entrance examination, right? Will he come to the base in June? Upon hearing him discuss serious matters, Ding Ran also became earnest. He can come even earlier. His situation is similar to mine, you understand. Ding Jun responded promptly, opening a document on his computer that recorded the holiday schedules of various divisions. What about May Day? The League division will just be finishing their break. He can undergo the tryout then. That works. I'll discuss it with him. Ding Ran hung up and quickly conveyed this good news to Gu Xing via chat. May Day? Gu Xing pondered for a moment. I have the time. I'll handle it and consolidate the tryout dates for all teams. Traveling from Ningbo to Shanghai by train takes only 2 hours, which is not too far. However, Gu Xing did not intend to make multiple trips. It was best to resolve everything in one go. Just as he was about to inform the EDG youth training manager about the tryout, he noticed the lively chatter in the Seven Wolves group chat. Unfortunately, there was no if. Are there any brothers in Shanghai during May Day? I'll treat everyone to a meal. Xiang Xiang from Chichi TV. If you're treating, I could take the train from Ningbo, eat, and then rush back. It sounded amusing. But Gu Xing believed Lin Weixiang could indeed pull off such a stunt. Jackie Love was quite displeased. Stay wherever it's cool. MGB Ming. I should be around. Can I join for a meal? Gu Xing copied this message and sent it to the group. Jackie Love's attitude took a 180-degree turn. Old Gu. If you come, I'll definitely treat. Lin Weixiang sent a question mark meme featuring Nick Young. Regrettably, there are no what-ifs. Moreover, Lao Gu, you need to log in quickly. It has been 2 days since you last played, and several team managers have been unable to reach you. They have come to me instead. Gu Xing had been preoccupied with studying for the past few days. Upon seeing the message from Jackie Love, he opened his home computer and logged into the game client. As soon as he came online, he was greeted with a multitude of friend requests. What does it mean to be an all-star? At that moment, his mother entered the room, offering him a small box of neatly sliced pineapple. Gu Xing sought her opinion on leaving Ningbo for a trial in Shanghai during the May Day holiday. His mother, uncertain about the connections that Ding Ran had facilitated, decided to call his father for advice. Leaving their 2 children to travel out of town without adult supervision was a daunting prospect. Gu's father, familiar with Ding Ran, contemplated the situation. Gu Xing had visited Shanghai several times before. I will see you off at the train station on the day of your departure. Is someone from the club coming to pick you up? Gu Xing nodded in response. Then don't wander off. Take a photo of your companion and send it to my phone, his father advised. You can call me while you're on the train, and we will discuss things further once you arrive at the base and meet Ding Ran's cousin. Gu Xing agreed wholeheartedly, assuring them of his safety. Once his parents left the room, he turned his attention back to the client. This time, to avoid missing any crucial information, he accepted all friend requests. As soon as he accepted the requests, someone reached out to him. The youth training manager from Wii, a renowned powerhouse in the domestic League of Legends esports scene, boasting an immense fan base. Gu Xing glanced at the time and realized it was still early for bed, so he engaged in a brief conversation with the individual. Is it WEA? He had a vague recollection of the team, particularly the flourishing players Sima Laozi and Xia, who were members of WEA. The other party responded promptly. After the original youth training team WEA ascended to the LPL, it transformed into M3. We are the newly established youth training team, WE Future. Currently, WE's top laner, 957, emerged from WEF. Gu Xing gladly accepted the trial invitation extended to him, planning to visit during the May Day holiday. Additionally, several teams participating in the City Heroes Championship had also reached out with opportunities. As his ranking in Ionia continued to rise, Gu Xing felt an increasing amount of attention directed toward him. However, he refrained from immediately agreeing to any offers. After his experience at the food enthusiast base, he found little interest in teams of that caliber. Moreover, Dong Xiaosa had previously disclosed the salary details, which were far from enticing compared to the LSBL. Gu Xing pursued a professional career after the college entrance examination for 2 reasons: to earn some pocket money and enhance his living conditions, and to immerse himself in the esports atmosphere, competing against stronger opponents. The City Heroes Championship, lacking both financial incentives and equally matched adversaries, seemed unappealing upon reflection. Another chat message appeared on the client. Initially, Gu Xing assumed it was from someone at IG, but upon opening it, he discovered it was from an opponent on the day of his trial at the food enthusiast base. Tearful and bright, remembering Wu Shuang, he had also received a friend request from this individual, which he accepted as well. The individual initiated the conversation with a fierce declaration, stating, "I've switched to mid lane. I will undoubtedly seek vengeance in the upcoming match and hunt you down in the jungle." Gu Xing punctuated his message with a series of ellipses, indicating that, based on the chat's tone, the opposing player was likely quite young. Unbeknownst to him, the 5 training matches he had participated in had inflicted a profound blow on Zhui Ding's tender psyche. He whimsically replied, "Rest assured, we won't cross paths." The other party failed to comprehend, asking, "Do you believe we won't qualify for the national tournament?" In the present citywide hero championship, securing the provincial championship is essential to represent the province in the national competition. Over 30 teams engage in fierce combat, and only the 2 teams that reach the final can ascend to the LSBL. The criteria for advancement can be described as ruthlessly stringent. To Zhui Ding, who is based in Pingxiang, facing off against the formidable team from Zhejiang once more necessitates qualifying for the national tournament first. Gu Xing seemed to mock the capabilities of the EG Internet Cafe team. He clarified, "Don't misunderstand, I'm not targeting you. I likely won't participate in the citywide hero championship." Zhui Ding's fingers flew across the keyboard, declaring, "LSBL? I will join next year." Next year? Gu Xing was momentarily taken aback. If all goes according to plan, he would be embarking on his splendid university life by this time next year, occasionally taking on high-scoring coaching jobs for some extra income. He chose not to engage further with the defeated opponent and lowered his head to focus on his exam papers. He was still awaiting news from IG, as Dong Xiaosa had previously mentioned that they would surely offer him a trial opportunity. However, until the moment he went to bed, there was no sign of IG staff on QQ, WeChat, or the game client. Even VG, who had just contacted him that evening, had sent a confirmation message for a trial. Could it be? Gu Xing was puzzled. A club of IG stature should possess high operational efficiency. After waiting a full 2 days, on the evening of the 3rd day, he finally received a formal invitation from IG while at the Happy Time Internet Cafe. Thus, Gu Xing organized his schedule for the May Day holiday, planning to visit EDG, Wii, VG, and IG in turn. Their current main junglers included Clearlove, Kandi, dandy, and kid. Xing prepared himself for spending 2 months in the second team during the summer. Xing, how should I play this match? Ding Ran's voice brought him back to reality. Ding Ran also focused on the jungle role, but was currently stuck in the gold promotion matches. This marked his second attempt. Previously, during a grueling 5-game series, he was certain of victory after securing the Baron, only to have the opposing team steal the base and destroy the main crystal in front of him and his teammates, leaving him utterly frustrated. Xing glanced sideways at him. Check your teammates' ranks and win rates, he advised, drawing from his extensive knowledge on climbing ranks. Find the strongest player to lead the charge. Strong players typically select core heroes with damage output. Just stick to their lane and help them grow. Huh. Ding Ran was taken aback. Xing responded matter-of-factly. Are you planning to carry the game? Engage in the acquisition of meat and functional equipment, and refrain from usurping the kills of the primary damage dealer. After the mid-game, one should yield their jungle monsters, ensuring the survival of your own carry during team fights before imposing restrictions on the opposition. Although he has not employed such tactics, it is common in higher tiers for players to utilize similar strategies for self-preservation. While some may label this as merely idling, it is no simple feat to navigate the intricacies of the game. Ding Ran, though perplexed, resolved to give it a try. The only player on their team with a win rate exceeding 55 was the ADC Lucian in the bot lane. After locating the carry, Ding Ran's objectives in the game became unequivocal. Within 10 minutes, he executed 6 ganks in the bot lane, consistently allowing the kills to go to the ADC, compelling the opposing duo to remain in their fountain. This drew ire from all, directing criticism towards Ding Ran. In a 5 versus 3 scenario, the adversaries completely surrendered any resistance. Was this truly a victory? Ding Ran found it hard to believe. However, he was cautioned not to celebrate prematurely. As Xing had also entered the match, he reminded his friend that such a strategy bore its own vulnerabilities. Should the enemy carry prove to be more formidable, or if your own team had a reckless teammate, he cited a couple of examples. Nonetheless, after playing a few more matches, the win rate would likely surpass that of champions like Lee Sin. Xing had come to this realization. Ding Ran possessed minimal mechanical prowess. Any hero requiring a modicum of complexity was ill-suited for him, leaving him flustered and unable to execute combos effectively. Therefore, it would be more beneficial for him to enhance his game awareness, which might yield unexpected results. Upon completing a match, Ding Ran noticed that time did not permit him to continue playing and turned to glance at Xing's screen. To his astonishment, he saw that Xing had matched with Dopa. This renowned king of the Korean and Chinese servers was famed for climbing ranks with ease. Last year, an ambitious campaign to thwart Dopa had garnered significant attention, yet it ultimately proved unsuccessful. By the end of Season 5, he had triumphed over notable players such as Ma La Xianghua, Shi Yi, Yin Shu, and Jackie Love, securing his position atop the Ionia server. It seemed that nothing could impede his continued dominance in ranked matches. Yet it was not solely Dopa in the match. Xing gestured for Ding Ran to continue observing. As many prominent figures from the Chinese server were present, Xing's team, positioned on the blue side, comprised a top lane Gangplank, a jungle Lee Sin, a mid lane Fizz, and a bot lane Lucian with Thresh. The opposing red side featured a Fiora in the top lane, Graves in the jungle, Twisted Fate mid, and Ashe with Braum in the bot lane. Apart from Xing's Lee Sin, his teammates included Gangplank, who had transitioned to live streaming for the Longzhu platform, Fizz, known for his captivating plays, and in the bot lane, the illustrious Jackie Love. The opponents included the Shy in the top lane, Jean Can E in the jungle, Dopa controlling the mid lane, and the duo of Ming and Ning in the bot lane. On iCake Shop, although Ding Ran had not played League of Legends for long, he was familiar with the memes surrounding the streamer who had prompted Dopa to ban Lee Sin. The thought of that live stream made Xing chuckle. I must watch his stream, Ding Ran exclaimed with interest. Promptly opening the Longzhu streaming platform and effortlessly locating the cake shop's live room on the homepage. Upon entering, he found a dimly lit scene, where a slender man sat in a throne-like chair, speaking in a leisurely manner. How could someone with fewer than 400 victory points like me possibly match with such titans? He shook his head with a sigh, facing 3 Koreans, while on our side, it was an all-Chinese team. My brothers, in this match, I was compelled to teach the Shy a lesson, to demonstrate my prowess, lest the Koreans dominate the first server. The live chat was bustling with activity. Much like the host, had become one of the few prominent streamers on the Dragon Ball platform. The cake has begun again. I am already losing my mind. If I can educate the shy this match, I'll just let the wind fan itself. I need not think twice. I'll start supplementing minions at 3 minutes and unleash all summoners at 5. See, Ocean's disaster was chosen precisely to punish teammates, wasn't he it? As he spoke, the game had loaded, and Xing saw his character appear in the summoner's rift, poised for action. 028. The battle begins. Before Xing could even leave the high ground, he noticed that the chat channel was already in an uproar. On the opposing side, Sunming spammed several question marks and then fired at Jackie. You said you were busy when I sought you for duo queue? Yet you turned around and found someone else to climb with? You're something. Xing mistakenly thought that Xiaoming was referring to him and hastily typed to clarify that he was solo queuing. Before he could send the message, he saw Jackie retaliate. Only then did he realize that the leader of the Seven Wolves had other duo partners, one of whom was the dreamlike blue of this match. However, it felt as though he was merely nurturing a backup option. Xing had pieced it together. Upon waking and starting his stream that day, he sought out whoever caught his fancy for duo queue. As he positioned himself in the jungle, he observed the escalating verbal exchanges between Jackie and Sunming. The chat filled with a flurry of asterisks. Xing had grown accustomed to this during his time in the Seven Wolves group. If they didn't exchange barbs before sleep, it would be as if the sun had risen from the west. He glanced at both team compositions and noted that his mid laner, the little fishman, was up against Dopa's cardmaster. Xing realized something crucial and quickly typed, "Bro, have you seen Dopa's card video from earlier this year?" In January, having solidified his position as the #1 in the national server, Dopa had uploaded a tutorial video on the cardmaster, showcasing his profound understanding of the hero Twisted Fate, punctuated by the famous line that the little fishman had already auto-attacked minions upon entering the lane, thus concluding the landing phase. Xing feared his mid laner might make the same mistake. Tears glistening in her eyes, Yiwushuang replied succinctly with a 1, saying nothing further. When the minion wave reached the mid lane, Xing switched screens to check and saw that he had no intention of auto-attacking minions, which eased his mind. Meanwhile, Jackie was boasting in the team chat, "Old Gu, how did I do? A little trickery, and I've prevented that fool Sunming from invading." The opposing side boasted a card master for point control, along with Ashe and Braum, whose abilities to control and pursue were formidable, making their level 1 team fight exceptionally strong, capable of dominating the jungle. Yet Jackie was quite astute, seemingly innocuous, yet continuously baiting Sunming into a war of words with him, thereby diverting his energy away from the invasion. Initially, Jean Canny signaled twice, but upon witnessing Sunming standing still, his fingers dancing over the keyboard, he was compelled to abandon his intention of invading the enemy's jungle. After making a considerable detour, the shy found himself unable to infiltrate for vision and instead returned to his lane. Xing was taken aback by Jackie cunning strategy. After offering a few complimentary remarks, he prepared to commence his jungle route. In this match, the captain faced off against the duelist in the top lane, where control was scarce in the early game, making it rather challenging to secure a gank, especially given that Jean Canny was utilizing Graves, whose ganking and tower diving capabilities were rather weak. Ignoring the summoner ID, the top lane was not an ideal battleground. However, Xing had previously encountered the shy and was aware of his aggressive playstyle, akin to the renowned Xianxin, making him one of the most susceptible top lane champions in the current server. In the mid lane, the fishman faced off against the cardmaster, knowing that only after reaching level 6 would he have the opportunity to strike. The duo in the bot lane exuded a palpable tension from the outset, selecting champions that emphasized early to mid-game skirmishes, equipped with crowd control abilities, and synergizing effectively with their jungler. Xing conducted a thorough analysis and decided to commence at the blue buff camp in the upper quadrant, simultaneously sending a warning signal to the captain not to assist him. The captain's passive ability, Infernal Judgment, allowed the hero's initial basic attack to inflict true damage with a burning effect. Should the passive not trigger from the explosive barrels, it would have a cooldown of a full 15 seconds. If he allowed the captain to assist with basic attacks upon returning to lane, the passive would undoubtedly not be ready, and relying solely on Q, gunpowder negotiation, would deplete his mana. With a bit of foresight, the shy could easily deduce the captain's intentions, thus locking Xing's jungle route. Therefore, he opted to take things slowly, ensuring his path remained inconspicuous. He used his first smite on the magic toad, acquiring the mushroom gift buff, which poisoned enemies attacked, causing them to suffer a degree of magical damage. As he continued to clear the jungle, he frequently switched screens to observe the situation. In the mid lane, all was tranquil. The fishman managed the minion wave competently, preventing Dopa from easily controlling the minions. The bot lane skirmishes, however, were relentless. JackieLove had consistently ranked among the top 10 on the national server over the past 2 years, demonstrating no issues with his individual skills in ranked play. However, the duo's success was heavily reliant on their synergy. On the opposing side, Ning and Ming, having partnered in the secondary league for an extended period, exhibited formidable teamwork. Sun Ming positioned himself in the brush closest to the enemy tower, exerting significant lane pressure on his foes. Ning exploited the range advantage of the Frost Archer's basic attacks to secure a couple of free hits. Faced with the impending threat of being out-leveled by their opponents, JackieLove and Mei Ming Lan had no choice but to retreat, relinquishing control of the bot lane. Xing also refrained from rushing to level 3 for a gank, as the enemy's Frost Archer and Braum were still accumulating minions, resulting in a considerable disparity in minion count. In the early game, the damage dealt by minions was substantial, and should he engage prematurely, he risked being outnumbered 2-3. He resolved to continue farming, intending to clear all 6 camps of his initial jungle rotation before proceeding. As the Stone Sentinel was struck, the first wave of cannon minions in the bot lane had just crossed into the safety of their defensive tower. Xing took the opportunity to safeguard his teammates, wary that the opponents might attempt a tower dive to secure a kill. Utilizing 2 smites, Xing successfully ascended to level 4 at precisely 3 minutes and 19 seconds. Given that in the current patch, jungle monsters respawn at 1 minute and 40 seconds. This rate of farming was commendable, especially since the numbers of F4 and Stone Sentinels were somewhat reduced, complemented by the damage bonus from the smite on the magic toad. Now, as the 4th wave of minions arrived on the lane, a skirmish ensued. Due to the initial accumulation of cannon minions by Shiziming and Ning, JackieLove was particularly cautious to avoid being whittled down by enemy attacks, opting primarily for last hits. This cautious approach resulted in a slower wave management, leaving the 4th wave still within the confines of his tower. Xing astutely recognized this. When the duo consumed the 3 melee minions of the 4th wave, they would both reach level 3, a common understanding among seasoned players. With the minion wave positioned within JackieLove's tower, he could capitalize on the tower's firepower to simultaneously secure the last hits on the 3 melee minions. This would mean that both duos would synchronize in their level advancement to 3. Xing marked 2 signals on the enemy melee minions while stealthily positioning himself at a distance, refraining from sharing experience with his own bot lane. JackieLove quickly grasped the intent and promptly eliminated the last melee minion. The moment MyDreamland reached level 3, he acquired Soul Lantern, casting it towards Xing's concealed position in the shadows. Shiziming and Ning swiftly sensed the impending danger and retreated, but it was too late. Xing, utilizing Golden Bell Shield, maneuvered to the lantern and picked it up. MyDreamland then flashed forward to connect with Doomsday Pendulum, targeting Ning. The blind monk executed a remarkable displacement of nearly 2,000 yards, successfully arriving at the battlefield. As the 2 segments of combined with the slow effect of the red buff ensnared the Frost Archer, Xing had already sealed the fate of the adversary. Ning, resigned, refrained from using his flash and surrendered to Xing's onslaught, relinquishing his life to Lucian. The timing of the blind monk's arrival was impeccable. Had he delayed, even slightly, the minion wave would have pushed back, leaving him to ruefully scratch his head and complain to Shiziming beside him. If I had known, I would have leveled at 2 to check the blind monk's position. That wouldn't have helped. If you had leveled at 2, how could you pressure the lane? Shiziming replied, pursing his lips, having narrowly escaped with a flash due to being too far from his defensive tower. In the professional arena, the Frost Archer typically prioritizes team considerations by leveling Hawkshot at level 2 to scout the enemy jungler, providing vital information for the team. However, in ranked play, the synergy is not as pronounced, and many Frost Archers opt for Q to enhance their combat prowess to maintain lane pressure. JackieLove, having secured first blood and its accompanying economic advantage, immediately typed in praise. Old Gu, your jungling is quite impressive. Xing responded with a period, promptly returning to base to acquire the green jungle knife, swapping his trinket for a scanner, and then proceeding towards the top lane. As the opposing jungler, Xing made his way to the bottom lane, he initially contemplated an ambush. However, upon noticing that the minion wave had advanced and seeing no movement from the enemy, he surmised that the Lee Sin might not be nearby. To his surprise, Xing had cleverly timed his level advantage and swiftly eliminated the Frost Archer. Witnessing his red buff vanish and losing a crucial means of crowd control, Xing realized that the prime ganking opportunity for Graves had slipped away, compelling him to continue farming. For Xing, aside from the bottom lane, opportunities were scarce, and the rhythm of the game felt unfavorable. Xing pressed forward, attempting to engage the Shy in the top lane, but the opponent clearly anticipated his arrival, yet chose to remain. Ultimately, through sheer personal skill, Xing managed to trade his life for that of Ani from the cake shop. My goodness, is this for real? The cake glanced at the black and white screen. Furrowing his brow, the Fiora was playing exceptionally aggressively. Xing had no choice but to assist in managing the minion wave. At last, Xing discovered an opportunity. He coordinated with Dopa in the mid lane, timing his assault to coincide with the cooldown of Fizz's E ability, and executed a flash followed by damage to secure the kill. The exchanges continued back and forth, with the scales of victory remaining finely balanced until 7 minutes and 30 seconds. After consuming his second red buff, Xing successfully reached level 6. Just as he intended to ascend and claim his F4 camp, he noticed a skirmish erupting in the bottom lane. With his ultimate at the ready, Dopa swiftly cleared the mid-lane minions, seemingly poised to offer support. Yet, Xing's Fizz was in poor condition, having been forced back home for replenishment, and was yet to return to the mid lane. Additionally, after previously being ganked and subsequently using teleport to rejoin the lane, he had no means to intervene in the unfolding battle in the bottom lane. Pondering for a moment, Xing, positioned near the F4 camp, close to mid lane, realized that racing to the bottom lane would take too long. He resolved to take an alternate route and seek out Dopa. In the live stream room on the Huya platform, Dopa sat as usual in a black office chair, clad in a black and white panda pajama set, his expression unwavering. He efficiently reduced a minion to low health with basic attacks before pressing the Q key. Preferring not to utilize smart casting, Dopa adjusted his angle to cast Q, the wild card, successfully clearing the wave of minions. He then turned and proceeded downwards, equipped only with his starting items and a Negatron cloak, a small component for the Abyssal Scepter. Currently, the Abyssal Scepter was affordably priced at 2,350 gold, granting a reduction of 20 magic resistance to nearby enemy units, thus indirectly enhancing the damage output of its wielder. This exceptional cost-performance ratio made it a common first choice among mage champions, accelerating their wave clear capabilities. However, possessing merely a cloak at 7.5 minutes felt somewhat lacking, primarily because Dopa had not replenished for quite some time. His last recall was during Xing's attack on Fizz. Originally, Dopa intended to return after pushing the wave, but the conflict in the bottom lane disrupted his plans. The battle between the duo was nearing its conclusion. Perhaps it was the reminder from his opponent that Jaculov, alongside the Dream Blue, dared not pursue further after inflicting damage on their adversaries with the ultimate ability of the top lane champion, Gangplank. Instead, they chose to retreat. However, in Dopa's perspective, they were no different from lifeless corpses given their low health. With a mere activation of his ultimate ability, Fate, he could effortlessly claim 2 kills. As he stepped into the brush in the lower mid lane, Dopa swiftly unleashed his ultimate, gearing up to reap the aftermath below. Yet, it was only when the fateful effect materialized above the heads of the enemy team that he discovered a lurking Lee Sin hidden in the corner of the screen, just a wall away from him. Upon noticing the foe, a sonic wave had already traversed the wall, soaring towards him. Dopa instinctively attempted to reposition, but having been ambushed, he found himself devoid of any escape routes, ultimately succumbing to the skill's impact. What? Dopa was taken aback by the unexpected ambush, his body trembling in shock. Xing, leveraging Lee Sin's impressive base movement speed of 350, successfully positioned himself the moment Dopa cleared the minion wave, even placing a fake ward in the brush beforehand. He lay in wait, fully aware that after pushing the lane, Dopa would inevitably pass through this very spot on his way to secure a kill in the bottom lane. After launching his sonic wave, Xing refrained from chaining any skills, for the initiative was firmly in his grasp. Should his opponent forcibly activate the second stage of Fate to reposition, he could either time his second Q, resonating strike, to follow the card master to the bottom lane or choose to interrupt him with his R, Dragon's Rage. Dopa, renowned for his steady gameplay in ranked matches, promptly made a decision to retreat, abandoning his plans for the bottom lane while simultaneously locking in a yellow card. Observing Dopa's movement towards the turret, Xing confirmed that Dopa would not head to the bottom lane and remained entirely focused on the screen. Now it was his turn. Still hoping to escape? Xing knew that the enemy jungler, Jean Canyi, would not be lurking nearby, as the fishman had already been sent back home once, rendering the mid lane theoretically safe. Thus, only he and Dopa remained in the vicinity, having spent considerable time in the mid lane, despite the long-range advantage. The fishman had managed to chip away at Dopa's health. In Xing's eyes, this presented a rare opportunity for a solo kill, triggering the second stage of Q. He launched forward, and as he entered the attack range of the card master, Dopa flung out his yellow card. Given its projectile nature, Xing found himself immobilized at a distance of 300 yards. Nevertheless, this did not disrupt his strategy. Typically, card masters prioritize Q, which left Dopa at level 7 with only one rank in W, meaning the stuns from the yellow card would last merely 1 second. Even with the travel time of the yellow card, it would not significantly extend the time Dopa was delayed. However, he chose not to activate his R to escape. After all, the second stage of the Fate's channeling time was a full 15 seconds. He could ascertain that the reflexes of this blind monk player were undoubtedly swift, as executing a lightning-fast ward and interrupting his own ultimate had become almost second nature. However, escaping now posed a significant challenge, even with movement speed runes. The card master Twisted Fate could hardly traverse any distance in a mere second. Xing advanced with a ward, unleashing Thunder Strike upon the ground, utilizing the area damage and the slowing effect of his second E ability to ensnare his opponent. Was he about to secure a solo kill? The onlooker Ding Ran was even more exhilarated than he was. Without hesitation, Xing flashed behind Dopa, blocking his path to the turret, and delivered a solid punch, afflicting him with the burning and slowing effect of the red buff. He was aware that Dopa still had his flash to evade skills, so he refrained from any flashy maneuvers. Do you have the capability to dodge even a basic attack? Dopa, lacking even his boots and burdened by the slow, found himself trapped behind Xing, who prevented him from retreating to his turret. Would he dare to flash and run in the opposite direction? That was a luxury for others. It was only a matter of time before he met his demise. Attempting to return to his turret under pressure, the blind monk would follow with a Q and he would still not survive. The only hope for survival lay in praying that the opponent's Q would miss. But who has ever seen a blind monk's ultimate kick the opponent away only to miss the Q? Dopa absolutely did not believe it. He simply relinquished any resistance, opting not to use his flash, muttering to himself, "This blind monk actually came to hunt me. Truly absurd. If only he were a level higher and had unlocked the second level of W. Pick a card. A yellow card would have immobilized me, allowing him to escape with his ultimate." Alas, there were no ifs. Upon seeing that Dopa did not flash, Xing took the opportunity to land basic attacks, utilizing the burst damage of thunder to eliminate him. Xing is incredible. Ding Ran's excitement was palpable. It was nothing remarkable, hardly worth mentioning. Xing modestly waved his hand. The feat of solo killing Dopa was rather ordinary. The key was in intercepting his thought process midway. This sentiment was echoed by his teammates. Jackie Love immediately offered praise. "Old Gu, you are the premier jungler of the first division." Even the tearful and bright-eyed Yiwu Shuang sent a golden question mark as a token of commendation. In Ding Ran's live broadcast, the voice of Annie Cake Shop could still be heard, maintaining a leisurely tone. "Brothers, this blind monk is no slouch. He possesses the flair of my earlier days." The bullet comments erupted in mockery. The flair of yesteryear? Flash R, fake monkey? This blind monk's moves are indeed akin to Cake's, unadorned. Yet the thought processes are worlds apart. Cake is not wrong. Both blind monks are pioneers against Korea, the only difference being that the streamer was Dopa's teammate back then. After handling the accolades from his teammates, Xing contemplated the returns of this maneuver. He had sacrificed a flash but saved the lives of the bottom duo and successfully slain Dopa, resulting in a net difference of 3 kills. Moreover, Dopa had wasted his ultimate, rendering him incapable of swiftly roaming to assist in battles for a considerable time. What a profit! Xing returned to continue clearing his jungle camps, preparing to serve Dopa another course, as he still had his unspent ultimate at his disposal. Before long, a notification appeared at the top of the screen, announcing that the opposing team had slain the first dragon. Xing reacted swiftly. Dopa had fallen, while Shi Sunming and Ning retreated with low health, leaving only Jin Canyi capable of contesting the dragon. With the enemy jungler occupied in the lower half of the map, he immediately devised a countermeasure. After clearing the jungle camps, Xing stealthily navigated a wide arc to the enemy's upper jungle, arriving at the Fowl's Roost. The enemy's F4 had yet to respawn, indicating that Jin Canyi had likely finished clearing his camps before attempting to secure the dragon. Scanning to confirm the absence of enemy vision, Xing took cover in this location, with only one ward remaining in his possession, sufficient for his needs. Dopa had just returned to the mid lane, playing cautiously to avoid giving the fish champion an opportunity to engage. Xing signaled to his mid laner to follow. Seizing the moment when the card master cast his blue card, he unleashed a sonic wave. Dopa could not evade. Upon being struck, the elusive monk reappeared before him. With a swift kick, Dopa hurriedly flashed to reposition, yet the result of being knocked up remained unchanged. The fish champion capitalized on the moment, unleashing his ultimate, which ensnared the card master. Together, the mid and jungle duo delivered lethal damage, successfully eliminating Dopa for the second time in a row. The mid-card master's stats stood at 0-2-1 at 8 minutes, without flash or ultimate, a clear indication of a disastrous start. Regret washed over Dopa as he wished he had banned the monk. The once formidable engine of their team, the card master, had sputtered out, abruptly altering the course of the match. The shy Fiora had yet to penetrate the top lane when the enemy gangplank summoned allies, frequently targeting him. No matter how strong he was, he could not face 3 or 4 opponents alone, finding himself relentlessly pursued. Love seized his advantage to dominate, showing no mercy. Unfortunately, Dopa's team had chosen a composition lacking in initiation, relying solely on the Cardmaster's yellow card and the Frost Archer's ultimate. The drawbacks of such a composition became glaringly apparent in the disadvantaged situation, as Mimingland utilized hooks outside the tower to claim unfortunate victims. In the final team fight, after the fish champion fed his ultimate, the cake-carrying gangplank activated his cannon barrage, combining with Love's holy gun baptism. Xing did not need to engage, instead protecting his backline, preventing the Shy from successfully diving in. At the 26-minute mark, the enemy base erupted into a fiery explosion. 0-3-0. Is there still an audition? This monk plays in such an infuriating manner. After the defeat, Dopa mumbled in his livestream, incessantly lamenting the mid-jungle skirmishes. Following his 2 consecutive deaths, the Cardmaster and Graves found themselves in a disadvantageous position against the Fish Champion and Monk. Despite the enemy's short-range champions, their burst damage was sufficient to eliminate opponents swiftly. When the initial casualties occurred, discussions of range became irrelevant. In this match, Xing leveraged his ultimate, frequently seeking opportunities in the mid lane, leaving Dopa unable to attend to other lanes. The Cardmaster's support capabilities were rendered nearly obsolete. He felt utterly exasperated. As Dopa, the renowned player from both Chinese and Korean servers, has been streaming on Huya for a year and a half, his popularity remains undiminished, establishing him as a prominent figure in the evening broadcasting scene. The atmosphere in his live stream is vibrant and bustling, such as fate. Once subdued by the cake-wielding Lee Sin, and now that the cake has switched sides, the opposing Lee Sin has also become formidable. If all else fails, perhaps banning Lee Sin would suffice. I estimate it could significantly enhance my ranking efficiency. It seems the opponent is quite the Lee Sin aficionado. I vaguely recall that ID. Did they not play against the renowned factory director before? Upon reviewing their performance, it turns out they are not as specialized. They play Lee Sin, Elise, Gragas, and Graves, boasting an astonishingly high win rate. Xing remains oblivious to the opinions of his adversaries and the viewers in the live stream regarding himself. He is bombarded with a flood of messages, all originating from Love. Old Gu, you're quite the comrade, helping me secure a match's worth of Dopa points. And I'm now sitting at the top. The excitement from the other side is palpable, followed by an array of meaningless emojis and letters. Although he has previously ascended to the pinnacle of the Ionia server, it is not an uncommon feat. However, this particular achievement holds unique significance for Love. He intends to channel his talents into an entirely new domain, where the current top player in the national server can substantiate his ranking prowess and garner greater recognition. Gu Xing initially extended his congratulations and then navigated to the rankings interface to scrutinize his position. Jackie Love has reached 1114 victory points, leading the national server by a slim margin of 7 points. Even Gu Xing's account has successfully breached the 1,000-point threshold, securing a spot among the top 10 in Ionia. Goodness, Brother Xing, your ranking efficiency is truly astonishing, exclaimed Ding Ran, glancing over in admiration. I recall you were in 150th place just last month. This single match has propelled you up by 6 ranks. Not only is he gaining points, but the opposing team also suffers deductions for their losses. With all 5 opponents being top-ranking players in the national server, it is akin to Gu Xing winning 2 matches simultaneously. His ranking ascends like a rocket, soaring upward at an incredible pace. Gu Xing calculated that he is only about 100 points away from Jackie Love and Dopa, with a streak of victories. He could catch up in just 4 or 5 matches. If he could face them and secure points in 2 matches, his efficiency would elevate even further. After finishing his study session, Gu Xing glanced at the internet feed before logging off, discovering he still had a little over 100 yuan left, which left him content as he rose to depart. Leaving early today, he and his companion reached the school gate with a quarter of an hour to spare before evening classes commenced. They purchased some Xing chicken cutlets, savoring them as they walked amidst the sounds of laughter and play from fellow students. Let us buy tickets for the 1 a.m. bus to Shanghai. We can begin the trial training that afternoon, Ding Ran suggested. I've inquired, and the clubs you're trying out for are all near Songjiang University town. We might as well stay at the VG Club for the night to avoid any hassle. Gu Xing nodded, taking a bite of the sweet and sour chicken cutlet, contemplating a stroll around the area if time permits. Dreaming of the upcoming journey to the magical metropolis, he and his friend finished their chicken cutlets, then stepped forward into the school, embraced by the evening breeze. Upon returning to her seat, the classroom was still filled with the hushed whispers of classmates. Suddenly, Shen Guanshan, who sat in the front row, turned around with an anxious tone. She recounted how, during the distribution of papers, she accidentally bumped into the desk, causing several items to tumble into the drawer. Apologetically, she stated, I retrieved everything. Please check to see if anything is missing. Her voice inexplicably dwindled into a whisper. Gu Xing cast a glance at her, half understanding, and then directed his gaze toward the drawer. Besides his belongings, he noticed a grape cake roll from Yuanzhu, a shop just a few hundred meters south of the town's exit, not too far at all. Assured that nothing was amiss, Gu Xing lifted his head and, maintaining a casual tone, shifted the conversation. I see you've been studying calculus lately? There's a problem I'm struggling with. Could you lend me a hand? He pulled out his calculus textbook and notebook, circled a problem, jotted down a couple of lines, and discreetly tucked in some change. Not long after he had handed it to her, Shen Guanshan returned the textbook and notes. Gu Xing opened the notebook to find the change intact. He had managed to solve the exercise as well. He wished to speak further, but the class had fallen silent, compelling him to suppress his thoughts and continue working on problems. At long last, as the bell for class dismissal rang, Shen Guanshan descended the stairs to exercise, and Gu Xing promptly followed. They entered the relatively spacious playground, and after confirming that no one was paying them any mind, he got straight to the point. Was that cake roll really from you? Of course, Shen Guanshan replied matter-of-factly. I remember you going out before evening study and skipping dinner. Gu Xing suddenly recalled their encounter outside KFC when he had mentioned he hadn't eaten, having taken only half a box of fries from Ding Ran. It seemed she had remembered. I searched for quite a while to find items without sealed packaging. Otherwise, if they had a scent, it would be inconvenient to bring them into the classroom, Shen Guanshan remarked, glancing at Gu Xing while stretching. Clever of me, right? Clever at what? Gu Xing thought to himself, unable to suppress his skepticism. Shen Guanshan's words were filled with inconsistencies. Fortunately, Gu Ban had been engrossed in her work and hadn't overheard their exchange, or she would have easily discerned Shen Guanshan's ulterior motives. Then just keep the change, Gu Xing suggested, still conflicted. I don't want your money, Shen Guanshan promptly rejected, striding off to jog around the field. Despite her tall stature, her running speed was rather slow. She had only recently begun a structured exercise regimen after leaving the training team, now reaching the level of an average girl. Gu Xing easily kept pace with her, running a couple of laps with several classmates. And as the break was nearing its end, he slowed down. He pulled out a small box of yogurt from his pocket and handed it to her. Don't drink it right after exercising. Save it for the next class break. Shun Guanshan, not particularly skilled at concealing her emotions, grasped the yogurt with her slender fingers, her face radiating joy. Gu Xing hesitated, wanting to speak, but ultimately refraining from mentioning that he had actually eaten dinner that night, considering the cake roll as a late-night snack. On May 1st, Gu Xing bid farewell to Ding Ran and Gu's father at the bus station before boarding the high-speed train to Shanghai. Gu Xing gazed into the distance at the fields and villages, clutching his backpack tightly, as if embracing his dreams and aspirations. The 2-hour journey passed in the blink of an eye. They arrived smoothly at Hongqiao Railway Station, where they were greeted by the VGLL division manager, Lu Wenjun. "President Ding is too occupied today, so I came in his stead," he said, his tall and slender figure exuding an air of refinement. "Let us not rush off just yet. Another child is coming for a trial. The train will be arriving shortly, so let us wait a little longer." "Another trial?" Gu Xing turned back, curiosity piqued. A boy, approximately 1.7 meters tall, approached, dragging a suitcase behind him. He had evidently spotted the small flag bearing the club's emblem in Lu Wenjun's hand, his eyes lighting up as he quickened his pace. "Long time no see." Lu Wenjun greeted the boy with a warm smile. Gu Xing noted that the curve of his lips was similar to the one he wore upon seeing him. "You must be here to make a decision, right?" "Naturally," the boy replied, his voice surprisingly mature. He glanced at Gu Xing, and Ding ran beside him. Gu Xing's familiarity with the voice made him furrow his brow in disbelief. "Jackie-love," the boy, who had initially focused on Lu Wenjun, turned around sharply, his eyes wide and unblinking as they locked onto Gu Xing's. They exchanged glances for a moment, during which Gu Xing took the opportunity to scrutinize him. His first impression was that the boy's head was indeed quite large. The second was that he was rather handsome. "Old Gu," the boy exclaimed, a wide grin breaking across his face as he patted Gu Xing's shoulder. "I almost didn't recognize you." The moment Gu Xing heard this address, he immediately confirmed the boy's identity. To date, only Jackie-love had ever referred to him in such a manner. However, he soon found himself questioning everything. In Gu Xing's mind, a non-mainstream ID like Jackie-love, coupled with a mature voice during voice chats, suggested the individual must be at least 25 years old. Moreover, considering the aggressive playstyle associated with a champion like Draven, he presumed the player would exhibit a rather fierce demeanor. "But are you really only 15? Gu Xing couldn't help but ask. Jackie-love scratched his head, seemingly a bit embarrassed. "Yes, I'm actually 15 and a half. Gu Xing's hand instinctively brushed against his forehead, his expression filled with distress. The image of Jackie-love he had constructed in his mind had been utterly shattered, necessitating a complete reimagining. 15. How can that be? Ding Ran was momentarily stunned. "You're the #1 Draven in the national server?" Previously unfamiliar with Jackie-love, Ding Ran had often encountered him during ranked matches. And to be fair, that ID was quite distinctive. "Temporarily the #1 in the national server, but I'm not limited to just that one champion. I'm quite proficient with Lucian, Caitlyn, and Riven as well," Jackie-love asserted, reluctant to be pigeonholed as merely a Draven player. While such a label might serve as a gimmick during streaming, now that he was here for a professional trial, he felt that being known solely for one champion implied limitations in his champion pool. Upon hearing Jackie-love's response, Ding Ran took a deep breath. "At merely 15, one has already claimed the title of the top player in the national server, while I, at 18, find myself merely a gold player in the first tier." Just prior to the May Day holiday, Ding Ran adeptly employed the strategies imparted by Gu Xing, a mentor figure, to ascend to gold 5. It is evident that comparisons can be disheartening. However, he frequently encounters such individuals in his innovative class, and it can only be said that those who understand, understand. For instance, his deskmate Gu Xing and the student seated ahead, Shun Guanshan, both appear as formidable figures in his eyes. Ding Ran quickly composed himself and greeted the boy, who was significantly shorter than him. Lu Wenjun observed Gu Xing and Jackie-love chattering animatedly nearby, his smile widening. "Shall we discuss this further in the car?" He held a prominent position within the club, thus his presence at the station was not strictly necessary. His visit was prompted by two factors. Firstly, the arrival of Ding Ran, the boss's cousin, in the city, and secondly, the notable presence of Gu Xing and Jackie-love. The former has recently ascended to the 5th position in the national server, attracting the attention of various clubs eager to recruit him. Jackie-love, meanwhile, has become somewhat of a phenomenon. Prior to the revelation of his age, he was merely a high-ranking Draven streamer. Upon learning that he was still under 16, clubs across the nation fell into a frenzy. It is noteworthy that Jackie Love had previously reached the pinnacle of the national server in 2015, having been just shy of 15 at the time. In recent years, with the influx of Korean players such as Dopa into the national server, some LPL professionals occasionally engage on first-tier accounts, rendering the Ionian region highly competitive. A player under 15 who has dominated the national server is indeed a coveted prize, and clubs are keenly aware that a new star is poised to rise. Jackie Love had previously visited the city for tryouts with several teams, achieving remarkable results. Yet he had not yet made a final decision. Upon his return, Lu Wenjun deemed it essential to personally welcome him, and witnessing the camaraderie between Gu Xing and Jackie Love brought him immense satisfaction. The close rapport between Gu Xing and the boss's cousin significantly increases the likelihood of him remaining with VG, and if Gu Xing stays, Jackie Love might also choose to remain with the club. While Lu Wenjun does not primarily rely on emotional appeals, they are undeniably a factor. If equal terms are offered, even the slightest nuance could sway the outcome of the negotiations. Today, the VG club dispatched a 7-seater van, accommodating the 4 without feeling cramped. Gu Xing opened his phone to inform his father of his safety, and recalled Jackie Love's previous remarks in their WeChat group, where he mentioned dining in the city during the holiday, which turned out to be related to his tryout. Indeed, Jackie Love shrugged, his expression one of resignation, as he recalled his earlier intent to pursue a professional career, with Xiang teasingly remarking that there was no middle-aged division in esports. Gu Xing nearly lost his composure at this. He remembered Lin Weixiang's constant reference to Jackie Love as big brother in their group, and he could only wonder what the encounter between the two would entail. Speaking of which, how exactly is your name written? Jackie Love expressed his curiosity, as he only knew that the other party was called Gu Xing, yet he remained unaware of the specific characters involved. Gu, meaning to look around, and Xing, as in the phrase a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Gu Xing casually stated, ever since he entered middle school, this has been how he introduced himself, although it may not be as melodious as his sister's name, which is derived from the phrase looking around with grace. His name is not without merit. It originates from a serious interpretation by his parents, inspired by a quote from Jia Es on governance, to look after one's conduct and forget profit, reminding him to uphold virtue at all times. And what about you? Gu Xing countered, finding it rather cumbersome to continuously refer to Jackie Love. During their previous voice chat, he heard Shi Sunming call him Yuwenba. It's not you, it's you. Jackie Love clarified, which allowed Gu Xing to finally comprehend. Meanwhile, Lu Wenjun interjected, sharing updates about the VG club's recent situation. The results of the spring split in the LOL division had been less than satisfactory. He mentioned this with some distress, as they had managed to defeat their good friends LGD in the quarterfinals, only to fall to Wii in the next round, finishing 5th or 6th alongside Snake. However, the Korean players on Snake's roster were not particularly valuable, and the contract of their star player, Saint Gun, was not substantial, enabling them to maintain a reasonable budget. VG, on the other hand, had made substantial investments for 2 consecutive years, bringing in renowned championship-winning Korean players, which came at a relatively high price. Yet their performance had not seen significant breakthroughs. Even with ample resources, it was unsustainable to continue burning money like this. With a bit more coordination, there will surely be progress by summer. Yu Wenba offered words of comfort. It's not merely a matter of coordination. If things continue this way, a rebuild will be inevitable, Lu Wenjun hinted subtly, suggesting an underlying concern. Gu Xing and Yu Wenba exchanged glances, instantly realizing that neither of them was particularly naive. Gu Xing promptly shifted the subject. I recall you mentioning that you previously worked at Wii? With the two not engaging with his previous statement, Lu Wenjun had no choice but to relent and continue the conversation initiated by Gu Xing. He was truly a veteran in the esports realm, having once been the team leader of Wii and served as the chief referee for multiple WCG events, possessing an intimate understanding of the evolution of Chinese esports over the past decade. As their conversation flowed, the vehicle slowed upon entering a luxurious residential area. What is this? Gu Xing inquired, gazing out at the rows of villas with a sense of wonder. This is Longhu Heowangshan, near Songjiang University Town, Ding Ran explained. There are numerous esports clubs nearby, renting villas within this community to serve as their basis, given the relatively remote location and affordable price per square meter. Indeed, Lu Wenjun added, directing Gu Xing's attention to the outside. The LOL division of Wii is just over there. and another well-known club in the industry, Eholm, is also within this community, though they no longer engage in League of Legends. We've arrived. The vehicle came to a complete stop. Gu Xing followed Ding Ran as he exited the car, flanked by luxurious three-story villas, surrounded by impressive greenery. In our VG Club's League of Legends division, Lu Wenjun gestured towards the building to his right, indicating that ahead lay the area for Dota 2, while across from them stood the LGD's League of Legends division. The villa's grand entrance stood wide open, as if it were ushering Gu Xing into a new realm. The training session was of exceptionally high difficulty. To the left on the first floor was the training room for Team 1, accompanied by the workstations of other colleagues from the training department, while the west side was designated for Team 2. A group of individuals, each hauling a suitcase, ventured into the villa as Lu Wenjun elaborated on the various functional zones within the base, which also included a small kitchen. Gu Xing's gaze inadvertently drifted towards the training room of Team 1, only to find his view obscured by frosted glass adorned with a row of VG Club logos. Noticing Gu Xing's curiosity, Lu Wenjun was not surprised. Newcomers to the trial always exhibited a keen interest in the esports base. Let us first stow our luggage in the dormitory upstairs, and we shall enter the training room shortly. Ascending the spiral staircase, they soon arrived at the second floor of the villa. The VG dormitories housed 2 individuals per room, with separate accommodations for both teams. The corridor they stood in served as the connecting passage between the 2 teams' rooms. Lu Wenjun took the initiative to lead the trio forward, remarking that the atmosphere here felt significantly more vibrant. You may reside in the Team 1 dormitory area. There are still vacant rooms available. Gu Xing glanced over at Yu Wenba, feeling somewhat awkward about referring to him by his full name, or even just Wenba. After some contemplation, he opted to simplify it, asking, "Jack, how long will you be staying here?" Jackie Love, realizing the name referred to him, found it quite pleasant, reminiscent of calling a superhero. "For a couple of days. I also plan to visit EDG and IG," he replied, having already made arrangements. "Hey," Ding Ran turned towards Gu Xing. "Are you also planning to visit these 2 clubs?" "Indeed," Gu Xing responded, pleasantly surprised. "I didn't expect that our trial schedules would overlap so much." His only intention was to visit Wei. Aside from that, their plans were nearly identical. Lu Wenjun's eyes lit up, seizing the opportunity to extend an invitation. "Then the 2 of you should stay here. It would save you the trouble of moving your luggage back and forth, which consumes a lot of time. If you were to reside at the base for an extended period, your competitors might grow quite anxious. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Jackie Love expressed his reluctance to do so. Although Yu Wenba was merely 15, he had spent some time in the streaming community and was quite mature for his age, able to discern the intentions of others. Lu Wenjun cast a pleading glance at Gu Xing, seeking his assistance. However, Gu Xing pretended not to notice. He and Jackie Love had a good rapport online, but meeting in person for the first time left him unsure of Jack's temperament. Furthermore, such matters concerning another's future were delicate, and Gu Xing felt it inappropriate to intervene. Realizing he had no choice, Lu Wenjun proceeded to ensure the dormitory arrangements were settled. Continuing down the corridor, they found rooms lining both sides, reminiscent of school dormitories but considerably more comfortable in decor. Each door bore a nameplate displaying the player's IDs, indicating who resided within. Ultimately, Gu Xing was assigned a room with Ding Ran, while Yu Wenba occupied the adjacent space. The dormitory measured approximately 10 square meters, featuring a private bathroom, 2 single beds with bedside tables, along with a wooden wardrobe, a study desk, and 2 chairs. It was quite simple. Gu Xing stood in the room he was temporarily residing in, as the brilliant afternoon sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating a corner of the space and painting the wooden floor in a golden hue. The bedding had been freshly changed by the staff that morning, and with a slight adjustment, it was ready for him to rest. After Lu Wenjun's instructions, his next words stirred a surge of excitement within Gu Xing. "If there are no issues, we can head downstairs for the trial training." Gu Xing pulled out his phone to inform his parents that he had settled in and everything was fine, and then followed the VG manager out. Upon noticing that Gu Xing's hands were empty, Lu Wenjun turned back and asked, "Did you not bring your keyboard and mouse?" Gu Xing, hearing the question, glanced at Yu Wenba beside him, who was clutching his keyboard and mouse, and suddenly realized that something was amiss. When he had gone for the trial training at Tianchiza, Dong Xiaosa had not mentioned the need to bring personal equipment. Thus, he had assumed he would not need to prepare anything. Thankfully, the base was stocked with a variety of peripherals, and Lu Wenjun led him onward. The third floor of the villa primarily served as a video shooting studio, as well as a storage room and trophy display area. In the storage room, alongside the peripheral equipment, there were several sets of team uniforms and support items distributed to the team's fans. There are many options, just pick a couple that suit you. Most are backups of the player's gear, in case their keyboard or mouse malfunctions, delaying training or competitions. Upon hearing this, Xing found himself in a bit of a dilemma. His home desktop was equipped with a membrane keyboard, and he had never paid attention to peripheral brands while at internet cafes. Fortunately, League of Legends did not have as high demands for peripherals as games like CS. As long as the mouse could accurately position, it sufficed. In a rush, Xing hastily grabbed a Ferrari red keyboard from Fearless and a Logitech G900 mouse as his temporary equipment. After expressing his gratitude, he hurried downstairs to meet with Jack and Ding Ran. Well, isn't that the same model as the coaches? Yu Wenba teased upon seeing the keyboard Xing was holding, adding, "You're quite the dedicated fan." Xing was entirely unaware of what brand Clearlove used. He only learned this from Jack. It's merely a coincidence. Xing waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was not a deliberate choice. Lu Wenjun opened the door to the training room and led them inside. The second team was still on break, so today they would be looking for trial training with the first team. The training room was quite spacious, with long tables lined along the walls, where personal items of the players were placed alongside computers. Xing's first impression was that it resembled the Tianches of base. However, upon a closer inspection, he realized it was distinctly different. On the wall farthest from the training room's entrance hung a large VG team flag. In the center of the room stood a small square table, capable of seating two, with a monitor larger than those used by the players. Next to the square table were two whiteboards, one featuring a map of the Summoner's Rift, with magnetic pieces resembling game tokens affixed to it. The other board was filled with Chinese characters and Korean script, presumably outlining the training match schedule. Additionally, there was a projector on the square table, corresponding to the screen hung on the wall at the end of the training room. Overall, the VG training room is more spacious and well-lit than the greedy base, and it also boasts a cleaner and tidier environment. The first impression it left on Xing was quite positive. After completing this round, let us pause for a moment. We will soon commence a training match. Lu Wenjun amplified his voice to ensure that everyone in the room could hear him. Today, we have candidates for the jungle and AD positions. He turned to the man seated at the small table in the center of the room. Hongmi, I greeted you last night. Beside him, a plump young boy muttered in Korean, seemingly the team's translator. I recognized the man known as Hongmi, of average build. Wearing round glasses, his Mandarin somewhat unrefined. His gaze lingered momentarily on Xing and Jackie before shifting to Ding Ran, seemingly curious as to why he was empty-handed. This is the boss's cousin, here to observe, staying with us for a few days, Lu Wenjun quickly explained. Upon hearing this, Hongmi actively greeted Xing and the others in Chinese. Hello, I am VG's head coach. You can call me Hongmi. He then switched to Korean, speaking rapidly to the translator. In today's trial, do not concern yourselves with winning or losing. I will not impose any expectations on your win rate. Instead, I value your innate talent and synergy with the team. After the plump boy translated, he smiled at Xing and the others. Let me introduce myself. I am Jin Wenha, the team leader and translator for VG's LOL division. Xing introduced himself to each of them, and under Lu Wenjun's arrangement, he and Jackie took their seats at the edge of the long table, connecting their mouse and keyboard to the USB ports. Xing cast a glance at the VG players beside him before the computer powered on. Once champions of Samsung White, Dandy and SKT's champion mid laner Easyhoon are formidable players destined to leave an indelible mark on the history of League of Legends Esports. Xing had never imagined that he would find himself as a temporary teammate alongside world champions when he first began playing this game. Overcome with excitement, his hands trembled. It wasn't until his friend Ding Ran stood behind him that he regained his composure. Xinggu, just showcase your ranking prowess. A mere trial should be a walk in the park for you, Ding Ran reassured him. Xing took a couple of deep breaths before inquiring of the manager Lu Wenjun. Brother, where will the training match take place? I don't have a Korean server account. Neither do I. Jackie chimed in boisterously. We'll be playing in the first electric room. The Korean players have accounts on the domestic server. Lu Wenjun, having anticipated this, added, just to inform you, the trial opponents are our neighbors, LGD. He contemplated for a moment before adding, the first team, the one with Imp and Wei Shun. Before arriving at the base, Xing had anticipated facing LSBL teams, not realizing he would be thrust directly into such competitive intensity. LGD's ADC, Imp, is as formidable as VG Dandy, both being champions of the 2014 World Championship, who later joined LGD and secured the championship in last year's summer split. The transition between versions has been quite drastic. LGD faced a disheartening defeat at the 2015 World Championship held in the autumn, where, as the top seed from the LPL region, they only managed to reach the top 16, failing to advance from the group stage. Xing felt a slight flutter in his throat as he opened the game icon on his desktop and logged into the Ionia server. Let Xing practice in the first match. Jackie Love, you play a ranked game first. Homie will also observe. Lu Wenjun had organized everything meticulously. Xing settled into the esports chair, feeling somewhat awkward. At home, he was accustomed to a wooden chair and an internet cafes. He had only ever sat on worn-out sofas. He had never experienced this type of seating before. After adjusting for a while, he finally found a comfortable position. At that moment, a friend request appeared in the upper right corner of the game client, from the account named Dusk's Journey. What is this? Xing turned to ask the VG manager. Ho Yi is Easyhoon SID in the Chinese server, Lu Wenjun replied. If you add him as a friend, he will invite you into a custom room. Xing understood the meaning behind Dusk's Journey, which originates from the records of the Grand Historian, in reference to a person nearing old age yet unable to fulfill their ambitions. Isn't Easyhoon Korean? Does he understand this? Xing's knowledge of the esports scene was rather limited. He had developed an interest in the competitions, but had only recently delved into the subject after deciding to try out for the team. Even after his efforts, he still knew little about the industry. Upon accepting the friend request, an invitation to a match soon followed. When he entered the custom room, the other 4 teammates were already in place. Xing, who was being trialed, had replaced the original starting jungler, Dandy. The remaining players were top laner Long, AD carry Endless, and support Caveman, all of whom were Chinese. In stark contrast to Dandy's relaxed demeanor, Endless appeared quite anxious. Dandy's considerable skill ensured that he was secure in his position, while Endless was acutely aware of his own limitations. Amongst the team, he was regarded as the weakest link, especially after their defeat to Wii in the spring split. Jackie Love's return for a second trial underscored VG's significant investment in him. Even if Jackie Love hadn't come, a rotation was likely needed. This only heightened Endless anxiety, as he feared losing his job in the upcoming summer. Xing, however, remained oblivious to this tension, busy greeting his temporary teammates. The top laner, Long, whose real name was Zhu Xiaolong, was easy to remember, as everyone affectionately called him Brother Long Endless, whose name was Su Hao, sounded quite imposing, almost as if he were ready to take on the heavens. The support, Caveman, was named Duan Deliang and nicknamed Little Duan. Xing was quite adept at handling interpersonal interactions, soon filling the training room with lively chatter. The only exception was the mid laner, Easyhoon, with whom Xing had yet to determine how to communicate effectively. After pondering for a moment, he turned to Jackie Love and asked, Jack, how do you say hello in Korean? Annyeonghaseyo. Jackie Love responded promptly while queuing for the game. Xing recalled the moment and eagerly greeted Easyhoon in the team voice chat. In his perspective, it was imperative for the jungler to cultivate a good rapport with the mid laner. Without such synergy, securing victory in the game would prove exceedingly challenging. However, no sooner had he spoken than Easyhoon turned his gaze towards him and remarked, I don't quite understand your Korean. Let us converse in Mandarin. His enunciation was precise, and his tone flowed seamlessly, demonstrating his proficiency in Chinese. Dandy, overhearing this exchange, erupted into laughter, and even Ding ran couldn't contain her amusement, filling the training room with a buoyant atmosphere. Just as Xing found himself in a moment of awkwardness, the LGD team made their grand entrance, showcasing a lineup of IDs in perfect order. The mid laner from Songjiang Longma Road, the ADC from Songjiang University Town, and the support from Songjiang Market were all part of a captivating ensemble. What a peculiar set of names for the LGD players. Xing was taken aback by the creative monikers of these top-tier competitors. The top laner, Long Gu, chuckled, reminiscing that last year. The entire LGD roster bore IDs starting with Songjiang. Now, only 3 remained. The jungler, Taba Quan, along with top laners Acorn and Flame, had all departed. Someone had to bear the consequences of LGD's dismal performance at the 2015 World Championship. players sought new environments, and the team required a fresh influx of talent. Taba Quan and the two rotating top laners, whether voluntarily or otherwise, had all exited LGD. The club management had made significant investments during the last transfer window, acquiring the World Championship-winning top laner, Marin, renowned as the first FMVP in history for that position, his comprehensive prowess beyond question. For the jungler role, they found Imi. Thus, the new LGD was formed, comprising the revamped top jungle duo along with the remaining mid and bot players, Gao Dui, Imp, and Pinji Ling. As the spring season approached, many within the optimistic LGD fanbase believed that this new team would exhibit greater strength than its predecessor and achieve superior results. However, the events of that spring revealed to Xing, who had diligently studied the situation, that LGD's performance was, astonishingly, even worse than that of VG. Currently, the league had divided the 12 LPL teams into two groups of comparable strength based on the previous season's rankings, with LGD landing in Group A as the fourth seed, narrowly qualifying for the playoffs. In the first round of the playoffs, they faced their good friends, VG, who had been entrusted with high hopes by the optimistic fanbase, only to suffer a disheartening defeat. This outcome was utterly unacceptable for LGD, which aspired to make significant strides and breakthroughs. Xing mentally reviewed LGD's experiences over the past 6 months and felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Although Hongmi stated that the goal of this scrimmage was not to focus on win rates, the recent playoff match 2 weeks prior had seen the two teams meet, with VG emerging victorious. The other 9 players remained unchanged, and if they were to lose this match against an LPL team, it would cast a shadow over LGD's already lackluster spring performance. Comparatively, they would be far behind teams like Tanchi's and Iji Wangba. He struggled to dismiss these thoughts and quickly sought to divert his attention through other means. In a customized room, Easyhoon engaged in a lively conversation with his former teammate, Marin, who occupied the opposite position. The dialogue, however, was composed of a peculiar arrangement of letters, presumably produced by the Korean input method, which Xing found incomprehensible. Meanwhile, the top laner, Longo, was also conversing with the opposing jungler, Imi, advising him to be wary of Xing, who was there for a trial, urging him to avoid any blunders. Observing the familiarity in their exchanges, Xing couldn't help but inquire, Longo, are you two quite close? Despite VG and LGD being rival teams in the League of Legends division, the tone of their conversation suggested a connection deeper than mere neighbors. Indeed, Longo replied, unscrewing a bottle of mineral water. We both used to be on VG's second team, ascending to the LPL from the secondary league last year. Such details were likely known only to those with a certain understanding of LPL or VG. Xing, who primarily followed major international tournaments, found it challenging to grasp so much information in a short time, especially with 4 teams, EDG, IG, VG, and WE, trying out for him. Each of these established clubs in the realm of League of Legends had its own intricate history, making it difficult to untangle, and he was only familiar with some recent developments. As he reflected, Xing recalled that a club could not simultaneously possess 2 teams in the top league. Thus, the renaming of VG's second team was inevitable. A quick search revealed the answer. They were later renamed UP. That's right, Longo continued, after UP was relegated. I returned to VG, while Imi joined neighboring LGD. Xing suddenly understood. He was somewhat aware of the infamous resurrection maneuver employed by the Club Royal Never Give Up after their relegation in 2015, which involved UP. Not only Imi, but also the support player Xiao Duan chimed in, noting that the current LGD coach, Hart, was originally from VG's second team, and they were becoming a veritable reserve talent base for LGD. At that moment, Hongmi, standing behind the group, reminded them to prepare for the ban and pick face. Xing quickly adjusted his focus, awaiting the commencement of the training match. As majestic music resonated through his headphones, he once again beheld the familiar screen of the draft mode. Hongmi, positioned behind Xing, communicated with him through translation, saying, I've reviewed your profile. You excel with rhythm-based junglers and heroes like Graves. Then you should use Gragas this match, he suggested, eager to assess Xing's rhythmic prowess. He had his own reasoning. Champions like Elise and Lee Sin relied heavily on tempo. Still, their formidable dueling capabilities meant that even in a 1v1 scenario, they could often dominate the mainstream jungle champions, making it difficult to discern whether the jungler's skill or the hero's strength was the decisive factor. Gragas, however, was different. He was not as proficient in duels and typically needed to influence lanes early on, providing an accurate assessment of the jungler's opportunistic abilities. Indeed, Hongmi did not place undue emphasis on the outcome of this training match. The rookie jungler's prowess is undoubtedly inferior to that of Dandy, rendering the likelihood of triumph against LGD quite slim. The primary objective during this trial is to evaluate Gu Xing's strategic mindset and champion pool, which, should he be signed, would allow him to shine in the second team. Gu Xing acquiesced, taking the blue side to assist Endless in securing Lucian, a champion of formidable landing strength, lest the duo of Imp and Akia Hayano in the bottom lane pierce their defenses. As the mid-season patch has yet to be implemented, we continue to rely on strategies from the spring season. The national server will not transition to the mid-season 6.9 patch until May 10th, and even the Korean server, which may receive the patch a week earlier, remains unchanged, compelling us to adhere to spring season tactics. LGD swiftly revealed their bottom lane composition, Kalista and Alistar, a combination known for its vengeful might. The dual presence of Lissandra is indeed remarkable. Jakulov, seated beside Gu Xing, cast a glance at the opposing duo, recognizing the appropriateness of their abbreviated names. Imp's Kalista? Ding Ran invariably associates this character with Thresh, making it difficult for him to maintain composure. Ultimately, the lineups were confirmed. Blue side VG comprised of top lane Troll, jungle Gragas, mid lane Jace, and bottom lane Lucian with Braum. Red side LGD featured top lane Malphite, jungle Graves, mid lane Azir, and bottom lane Kalista with Alistar. Before the match officially commenced, Gu Xing hurriedly reviewed his talent configuration. In this patch, Thunder is exceptionally potent, though Gragas may find it challenging to trigger. Most players carry the power of Time Keystone, allowing champions and nearby allies to gain permanent health upon defeating large jungle monsters and siege minions, with a maximum cap of 300. Once fully stacked, it can restore 6 of maximum health. For the jungle role, completing 15 jungle camps suffices, presenting a favorable cost-benefit ratio akin to acquiring a substantial giant S-belt. Go for it, Xinggu. Ding Ran continued to bolster his confidence. Jackie Love, Hongmi, and Lu Wenjun all focused intently on his screen. The world is watching me? Gu Xing mused to himself. Avoid engaging in a level 1 skirmish. Commence with a standard opening, Hongmi advised him privately. Gu Xing felt perplexed. In terms of composition, VG appeared quite formidable. The opposing Azir at level 1 is essentially a mere ornament, possessing only the W ability, which summons a soldier akin to a larger ranged minion. Lu Wenjun further elucidated that in standard scrims, level 1 skirmishes are rarely engaged for 2 reasons. Firstly, such skirmishes are typically considered core strategies of the team, effective only when unexpected. Exposing strategies during scrims could render them ineffective in actual matches. Secondly, if a level 1 skirmish results in significant disparities in kills or summoner spells, the opposing team might deem it pointless to continue the scrim and could opt to forfeit the match and restart. Now, as a complete novice in scrims, Gu Xing finally grasped the rationale. As the match loaded, he quickly steadied his mind, concentrating on the game. Purchasing his jungle equipment and a reusable potion, he maneuvered Gragas alongside his teammates as they positioned themselves for the match. Gu Xing remained stationed here and returned to the jungle after 1.5 minutes. Assistant Xiao Duan currently serves as the commander for VG, signaling for the barrel to position himself at the forefront between mid lane and the dragon pit. Although it is customary to avoid engaging in skirmishes at level 1, maintaining a defensive posture is essential to cultivate good habits. Otherwise, one may face dire consequences if ambushed during the main event. Avoid the brush above the dragon pit, for an escape would be exceedingly difficult. Xiao Duan, aware of Gu Xing's status as a newcomer, took the time to caution him about this. Gu Xing understood the significance of this advice. Standing in the brush above the dragon pit would severely limit escape routes if the adversary attempted a pincer maneuver. Moreover, the thick wall between the brush and the red buff camp would prevent the barrel from utilizing his E ability to traverse directly from the brush, leaving him with no choice but to use his flash if caught. In summary, that area is best avoided. Gu Xing diligently absorbed this knowledge while contemplating his route planning for the match. The top lane matchup of the troll against the tree was a clear counter, and the troll's ability to dominate the lane hinged entirely on the tree, Poppy, and Thresh, these formidable frontline champions. The R ability, Dominance of Power, allows for a percentage-based resistance and health boost, rendering it a bane to any frontline. Unless the troll suffered multiple consecutive deaths, he would maintain pressure over the tree, prompting Xing to lower the priority of assistance. In the mid lane, the duo of the airplane and the yellow chicken were two formidable farming champions, with Gao Dui's Emperor of the Sands likely to seek opportunities post-level 6, while the rest would focus on mutual growth. Nevertheless, the yellow chicken showed a clear ability to push the airplane's lane early on, leading Xing to believe that opportunities could arise in the mid lane. As for the bot lane, no thoughts were necessary. Both combinations were laden with crowd control and burst damage, making them ripe for exploitation. After meticulous consideration, Xing resolved to commence his jungle route at the stone beetle camp in the lower half. Marin had placed a ward in this area, while top laner Long Gu assisted by creating vision in the enemy's upper red buff camp. Upon returning, they observed the opposing tree placing a ward between the blue buff and the magic frog camp, prompting an immediate warning from Long Gu to Xing understood. Xing replied, glancing at the clock. The ward had been placed at 1:34, indicating it would expire at 2:34. While Xing cleared his way upwards, the ward would not reveal his exact position, yet it could provide a general indication of his jungle movements. His mind raced as he devised his early game strategy. While consuming the stone beetle, he refrained from using his smite, as the bot lane duo had assisted him considerably. As he began to engage the red buff, he utilized the vision established by Long Gu in the enemy's upper red zone to spot Aime's graves. Noting that the enemy's last hits also amounted to 2, he deduced that they too had started at the stone beetle. Remaining calm, Xing employed his first smite on the F4, acquiring a 90-second true sight effect, which would enable him to detect any enemy wards in his vicinity. As he continued to farm, he also kept an eye on the situation across all 3 lanes. His teammates, Endless and Xiao Duan, were facing considerable adversity in the bot lane, as Imp exhibited remarkable prowess. Despite the infamous moment from the 2015 World Championship where Callista was obliterated by Thresh, his mastery of this champion was undeniably commendable. On both sides, the mid laners were consistently farming, with Easyhoon being referred to as the true defensive tower, akin to an immovable mountain, unlike Otto. Meanwhile, the top laner, Long Gu, deliberately lured the saplings thrown by the Treant into the minion wave, causing them to explode and thereby reducing the health of his own minions. Strategically pulling the wave closer to his tower, Xing hastened his pace, using his second smite on the Merc Frog, and by around 3 minutes and 20 seconds, he had cleared his first round of 6 jungle camps. After a brief contemplation, he proposed, "I will come to assist you in ganking mid. Could you leave a Thunderstrike for damage?" Easyhoon, slightly surprised by the offer, was not accustomed to accepting help from a jungler while playing his steady farming style. Yet he consented to Xing's plan. At this moment, LGD's team communication was active. The enemy jungler should have completed his 6 camps, Gao Dui murmured, and he might grab the river crab before attempting a gank either top or mid. "I'll place a ward." The ward previously placed by Marin had not revealed Xing's position, but its disappearance hinted that the opponent had traversed from the bottom side. Confident in his early push with the yellow chicken, Gao Dui seized lane control, finished off the minions, and moved to the upper river area, where he placed a fake ward in the brush to monitor Xing's movements. As expected, the ward revealed the barrel champion feasting on the crab. Aware that his jungler, Aime, was in the lower half of the map, Gao Dui refrained from disrupting the barrel and returned to the lane to continue farming. If the barrel did not initiate a gank after consuming the river crab, he would likely back to base to acquire a jungler's knife, subsequently heading downwards. LGD's support, Pinjiling, had a clear strategy. He recognized that there were no jungle camps left in the upper area, and if Xing did not gank, he would have to return to base for supplies. "I know he cannot reach me," Gao Dui asserted confidently. Meanwhile, from VG's perspective, after Xing finished the river crab, he utilized the true sight effect obtained from the previous smite on the F4 to clear out Gao Dui's vision in the upper river brush. After eliminating the vision, he chose not to return home. Instead, he ventured into LGD's upper jungle, hiding in the brush between the enemy's red buff and the dragon pit, ensuring he was unseen by any enemy wards. "Just wait a little longer. He will reveal a flaw," Xing advised Easyhoon not to rush. Standing behind him, Hongmi furrowed his brow, seemingly aware of Xing's intentions. Gu Xing remained in his position for 20 seconds, during which the true side effect from the F4 had dissipated. During this time, a conflict erupted in the bottom lane as Imis Graves, after clearing jungle camps, came to gank, forcing VG's duo to burn 2 flashes and a heal. Although no kills were secured, they gained a slight advantage. In the top lane, Marin, to avoid being ganked, forced his way through with his body, pushing Long G's minions into VG's tower. Long Gu utilized his Ice Pillar to block the opponent, flashing in for a flurry of bites, consequently taking Marin's flash in exchange while severely damaging him back home. And yet, Gu Xing remained there, observing. The onlooker, Ding Ran, was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what his friend was scheming. A grand strategy in the making? Until Gu Xing issued a crisp and decisive command to prepare for a freeze, the barrel-chested champion hastily departed from the underbrush, making his way toward the mid lane. At that moment, the LGD Huangji was positioned rather aggressively. Gao Dui calculated that nearly half a minute had passed without the barrel's appearance, concluding that he must have returned to base for supplies before continuing to farm in the lower jungle. He purposefully adjusted his position slightly upward to avoid being ambushed. However, while he was pressuring the lane, Gao Dui had not anticipated that the barrel's rotund form would suddenly emerge from the concealed vision above, stunning him outright. His heart skipped a beat, and his brows furrowed in alarm. By this point, escape was exceedingly difficult. Gu Xing offered no respite, unleashing all his skill damage upon him. Easyhoon maneuvered his aircraft forward, utilizing Valkyrie dive to close the gap, followed by a devastating combination of QE skills that triggered thunder. The frail Huangji hero was instantly reduced to a sliver of health under the concentrated fire from both champions. Gao Dui hastily activated Flash to escape with the aid of his sand soldiers, but Gu Xing's Q, rolling barrel, imposed a slow on him, hampering his movements. Easyhoon followed up with a flash of his own, delivering 2 shots that concluded the engagement with a first blood. A stunning display. Xiaoduan immediately began to praise, commending Gu Xing's ambush strategy as brilliant. Easyhoon smiled gently, offering a few words of praise. Homie nodded slightly, clearly satisfied with the outcome. Gu Xing, however, had no time to indulge in their praise. He was signaling to LGD in the jungle that he intended to counter the stone beetles. After timing the situation, he deduced that Imi's second set of stone beetles had certainly respawned, as the opposing team had just been preoccupied in the lower lane, leaving them unable to contest the upper jungle. Gu Xing resolved to initiate a counterattack. Yet, upon crashing into the enemy's stone beetle camp, he was met with an empty expanse. Nothing was there. What was happening? Gu Xing's expression turned to one of astonishment. Where were the monsters? This truly was a rookie mistake. Logically, the stone beetles should have respawned by now, yet they were mysteriously absent. Gu Xing's mind momentarily faltered, unable to comprehend the situation. It shouldn't be like this. Dandy, who had come to observe, also gasped in surprise. However, after a moment's reflection, recalling his encounters with LGD in the spring season, he quickly pieced it together. Dandy stifled a chuckle. Having just witnessed Gu Xing's mid-lane strategy, he acknowledged the rookie's potential and commendable attitude, deeming it inappropriate to mock him. Yet, he couldn't hold back his amusement entirely. Fortunately, his laughter was subdued enough that Gu Xing did not hear. Seeing Marin's tree return to base for supplies before reappearing in his line of sight, Long Gu habitually checked the scoreboard. It was indeed Marin who had claimed the stone beetles. Noticing that the opposing tree had inexplicably gained 2 additional minion kills, he finally identified the culprit behind the theft. Gu Xing's mind was a whirlpool of confusion. It had only been 4 minutes. Could the tree truly consume jungle monsters? This was far beyond his understanding. While others may not have done so, Marin had a penchant for devouring jungle creatures, Long Gu remarked with a tone of resignation, suggesting that Gu Xing should instead target the enemy SF4. Previously, Marin pushed the minion wave to the dragon's tower with his own flesh, resulting in the current minion positioning favoring LGD. Before reaching level 6, the troll and Gragas found it nearly impossible to dive the tree's tower. The opponent could easily eliminate at least one of them with twisted advance. With no other options, Gu Xing had to venture down alone. He refrained from returning to base, primarily because he suspected that the opposing jungler, Imi, had likely noticed his intent to invade and had probably cleared his 2 camps in the lower jungle. In sum, Gu Xing had suffered a hidden loss, missing out on 1 camp. However, the situation was not dire. Just as Xing steadied his nerves, intending to farm a set of F4 to ease his anxiety, he spotted the gangland godfather, Graves, emerging from the brush beside the sharp-beak camp, wielding a shotgun. Taking advantage of his unpreparedness, Graves executed Q collateral damage, followed by an auto-attack, finishing off the large bird and another weakened small bird with a swift smite. Xing was utterly bewildered. How had Aimee managed to clear the jungle so quickly? Under normal circumstances, Graves could not have cleared both camps in the lower jungle before arriving here. There simply wasn't enough time. Xing hastily cast Q, barrel roll, to slow the opponent while finishing off the remaining small bird, then maneuvered Gragas to escape. Fortunately, Graves' red buff had already faded, or he might have been ensnared. Finding a safe spot to return to base, Xing glanced at the scoreboard and realized that aside from the 2 birds Graves had snatched from him, he had only gained 2 minion kills. The opponent had merely countered the stone beetle and then returned to base before heading here? Why hadn't he cleared my sharp beak? Xing was flustered and at a loss, his mind in disarray. He had been certain that Aimee would clear his F4. Even dismissing Easyhoon South offered to place vision in his sharp beak camp. Yet, Aimee's route had diverged entirely from his expectations. This defied logic. Ding Ran, who primarily played jungler, sensed something amiss and glanced at the onlookers, questioning why the opposing jungler hadn't cleared the entire jungle. Jackie Love, equally perplexed, pondered whether something had gone awry. The meticulous Redmi furrowed his brow in confusion. Xing was baffled. He never anticipated that an LPL jungler would act so unpredictably. After sipping some water to calm his nerves, he regained composure, realizing he hadn't truly lost anything. He had prepared for the worst by anticipating the loss of 1 stone beetle. Yet he had managed to farm Aimee's 2 sharp beaks, and still had a F4 to clear upon his return. This thought only deepened his perplexity regarding Aimee's intentions. Then, unexpectedly, Aimee dashed to the top lane. Fortunately, Long Gu reacted swiftly, positioning the pillar to block the enemy tree while he absorbed Graves' damage and retreated to the tower. Marin, having already burned his flash under pressure, could do nothing to detain Long Gu and had to let him escape. Xing felt utterly incapable of deciphering Aimee's route planning. Shouldn't Graves have helped the mid lane by clearing the minion wave before descending? The 3 wolves and the magic toad in Aimee's lower jungle had already reset. Was this a forced change to the jungle? Xing could only speculate. After purchasing the green jungle knife and boots, he realized that venturing further into the upper jungle was futile. Thus, he opted to consume his own sharp-beaked bird. Having expended his freshly acquired 3rd smite for vision, he crossed the river and plunged into Aimee's lower jungle. Naturally cautious, Xing had prepared thoroughly. In his view, Aimee's decision to swap jungles was undoubtedly driven by ulterior motives. After all, why would he assist a tree? Moreover, the lower jungle was home to the dragon, which would significantly benefit the team. There must be a trick at play. Sure enough, as Xing was clearing the enemy's magic toad, he spotted Pinji Ling and Imp returning to defend. Fortunately, he had taken precautions, leaving Meat Egg Scallion Chicken behind, ultimately dispatching the jungle monster and escaping unscathed. When the opposing bottom lane returned to their lane, he re-entered the jungle, utilizing the vision to eliminate the enemy's wards. In the LGD training room, Xia Dan, why did you rush to the top lane? Gao Dui pondered, how can we defend this dragon? He could only acquiesce. Xia Dan, also known as Aimee, had his own logic. The mid lane airplane had secured first blood, and the barrel had provided an assist. If a dragon fight were to ensue, we would be at the mercy of Brahm's passive. The team's commander, Pinji Ling, fell into contemplation. It indeed seemed to be the case. His cow could only unleash a single WQ combo early on. The damage output from our mid and jungle, the yellow chicken and Graves, was limited. And with Braum on the opposing team, if they couldn't eliminate the enemy, VG would be relentless in their pursuit. The strength of Braum in early skirmishes could only be described as terrifying. Aimee's assessment appeared sound. Look, I've caught someone, Aimee exclaimed triumphantly, emerging from the brush behind VG's first tower, intending to execute a tower dive on Dragon Brother. Now, no one could save the troll. Easyhoon, having claimed first blood, teleported back to lane and was unable to reach the top lane. Wait, why are these 2 coming for me? Dragon Brother was caught off guard. He had just escaped to the tower under the onslaught of Graves, without returning to base, believing that the tree and Graves would struggle to secure kills before level 6. Relying on his passive, King's Tribute, to regain health while farming, he intended to hold the lane. Little did he realize that LGD's top and jungle duo were bold enough to engage. Marin, the tree, absorbed 2 shots from the tower's damage before using W, twisted advance, ensnaring the troll while transferring aggro to his jungler. Aimi finished with a final EQA, successfully eliminating the defenseless dragon brother and escaping with a flash at low health. Xing was nearly as perplexed as Jackie Love beside him. The enemy jungler's actions were inscrutable, leaving him utterly baffled. No worries, dragon brother still had teleport. Exchanging for another dragon wound to be a loss. Xiao Duan was rather optimistic. Indeed, this was not a loss. The first dragon could grant the entire team an increase of 8 in both ability power and attack damage, a value certainly surpassing that of a single kill. Xing cleared the dragon and finally made a decision. Unable to decipher Aimi's intentions, he resolved to abandon speculation altogether and directly target the mid lane. Xing intended to launch an assault precisely when Huang Ji had yet to ascend to level 6. Gao Dui, having been caught off guard in the previous skirmish and forced to expend his flash, dared not venture outside, opting instead to maintain the minion wave at his turret, hoping to gradually accumulate strength. He even placed a ward in the brush below, behind the wall, to prevent Xing from ambushing him. However, Xing was acutely aware that Gao Dui had remained on the lane for an extended period, likely placing a ward in the brush just below, adjacent to LGD's mid-turret. The LGD bot lane duo had previously witnessed the loss of 2 camps in their lower jungle, leaving them devoid of resources. Logically, they would not invest in warding the lower jungle. Such ward placements would yield no valuable information and would only waste time. Xing surmised that they would at most establish a defensive ward in the brush behind the next turret. Thus, Xing maneuvered his barrel to execute a masterful flanking maneuver. He entered LGD's blue zone from the dragon pit, traversed the enemy's wolf camp, and ultimately positioned himself behind the enemy's mid-turret. Alongside the plane in front of LGD's mid-turret, they formed a pincer movement to encircle Huang Ji. He skillfully avoided LGD's vision, and by the time Gao Dui caught sight of Xing, he was already poised to dive the turret. Gao Dui was taken aback by Xing's audacity, circumnavigating the jungle solely to eliminate him. In haste, he erected a soldier in his own feathered bird camp and executed a distant EQ combo for a quick escape. He can chase. The gunner is out of resources. Xing called out. He could not ascertain whether Aimi had returned to base. However, after the dragon had been slain, the enemy, now barely escaping, would not benefit from health regeneration unless they struck the red buff. Gunner's health was undoubtedly low. Moreover, Huang Ji had expended all his abilities. Even a 2v2 encounter with LGD's mid-jungle duo posed no threat. Without hesitation, Xing flashed over the wall into the feathered bird camp, casting a meatball chicken to pursue, utilizing the speed from his boots to close the gap slightly. Q, rolling barrel, hit the enemy at the edge of its range, slowing them down. Easyhoon followed suit with W, Valkyrie dive, and both pressed forward in pursuit. The soul mobility skill, E, sand shifting, had a cooldown of a staggering 19 seconds at early levels. Gao Dui, still at level 5, could only flee on foot. As he reached the second turret in the top lane, he was met with a bullet from the plane, sealing his fate. Well done. Easyhoon lauded his teammate, exclaiming, "That Huang Ji is finished." Hongmi was taken aback. Xing's awareness of vision control surpassed his expectations. Is this truly a newcomer? 035. Surprises abound, concluding the match. Hongmi glanced back at his computer. He had previously entered a custom room to spectate, seeking to obtain footage of the training match. After a brief delay, he observed from a god's perspective as Xing executed his jungle flank flawlessly, evading the 2 wards set by LGD. The seasoned dandy also witnessed this moment and couldn't help but express his admiration, noting Xing's keen sense for vision control. Hongmi's smile widened. He detected a semblance of clear love's essence, demonstrating considerable experience. The two conversed in Korean. Ding Ran was perplexed and sought assistance from the team leader, Jin Wenha. After the translation, she burst into laughter, realizing that Xiong-gu was indeed a fan of the factory and that his playstyle bore a reasonable resemblance. Hongmi, intrigued by Xing, inquired whether he had truly only undergone training with a single team. The documentation suggested so. However, harbored doubts. High-level vision manipulation is quite rare among high-ranking solo players, as only in professional teams can one acquire systematic knowledge of vision placement and practice it. Players who solely engage in ranked matches rely on their own exploration, which typically yields lower efficiency. Ding Ran, not lacking in intellect, discerned Hong Mi's expression and, combined with Gu Xing's performance in the current game, deduced his thoughts. Indeed, he had only trained with a team called Greedy and Dashing in the City Heroes Championship, and had never interacted with any professional team thereafter. He disclosed the truth and casually dropped a hint that his operational awareness was commendable, as EDG, IG. And we had all extended invitations. The subtext hinted to Hong Mi that if he wished to sign Gu Xing, he should act swiftly, as the other three clubs were also reputable and formidable. The head coach was responsible for announcing the results of the training, while the rest of the conditions would need to be negotiated with the manager. Hong Mi fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, as the two conversed, battles in the canyon raged on. Imp and Heanoaya, having witnessed Gao Dui's demise twice in the mid lane, felt an urgent desire to suppress VG's bottom lane and swiftly establish an advantage. This, however, inadvertently provided Gu Xing with an opportunity. As the training match progressed to the 8th minute, upon reaching level 6, he decided to ambush the LGD duo. Yet, Ami lay in wait behind them. The two teams were on the verge of a clash. Don't engage, the plane is on its way, Gao Dui urgently cautioned his teammates. Having just been harassed by Easyhoon, leaving him low on health and unable to provide support, while Kuchi was returning to base to collect explosive packages to hasten his arrival at the battlefield. Gu Xing was aware of this and, based on the cooldowns of the enemy summoner spells recorded in the team chat, understood that LGD's mid and top teleports were still on cooldown. Thus, emboldened by this knowledge, he sauntered nearby to disrupt the enemy, casually tossing a Q, rolling barrel, that detonated upon Imi. The alarm of the plane collecting explosive packages reverberated in the ears of LGD's bottom jungle, akin to a countdown to death. Follow me, Xiao Duan's Brown. Using W, stand behind me, positioned himself before Gu Xing, adjusting his angle to unleash Q, Winter's Bite. Heanoaya attempted to shield his teammate from enemy skills and turned to disrupt the foes. However, Endless S Lucian swiftly advanced, activating Braum's passive and stunning him in place. Continue the chase. Try to keep as many of them as possible. Gu Xing boldly stepped forward to act as bait. The skirmishes in the bottom lane had been quite intense, and the early returns to base inevitably resulted in a loss of minions. At present, LGD's duo was still lacking a smidgen of experience to reach level 6. Without their ultimate abilities, the dual Leona and Olistar combination lacked formidable combat power. Moreover, the second red buff would respawn around the 7th minute, and Gu Xing promptly cleared it, still benefiting from the enhancement effects. This implies that as long as one can land a basic attack on the opponent, a slowing effect can be applied. Imp and Imi are acutely aware of the gravity of the situation and must sacrifice Heanoaya to escape. The Spear of Vengeance possesses a passive ability that allows for simultaneous basic attacks while jumping, and together with Q, Pierce. It has managed to embed several spears into Gu Xing, triggering the slowing effect upon extraction. However, the gunner has just been struck by rolling barrel, and is now moving slower than Gu Xing, facing imminent danger and forced to use E quick draw to retreat. Gu Xing remains unperturbed, charging forward with his robust physique to compel Imi to use our ultimate explosive barrel for displacement. He then notices that the Spear of Vengeance is still targeting him. Seizing the moment when the opponent's basic attack animation concludes, he decisively unleashes our explosive barrel. The barrel spins through the air at an extraordinarily acute angle, aiming to detonate and blast both the Spear of Vengeance and the gunner right in front of him. Currently, Imp's equipment is not particularly extravagant, and his attack speed has not reached its peak, preventing him from using a spear to jump back before the barrel explodes. Left with no choice, he must flash backward, allowing the explosive barrel to send him toward the tower. Imi, however, is less fortunate. Having already used his flash to execute Dragon Brother earlier, he is still on cooldown. With all his mobility skills unavailable, he can only watch as the explosive barrel detonates, sending him hurtling back to Gu Xing's side amidst the gushing hops of beer. Old Gu's ultimate is quite effective. Jackie Love can discern that Gu Xing deliberately delayed his basic attack, compelling Imp to expend his flash. The plane comes to claim the kill. Gu Xing understands that the sole late-game powerhouse for their team is Easyhoon's plane, and the ability to nurture him effectively is pivotal for victory. Easyhoon appreciates the new jungler's efforts. He picks up the explosive package and purchases boots of magic penetration to arrive at the battlefield swiftly, with kills up for grabs. His trip was not in vain. Aimee is utterly frustrated, as the barrel does not require any other skills but simply adheres to him with basic attacks. While simultaneously positioning itself to block his return to the tower, he can only helplessly watch as Easyhoon swiftly approaches using the explosive package, effortlessly taking him down with a complete set of skills. The excitement grows as Redmi observes the newcomer establishing a solid footing in his first LPL-level scrimmage, displaying a rhythm and execution that surpasses Aimee, marking him as a promising talent. Nice. Dragon Brother, still focused on farming in lane, exclaims loudly. Having momentarily switched to the bottom lane as a battlefield reporter, feeling confident about securing the win. I'm taking off. Easyhoon exclaims cheerfully, and they set out to seize the resources in the lower half of the map. Without needing to be told, Xing has already ventured into the enemy jungle, striving to widen the developmental gap between the junglers. Ding Ran still struggles to comprehend why LGD's bottom lane was so aggressive. The explosive package at the 8-minute mark is indeed the plane's power spike, and Imp and Hiranoaya could have easily endured, waiting for the package to expire before exerting pressure and pushing the tower. Manager Lu Wenjun could not help but chuckle upon hearing those words. It is essential to understand that one must adopt a godlike perspective when analyzing the situation, acknowledging the disparity in information available to the players. Moreover, LGD, at this moment, is not particularly formidable. While their landing capabilities across all 3 lanes are commendable, their communication and synergy leave much to be desired, which is reflected in their lackluster performance during the spring season. He remarked that had it been EDG or RNG in the same position, the bottom lane would undoubtedly have pressed the advantage more decisively. Xiao Duan remained vigilant, continuing to advise Xing, instructing him on where to place wards shortly. Being a newcomer without prior exposure to professional esports, he feared Xing might stray during the mid-game, potentially giving away critical momentum. Hongmi believed that the subsequent phases of the game were of little consequence. The disparity between professional and amateur players does not manifest significantly during the landing phase. Rather, it becomes increasingly apparent as the game progresses. Well-trained players understand their responsibilities, while casual gamers often meander aimlessly in the late game, lacking a coherent grasp of minion waves, jungle monsters, and vision control. Team fights, too, are fraught with peril, as a single misstep in positioning can lead to catastrophic consequences. However, Hongmi felt that such knowledge could be imparted to Xing gradually once he embarked on his professional journey, as he excelled in nurturing newcomers. Even if the opposing players faltered during the mid-game, it would not diminish Hongmi's assessment of Xing. Yet, Xing had indeed surprised him significantly with his compliance. Aware of the gap between his capabilities and those of the elite professional players, Xing approached the game with humility. His focus was primarily on jungle farming and establishing vision, while providing protection for his teammates. During a pivotal team fight at the 22-minute mark, he unleashed a decisive ultimate ability that scattered LGD's backline, causing a rift between Marin and his teammates at the forefront. Easyhoon, equipped with the Trinity Force, Rapid Fire Cannon, and Sorcerer's Shoes, boasted an outrageous damage output. After the Dragon Knight's ultimate, Dominus, drained Marin's defenses and health, he easily dispatched him. Gao Dui, struggling with subpar equipment, was merely a target for the Troll and Barrel's assaults. LGD's dual marksmen, Graves and Vengeance Spear, were kept in check by Xiao Duan's Brown, who absorbed a considerable amount of damage. Xing's unexpected E-Flash pursuit positioned him at the forefront, creating an optimal environment for his teammates to deal damage, allowing Easyhoon to claim a remarkable 4 kills in that team fight. The message from everyone in Songjiang University City, GG, signified the conclusion of the practice match. Xing exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. Having never faced a team of LPL caliber, he approached this training match with utmost seriousness and focus, anxious to avoid any mistakes. Before exiting the game, he reviewed the statistics, as was his custom. The kill ratio for both teams stood at 13-4, with Xing achieving a record of 2 kills, 1 death, and 10 assists, his sole demise occurring during the final team fight, where he sacrificed himself to secure victory for Easyhoon. His kill participation rate exceeded 90, successfully fulfilling his role by setting the pace in the early game and nurturing the mid lane's damage dealer. In contrast, Aimee's Graves appears rather unremarkable. Aside from the initial gank in the top lane that resulted in a kill on Long Go, he was thoroughly suppressed by Xing for the remainder of the match, unable to secure any kills or control resources. Ultimately, even his jungle farm was surpassed. Ding Ran patted Xing on the shoulder, feeling a sense of pride in his friend's flawless performance during this training match. "I knew you would excel, didn't I?" he remarked. Seated in the central position of the player area, Easyhoon cast an approving glance at Xing, acknowledging the excellent pace of the early ganks. Although he was not particularly fond of junglers assisting mid laners, Xing's efficiency in securing kills was undeniable, allowing Easyhoon to merely follow up and reap the rewards without much effort. As a relatively weak champion in the early game, the fact that he could maintain his farm and experience was commendable, yet Xing managed to grant him 3 kills within the first 10 minutes. This rapid development of the aircraft led to an explosion of damage in the mid-game, allowing him to seize control of the match. Shrouded, with a bottle of mineral water in hand, also had high praise for Xing. "You played exceptionally well, following the commands without losing your way, and your team fighting strategy was remarkably clear." He had been observing the final team fight, noting the solid awareness of protecting the backline and the decisiveness in initiating engagements, never waiting for the opponent to exhaust their abilities before showcasing his own control. With Endless securing victory in the training match, there was a collective sigh of relief, and a thumbs up was directed towards Xing. The pressure was alleviated, primarily due to the decisive victory in the skirmish at the 8-minute mark that forced him to flash and allowed Xing to claim a significant kill, greatly enhancing his development. Even Hong Mi wore a broad smile, his tone noticeably warmer than before the match began. "Xing, you should be able to play another match this afternoon. Perhaps give Graves a try." Upon hearing the translator's words, Xing felt a twinge of uncertainty. After this training match, he had come to realize that Imi's jungle routes were unpredictable, making it impossible to deduce the state of the opponent's jungle based on conventional logic. Xing found this reminiscent of a chaotic jungle strategy he had attempted in a recent virtual match. He had initially considered using this approach to counter Styloff's formidable counter-jungle tactics, but ultimately refrained, believing that such a strategy would not significantly enhance his own strength. It was merely a means to annoy the opponent. In retrospect, he felt a sense of trepidation. Fortunately, he had employed the more rhythmically potent Gragas in the previous match, which did not impose high demands on his development. Had he chosen a champion like Graves or Rengar to counter jungle, he would likely have faced severe repercussions from Imi, finding it challenging to gain any benefits in the jungle. Without adequate development, Graves and Rengar would be rendered ineffective. Dandy interjected, noting that conventional strategies were not particularly effective against Imi. Having transitioned from VG, and with both teams frequently engaging in training matches, Dandy possessed a profound understanding of Imi's tactics. "I can hardly comprehend his jungle routes. If you are a newcomer, it would be wise to avoid attempting to counter Imi's jungle." Xing was taken aback by the unexpected reminder from the former champion jungler, and he immediately displayed a grateful smile. It was indeed a rare gesture for someone with no personal connection to him. Hong Mi observed this interaction with a sense of relief. Last year, when the death announcement and Mata partnered in the bot lane, the atmosphere within VG was remarkably absurd. The temperament of the death announcement mirrored the erratic jungle path taken by Imi in the previous match, defying conventional reasoning. Having had a turbulent history with Dong Xiaosa, he had also created infamous memes with Liu Benwei. Even after returning from North America, his temperament showed no signs of temperance, often resorting to smashing the base in frustration. Ironically, support player Mata was no pushover either. He found the death announcement quite intolerable. During matches, he would bring out support Jace, showcasing his esports talent with one hand. This year, with the departure of the bot lane duo and the acquisition of the mild-mannered Easyhoon, VG's atmosphere underwent a refreshing transformation, much to Hong Mi's satisfaction. In stark contrast, the atmosphere at the LGD base was far from optimistic. The decision to push forward at the 8-minute mark in the bot lane proved to be ill-advised, leaving Imp with a tinge of remorse as the plane approached with explosives, rendering them unable to retaliate. His Mandarin was imperfect, not due to a lack of effort, but rather because of a childhood surgery on his tongue that affected his pronunciation. Fortunately, support player Pinji Ling could comprehend Imp's peculiar Chinese and reiterated his sentiments. Coach Hart, who had just taken over the team for the spring season, shared this view. He emphasized a couple of points before turning his gaze toward Gao Dui, cautioning him about his overconfidence in the early game, which led to 2 detrimental deaths that allowed the plane to thrive. That barrel was playing sneaky. During the first gank attempt on me, he could lie in wait for half a minute, Gao Dui muttered. After completing a training match, he reviewed the footage recorded by the coaching staff screen capture software from a god's eye perspective. Upon witnessing Gu Xing standing alone in the jungle for nearly 30 seconds just to catch him, he had to concede his folly. The second gank, which circled around the jungle for a considerable distance, aimed at a tower dive. Who could possibly defend against that? While Hart continued to analyze the mistakes from the previous training match, the players were distracted. He could also be like Li Jia. After the winter transfer period, the team was brimming with ambition, eager to display their prowess in the spring season and redeem themselves from the humiliation of not advancing past the group stage in the S5 World Championship. However, their performance was evidently below expectations. Without notable achievements in the spring season, they would need an outstanding summer performance to re-enter the global championship. Hart received news that the club intended to acquire another mid laner from VG during the spring transfer window, punished a former teammate of the starting jungler Imi. It remained uncertain whether Gao Dui, whose relationship with management was subtly fraying, could secure his position as a starter. As dusk enveloped the surroundings, a man clad in a black crewneck t-shirt hurriedly exited a vehicle, taking 2 steps at a time up the stairs to enter the VG League of Legends division base. He was of average height, and his skin appeared particularly fair against the backdrop of his dark attire and the surrounding environment. Upon entering the base, a staff member seated near the entrance promptly stood up, greeting him with, "Hello, Mr. Ding." Seated in the training room, Ding Ran awaited the arrival of his cousin, Ding Jun, the founder of VG, who had just concluded his work. After receiving a positive response, he pushed open the door to the training area. At first glance, Ding Jun spotted the head coach of the League of Legends division, Hong Mi, along with manager Lu Wenjun and Ding Ran, all gathered around an Esports chair. "Wow, Xing, your Lee Sin is incredibly fierce. Is he really kicking whoever he wants?" Ding Ran exclaimed, clearly excited. Hong Mi continued to converse rapidly in Korean with translator Jin Won-ha, the pace of their dialogue remarkably swift. "Well done, Gu Xing." Long Ji's face is practically beaming. Marin has been caught several times and is now retreating to the high ground to farm. The atmosphere in the room was lively, with no one noticing the arrival of their boss. Curiosity piqued, Ding Jun took a couple of steps forward to observe the computer screen surrounded by the group. The stats in the upper right corner displayed an impressive record: 7 kills, 0 deaths, 9 assists, and 124 last hits, with a total kill count of 185, demonstrating VG's significant advantage. Noticing Dandy also watching and correlating it with his cousin's earlier remarks, Ding Jun deduced that it was Ding Ran's classmate undergoing a trial. Is this jungler's Lee Sin truly this formidable? Ding Ran's expression mirrored Gu Xing's frustration. Oh no, the opposing team is already calling GG. Just one more kill for a godlike performance. As yet another training match concluded, the crowd dispersed, and Ding Ran turned to find his cousin standing behind him, startling him. The members of the League of Legends division quickly acknowledged the boss's presence with greetings. Gu Xing also rose from his seat, introducing himself. "Hello. I'm here for the trial today." Ding Jun assessed Gu Xing from head to toe, finding him quite agreeable, with a handsome visage and a bright, sunny smile. He recognized another boy nearby, Jakilov. Ding Jun reciprocated the greetings and extended his hand to shake with Yu Wenba and Gu Xing, before turning to Lu Wenjun. "How did today's training matches go?" "Unbeaten," the manager replied excitedly. "Both of our trial newcomers performed exceptionally well. Here are the performance statistics." He handed Ding Jun a chart detailing each player's performance in the training matches. Throughout the afternoon, Gu Xing participated in 3 training matches. Excluding the first with Gragas and the last with Lee Sin, his performance with Graves in the middle match was notable, boasting a high kill participation rate. Jackie Love played 2 matches, managing to hold his own against LGD's bot lane without relying on his signature champion, Draven, while slightly at a disadvantage. The overall performance was still commendable, showing a slight superiority over Endless. Ding Jun had been present during Jackie Love's initial trial at VG. Thus he had some understanding of his capabilities. However, Gu Xing's performance pleasantly surprised him. It was rare to find a newcomer exhibiting such talent right from the trial, especially one who had never played professionally before. Could they truly have unearthed a gem? "I must secure this jungler," Ding Jun thought, as he set down the performance chart, filled with thoughts and reflections. As the gaze of the crowd remained fixed upon him, He sought confirmation from Lu Wenjun that the training match for the team had concluded for the afternoon before he spoke, suggesting they should have a meal, as he intended to observe the evening's training match. Despite the proximity of VG's League of Legends and Dota 2 divisions, interactions between them were infrequent, with meals typically taken separately within their respective bases. Xing followed closely behind his teammates and management as they departed the training room for the dining area. Lu Wenjun had grown increasingly cordial towards him. After the trials that afternoon, Lu Wenjun perceived Xing as a valuable asset, one worthy of contention among other clubs. Xing was acutely aware of the shifting sentiments surrounding him. A brief reflection allowed him to deduce that the VG manager's previous attitude towards him stemmed from his connections as the cousin of Boss Ding and his status as a top player in the Ionia server. However, he now bore another title, that of a prodigious jungler who had astonishingly excelled in his inaugural LPL-level training match. It must be said that the training match this afternoon had indeed bolstered Xing's confidence. In the first game, while using Gragas, he felt somewhat flustered and uncertain midway through, relying heavily on Xiao Duan for direction. In the subsequent 2 games, Xing gradually acclimatized to the rhythm, developing a vague understanding of what actions to undertake at specific moments. Nevertheless, he refrained from interfering with the commands, recognizing that as a trial newcomer, it would be presumptuous to direct his teammates, especially since the team maintained an advantage during the mid-game, rendering his need to assert his presence unnecessary. Upon entering the dining area, which was connected to the base's kitchen, Xing noted that the space was quite ample, roughly half the size of his hometown in Jinhai. Lu Wenjun generously moved 2 chairs to invite Xing to sit beside him, initiating conversation by inquiring about the usability of the peripherals he was provided. Having worked in the esports industry for many years, he was acutely aware that not every high-ranked player exhibiting exceptional talent in ranked matches could translate that prowess to the professional arena. Otherwise, there would be no need for trials. Merely observing rankings would suffice. Although training matches were not formal competitions, they represented the closest approximation to the high-caliber professional stage. Of greater significance than ranked matches, Xing's performance that day left Lu Wenjun exceedingly pleased. "It's quite good," Xing replied candidly. He felt that the equipment was significantly more comfortable than that at home or in internet cafes. The keyboard feedback was not particularly pronounced, but the disparity in the mouse was striking, offering precise positioning and a design that fit comfortably in hand. "Then keep it," Lu Wenjun generously offered, alleviating the need to seek suitable equipment from other clubs later on. The Ferrari red of the field peripherals, combined with the Logitech G900 mouse, amounted to a considerable sum of over 2,000 yuan. For Xing, who had yet to earn any income, that was no trivial amount. However, within VG, it was deemed inconsequential. Once the funds for the peripherals were allocated, and used keyboards and mice would simply remain in storage. Moreover, Lu Wenjun's generosity was not without its implications. Should Xing trial with another team and be questioned about the origin of such expensive equipment, he would inevitably have to mention that it was a gift from Lu Wenjun, to temper the arrogance of other clubs. Instilling a sense of caution in them regarding competing for players with VG, a pot of chicken soup was cautiously carried over by team leader and translator Jin Wenha. Accompanying the soup were 10 tantalizing dishes, their allure amplified under the warm glow of the lights. "Why aren't we eating yet with all this food ready?" Ding Jun inquired. As he picked up his chopsticks, Ding ran, Xing, and Wenbo, "Do indulge. The dishes prepared by the club's designated chef are quite exceptional." With a smile, Xing responded, helping himself to a piece of egg. As Ding Jun had mentioned, the flavors were indeed to his liking. "Jackie, do try some fish." Xing nudged Jackie Love, who seemed oblivious to the plate of small yellow croaker before him. "It's very fresh." "No thanks, I'm allergic to seafood." Jackie Love waved his hand dismissively. Jin Wenha, upon hearing this, promptly rose to replace the fish with another dish, apologizing. "We truly had no idea about your seafood allergy since you didn't stay for dinner during the last trial." He had no intention of causing unnecessary discomfort for Jackie Love. Xing noted this exchange and soon found himself engaged in conversation with Ding Jun, who inquired about his studies and gaming endeavors. After finishing dinner, at 7 in the evening, VG prepared for another training match, this time against their neighbors, We. "Let us seize this opportunity to avenge our previous playoff elimination." Lu Wenjun rallied the spirits of the team, who had also endured the sting of defeat in the spring season. Their confidence was buoyed by an afternoon of consecutive victories. Xing took the lead, opting for Graves at the behest of Hongmi. Initially, he assumed that Wei's jungler, Kandi, would exhibit an unpredictable playstyle akin to Aime's, and thus played cautiously, focusing solely on his own jungle without attempting any counter-jungling. Observing from the sidelines, Dingjun felt that Xing's performance was mediocre. Though not poor, it did not match the ferocity displayed in the afternoon's training match. With heightened expectations, some disappointment was inevitable. Is he too tense? He murmured to his cousin, considering that he had not been present earlier. Wei is also stronger than LGD. Ding Ran defended his friend. After all, Xing is still a newcomer. He can't be expected to dominate every team right away. Xing, fully absorbed in the game, was oblivious to their discussion. He soon realized he had underestimated his opponent. After nearly 10 minutes, Kandi's movements were all too predictable, starkly contrasting with Aime's elusive style. Xing quickly grasped the situation, and his frustration ignited. His gameplay transformed into a ruthless assault. He purchased control wards and launched a counter-jungle, calculating the respawn times of the enemy's camps and orchestrating his movements to wreak havoc in Wei's jungle. Kandi, having never faced Xing before, had assumed for the first 10 minutes that he was merely a jungle cleaner devoid of any remarkable skill. However, as he exited to farm with his newly acquired jungle item, he was met with an empty jungle. What is going on? Kandi was taken aback, caught off guard. While Xing's display was just beginning, under the watchful eyes of Hongmi, Dingjun, and others, Xing fervently expanded his farming advantage, transforming the enemy jungle into his own private garden, leaving Kandi with no resources to harvest. Hongmi could hardly believe it. His reaction mirrored that of the then-coach. Tanchizi, Xing was nothing short of a bandit. Over the next 10 minutes, he watched in disbelief as the jungler's minion scores, once even, rapidly diverged by 50. The VG training room erupted in astonishment. Shrouded had abandoned Endless, closely following Xing's lead, executing his commands to establish vision and protect against counter-jungling. Dingjun, too engrossed in the moment, neglected to chat with his cousin, fixated on Xing's monitor. Kandi, snapping back to reality, recognized that Xing was indeed a master of jungle clearing, not only erasing VG's resources, but also encroaching upon his own. Kandi's sole desire was to safeguard his remaining jungle camps, the last vestige of dignity for a jungler. He encountered Xing at the Swamp Frog camp, but the formidable gunner, bolstered by his counter-jungle strategy, quickly gained an equipment advantage exceeding half an item. With little need for Shrouded's assistance, Xing executed a seamless combination of basic attacks and skills, culminating in an ultimate that resulted in a triumphant solo kill in the jungle. Nice, exclaimed the top laner, Long Gu, who had now become a cheerleader, solely responsible for rallying his teammates. Xing, your counter-jungle strategy is ruthless. As he observed the widening economic gap from the god's perspective, Dingjun was engulfed in elation. This jungler, he thought, was destined for victory with VG. 038. The upcoming trial segment, no one anticipated Xing's sudden surge of power, effectively putting Kandi in his place. Although Kandi was not particularly formidable at this moment, he was nonetheless a rising star in the LPL jungle scene, having garnered a notable fanbase with his impressive dragon-stealing skills. What do you think? Ding Ran boasted to his cousin. My classmate is quite remarkable, isn't he? Unlike his earlier expression of defending his friend during a tense stalemate 10 minutes prior, he now wore a completely different demeanor. Dingjun, too distracted to mock him, gazed at Xing with admiration, as if he had discovered a treasure. The team had established a significant advantage, even prompting Endless to speak more freely. Xing, leave some jungle for Kandi. After all, you're from the same neighborhood. Don't be too harsh. Initially, when abandoned by his support, Endless felt a twinge of annoyance. After all, as an ADC, being alone in the lane was perilous. He faced the threat of death while farming minions, and waiting beneath the tower for them to arrive meant he would inevitably miss some. It was an uncomfortable experience. However, as the team established their advantage, Endless swiftly cast aside his grievances. He recognized his own limitations. When compared to the two former champions on his team, let alone Long Gu and Shrouded, he was the weakest. Thus, Endless adopted a more balanced mindset. Wasn't the objective of the game to win? Whether he carried or not was of little consequence. Hearing his ADC's remarks, Long Gu chimed in, leave a little room for human kindness. You never know when you might meet again. Though they spoke these words, smiles were inescapably etched upon their faces. Half a month ago, the scene of WE being eliminated in the playoffs still lingers vividly in memory. Gu Xing's aggressive style had mercilessly ravaged WE's jungle, leaving a sense of satisfaction within. Aware that his teammates were jesting, Gu Xing chose not to respond, instead glancing at the support player, Brother Duan, during their return to base. Under pressure, he had just issued commands in the heat of the moment. Among teammates, Duan Deliang is affectionately referred to as Little Duan, a nickname stemming from the considerable age difference with the likes of Long Gu and Eziun. However, being born in early 96, he is nearly 2 years Gu Xing's senior. Still, given their relatively unfamiliar rapport, Gu Xing refrained from using informal terms of address. Not a problem. Little Duan waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor notably gentle. If you intend to counter jungle, you must certainly calculate the respawn times of each camp to plan your route effectively. Issuing commands is quite normal. After a brief replenishment, the equipment disparity between the junglers had expanded to a significant item. The scales of victory in this scrimmage had tilted entirely in favor of VG. Nevertheless, we demonstrated remarkable resilience, hoping to turn the tide with their well-fed bot lane carry, Mystic. A skirmish erupted around the barren pit. Long Ji's Poppy executed a stunning play. Ding Ran, standing behind the player bench, attempted to suppress his voice, yet his excitement was palpable. With a single ultimate ability, he sent Kundi flying. The Poppy, nicknamed Hammer Form Tristana, swung her mighty hammer, launching Kundi thousands of units away, transforming the battlefield into VG's favor as they outnumbered their foes. With only 957 remaining as the sole frontliner for Wei, the situation was dire. The output from Gu Xing and Eziun was ferociously overwhelming, swiftly engulfing their opponents. Ace. A collective sigh resonated in the Wei training room at Longhu Hope Mountain. Goodness, how can this Graves withstand this? Mid laner Shi lamented as he gazed at his monochrome screen, feeling the pressure mount as his level and equipment fell short. Typically, a jungler's development cannot compare to that of a solo lane. However, Gu Xing had devoured Kundi's jungle after just 10 minutes, resulting in a rapid inflation of both economy and experience. Oh dear, Kundi quickly apologized, acknowledging his oversight in this match. After the spring season, he returned home, having played few ranked games, and only recently resumed practice without having faced Team Snake in scrimmages, thus lacking a clear understanding of the style of Mi's counter-jungle tactics. Be more cautious next time. Let's concede this one, Shi remarked after receiving the coach's consent, typing GG in the team chat. Upon seeing those 2 letters, Gu Xing felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was aware that Ding Jun was observing from behind, anxious not to fall prey to the opponent's peculiar jungle routes. Thus, for the first 10 minutes of the scrimmage, he played cautiously, aiming to avoid any blunders. Little did he expect that Kundi would not employ such a jungle style, nearly causing Gu Xing to flush with frustration upon realizing the truth. Fortunately, he managed to regain composure later on, and throughout the match, he felt his performance was commendable. Jackie affectionately ruffled Gu Xing's hair, expressing camaraderie. As he recounted his triumph over Shi multiple times during the match, much to Gu Xing's delight. Perplexed, Gu Xing inquired whether there was animosity between Jackie and Shi. Jackie elaborated on the backstory. Back in 2015, both were ranked among the top 10 players in the national server. At that time, he aspired to form the 7 Wolves of Ionia, gathering well-connected high-ranked players from the first-tier servers to play together casually. Despite inviting Shi, who remained aloof, even an offer of a skin failed to entice him into the group. Yu Wenba harbored considerable resentment over this. Gu Xing, puzzled, replied that entering a group was ultimately a personal choice, but then a troubling thought crossed his mind. Was Jackie genuinely considering using skins to recruit Shi into their group? This mirrored his own method of inviting others. He recalled Yu Wenba's pool of potential support players and wondered if he too was merely a backup option. Jackie, oblivious to Gu Xing's shifting demeanor, eagerly prepared for the upcoming training match, anticipating an intense showdown with Shi. Gu Xing, rubbing his temples, decided to shelve this matter for the time being. He glanced back to find Ding Jun and Hongmi grinning at him, their expressions radiating satisfaction. Perhaps a contract was indeed secure? Gu Xing finally felt a sense of relief. Meanwhile, Ding Ran continued to advocate for Gu Xing, insisting that with his prowess, he should not be relegated to the second team, as competing in the secondary league would pose little challenge. Ding Jun pondered deeply. His younger cousin's assertion held merit. Given Gu Xing's demonstrated skills during the trials, venturing into the LSBL would undoubtedly lead to overwhelming victories. With the current promotion and relegation system, top-tier and second-tier teams frequently faced each other, often resulting in the bottom LPL teams being utterly crushed. This stark contrast underscored the significant divide between the two leagues. Although Gu Xing could dominate teams like LGD and Wii, partly due to their insufficient data on him, he had yet to engage systematically in professional esports. Under Hong Mi's guidance, his abilities would only strengthen. Such talent was indeed wasted in the second team. However, being in the first team presented its own challenges, particularly with Dandy, the starter known for his prowess. Ding Jun furrowed his brow, recognizing that despite Dandy's willingness to accept rotation, the substantial salary he commanded made it difficult for Ding Jun to justify such a move. This conundrum lingered in his mind as the next training match approached. As Gu Xing awaited the commencement of the ranked matches, he cast a sidelong glance at Jackie Love's training session. Yu Wenba's distinctive style was unmistakable, even with his ID obscured. Gu Xing could recognize him instantly. Regardless of the champion he played, his approach exuded an unmistakable essence of Draven, ferocious and eager to seize every opportunity. Furthermore, his capabilities were undeniably impressive. Ding Jun regarded Gu Xing and Jackie Love as two hidden treasures, desiring both for his team. The following day's scrimmage featured a new opponent, OMG, also known as the Light of the Planet. Currently, their performance has been rather mediocre. They have welcomed the jungler, Tao Baoquan, who departed from LGD, thus forming an entirely new lineup. In the spring split, they were placed in Group B alongside VG, consisting of 6 teams, where OMG ranked 5th and consequently missed the playoffs. This club has endured much during S5, including schisms, a decline in performance, and frequent roster changes. The current OMG is a far cry from the carefree team that once swept the Korean squad with a 3-0 victory in S4. Facing the once champion of the LPL, Tao Baoquan, Gu Xing approached the match with utmost seriousness, though his efforts appeared somewhat heavy-handed. Following the S5 World Championship, Tao Baoquan seemed to have lost his spirit, exhibiting considerable fluctuations in performance. With a poor spring performance, OMG chose to part ways with him for the summer split, aiming to sell him to another team. Thus, they began trialing other teams during the spring transfer window to seek a suitable buyer. They have already identified a replacement for Tao Baoquan, a player from VG's second team known as World 6. To be fair, VG, which has previously competed in the LPL, possesses a certain pedigree, with an average quality in their youth training that is undeniably commendable. This afternoon's scrimmage yielded a record of 4 wins and 1 loss. Ding Jun observed the performance report handed to him by the manager. Indeed, Gu Xing achieved an impressive tally of 15 kills, 4 deaths, and 28 assists across 3 matches. A remarkable feat. Lu Wenjun beamed with satisfaction, and Jackie Love also delivered stellar statistics in his 2 games. The sole loss stemmed from a poorly executed late-game team fight, as the newcomer struggled to establish synergy with the veteran players. The recent string of victories can be attributed to the relatively low level of the teams they faced, with Wii being the strongest, only to be outplayed by Gu Xing's crafty counter-jungle tactics. There's also a plan for the two to explore IG tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Ding Jun sighed, feeling somewhat helpless, and could only hope that the conditions offered by their competitors would not surpass their own. 039. A fork in the road in a dark, enclosed space. The alarm clock buzzed incessantly. Gu Xing struggled to open his eyes, reaching for his phone on the bedside table to silence the alarm. He instinctively glanced at the time, noon. Then, he collapsed back onto the bed, unwilling to move, his gaze vacant as he stared at the pristine ceiling. Nearby, Ding Ran rustled as he took several gulps of water. Regaining his composure, he murmured, "The schedule for professional play is truly absurd. We'll have to readjust when we return to Xinhai." After arriving at the VG base, their routine mirrored that of professional players, returning to their dorms around 2 or 3 in the morning, rising at noon, and entering the training room before 1 in the afternoon. This starkly contrasted with their previous school days, and they had yet to acclimate. Fortunately, the dormitory curtains were sufficiently thick to block the brilliant sunlight from the outside. Otherwise, they would be awakened by the dawn's rays. With plans to visit IG today, Gu Xing yawned and asked, "Are you going?" Ding Ran, still groggy from sleep and his mind not yet fully engaged, pondered for a moment before replying, "Never mind. You and Jack can go. I wouldn't feel quite comfortable attending. Their relationship with Ding Jun made such a visit somewhat inappropriate, and besides, he had not received an invitation. Gu Xing donned his hoodie, swiftly rose to his feet, and slipped on a pair of slippers as he made his way to the bathroom. While brushing his teeth, he casually glanced at his phone and noticed a message from Ding Jun sent in the early hours. I heard you plan to try out for IG today. I pondered over it all night and thought I should mention the options VG can offer. The message was extensive, and Gu Xing meticulously went through it to ensure he did not overlook any details. Ding Jun presented two primary choices. Firstly, there was the opportunity to serve as a substitute for Dandy in LPL during the summer, albeit with no guarantee of playtime. Secondly, there was the option to join the secondary league. VG's second team, UP, had been relegated to LSBL in 2015. Subsequently recalling top laner Longo and mid laner punished back to the first team, while support Hart and jungler Imi moved to LGD. Stripped of its main roster, UP had resorted to utilizing a rookie lineup to compete in the secondary league this spring. Predictably, their performance faltered, culminating in a disappointing third-to-last finish in the spring season and a failed relegation match, thus barring them from participating in this summer's LSBL. According to league regulations, relegated teams are ineligible to register for the next City Hero Championship. Consequently, UP would have to wait 6 months until the following spring to engage in official matches, striving for a return to LSBL. This predicament prompted Ding Jun to contemplate selling the Jungler World 6 from the second team to OMG, to prevent players from stalling their careers due to inactivity, while also seeking to recover some losses. Initially, he was resigned to waiting for half a year. However, Gu Xing's exceptional performance during the tryout rekindled Ding Jun's ambitions. Although UP would not compete in this summer's secondary league, he possessed the financial means to acquire an LSBL team, rebranding it, and inserting Gu Xing into the lineup. Should they take a gamble and ascend to the LPL, the rewards would be astronomical. Ding Jun ultimately proposed conditions that combined both remuneration and roster alignment. Even if you play in LSBL, I assure you that the salary I offer will be the highest among teams of the same caliber, and with commendable performance, the bonuses will certainly be substantial. The secondary league concludes in early August, allowing you to resume your studies in September. Simultaneously, the club will strive to secure Jackie Love. Perhaps the two of you could become teammates this summer. Throughout his message, Ding Jun refrained from addressing the relationship between Gu Xing and Ding Ran. Their camaraderie was no secret, and to bring it up would be rather inappropriate. Emotional appeals are typically subtle and understated, and at this crucial juncture, Ding Jun focused solely on presenting the terms, avoiding any other discussions. After finishing his dental routine, Gu Xing contemplated the proposal. Truth be told, the terms offered by Ding Jun were quite favorable. At the very least, he was satisfied with the financial compensation and the prospect of potentially teaming up with his acquaintance Jackie Love. Based on their recent training matches, their synergy in the secondary league would likely render them nearly unbeatable, provided their teammates performed adequately. Gu Xing replied with a message indicating he would consider the offer carefully before gathering his belongings and heading to the adjacent room to find Jackie Love. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to see Yu Wenba had gained considerable bulk since their last encounter. Have you been hitting the gym? Gu Xing could not help but tease, recalling how he almost failed to recognize the other person upon waking up yesterday. It's quite normal. I always wake up with puffiness, Jackie Love remarked, gently rubbing his cheeks. It will be fine by the afternoon. Next to Longhu Hawang Mountain lies Songjiang University Town, where an array of restaurants are densely populated. After satisfying their appetites, the two summoned a taxi and headed straight to the IG base. I noticed that most esports clubs are located in Songjiang. Why is IG situated in the city center? Gu Xing pondered. The address previously provided by the IG staff was Shirmao Riverside Garden in Pudong New Area. Upon consulting the map, Gu Xing discovered that the base was situated along the Huangpu River, merely 3 kilometers from the Oriental Pearl Tower, a prime piece of real estate. Principal Wang is certainly not short on funds, Jackie Love mused, recalling his last visit to IG during a trial in Shanghai, where the rental costs were 4 times that of Hawang Mountain, truly a top-tier establishment. The two locations were 40 kilometers apart, and after navigating through traffic, they arrived at their destination after an hour. Outside the community, a man sporting a goatee awaited their arrival. He appeared to be in his 30s and held an IG team flag, presumably a staff member there to greet them. Upon spotting Jackie Love, the man hurried over and even took care of the taxi fare. It was evident that Jackie Love knew him well, and they engaged in jovial conversation. Gu Xing. My good brother, I happen to come here for an IG trial as well, Jakilov introduced. Old Gu. This is Su Xiaoluo, the manager of IG's League of Legends division. Gu Xing was well aware of his desirability among various clubs and could surmise that the division manager had come personally to welcome him, likely due to Jakilov's presence. In contrast, Gu Xing was slightly older and had not yet made a name for himself, leading IG to view his potential as less promising than Jakilov's. Jakilov wished to ensure his friend did not feel neglected. I know, Dong Xiaosao mentioned it to me, he said. Despite Su Xiaoluo's demeanor not being as warm as it was towards Jakilov, it was not unfriendly. He extended a hand for a handshake, saying, just call me Xiaoluo. However, it was clear that his primary focus was on Jakilov, as they continued their conversation without interruption until they entered a residential building. Only then did Su Xiaoluo turn his attention to Gu Xing, explaining that IG's first and second teams resided together. He mentioned that the second team, YG, had previously garnered fame, with former members like Dian Gun and Jin Long, but their performance in the spring of this year had been subpar, leading them to aim for redemption next year. Gu Xing began to feel increasingly uneasy. He was already aware that YG, VG's second team, UP, had concluded the spring tournament at the end of last month with disappointing results, resulting in their forced relegation from the LSBL. IG's second team, YG, was no exception. Moreover, YG had fared even worse, failing to qualify for the relegation matches and finishing second to last in the secondary league, thus being expelled according to the rules, leaving the team unable to participate in the upcoming City Hero Championship. Listening to Su Xiaoluo's tone, it became evident that IG had no intention of purchasing an LSBL spot this summer, nor were there any plans to form a team for the City Hero Championship. They seemed resolute in their decision to wait for half a year, aiming to make a comeback in the spring of 2017. What brings Gu Xing here? If he only plays for 2 months in the summer, does that not leave him with merely the chance to vie for the starting jungler position against the younger players? Jakilov discerned Su Xiaoluo's intentions, exchanging a glance with Gu Xing as they stood in the elevator. Something felt amiss. Who can withstand this? Gu Xing followed Su Xiaoluo out of the elevator, his mind still somewhat in disarray. Come take a look, Su Xiaoluo invited. Not to mention, the scenery at our IG base is truly exceptional. Just pull back the curtains, and you can gaze upon the Bund and the Huangpu River. Gu Xing surveyed the interior of the room. Overall, it was certainly not as spacious as VG's Songjiang Villa. However, as Su Xiaoluo had pointed out, the location was remarkably advantageous, with the renowned Thompson Riviera nearby. To establish an esports base in such a locale speaks volumes about their financial strength. Similar to Tangqiza, the IG base had also converted the living room into a training area. By now, it was already afternoon, and the players had risen, preparing to commence the training matches for the day. Old Song. Jakilov appeared quite relaxed as he approached a player situated in the middle of the team bench to greet him. Don't you have any brothers here? The player he called turned around, his face rounder than that of a bloated jack, with cheeks full of collagen and a perpetual smile, exuding a friendly demeanor. Gu Xing recognized him, IG's starting mid laner, Rookie, whose real name is Song Yijin. He is the strongest individual player on the team and an absolute core, having propelled IG forward throughout the spring season. As Gu Xing's gaze slightly shifted, he noticed the young player Yu Shun beside Rookie, who beamed a genuine smile upon seeing Jakilov. I miss you, Rookie said, patting Jack's shoulder. When are we signing? Let us dive right in. It's not confirmed yet. Yu Wenbao replied, displaying an understanding of the nuances involved, as he sought a team that suited him in every aspect. At that moment, Su Xiaoluo approached Gu Xing, saying, the current head of YG is Chiu Shui. I'll take you to meet him, and you can try out later. Jakilov turned to look at Su Xiaoluo upon hearing this. He was eager to speak up for his friend. However, Gu Xing perceived his intentions and gently gestured to Jackie, signaling him not to intervene. After all, Jakilov was not yet a member of IG. Forcing his way in might inadvertently affect his own situation. Clutching the straps of his backpack, Gu Xing followed Su Xiaoluo, asking, is the trial only for the second team? Whether you can try out for the first team of IG mainly depends on your performance, Su Xiaoluo replied, not outright dismissing him. Since this is your first visit to our club, let us first have you play a match with the second team to acclimate to the pace. He had heard from Dong Xiaosao that Gu Xing could dominate during tryouts, yet he did not take it too seriously. After all, in the provincial and national competitions held in April, Tangqiza had stood out, and secured the championship, successfully earning a ticket to the LSBL Summer Tournament. This was enough to prove that Tang Qiza dominated at the level of the Urban Hero Championship. In essence, regardless of Gu Xing's presence, they effortlessly triumphed over their opponents in the training match. During the subsequent visit to the Shanghai market, Su Xiaoluo was only aware that Gu Xing had been to VG, yet remained entirely oblivious to the results of the trial. VG's manager, Lu Wenjun, recognized a gem and understood the virtue of discreetly amassing wealth. He would certainly not make grand proclamations before finalizing a contract with Gu Xing. The other teams that had been bested by Gu Xing felt too ashamed to confide in Su Xiaoluo about their defeat to VG, who had brought in a newcomer for trials. Just as he had demonstrated before entering the base, he did not regard Gu Xing with particular seriousness. Naturally, Su Xiaoluo was not inclined to mock a newcomer aspiring to join the first team. After all, he was a division manager and deemed it unnecessary. Thus, he suggested that Gu Xing first play a match with the second team for a proper assessment. Gu Xing nodded in understanding. The fact that VG allowed him to trial with the first team was due in part to Lu Wenjun's assertion that Up was currently on holiday, and also because of his good rapport with Ding Ran, which granted him preferential treatment. He recognized that his current skills surpassed those of the LSBL level, yet Su Xiaoluo, seeing no issue with IG's approach, remained unaware of the potential for acceptance. In the first training match against OMG's second team, OMD, he nearly laughed upon seeing his opponents. During his time at VG, the full roster of OMG's first team could not defeat him. How could the second team fare better? Gu Xing selected the champion Rek'Sai, intending to navigate the jungle and farm with abandon. However, reality proved that his delight was premature. The fact that YG could be relegated from LSBL indicated that his teammates' skills were rather lacking. He nurtured 2 lanes, but saw no one step up to support him. The match dragged on for 30 minutes, and after acquiring a guardian angel, he charged into the fray, trading his life for 2 opponents and severely damaging another, ultimately achieving a narrow victory. After bringing him to the second team's training room, Su Xiaoluo departed, with the team leader, Qiu Shui, observing the entire match. Gu Xing's final statistics were 15 kills, 5 deaths, and 7 assists. His numerous deaths were primarily due to the awkwardness of playing Rek'Sai post-mid-game. Without any modifications to his ultimate, he could only absorb damage upon entering the fight, making him susceptible to being focused down. Had they held a significant advantage, he might have survived while charging in with superior equipment. However, in this match, Gu Xing single-handedly dominated, while OMD's core damage dealer had developed quite well, and their damage could hardly be termed trivial. Despite the deaths, Qiu Shui's assessment of him remained unaffected. Impressive, my friend. Qiu Shui, slightly older than Gu Xing, had previously been teammates with Jin Jiao and Baozi in the AC Fun team before moving to YG, and after retiring, took on the management of YG's daily affairs. His prior professional experience enabled Qiu Shui to appreciate the challenges Gu Xing faced in this match. A standard LSBL jungler would undoubtedly have faltered in such circumstances. Rek'Sai truly bewildered OMD, while the support, Ding Bo, smiled at Gu Xing, remarking on his exceptional skills. Through Dong Xiaosa, the two swiftly established a cordial rapport. And Gu Xing's impeccable performance in the training match further solidified Ding Bo's recognition of his prowess. Qiu Shui, naturally, would not let such a promising newcomer slip away, promptly leading him back to the first team's training room. This unexpected turn of events took Su Xiaoluo by surprise. It happened rather quickly. Qiu Shui eschewed any flamboyance, straightforwardly presenting a performance chart, stating, "Just look at the data." After perusing the chart, Su Xiaoluo raised an eyebrow and called out to Kid Yushun, "Take a breather for the next match. Let the newcomer have a go." Kid Yushun had thoroughly enjoyed his previous game, with Song Yi's formidable dual carry prowess alongside Jackie Love allowing him to focus solely on the mid and bottom lanes without concern for the top lane state. Following last year's World Championship, during which he made a fateful error in the brush, he had transitioned his talent to the jungle role, having played it for only half a year. Yet, nurturing was Kid Yushun's forte. He would gladly sacrifice his jungle minions for Rookie and Jack to feast upon, ultimately enabling the mid laner, the elusive LeBlanc, to flourish and secure a decisive victory. Upon hearing Su Xiaoluo's words, Kid Yushun finally noticed, "Gu Xing, hello. Here for a tryout? Make sure to assist the mid lane. Don't worry about the others." Sitting in the corner, Zitai chuckled and scolded, "Could you please roll away? Are you here to annoy me?" Kid Yushun stood tall and unabashedly retorted, Do you think you deserve my help? These two were veteran members of IG, having joined around the same time as YM's founder, PDD. Originally occupying the dual carry positions, they later transitioned to top and jungle roles, yet continued to shine for IG, earning the moniker IG's twin stars. Gu Xing initially thought their banter was mere jest, but after 10 minutes of the training match, he realized Kid was speaking the truth. This IG team could solely assist the mid lane. Having previously observed the spring split, where IG ranked 4th in Group B, slightly trailing VG, and serving merely as playoff gatekeepers, he understood that IG had issues. However, from his previous vantage point, the severity of the situation had not struck him deeply. Now, as he took on the jungle role, the gravity of the challenges became apparent. The top lane, with Z-Tai, was reasonably stable. Though not particularly dominant, it was not abysmally poor against similarly ranked LPL teams. After all, not every top lane player could be called puny. However, the bottom lane was undeniably challenging. Similar to his experience at VG, Gu Xing was separated from Jack for the tryout, and upon his entry, the bottom lane transformed into a combination of the Korean Aid Rain and Shikiki. In just 10 minutes, the bottom tower fell to a relentless push. They even contributed to an achievement for getting killed under the tower. With Rain trailing by 28 minions and forced into a transition phase, Gu Xing was momentarily stunned, grappling with the reality of the situation. Who could withstand this? Wasn't it a given that Korean players brought immense strength to the LPL? Who was aiding whom here? With the bottom tower's collapse, control over the dragon and the lower jungle area was swiftly relinquished. Yet, Song Yi indeed proved to be a valuable asset. After receiving assistance from Gu Xing twice, he managed to secure a solo kill in lane. As the match progressed into its mid-game phase, he prepared to ambush in the jungle, equipped with a scanner. The minion waves were ceded to Rain, allowing him to accumulate resources through kills. Even so, by the 25th minute, Rain was still behind his opponent by 50 minions. Gu Xing was taken aback, unable to suppress a murmured exclamation. This is simply outrageous. Fortunately, he had chosen Graves, whose late-game damage potential ranks among the finest of junglers. In the final team fight, Song Yijin swiftly eliminated the opposing mid laner and severely injured their marksman. Gu Xing followed up with his ultimate ability, collateral damage, and the accumulated effects of his passive ability maximized his resistances, resulting in a devastating burst of damage. The synergy between the mid and jungle roles turned the tide of the match. The already fallen Zeta assumed the role of the Fountain Commander, declaring, "Woohoo, let's take flight." Well done, Lao Song and Lao Gu. Jack, watching from the sidelines, was exhilarated. You two are incredible. Gu Xing let out a sigh of relief. Wiping the sweat from his brow, and exchanged a glance with Song Yijin. He discerned a familiar calmness in his partner's eyes. A tumult of emotions surged within Gu Xing. How much hardship must one endure to cultivate such composure? Bro, your Graves is truly impressive, remarked the young player, eager to forge a connection after witnessing the entire match. You look exhausted. Want some noodles? I can mix them for you. Gu Xing declined the young player's offer, awaiting the manager Su Xiaoluo to speak. Let's play a few more games. Though Su Xiaoluo's words suggested continued training, the smile on his face and the shift in demeanor did not escape Gu Xing's notice. The practice matches persisted until 7 in the evening. Gu Xing played 4 games, securing 3 victories and 1 defeat. The loss came from an untenable disadvantage in the bottom lane, where he and Song Yijin fought valiantly to recover, but to no avail. Gu Xing came to understand that as long as they could not compensate for the bottom lane's failures, victory in the training matches would remain elusive. Let's head out and grab a bite, Su Xiaoluo declared, effectively concluding the afternoon's trial matches. Before departing, IG's head coach Chris pulled the division manager aside for a whispered conversation. Brothers, I'm taking my leave. Gu Xing waved goodbye to the IG players who had been his temporary teammates for the afternoon. Song Yijin extended an invitation. Are you coming back tonight? The 4 training matches had revealed Gu Xing's abundant talent to Rookie, who believed that together they might shoulder the responsibilities of IG. Gu Xing noted the hope in Song Yijin's eyes and inwardly muttered, a few matches here and they are manageable. But if I have to play with this bottom lane every time, I won't survive. Throughout the afternoon, Gu Xing had not witnessed the bottom lane gain any advantage. Prior to the 15-minute mark, the first tower in the bottom lane was bound to fall. And Rain was fortunate if he was only 50 to 60 minions behind each game. Gu Xing was perplexed about where IG had found their Korean aid. It was indeed a bit absurd. Perhaps they aim to provide Rookie with a rigorous training regimen, aspiring to cultivate him into a top-tier mid-laner. With these thoughts in mind, Xing maintained a bright smile on the surface. I didn't bring any luggage, so I definitely won't be returning tonight. Su Xiaoluo took him and Jack away from the IG base, not forgetting to shout back at their head coach, Chris, close the door. The child's joyful laughter resonated, instantly filling the air within and outside the base with a sense of delight. As they descended in the elevator, Su Xiaoluo exhibited a remarkably open demeanor, becoming quite affectionate towards Xing. Today, I shall treat you. What would you like to eat? Fast food will suffice, Xing replied, not wanting to impose on his companion. Noticing his reluctance, Su Xiaoluo eagerly suggested, there's a Spanish seafood restaurant nearby, renowned for its fragrant seafood paella and olive oil sautéed shrimp. Even Kid praised it, which speaks volumes about the quality of the dishes. As the culinary deity among them, the child was quite discerning when it came to food, possessing considerable expertise. However, Xing subtly glanced at Jack. Xiaoluo, I'm allergic to seafood, Jackie Love interjected, his face flushing a deep crimson. He had mentioned this during their last meal at the base. All right, I remember now, Su Xiaoluo exclaimed, giving his forehead a light smack. I can be forgetful at times. Jack chuckled awkwardly, refraining from further comment. Ultimately, Su Xiaoluo took the initiative to select a local cuisine restaurant, ordering braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, and several vegetarian dishes. This afternoon, both of you performed exceptionally well, he remarked, handing over 2 cans of drinks. I have high hopes. Su Xiaoluo was astute enough to discern Xing and Yu Wenba's potential. Should you sign with IG, I can assure you both of generous compensation, he continued, addressing Jackie Love. The club's salary offers remain the highest in the industry. Whatever your family provides, we shall match it. If necessary, Principal Wang can come personally to discuss. IG had demonstrated immense sincerity towards Yu Wenba, who was identified as a top talent by Coach Chris during the domestic server recruitment. Young, capable, with a pleasant personality and high emotional intelligence. You had a vast pool of heroes to draw from, and as a streamer, he carried a dedicated fan base, qualities that epitomize an exemplary esports athlete. Su Xiaoluo then turned his gaze toward Xing. You could directly join the first team and rotate with Kid. In his eyes, Xing was also remarkable, mirroring Jackie Love in various aspects. The only drawback was that he had only ventured into professional esports at the age of 18 and a half. This was no longer the era when League of Legends was just emerging. Back then, players like Sun Yao transitioned to the field at 20, making age less of a concern. Nowadays, younger talents like Jackie Love were increasingly prevalent. Xiaohu, merely 2 months younger than Xing, had already secured his first LPL championship trophy in spring. Nonetheless, his age was not a significant hindrance. It simply meant he would miss out on many benefits. To be honest, had you been 2 years younger, I could offer you a package akin to Jackie Love's, Su Xiaoluo shrugged. But alas, in the realm of esports, youth indeed confers an advantage. Xing understood this, yet the terms proposed by Su Xiaoluo were not markedly different from those offered by VG as their primary option. He intended to negotiate further. If possible, I would like to participate in more matches and rotate within the LPL league. That sounds quite appealing. However, the current jungler, known as the Child of the Gods, claims to have shielded his boss, Wang Xikong, from an atomic bomb and appears quite secure in his position. Unless the opposing team voluntarily relinquishes their spot, Xing believes that his chances of ascending within just 2 months are minimal. With only an afternoon's acquaintance, he finds it challenging to discern the true character of the Child of the Gods. If the opposing team could field a secondary league squad with comparable salaries, Xing muses that he would not mind becoming a starter in the LSBL. With commendable performance, bonuses would also follow, ensuring a lucrative return. Su Xiaoluo furrows his brow, taking a bite of sweet and sour ribs, and ultimately resolves that it is feasible. Just as Xing revels in his inner joy, he hears the other party add that he could establish a team for the City Heroes Championship. Jackie Love speaks up first, inquiring whether they could possibly compete in the higher-tier LSBL, asserting that the two of them would have no issue playing in the secondary league. Earlier that day, he had received a message from Ding Jun, which also mentioned the option of purchasing an LSBL team, a notion that had previously intrigued Jackie Love. After pondering briefly, Su Xiaoluo dismisses the idea. The City Heroes Championship does not operate on a quota system. Any internet cafe team can participate without financial expenditure. Conversely, acquiring a spot in the secondary league demands a substantial investment in the seven-figure range. In his view, what advantage do Gu Xing and Jackie Love offer? Is Rookie not formidable? With IG, they nearly failed to reach the playoffs. Teammates are pivotal. However, if they were to purchase an LSBL spot, Su Xiaoluo realizes he has little time left to assemble a brand new team. The YG contingent could easily drop a level, and allowing Gu Xing and Jackie Love to continue their endeavors in the secondary league would only complicate matters. Thus, he rejects the proposition. Jackie Love believes he can still salvage the situation and poses one final question. Can I go straight to the LPL? His capabilities are unquestionable, even without systematic professional training. He surpasses VG's endless, not to mention comparisons with Rain. As I mentioned earlier, if a contract is secured, IG will make every effort to see you on the LPL stage this summer, Su Xiaoluo reiterates, emphasizing that they have been in communication with the league during this period. The age restrictions for LPL participants remain as nebulous as before, and Jackie Love exhales in relief at the news. I need to think it over. Gu Xing states decisively after finishing his rice, promising to provide a response in due course. At present, the conditions and sincerity offered by IG evidently pale in comparison to those of VG, especially considering Ding Rant's connections with VG, leading him to feel that one option can be disregarded. Su Xiaoluo gazes deeply at Gu Xing, weighing the pros and cons before extending his right hand for a handshake, expressing his hope for future collaboration and wishing him all the best. Yu Wenba is still contemplating. During the trial in the Shanghai market before the May Day holiday, he found himself more inclined towards IG, primarily due to their generous financial offer and the evident need for an ADC, which would afford him considerable attention. Thirdly, there exists a player within the team whose temperament harmonizes well with others, creating a comfortable atmosphere. However, upon arriving in Shanghai, VG, having recognized the potential between him and Gu Xing, decisively chose to pursue an investment, presenting a contract nearly identical to that of IG, and notably in need of an ADC, fostering a remarkably harmonious team environment. The various events that transpired throughout the afternoon, coupled with his conversation with Su Xiaoluo, led Jackie Love to contemplate that IG may not be the optimal choice after all. The earlier message from Ding Jun further clarified his aspirations to compete in matches. Even though it was possible he might not participate in the LPL during the summer, Yu Wenba was eager to explore the secondary league, providing him the opportunity to face off against his three friends from the greedy and dashing team, thereby enhancing the reputation of his Ionian Wolf pack. Yet, Su Xiaoluo's proposition was to compete in the City Heroes Championship, which hardly qualified as a legitimate professional esports endeavor. If he were not to play professionally, wouldn't it be more lucrative for him to return and stream? Though you practically treated him like a favored son. Jackie, I'll head back first, Gu Xing said as he checked his backpack. Let us stay in touch via phone. Yu Wenba, having brought his suitcase to IG, seemed to intend to stay for a while. Hearing this, he glanced between Gu Xing and Su Xiaoluo, before finally responding with a nod, remaining seated without moving. Gu Xing paid him no mind. Although their rapport had blossomed significantly over the past few days, Jackie Love had his own plans and considerations. The two were not necessarily bound to the same team. After leaving the restaurant, Gu Xing calculated the money he had on hand. His parents had given him some before he left, and since arriving in Shanghai, he had incurred minimal expenses, leaving him with a considerable sum. He hesitated to take a taxi for the 40-kilometer journey back, opting instead to head directly to the subway after checking the map, as Line 9 would take him straight to the VG base at Longhu Heowanshan. During the evening rush hour, the subway station was teeming with people. As Gu Xing descended with the crowd, his phone suddenly buzzed. Old Gu, where are you? Upon learning that he was at the subway station, Jackie Love responded swiftly, come up. Buddy, I'll treat you to a taxi back. Gu Xing sent a question mark in reply, sensing something amiss. Unable to withstand Yu Wenba's urging, he had no choice but to return to the surface. A quick scan revealed Jackie Love standing in a corner adjacent to the subway station, dragging a suitcase. Are you out of your mind? Gu Xing exclaimed. How will you return to IG like this? What is there to fear? Yu Wenba replied nonchalantly. There are plenty of clubs eager to recruit friends. He was acutely aware of what he was sacrificing. Once the bow is drawn, the arrow cannot be returned. Yet, just as Jackie Love had set aside his increasingly successful streaming career a month ago, resolutely choosing to pursue a professional path, he retained the passionate spirit of a 15-year-old boy, unregretful of the choices he had made. 042. Schrodinger's age limitation clause in the taxi. Gu Xing sat in the back seat, observing Jackie incessantly tapping away on his phone. "What are you doing?" Yu Wenbo replied promptly, "Just updating Lao Song and the others on the situation. His relationship with the players from IG is rather amicable. The young lad, Yu Xinping, often looks out for others. In a hurried departure, an explanation is now warranted." Gu Xing casually remarked, "Aren't you feeling dizzy yet?" Before he could finish his sentence, he abruptly closed his mouth. It dawned on him that this scene had transpired before. At that time, Gu Xing had just left the gluttonous base, intending to leave a message for Dong Xiaosa and Lin Weixiang, while his father advised him against using his phone in the car, as it might induce dizziness. Now, the roles had reversed, and it was he who was advising Jackie Love? This shift in identity felt somewhat disconcerting. Yu Wenbo, entirely oblivious to the situation, had settled everything and lifted his gaze to the congested road ahead. "Are we bound together now?" "Not at all. Who wishes to be bound with you?" Gu Xing quickly moved away from him, jesting. "Perhaps I could join Team 1 as Dandy's substitute." "Nonsense," Jackie Love retorted, "with Dandy around. Do you really think there's a chance for you to play?" The two continued their banter, and after an hour and a half, they returned to Longhu Hewangshan near Songjiang University town. The community had restricted access, so before disembarking, Gu Xing sent a message to VG's team leader, Jin Wenhe, requesting his assistance. However, it was not only Jin Wenhe who came to greet him. Two guardians accompanied him, manager Lu Wenjun and his friend Ding Ran. Initially, Lu Wenjun believed Gu Xing was returning alone, but upon seeing the figure beside him dragging a suitcase, he was overwhelmed with joy. Well done. His excitement surpassed that of Ding Ran, as he playfully punched Gu Xing on the shoulder. Earlier that afternoon, witnessing Jackie Love leave with a suitcase had led Lu Wenjun to fear a disappointing transfer season, clutching a wad of cash with nowhere to spend it. To his surprise, fortunes had turned. He refrained from inquiring why Yu Wenbo had returned from the IG base. Such details were inconsequential now. At this juncture, Lu Wenjun simply wished to express gratitude to IG. Jackie Love, upon encountering the expressions of the VG management, could surmise their thoughts yet remained steadfast, stating, "I still need to visit IG tomorrow. My destination is not yet determined." "No worries," interjected team leader Jin Wenhe, beaming. "It's perfectly fine for you to stay at our base. We have ample vacant rooms." Ding Ran then pulled Gu Xing aside to inquire about the trial training that afternoon. Without embellishment, he replied, "It was a complete domination. I rarely boast, but Rookie is truly formidable, while IG Spot Lane is quite lacking." Their duo was indeed mediocre. And as Lu Wenjun's spirits lifted, he became more talkative. "I heard IG is looking to acquire Tabe during this transfer season, while also scouting for support players from the City Heroes Championship." Tabe. Upon hearing that name, Gu Xing's first thought was of the anti-support from S3, who had partnered with Uzi in the bot lane, reaching the finals of the World Championship. Despite being overshadowed by the fleeting prowess of Piglet and Fumando, his overall strength was not to be underestimated. Yet, that was in the past. How much energy Tabe has left now remains unknown. "I'll notify my cousin and urge him to come over quickly," Ding Ran said as he opened his phone to start making calls. In an effort to retain Gu Xing and Yu Wenbo, Ding Jun pondered deeply throughout the night, finally succumbing to slumber only after sending the messages at dawn. Upon rising in the afternoon, he visited the training base, feeling somewhat unsettled upon discovering that both had departed. Thus, he chose to inspect the adjacent Dota 2 division. Following the receipt of a message from his cousin, Ding Jun hurried back. He suggested they convene in the office, where it was quieter and free from interruptions. With a fair complexion, he beamed upon seeing Gu Xing and Jackie Love, unable to contain his smile. In a small room on the first floor of the villa, Ding Jun got straight to the point, stating that he had already outlined the basic terms of compensation in this morning's message, and if there were any further requests, they could negotiate. "Can we really secure a spot in the secondary league?" Gu Xing sought confirmation. "Of course," Ding Jun replied, somewhat taken aback by their inquiry, feeling as though his financial prowess was underestimated. Many teams were selling their spots in the secondary league, and there were even entities specializing in boosting, who ascended through the city's Hero Championship each year, only to turn around and sell their league spots in LSBL for a considerable profit. Currently, the market price for a spot was approximately 2 million, which was not exorbitant. Moreover, he had connections. With a little extra funding, he could snatch a spot from others. Ding Jun mentioned this figure with a casual air. "When Samsung's 10 players came to China, I offered Dandy and Mata 10 times their 2014 salaries." Even though contracts were tied to streaming agreements, with platforms assisting in covering part of the cost, the majority still fell on the club. The investment in 2 Korean players, along with Coach Hong-mi and the not-so-inexpensive death sentence, exceeded 10 million. In the end, not qualifying for the S5 World Championship was a complete waste. After the previous year's unsatisfactory results, he arranged for Lee Won-jun to recruit Lee Ji-hoon, incurring another several million in annual expenses. In comparison, 2 million was indeed a modest sum. Gu Xing and Jackie Love exchanged glances upon hearing this. "Do not worry about this matter," Ding Jun reassured them, sensing their psychological burden. "If you make it to the LPL, then I would consider it a profit. The price of spots in the Premier League would inflate significantly. After all, a single club cannot have 2 teams in the top league. If you both ascend, I would have to sell one, yielding substantial returns. Even if we don't make it to the LPL, it would still benefit our second team," he added nonchalantly. "VGE certainly requires a secondary team for youth training. And since there are currently no LSBL spots available, purchasing one would save us the trouble of climbing up from the city championship." With this fallback plan in place, both Gu Xing and Yu Wenba felt considerably relieved. Another concern arose regarding age, as Jackie Love gestured to himself. "If I wish to compete in the LPL this summer, is that feasible?" He sought an answer from Ding Jun that differed from Su Xiaola's. Ding Jun had contemplated this issue while vying for Jackie Love and, having organized his thoughts, began to respond. "Let me first clarify the age policy. Have you encountered the stipulation that only those aged 17 and above can participate in the LPL?" "Indeed." Yu Wenba nodded, affirming that other managers expressed similar sentiments. He was born on November 18, 2000, or at least that is what his identity card states. According to regulations, one must be of age by the conclusion of S7 to participate in the LPL. Jackie Love recognized that his youthful advantage significantly elevated his market value, yet lamented the timing of his birth, as he had displayed his prodigious talent early on, but found himself unable to grace the LPL stage. Gu Xing listened quietly beside him. This assertion was both accurate and not. Ding Jun took on the role of a riddle master. Fortunately, he bore no malicious intent. Relishing the perplexed expression on his companion's face, he elaborated, "You are familiar with St. Gun and Miko, I presume?" Both commenced their LPL careers in the spring of 2015. These two are currently the star players of Snake Team and EDG, holding considerable renown in the League of Legends esports arena. Gu Xing was naturally aware of them. When are their birthdays? Ding Jun did not expect to elicit precise dates from the duo. Apart from club personnel, close friends, and die-hard fans, few knew. He revealed the answer directly. Both were born in 1998, with St. Gun celebrating his birthday on August 28th and Miko on June 6th. In the spring of 2015, they were both merely 16 years old. Yu Wenba interjected, "Wasn't it due to the absence of age restrictions at that time?" Ding Jun wore a semblance of a smile. To Gu Xing, this expression seemed rather teasing. "You must also know about Oh Chong, a renowned ADC player in the European and American scene," he continued, steering the conversation. Oh Chong is a nickname derived from his full name, European Gao Shuecheng. The 5-character name was unwieldy, hence the abbreviation. Gao Shuecheng's gaming ID was Wei Xiao, a veteran ADC of great repute in the domestic scene. "Of course, Oh Chong is Reckles," Yu Wenba responded, as if it were self-evident. "He made quite the splash at IPL 5. That was back in 2012. Gu Xing had not witnessed that tournament. However, he was aware that the domestic client featured a Wii logo upon account creation, a tribute to WE's triumph at IPL 5. At that time, Wei Xiao was the starting ADC for Wii, while the opposing team FNC spot lane boasted the prodigy Reckles, which also explained the origin of Oh Cheng's moniker. Ding Jun continued. However, following IPL 5, he did not remain with the team, but instead moved to a lower-tier league. Oh Cheng did not even participate in the 2013 World Championship. Ding Jun finally ceased the suspense, revealing that it was not FNC that dismissed him, but rather his age that rendered him ineligible. He turned 17 only on September 20th, 2013, while the World Championship had already commenced, making it impossible for him to partake. Consequently, throughout the entire S3 season, Oh Cheng competed in a lower-tier league where age restrictions did not apply. He concluded, "The fact remains that in 2013, Riot Games had already instituted age restrictions applicable to all global regions. Snake Team's substitute jungler, Styleoff was similarly barred from competition due to age constraints during his time with Flash Wolves, and has now found his way to the LPL. What? Xing furrowed his brow. But how old was Uzi when he played in the S3 World Championship? Ding Jun wore a smile. Xiaogu, you have uncovered a blind spot. Uzi, born on April 5, 1997, handed over the profiles of several players to the two. By mid-2014, he had just turned 17, yet during the S3 World Championship, he was technically underage. To be precise, he had already secured the title of runner-up at the age of 16. It wasn't just him. Miko, when participating in the 2015 mid-season invitational, was still a month shy of his 17th birthday. Yu Winball was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. To put it plainly, this was an ambiguous age restriction policy, and the LPL was particularly lenient. Ding Jun smiled, indicating that whether one could compete despite being underage entirely depended on the operational approach. Before the summer season, Jakilov could be allowed to submit his player registration application, and then he could be directly fielded in the first match. He articulated his plan, suggesting they first gauge Riot's response. If there were no objections, they could firmly establish their presence in the LPL. If they were asked to withdraw, they would head to the LSBL. He intended to purchase a spot to ensure that Winball would have matches to play. By the end of 2016 at the latest, he would undoubtedly be able to join the LPL. Yu Winball felt his breath quicken involuntarily, his face flushed with excitement. He no longer wished to trial with EDG, as VG could offer considerably more. Xing, nearby, raised a question. If Jackie cannot compete in the LPL this summer, will our roster remain unchanged? No. Ding Jun replied with unwavering certainty. I must prepare for two scenarios this summer. Jackie, you need to mentally prepare yourself. If you can compete in the LPL, you will likely be rotated in. However, the competition for rotation will not be against Endless, but rather against even stronger players. Jackie readily consented, stating that if his skills were sufficient, he had no objections to competing for the position. This year, if he could play in the LPL, he would be more than satisfied. Regardless of circumstances, being a substitute in the lower leagues was preferable to merely accompanying IG in the City Hero Championship. Ding Ran was correct this afternoon. There was indeed an issue with the team-building philosophy of the League of Legends division. Ding Jun chuckled. As with previous transfer periods, he resolved to invest significantly in acquiring players, aiming for another shot at the World Championship in the summer. Unlike past expenditures that bore no fruit, he firmly believed that this time the outcome would be different. Xing, listening from the side, was utterly perplexed, failing to grasp how a gold-ranked player like Ding Ran had managed to enchant the VG owner. Looking for a big brother? Xing returned to his dormitory, intending to take a shower. He retrieved a change of clothes from his suitcase and found Ding Ran bent over the desk, previewing university coursework, unable to suppress his curiosity. What did you discuss with your cousin this afternoon? He inquired, thoroughly puzzled. Ding Ran had yet to register the question. As Xing reiterated Ding Jun's words about the flawed team-building philosophy, Ding Ran pulled his thoughts away from the math problems and, upon careful reflection, suddenly elongated his tone, exclaiming he actually took it seriously. After Xing allowed his friend to calm down, he learned the whole story. This afternoon, VG engaged in a practice match as usual, albeit against the formidable team EDG. Despite EDG's failure to clinch the championship title in the spring season, their runner-up position significantly surpasses that of VG. Moreover, their roster is exceptionally luxurious. The reason EDG agreed to this practice match with VG is to trial their new recruit. Scout, the substitute mid laner from SKT. Xing and Jakilov were both with IG at that time, so VG fielded their main roster for the spring season. As a result, they found themselves utterly outmatched. The mid-lane confrontation posed no significant issues, as the two former SKT mid-laners faced off, with Easyhoon demonstrating his characteristic steadiness. In the top lane, Longu even held a slight advantage. However, the bottom lane was utterly decimated. The combination of Deft and Miko in EDG is undeniably the best in the 2016 LPL. Without a shadow of a doubt, although VG's marksman Endless possesses greater strength than IG's Rain, it is still rather limited. The disparity in this encounter was glaringly apparent. Dandy attempted to assist the bottom lane twice in the early game, but such efforts merely served to delay the duo's inevitable onslaught. Within 15 minutes, Endless was swiftly eliminated in his matchup. Ultimately, Def's Ezreal achieved a flawless victory, compelling VG to concede defeat. Over the course of 3 games, VG's bottom lane consistently faltered. Ding Jun, upon awakening and glancing at the base, was nearly driven to exasperation upon witnessing Gu Xing and Jackie Love's departure, prompting him to venture to the adjacent Dota 2 area. During this time, I had been observing your practice matches, and I felt I had gained a modicum of understanding. Ding Ran remarked with a sense of pride, leading him to offer a suggestion that incorporated a theory you taught me. I taught you? Gu Xing pondered in confusion. Indeed. Ding Ran mimicked his tone, suggesting that when playing jungle in ranked matches, one should first assess the teammates' win rates and select the strongest as the primary carry. Gu Xing recalled having mentioned this before, yet remained perplexed as to its relevance to offering advice. Even in competitive play, one must nurture the carry. Ding Ran elaborated with his fingers, explaining VG's spring season composition, with Long Gu in the top lane, leaning towards a blue-collar role. Gu Xing nodded in agreement. Long Gu is the type of top laner who, even without assistance, will never falter. He is exceedingly reliable. His performance with Poppy in the spring season can only be described as dependable. While he possesses considerable strength and a measure of offensive capability, akin to another top laner. Jim Goon, the current meta is dominated by the three legendary champions, with Trundle and Echo also gaining traction for a time. The style and positioning of top lane champions in the current patch focus on teamfight control and damage absorption, resembling roles akin to a disruptive force. The benefits of jungle assistance for these champions are minimal, resulting in a rather tedious and solitary landing phase for top laners. Ding Ran continued, discussing mid laner Easyhoon. Known for his defensive prowess at the mid lane turret. Do you think he requires assistance from the jungle? Not at all. In most matchups, Easyhoon prefers to focus on farming diligently, accumulating items until he can take control of the game. This was his strategy during the S5 season with SKT, where he was largely independent of jungle support. During the initial training match against VG, Gu Xing indeed aided Easyhoon on 2 occasions. Yet this was primarily due to his remarkably high gank efficiency, nearly feeding kills directly to the mid laner. In the bot lane, Endless Ding Ran perceived the opposing team as decent, hesitating to cast harsh judgment upon them. Their skill level appeared rather average, making it challenging for him to carry the game. The minimal gains from ganks in the top lane, coupled with Ho Ye's unfamiliarity in the mid lane, and the ineffectiveness of attempts in the bot lane, led Ding Ran to conclude that the jungler had limited options for assistance within the match. The absence of a strong early game carry in the team exacerbated this issue. Gu Xing, following his friend S' line of thought, grasped the logic behind it all. There was indeed some merit to his argument. Against weaker teams, such issues might remain concealed, for aside from the ADC, the other 4 members of VG were competently skilled, capable of overpowering their opponents. However, when faced with formidable adversaries, the problem Ding Ran articulated inevitably arose. The jungler found himself with no opportunities to provide assistance in the early game, as there was no one in the team capable of shouldering the rhythm of the game alongside him. Thus, I suggested to my cousin that a change in the core player for the bot lane was necessary, one who could be supported by the jungler and who possessed the caliber to reciprocate for the team. Ding Ran's eyes sparkled with excitement, not anticipating that my brother would take the suggestion seriously. How about that? Doesn't this warrant my credit? He cheekily asserted. Isn't this what I taught you? Gu Xing retorted, raising his voice in playful defiance. Without me, would you have understood this principle? We both acknowledged our mutual brilliance. But then Ding Ran's expression shifted to concern as he pondered the pressing question. Who should the team recruit? After a thorough discussion, they found themselves at a loss, feeling that suitable ADCs were scarce in the current market. A player of Def's caliber, a top-tier marksman in the league, was simply unattainable for EDG. Even though he had made a significant blunder during the S5 World Championship while playing Jace, his prowess in the domestic league was unquestionable. He was indeed a prized asset for EDG. The conversation fizzled out without resolution. After showering, the two reclined on the bed to watch the recent mid-season invitational recordings. This year's event was hosted in Shanghai, with the Spring Split champions RNG representing the LPL region. Among the members of the Ionian Seven Wolves, Ma Xiangguo was the starting jungler for RNG. However, perhaps due to the intense training and preparation, Gu Xing had scarcely seen him engage in the group chat. Xiao Hu is incredibly strong, Ding Ran remarked in awe. To think he could solo kill Faker. At just 18 years of age, Xiao Hu made his debut in the mid-season invitational, showcasing his fierce nature during the group stage, having taken down the legendary Faker, Lee Sang-hyuk, who is undeniably a titan in the League of Legends realm. coupled with Xiao, whose dazzling performance in the final match of the spring finals, where he deftly wielded LeBlanc against a Lulu counter, securing a noteworthy solo kill. It all seemed to herald the rise of a domestic prodigy in the mid lane. Meanwhile, Faker's SKT stumbled through the group stage, even facing a double defeat to the Flash Wolves from the Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan region. Xing, do you think SKT will fail to reach the finals this time? Ding Ran mused, recalling last year's mid-season invitational when they were decisively defeated by EDG. It would only be reasonable for them to be ousted by RNG this year, wouldn't it? I believe you should head over to the LGD base, Xing chuckled. Join the optimistic family. Optimism is all one needs. He perceived SKT as the two-time world champion to possess profound heritage despite their lackluster performance in the group stages. Perhaps they would find their footing in the subsequent elimination rounds. Conversely, following last year's dismal defeat at the World Championship, the audience harbored a pessimistic view regarding the prowess of the LPL region. Ding Ran, overhearing this, immediately countered, "Do you not believe me?" He retrieved his phone and presented an image to Xing, showcasing SKT dining at Hai Lao during their visit to Shanghai. The players in the photo wore radiant smiles and gave a thumbs up to the camera. Xing, engrossed in trial training over the past few days, had not indulged in online browsing and was seeing this picture for the first time. Hai Lao, known for its dipping reference, had become a colloquial term among domestic audiences, often used to describe players' declining performance. Do you truly trust such trivialities? Xing scoffed. Ding Ran sensed his stubbornness and retorted, "Then when you turn professional, how about I treat you to a bowl of beef noodles?" The beef noodles had once sealed the fate of a top ADC during the 2014 World Championship, casting him from grace to despair, earning its notorious reputation as the League of Legends' most infamous food curse. Xing shuddered, forcing a smile. "Come on, brother. I was just joking." The following afternoon, Xing and Yu Wenba ventured to the Zhujiang Creative Center on Lingsha Road, an area bustling with gaming industry companies. Opposite them stood Activision Blizzard, and nearby was the Banana Project, which was hosting this year's LPL. To their astonishment, the EDG base occupied an entire building, broadening their horizons. The duo received a warm welcome, with Abu personally greeting them and enthusiastically outlining the club's prospects. "Our second team, ED, has already ascended to the LPL and is planning to rebrand as I Am, with all members transitioning over." Abu's voice was high-pitched with excitement. "This summer, we aim to assemble a new team. If you both join, the club can directly purchase an LSBL slot, ensuring you have matches to play." His true desire was to recruit Jakulov. However, Abu was astute. Recognizing the camaraderie between Yu Wenba and Xing, he intended to acquire them as a package deal. After all, Xing was currently ranked among the top 5 in Ionia, making him an invaluable asset for training, and the expenditure would be minimal. The two trained for an entire afternoon, performing exceptionally well, much to Abu's delight. As evening approached, he suggested, "How about experiencing our cafeteria?" Abu wished to foster relationships over a meal. "EDG has a cafeteria?" Yu Wenba expressed anticipation, recalling that other clubs merely employed aunties for cooking. Xing also found this novelty intriguing. EDG's impression on him was quite favorable. The club's decor was grand, the management system was stringent, and the segregation of dormitories and training areas ensured minimal disturbance, aligning perfectly with his vision of a professional club. However, upon entering the cafeteria, both he and Yu Wenba were momentarily stunned. "What are you still standing there for?" Abu said amiably, "We have a wide variety of dishes here. Feel free to choose whatever you like." Xing and Jakulov exchanged glances once more. "Our town's cafeteria is far superior to this," he murmured. "I swear." "Do you really need to say that?" Jackie shot a glance at Xing, quietly adding, "Finding a school cafeteria worse than EDG's is quite a challenge." The EDG cafeteria is indeed clean and tidy, boasting a wide variety of dishes. However, the quality leaves much to be desired, rendering the food unappetizing. The lavish image of the club that Abu and the others had built in Xing's mind shattered in an instant. Trial session concluded, but now that they were here, they still had to eat. The two picked up metal trays and scrutinized the food options at the serving window, ultimately selecting stir-fried cauliflower and tomato scrambled eggs. These appeared to be the most visually appealing dishes, especially the tomato scrambled eggs, a staple that any Chinese person could prepare, unless one doused it in excessive seasoning. It was hard to make it taste bad. Just as Gu Xing and Jackie Love took their seats beside Abu, they noticed Deft, whose appearance resembled that of an alpaca, entering the cafeteria. After a frustrating afternoon of practice matches, he looked disheartened, seemingly devoid of any hope for the club's cafeteria. Following his support, Miko, he selected 2 types of greens and sat down to eat slowly. "Scout, come sit with me." Abu spotted the new mid laner behind Deft and quickly beckoned him over. Nicknamed Little Brother, Scout wore glasses and had a rather endearing appearance. Being new and still unfamiliar with EDG, he readily complied with Abu's invitation. Yuanba, seeing him at the same table, felt it appropriate to greet him, having played several practice matches together. Lina, Gu Xing casually elbowed him, interrupting Jackie, while smiling. "Your real name is Li Rinchan, isn't it? Quite rare." After being elbowed, Jackie Love was about to shoot a glare at Gu Xing, but upon hearing his friend's pronunciation, his expression changed instantly. "Yes, you performed admirably in today's practice match." Since ED rebranded to IM, they had moved out of the EDG base, and the second team had yet to be reformed, leaving Gu Xing and Jackie to participate in the first team's matches. Though the little brother's performance was still somewhat juvenile compared to the previous mid laner, Fat General, he did show promise. Having just arrived and still struggling with Chinese, he only knew a few everyday greetings and was lost in their conversation. At that moment, Clear Love made his grand entrance. "They say you, director, speak broken English. Gameplay good." Fortunately, Gu Xing had already been exposed to EDG's unique communication style during his afternoon trial, where they sometimes conversed in a mix of Chinese, English, and Korean to accommodate the Korean players' limited Chinese. Thus, he was not surprised. However, in a succinct manner, the little brother understood and responded in simplified English, stating he would improve his Chinese. The director was pleased and patted Scout's shoulder, saying, "I'll teach you Mandarin. It's easy to learn." Gu Xing couldn't help but internally scoff. "Can you really teach others when your own Mandarin isn't standard? I hope you don't impart some peculiar accent." Later, shall we discuss the remuneration? Abu holds a keen interest in Gu Xing and Jackie Love. Should they transition to the second team, these two would undoubtedly become the core of the squad. The LSBL summer matches conclude in early August, ensuring that Gu Xing's academic pursuits remain unaffected. Unlike VG and IG, the EDG club does not offer opportunities for rotation in the first team. The starting jungler is Clear Love, and the ADC is Deft, both of whom are irreplaceable assets to the team at present. This is precisely why Gu Xing has excluded EDG from consideration. Prior to his trial in Shanghai, he had not envisioned himself competing in the LPL. However, VG presented the possibility of rotation playtime. The financial offers were comparable, and Ding Jun's side suggested he might even play a couple of games in the top league, coupled with the familial connection to his friend Ding Ran. While EDG's sincerity was commendable, the conditions they proposed were limited, and in this context, the modest cafeteria became the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. After deliberation with Jackie Love, they ultimately declined EDG's offer. Upon hearing their decision, Abu's face displayed profound disappointment. Although they had only spent a brief afternoon together, he genuinely admired Gu Xing and even envisioned him as a potential successor to Clear Love, nurturing him as the club's second heir. The first heir, enamored with younger players, had been transferred to IM, leaving the team in dire need of talent. Clear Love expressed understanding of their choice. During today's training match, he observed Gu Xing's exceptional abilities from the sidelines. If he were to compete professionally for only 2 months, it would be prudent to seek a more suitable team. "Clear Love, may I take a picture with you?" Gu Xing inquired, as he wound up the cable of his peripherals. Clear Love readily agreed, saying, "Sure. Just call me Ming Kai from now on, that is my name." Gu Xing refrained from adding bro this time, to avoid sounding like a streamer. Ming Kai affectionately wrapped his arm around Gu Xing's shoulder, and they posed together, flashing cheerful smiles at Jackie Love, who was holding a phone. EDG was quite generous to the two, reimbursing their travel expenses and providing an additional $200 for a taxi ride home. With the surplus intended for 2 cups of milk tea. $150, I've transferred it, okay? You win, boss said, shaking his phone, then turned to Gu Xing. What about the remaining 50? Should we really buy milk tea? Gu Xing hesitated, unsure whether to return the excess. Jackie Love chimed in, but I don't drink milk tea. Except for a psalm. How coincidental. Gu Xing also abstained from it, considering it somewhat pricey, and his meager allowance could hardly sustain such indulgences. Moreover, his family's small shop sold yulamai, the kind advertised by Jay Cho, and his parents occasionally brought home a few bags. allowing him to brew a large cup to share with Gupan. On the way here, I spotted a KFC to the east. Shall we grab a bite there? Xing proposed, as he hadn't eaten enough that evening. They had yet to inform the VG team leader about their location. Since it was still relatively early, they might as well enjoy a little time outside. Jackie, rubbing his flat stomach, readily agreed. Recently, a KFC establishment is located less than a kilometer from our drop-off point, and it wouldn't take long to walk there. What do you usually eat? Yuanba, unable to make a decision, confessed that he typically dines at McDonald's and seldom visits KFC. He candidly expressed this in front of the cashier, much to his surprise. Xing, who had also seldom dined there, pondered for a moment before an old memory stirred within him, and he suggested, "How about an egg tart?" The two then purchased a few other snacks and settled into a window-side seat to enjoy their meal while engaging in casual conversation. "Old Gu, why did you choose to become a professional player?" Jack inquired, voicing his curiosity. "I heard you attended Jinhai High School, and with such impressive grades. Why not simply focus on your studies and prepare for college entrance exams?" Xing explained, "My situation with Ding Ran is somewhat akin to being recommended for admission. As long as I surpass the first-tier line, it suffices. Therefore, I took advantage of the summer break to earn some extra cash." Jack was taken aback. Eyes wide as he questioned, "What do you mean by just surpassing the first-tier line? You make it sound so effortless." Xing replied nonchalantly, "In our town, it is indeed quite simple. Those who cannot achieve it are the ones facing difficulties. What about you? I see your streaming is going quite well, and you must be earning a fair amount. If you pursue a professional career, all that would vanish." He had previously visited Jackie Love's streaming channel, which boasted over 200,000 followers, making it quite successful in the afternoon segment on Douyu. Major streamers occasionally collaborated with Jack, helping to boost his visibility. Moreover, the streaming industry is currently awash with capital, and the contract amounts signed in recent years have been staggering. Additionally, top-ranked streamers in the national server receive extra bonuses for their platform prefixes on Douyu, ensuring that Jack's monthly earnings are certainly substantial. As Yuanba munched on a handful of fries, his cheeks puffed out, he finally organized his thoughts after swallowing. Initially, it started with the spicy hot pot. When we met, he was already a professional player in the King team. Shi Sinming often mentioned the merits of pursuing a professional career during our duo matches, frequently teasing me by asserting his status as a professional player. At this point, Jack flashed a crooked smile. Later, I learned that Xiang, Kai Fandian, and Beethoven were all on the same team, and half of the Seven Wolves players were engaged in professional esports. I felt that, as the group leader, I should set a good example. However, I had not yet made a definitive decision. It wasn't until later, while streaming, that a comment about a unicycle made me pause. Do you know what a unicycle means? It refers to incessantly copying and pasting the same content. Xing understood only partially. Exactly, Jack continued. That unicycle comment kept appearing, and I realized that if I didn't pursue a professional career to make a name for myself, I would remain merely a small streamer. I glanced at it and felt compelled to explore another possibility while I was still young. Who knows, perhaps I might truly become renowned one day. Xing was about to express that Jack's journey sounded rather fantastical, almost as if it were a whimsical notion. However, upon recalling Jack's recent departure from IG with his suitcase, he felt a distinct resemblance to this situation and chose to remain silent. As he savored an egg tart, the fragrant blend of milk, eggs, and cream filled his mouth. The tarts are quite delicious. Perhaps we should pick up some items on our way back, he suggested eagerly. Having spent several days at the VG base, it is worth noting that Xing only participated in the Team S trial training for the initial 2 days. The subsequent days were more about indulging in meals and accommodations. He occasionally brought back some late-night snacks for the team members and management, which he considered a small gesture of goodwill. After all, his pocket money was still ample. Jack, understanding Xing's intentions, had procured 2 bags of snacks, including fries, egg tarts, and chicken wings. The following day, Xing made his way alone to the Wii base, located in the same district. His trial performance remained commendable. It is noteworthy that the second team, WEF, faced relegation this spring, much like UP and YG, and they would not be able to compete in the City Heroes Championship until the next spring. Additionally, the first Team S starting jungler, Kandi, was also a product of WE's nurturing, a young player whose potential is still yet to be fully realized, rendering the search for rotating players unnecessary. Overall, we did not hold any advantages compared to other teams. Xing politely took his leave and walked back to the VG villa. Ding Jun, aware that this was Gu Xing's last trial team, arrived exceptionally early, maintaining a calm exterior while feeling somewhat anxious internally. He only relaxed upon seeing Gu Xing entering through the door. "So, have you made your decision?" Ding Jun inquired. Gu Xing responded with a sunny smile. "If all goes as expected, after the college entrance examination, I should be joining the VG club." Ding Jun's lips curled into a slight smile. And both Lu Wenjun and Jin Wenhe beside him appeared equally pleased. "Then let us discuss the contract details in the office." In a manner reminiscent of Gu Xing, Jack also reached his final decision, to remain at VG. Ding Jun led Gu Xing to the office, saying, "I know you and Jack will likely communicate privately, but we will follow the standard procedure and sign the contracts separately." He unlocked a drawer and produced a document, handing it over. "You can take it home to review and discuss it with your parents," Ding Jun added, expertly pouring Gu Xing a glass of water. A common courtesy extended to many first-time contract signers. Gu Xing glanced over the document. Ding Jun clarified that the contract esports players sign with clubs is not a labor contract, explaining that, under normal circumstances, being a student imposes restrictions that prevent the establishment of an employment relationship. Gu Xing comprehended this. He recognized that some players could compete professionally and stream while still in school, meaning their contracts would differ from those of typical enterprises. At this point, Gu Xing raised his head and asked, "Isn't the date incorrect?" Ding Jun checked and confirmed that it was accurate. According to Riot Games regulations, the expiration date of a player's contract must fall within the transfer period, which this year begins on November 18th. Thus, the partnership between them would conclude on that date. However, the summer season of the secondary league ends on August 6th, and the final day of the LPL promotional tournament is August 28th. After the summer season concludes, the only remaining events for the year would be the World Championship, the Nest National Esports Championship, and the Demacia Cup. The latter two events are not mandatory for participation. In terms of dates, there would be no hindrance to Gu Xing's schooling. This also explains why other clubs, aware that Gu Xing has only played for less than 3 months, still propose that he lead the second team in the lower division. The LSPL concluded in early August, and the crucial competition for the remaining slots will have come to an end by then. The subsequent events in October and November, namely the D Cup and Nest, hold little significance, serving merely as practice for newcomers. Whether he participates or not is inconsequential. Engaging in the summer competition does not conflict with Gu Xing's academic pursuits. His total salary amounts to 57,000, and as a free agent, he will also receive a signing bonus of 20,000, which covers the expenses prior to the salary disbursement stipulated in the contract, bringing the total to 77,000. Ding Jun clarified that this is not calculated over the 6-month contract period, and Gu Xing nodded in understanding, recognizing that he would only be participating in the summer competition. It would be inappropriate for Ding Jun to offer him a full 6-month salary. With the influx of capital, the salary landscape in the League of Legends scene has experienced a modest increase. Average salaries have transitioned from a few thousand in 2015 to crossing the threshold of 5 figures. The starting players in the lower division generally earn around 10,000, while those in the LPL earn double that. Evaluated over 2.5 months, this contract averages more than 20,000 per month, which is certainly not insignificant for a newcomer. This reflects not only the recognition of his potential to excel in the esports arena, but also, as Ding Jun paused with a hint of pride, the financial capacity of the team. The salaries of Long Gu and Xiao Duan within the team also surpass those of their peers, with the latter nearly clearing a family debt of 300,000. It is often said that VG's League of Legends division is financially extravagant, merely acquiring high-profile Korean players without achieving results. However, I believe that spending money on the wrong individuals can still be acceptable. Ding Jun seems to have been influenced by the optimism of the neighboring LGD and is at least attempting to initiate change. Perhaps, at some point, they will rise again. Gu Xing carefully stored away the contract and inquired, "By the way, Ding, you mentioned earlier about reinforcing the first team. Have there been any developments?" Ding Jun responded that he and Lu Wenjun had attempted to contact several teams, and he did not consider it a secret. Initially, they had intended to pursue Imp, but LGD is unwilling to sell. He was resolute in his stance. If they were to acquire a Korean player, it must be a quality one. Gu Xing was momentarily speechless. After all, Imp is one of LGD's core members and is certainly not available for transfer. even without being a manager. He could grasp that reality. Furthermore, if Imp were to join, VG would then have 3 Korean players. Before Xing could voice his doubts, Ding Jun redirected the conversation. No. Our League of Legends division maintains a strong relationship with LGD, he continued. Noting that with time still on their side, he elaborated further. Currently, LGD's jungler Imi and head coach Hart were formerly players of VG's second team. This transfer period, VG's second team is set to trade a mid laner, punished to them. Even LGD's current starting mid laner, Gao Dui, was once a member of VG. Xing was well aware of this information. But Ding Jun's next statement truly astonished him. Hongmi was our joint coach last year. Xing, unable to restrain himself, leaned forward, his expression one of disbelief. What? The coach can be shared? What kind of bizarre plot is this? In the beginning, Hongmi was responsible for the BP work at Samsung White. And upon following the players back to the domestic scene, we acquired Mata. He wanted to bring the coach over to facilitate a unified philosophy. Ding Jun elaborated further, noting that White's marksman, Imp, had moved to LGD and planned to bring Hongmi along as well. After conferring with LGD, it turned out that the 2 League of Legends divisions were neighbors, so we decided to split Hongmi's salary, providing additional financial support to allow him to work for both teams simultaneously. Xing was utterly astonished. The contract submitted to the league was signed between Hongmi and VG, thus placing him on our club's roster, responsible for onstage BP while also overseeing LGD scrimmage reviews and pre-match BP discussions. Upon hearing this, Xing finally regained his composure. Isn't this a violation? He pondered, finding it utterly absurd. Indeed, it was against the rules. Consequently, after LGD clinched the championship in the S5 summer split and became the top seed in the region, the coach listed on LGD's roster, Chris, was the one who had closed the door. He is now at IG, and you should have encountered him during your tryout. Ding Jun, fearing Xing was unaware, provided clarification. Due to various reasons, he had publicly criticized the club's management on Weibo, accusing them of illegally hiring Hongmi and undermining his authority. Ding Jun felt quite helpless as several players, including Gao Dui, ultimately reprimanded Chris, leading to his expulsion from the team. To avoid any complications, Hongmi was unable to participate in the S5 World Championship, and LGD had no choice but to appoint analyst Hua Hu as a temporary coach. After discussing with the players, they decided to employ firemen to train Iron Man. This joke gained immense popularity back then. Xing recalled that even Shun Guanshan, who had never played League of Legends, had inquired about who Iron Man was. However, he finally grasped an essential truth. The League of Legends divisions of VG and LGD were now essentially indistinguishable, their relationship as solid as iron. Players and coaches exchanged insights, emphasizing a mutual support system where everyone was like brothers. Imp himself was not particularly inclined to remain with LGD after last year's World Championship. He felt that someone in the team was undermining him. His good friend Gao Dui had also been in a tense standoff with the management recently. Ding Jun took a sip of water to clear his throat. I spoke with the other team's owner, and the discussions are progressing well. But despite the closeness between the 2 clubs, LGD would not simply sell him to us without compensation. They need reinforcements. If Imp departs, LGD currently lacks a reliable marksman to replace him, which presents the primary issue, leading to a stalemate in our negotiations. Ding Jun deftly shifted the topic. However, since both clubs are neighbors, VG would communicate with LGD. Even if we couldn't secure Imp, I would find other players. Jackie Love may not guarantee a stable position on the LPL stage this summer. It wouldn't be wise to gamble on probabilities. It is only reasonable to acquire a stable AD for rotation. Thus, Xing's trial in Shanghai finally came to a resolution. The following day, Jack escorted him to the train station, reminding him with a playful admonition, "Old Gu, make sure you finish your college entrance exams and come back quickly. Then we can unleash our competitive spirit." Xing received his suitcase from the team leader, Jin Wenhe, and reassured him, "You all head back. Ding Ran and I are heading into the station now." Ding Jun extended his hand for a handshake, saying, "I await your good news. Feel free to reach out if you encounter any issues." Xing smiled and nodded in agreement before proceeding with his friend to check their tickets. Merging into the bustling crowd. After a 2-hour journey, Xing and Ding Ran successfully returned to Ningbo. The familiar sights of their hometown and the fragrant camphor trees evoked a deep sense of nostalgia in him. His father awaited outside the station, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, they embraced after days apart. Turning back, Xing noticed his friend standing alone and inquired, "Where are your family members?" Ding Ran sighed. "They've all gone on business trips. Work keeps them busy." His demeanor reflected a sense of solitude. Observing Ding Ran's forlorn expression, Xing's father interjected, "Though it's not too late, why not come to our home for a meal?" He felt grateful to Ding Ran, having learned the previous night that his son was about to sign a contract with VG. "Come on, there's always room for one more at our table," Xing urged, pulling Ding Ran along as they exited. "We still have homework to do tomorrow, so let us take this evening to unwind." Hesitant, Ding Ran was eventually persuaded into the taxi by Xing. Upon their return to the Gushi community in Shanghai, the sunset was casting its final golden rays upon the earth. Ding Ran texted his parents to inform them of his whereabouts, placed his suitcase in a nearby shop, and followed the Gu father-son duo into the neighborhood. Along the way, he noticed the rampant growth of ivy on the outer walls of the residential buildings, the exposed overhead wires above, and the interplay of shadows cast by the setting sun, which seemed to bind him within its embrace. It was Ding Ran's first visit to Xing's home, and upon entering, he felt somewhat out of place, unsure of what to do. Gu Pan had received a prior message from her brother about Ding Ran's visit, and with curiosity, she peeked out from her room. "What are you looking at?" Xing remarked playfully. "Aren't you supposed to be studying?" Gu Pan almost retorted but, mindful of Ding Ran's presence, refrained, merely offering a polite greeting before retreating to her room. Xing's father was accustomed to the dynamic between the siblings and placed a large bottle of drink he had retrieved from the shop into the kitchen, instructing his son to entertain their guest while he hurried downstairs to manage the store. Guests were welcome to lounge on the sofa in the living room or join Xing in his room. Xing's mother was busy in the kitchen, her enthusiasm evident despite the humming of the exhaust fan. "Give it about 15 minutes," she called out. Ding Ran responded eagerly, "There are sweets here. If you're hungry, you can have some." Xing led his friend to wash their hands, passing a piece of white rabbit candy into Ding Ran's palm as they passed through the living room, before guiding him into the makeshift room. Ding Ran couldn't help but take in his surroundings. Posters of Jay Cho on the walls, math Olympiad textbooks on the shelves, and an old computer, all confined within the narrow space partitioned from the bedroom. Standing inside, the two tall men found it challenging even to turn around. "Is Gu Pan over there?" Ding Ran whispered, gesturing towards the other partition. Indeed, Xing pressed the power button and, in the process, moved a chair for him, which was roughly the same size as my room. Ding Ran ceased speaking. He watched as his friend's fingers danced across the keyboard, searching for videos from this year's mid-season cup. With the group stage nearing its conclusion, as Ding Ran had mentioned, SKT's prowess had significantly diminished after indulging in hot pot, culminating in a streak of 4 consecutive defeats. Fortunately, the G2 team from Europe and the wildcard team from Turkey were of such inadequate strength that SKT managed to maintain a precarious 4th place. It appeared that RNG could secure the top position in the group. Xing glanced at the standings, sensing an ominous feeling. If the rules held, they would face SKT in the semifinals. In this tournament, the team ranked first in the group did not yet possess the privilege of selecting their opponent, as it was a fixed matchup of the first against the 4th. Upon hearing this, Ding Ran finally emerged from the shock of witnessing the impact of his friend's family circumstances. What was there to fear? Let RNG keep SKT out of the finals and aim for the mid-season championship. Xing couldn't help but voice his thoughts. "One must admit, your optimism is remarkable. Since S3, how many times have LPL teams faced SKT in international competitions? Do you genuinely believe the odds are in our favor?" "No," Ding Ran replied with deliberate fervor. "I have a premonition that this year will be the most promising for LPL. SKT is certainly not our adversary." Xing wished to respond further, but was interrupted by his mother calling him, prompting him to hastily leave the room. His mother scooped a spoonful of rice and covered the meal box, with stewed potatoes and chicken resting atop it, cautioning him to be careful with the soup inside. "Got it." Xing grabbed the meal box, put on his shoes, and dashed outside. "Don't forget to call Xiaoxin from across the hall." His mother's voice boomed, reminding him that her parents had not returned home. Xing stepped outside and quickly approached the Shun household, knocking on the deep blue security door. Moments later, the peephole was twisted open, and the person inside scrutinized him. Xing understood the other's caution. Being home alone could indeed be unsafe if something were to happen. The security door swung open to reveal the tall Shun Guanshan, her tone filled with surprise. You're back? Just arrived this afternoon, Xing replied, unable to suppress a slight smile at the sight of her. My mother is inviting you over for dinner. Shen Guanshan was quite pleased. Just before heading downstairs, Xing recalled to remind her, oh, and Ding Ran is here too. Shen Guanshan had already stepped out the door, but suddenly retreated, visibly anxious. Maybe I shouldn't go after all. What are you afraid of? Ding Ran isn't a tiger. How could he possibly eat you? Xing understood that Shen Guanshan had some social anxiety and proposed an idea. Just go over for dinner, greet everyone, and don't speak unless someone addresses you. It will be perfectly fine. Shen Guanshan's eyes sparkled as she glanced at Xing. Seeing his eager expression made it difficult to refuse. After contemplating, she finally agreed. Once the girl slipped back into her home, Xing took a deep breath and swiftly ran downstairs to deliver the meal. Upon re-entering the house, everyone had already crowded into the dining room. Shen Guanshan, huddled in a corner, pouring drinks for everyone while trying to remain inconspicuous, glanced at the clock on the living room wall when she saw him return. At home, mealtimes typically involve 3 or 4 individuals, each comfortably seated at a corner of the table. However, tonight, the gathering is larger, creating a palpable sense of crowding. Fortunately, when my parents purchased the dining table, they opted for an extendable design. By pulling it apart, 2 wooden panels concealed within can be stacked to elongate the table. It seems this feature had not been utilized in quite some time, as it required considerable effort to pry the boards apart and finally set it up properly. This table is quite inadequate, Xing mused. Stop complaining and hurry up with the rice, his mother urged. Gu Pan and Ding Ran assisted in arranging the dishes and utensils, while Shen Guanshan secured the cap on the last bottle of Coca-Cola and handed it to Xing. With merely a month remaining until the college entrance examinations, Annie cheerfully raised her glass, wishing the best for their impending tests. Mom, you needn't go to such lengths. Xing interrupted. A simple wish for Gu Pan suffices. Are you looking for trouble? Gu Pan retorted, her teeth clenched. Despite her expression resembling that of a delicate white flower, she never appeared fierce. She understood her brother's intention. Among the 4 young adults at the table, Shen Guanshan had received a guaranteed spot, and both Xing and Ding Ran had their arrangements, leaving her reliant solely on the exam. Yes, Xing admitted bluntly. I started looking for trouble as soon as I returned this afternoon, and you only just noticed. Your reaction is rather slow. Gu Pan's chest heaved with indignation. Initially, she had refrained from bickering with Xing, considering the presence of outsiders, but she hadn't anticipated that he would be so unreserved. Mocking her in front of Ding Ran, regret washed over her. Had she known, she would have indulged her urge to spar verbally first. Now, with Xing having seized the upper hand on the subject of the college entrance examinations, she found herself utterly unable to retort, for he spoke the undeniable truth. Seated nearby, Shen Guanshan pressed her lips together, striving to suppress her laughter. Are you still laughing? Gu Pan exclaimed incredulously, able to read her best friend's expression. Don't go too far. Shen Guanshan, realizing her misstep, immediately buried her head in her meal, adopting a posture of denial. Ding Ran, utterly bewildered, noted that the sibling rivalry had never been this intense at school. Auntie, he sought assistance. Is this acceptable? It's nothing. A little banter is quite normal. Gumu replied with remarkable composure. Little Ding, do try the fish. In the subsequent days, Xing completed his homework and attended school as usual, occasionally visiting the internet cafe for some gaming. Time passed swiftly. However, the tranquility was shattered by a text message. During the semifinals of the 2016 Mid-Season Invitational, RNG suffered a defeat against SKT with a score of 1-3, falling just short of the finals. Following the match, RNG support, Mata, candidly criticized his ADC partner for being lackluster, stating that if he could choose any player from the LPL to team up with, it would be Uzi. This statement sent ripples through the community. The interview stirred the nearing conclusion of the transfer period, igniting a flurry of activity among various clubs. On May 13th, following their semifinal exit, RNG made an announcement just 2 days later regarding Uzi's joining the team. The transfer activity could only be described as lightning fast. Joining Uzi at RNG was the former EDG manager, Huang Cheng, a significant addition known for his exceptional writing skills. In the 2015 World Championship, EDG emerged as the sole team from the LPL region to reach the quarterfinals, boldly taunting their rivals FNC on social media with the phrase Neiman Seitingle. They resembled a venerable general on stage, flanked by banners. The quarterfinal match offered no suspense, culminating in a decisive 3-0 sweep that eliminated EDG. Some even argue it was a 4-0 outcome, considering one game was replayed. Now, having joined RNG, many EDG fans speculate that Huang Chung is acting as a mole, biding his time to exact revenge for his former team's misfortunes during the summer split. Xing, after completing his evening study session, learned of RNG's transfer announcement. The online discourse had already reached a fever pitch as he observed the heated debates in the comments section of RNG's official Weibo account. Is RNG assembling a galaxy of stars? With Looper, MLXG, Xiaohu, Uzi, and Mata, this is an all-star lineup. I can't fathom how they could possibly lose in the summer split. Here comes the second LPL team to secure both the spring and summer championships after EDG. RNG is incredible. They let the bottom lane roam free during the spring split, clearly neglecting their responsibilities. It's audacious to leave someone on the bench after such a swift turnover. Mata's reputation is tarnished after partnering with the Death Declaration in VG to play one-handed Jace. He comes to RNG and immediately benches the starting ADC. How amusing. Is Uzi really that good? I doubt he can outplay SKT's formidable duo even if you bring him in. Xing skimmed through the comments. One cannot deny that Uzi, despite his lackluster performance over the past year and a half with OMG and QG, possesses considerable star power. Although he may not currently rival the popularity of certain players, he undeniably stands as a prominent figure within the LPL. Moreover, his transfer during the 2016 spring transfer period marked a significant event, drawing considerable attention. Typically, the spring transfer window, occurring midway through the season, witnesses few teams undergoing reconstruction, as most have solidified their core rosters and seek to bolster them for the summer split. However, Uzi's transfer unsettled many teams, setting off a ripple effect throughout the league. Ding Jun, the club owner based in Shanghai and privy to insider information, was aware of Uzi's impending move before RNG made the announcement. After careful consideration, he placed a call to LGD. Hello? Have you made your decision? Opportunities like this are fleeting. Once this chance passes, it may never return. On the other end was Panjia, the head of LGD, with whom he shared a cordial relationship. Cutting to the chase, Ding Jun stated, if you want to discuss Imp, it's not out of the question, but we need to match the right chips, and it's essential that LGD's roster remains structurally sound. Indeed, Imp is a core player who has made significant contributions to the team, yet his performance this spring has not been particularly commendable. Compared to ADCs from other LPL teams, he has been merely adequate. However, when measured against his own peak performance, he falls short. The LGD management is acutely aware of the underlying reasons, alcoholism. With a merciless strike, Iron Man completely shattered him from the pinnacle to the abyss. Following the conclusion of the S5 World Championship, Imp had not engaged with League of Legends for a considerable period, adversely affecting his performance in the spring season. LGD contemplated that if they could exchange for suitable assets, selling Imp was certainly a negotiable option. Ding Jun approached the window, gazing at the luminous moon in the sky, contemplating for a while before finally speaking. Do you need a jungler? Dandy can be traded to you. Swapping Dandy for Imp would maintain both clubs' Korean player quota, adhering to LPL regulations. Are you jesting? Panjia was utterly skeptical. Who would VG use in the summer? That rookie jungler from the trials? Have you lost your mind, Ding Jun? This is none of your concern. I am merely asking if you want him, Ding Jun retorted, well aware not to place all his hopes on Xing. The second team's jungler, World 6, had not yet transferred to OMG, and his presence could still be beneficial. Truthfully, he was reluctant to part with Dandy. However, the issues in VG's bottom lane needed addressing. After considering his cousin's suggestion, Ding Jun insisted on finding a seasoned player to guide the team, steering them towards a focused early game strategy. Otherwise, even the strongest jungler would be of little use. Setting aside Xing and the uncertainty of Jackie Love making it to the top league in summer, who was stronger between Dandy, Endless, and World 6? Ding Jun leaned towards the latter. Known as World Sister, World 6 had ascended to the first team last year. Due to various circumstances, Dandy transitioned to top lane, and World 6 took his place in the jungle, performing admirably with Gragas. Therefore, OMG had their sights set on World 6 during this spring transfer period, hoping to recruit him. In Ding Jun's view, World 6's ranking among LPL junglers surpassed that of Endless in the marksman position, and both Korean players were no longer at their peak. Should the trade materialize, Ding Jun envisioned Gu Xing joining the first team, bolstering their jungle position while increasing opportunities for rotation. Let's strive for a shot in the summer split. As for the hypothetical scenario where they reached the World Championship, and Gu Xing would need to return to school, Ding Jun had once contemplated this dilemma, but soon realized it was unnecessary. VG had invested an entire year's worth of resources without even glimpsing the LPL finals, let alone the World Championship. His thoughts on what would transpire post-World Championship were akin to a lottery player pondering how to spend their winnings before even acquiring the ticket. If they could genuinely qualify for the global finals, it would be a commendable achievement, fulfilling the goals set at the season's outset. If you're serious, then I certainly want him. Pangaea responded decisively. She had painstakingly spent a substantial sum to bring Maren back from Korea, the FMVP of the previous World Championship, who was now warmly received by other LPL teams after joining LGD. The opposing jungler had a clear target, relentlessly pursuing the top lane. Until Maren began to diligently play roles like the tree, the opposition finally ceased their relentless pursuit. Throughout the spring season, Maren's performance was rather lackluster, failing to meet the club's expectations. Pangaea suspected that no one was able to synergize with Maren effectively. Another Korean import on the team, Imp, was an ADC who could not assist the top lane during the landing phase. If only Dandy could be brought in. Even if his own style did not particularly favor ganking the top lane, the communication and coordination from a Korean jungler could provide Maren with a degree of comfort. In Pangaea's perspective, the combination of Imp in the bottom lane and Maren in the top lane was not yielding satisfactory results. If forced to choose between the two, with the former in a declining state due to excessive drinking and the latter having displayed a dominant performance in last year's World Championship, she naturally leaned towards Maren. The most pressing issue, however, was that with Imp's departure, our ADC position would be vacant. Ding Jun immediately expressed his thoughts, suggesting that Wu Xin could serve as a suitable tool player. He does not consume resources, possesses decent skill, and RNG would be eager to part with him. After Mata's critical remarks in a post-match interview, Wu Xin's professional career was nearly jeopardized. His skill was indeed lacking, yet SKT's bottom lane quickly regained its form, and any duo combination from around the globe would struggle against Bang and Wolf. In the spring finals, Wu Xin performed commendably in his matchup against EDG's bottom lane. He did not require frequent jungle assistance, embodying the essence of a reliable ADC. This suited LGD's strategy of nurturing the top lane for the summer season, allowing Wu Xin to develop independently. Thus, they decided to acquire Wu Xin, with VG exchanging Imp for Dandy and Punished. Pangaea readily agreed. Due to positional discrepancies, the market value of ADCs was somewhat higher than that of junglers, and the price difference would be compensated by the second team's rookie, whom they had initially intended to trade. Both clubs were satisfied with the outcome, deeming it a win-win situation. Seizing the momentum, Ding Jun hastened to finalize the transfer before the deadline, planning a trial session for the following afternoon. If all players were on board and there were no objections, they would proceed to sign the contract. After reaching a preliminary agreement, he felt it was still early enough to call Gu Xing once more. Dandy was leaving? Gu Xing was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events so close to the transfer deadline. Was it true? Provided the trial session went smoothly the next day, the deal would be sealed. Ding Jun mentioned that upon the arrival of the summer season, the rotation would shift to the second team's World 6. Gu Xing considered this a favorable development. Dandy had been a steadfast starter, and now, with the change, his chances of success in the rotation would significantly increase. All right, I've signed and mailed the contract and the photocopy of my ID. It should arrive tomorrow, he reminded. Ding Jun took note, adding, additionally, you need to come up with a competition ID, which must adhere to the regulations of 212 characters, including both uppercase and lowercase letters, as well as numbers. We will need this for registration. The player registration process would take 10 business days, equating to 2 weeks, which meant that following the submission of applications and contract filings the day after Gu Xing's college entrance examination, he would be poised for a seamless debut. After Ding Jun offered a few words of advice, he proceeded to inform the owner of OMG that World 6 would no longer be for sale. Meanwhile, Gu Xing sought to discuss matters with Jack. It appeared that they had both registered almost simultaneously, making the issue of their IDs a significant consideration. The opportunity to modify these IDs was limited to the period preceding each new season, necessitating a commitment of at least a few months. As for the ID, Yu Wenba was likely seated within the VG training room, surrounded by the crisp sound of keyboards. A name like Jackie Love should suffice, as the character count was likely within acceptable limits. Xing, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless. Did Jack truly intend to embark on a professional career with such a non-mainstream ID? Jack remained unfazed, explaining that clear love and leveling were part of the Love family. Did Xing not understand? Moreover, he lamented his lack of creativity in naming, jokingly suggesting that he could not simply adopt the moniker Brother Yu. You are truly impressive. He stifled a yawn, almost forgetting that IDs must consist of letters and numbers. With no recourse against Yu Wenba, Xing found himself contemplating potential professional competition IDs while lying in bed before sleep. Utilizing the last character of his surname, Xing, could ensure that the audience would pronounce his name correctly. However, he felt it was not particularly appealing. Just as he was about to drift into a drowsy slumber, a suitable idea finally struck him. 2 days after Uzi's transfer was completed, VG, RNG, and LGD simultaneously announced significant changes. Dandy and Imp, both renowned members of the 3-star championship team, would be swapping teams, while VG's second team Jungler World 6 was promoted to the first team. Additionally, Punished, the second team's mid laner, along with RNG's former ADC, Wuxin, would transfer to LGD. This monumental event in the spring transfer period caused quite a stir online. The reactions were varied. Classic LPL transfer suspense. Until the last moment, one can never predict what will transpire. Imp and Pinjiling are parting ways. Please no. I've seen comments suggesting that VG and LGD's League of Legends divisions are rivals. Isn't the transfer just a matter of packing up and moving 10 meters? With the departures of Taba Quan, Brother A, and the Grand Princess, and now Imp's potential exit, LGD has even acquired a substitute mid laner. Could it be Gao Dui? Was this transfer voluntary for the players? Both Korean players expressed a degree of satisfaction with the transfer outcome. Imp felt that LGD had a supportive environment, even as old teammates faced disbandment or ventured elsewhere. The tension with Gao Dui and the management was palpable, leaving him prepared for a potential bench role, with only the support player Pinjiling remaining secure in a starting position. Beyond that, there was little to miss, especially with the former coach Homie now at VG, a rather appealing option. In contrast, Dandy viewed the transfer with indifference. It was merely a change of work environment, and LGD seemed to present a promising opportunity. After the disheartening experiences of S5 and the first half of S6, Dandy's enthusiasm had waned. He was no longer merely going through the motions, but rather treating it as a job. As long as LGD did not hinder his enjoyment of playing Dodiju, everything would be negotiable. Wuxin was particularly elated, having feared he might be left jobless after the mid-season, only to find himself starting anew with a different team. World 6 transfer to OMG was merely a rotation, whereas his former team, VG, offered a more familiar environment, leading to no grievances about staying. VG and LGD believed they had bolstered their ranks effectively, while RNG parted ways with Wuxin, considering the presence of Uzi, thus trading Wuxin to regain some vitality. From players to clubs, everyone felt they had made a significant profit. The influx of transfer news was overwhelming, and Xing was surfing the internet to catch up on the latest updates. Little did he expect that he would find himself at the center of the gossip. Beneath the explosive transfer news, there were numerous trial rumors, including one about VG's imminent acquisition of a new jungler who would rotate with World 6 during the summer season, having suppressed the opposing jungler by 80 CS in practice matches, prompting Imp to exclaim that they had made the right choice. Xing was left in utter disbelief. Upon returning to Xinhai, Imp had just transferred to VG, and all the trials had been conducted with World 6 in play. The two had never practiced together as teammates. How did such information leak? The comments were sparse, likely because the keywords VG and Imp had drawn some attention. Is this person drunk? A jungler can suppress by 80 CS? That's equivalent to 20 F4S. Has this person ever played the game? The Snake team too. They found a Vietnamese jungler who supposedly can also suppress in practice matches. Haha, even the Vietnamese jungler is here. Let them boast. Bragging isn't illegal and doesn't incur taxes. To be fair, suppressing by 80 CS isn't difficult. Just let me play Graves and I could easily suppress by 100. Most netizens treated this rumor as a source of amusement, even crafting memes about Uzi supposedly suppressing Deft by 80 CS during practice matches, declaring it a right decision afterward. Xing pondered, but chose not to respond beneath the rumor. Although he had never practiced with Imp, He had indeed managed to suppress opponents by ADCS. However, it seemed unnecessary to assert such claims. Practice matches cannot be taken too seriously. Boasting about one's prowess could lead to embarrassment if one were to perform poorly in actual matches. The tumult of transfers instigated by Uzi eventually settled down. Following SKT's victory at the 2016 Mid-Season Championship, achieving the first official Grand Slam in the history of League of Legends, all spectators eagerly anticipated the arrival of summer. 048. Virtue has officially connected. In a lively internet cafe, Xing remained seated in an old, worn-out sofa chair behind machine number 77, fully engrossed in the screen. The battles within the Summoner's Rift were in full swing. He controlled Lee Sin, executing a sonic wave that struck a minion from behind a wall, triggering a follow-up resonating strike to kick it upwards. Mid-air, he deftly adjusted his trajectory, launching into a dragon's rage, surrounded by a shimmering golden light. Lee Sin flashed behind Draven, narrowly evading the enemy's axe throw, and kicked him into the embrace of his own duo. In an instant, the monk completed 3 fluid movements in the air, showcasing utmost finesse. Though Draven's style of play is aggressive, he is ultimately just an ADC, vulnerable to being overwhelmed when engaged at close quarters. Moreover, with his flash still on cooldown, he possesses no means of escape. Bearing the moniker Jakulov 3, he was ultimately dispatched back to the fountain by Lucian's bullet. Jakulov 3 remarked, "So you're using me to climb ranks, huh, old goo?" Xing responded with a series of ellipses. It is rare for players at the apex of the ranks in a high-stakes game to encounter one another. Yet such collisions are commonplace. In this match, he and Jackie were once again on opposing sides. Xing executed a decisive strategy, knowing that Yuanbao, playing Draven, would inevitably push the lane, thus he targeted the bottom lane aggressively. The champion Draven becomes nearly ineffective after dying twice early in the game. Although the opposing mid laner, Woohoo Shun, a master of Twisted Fate, attempted to assist the bottom lane after reaching level 6, he could not salvage the situation. Meanwhile, Xing's top laner, the Shy, wielded Riven, defying the tank-dominant meta to carve out a path to victory. With both the top and bottom lanes thriving, coupled with Xing's personal prowess, Jakulov's side opted to surrender within 30 minutes. As he watched the enemy nexus explode into fragments, he stretched and fully relaxed. Exiting the full-screen game interface, Xing noted the time in the bottom right corner, May 24th. Only 2 weeks remained until the college entrance examination. He accessed the battle zone system to check his score, Master 1344, ranking first. After Jakulov's defeat, his score had surpassed Jakulov's, relegating him to second place, while the renowned Dopa from the Korean server held third. Although this was not the final ranking for the season, Xing found it to be quite significant. This was his inaugural ascent to the summit in Ionia. Moreover, the current ranked matches in the Chinese server were particularly competitive, making the honor of being the server's top player truly commendable. Xing decided to capture a screenshot as a memento and posted it on his QQ space. Thanks to his amicable nature, he maintained good relations with many, and during his recent training stint away from home, he had made the acquaintance of several professional esports players. Within mere minutes of posting, a flurry of likes and comments appeared. Among them was Easy Hoon, who left a comment in Chinese. Impressive. Looking forward to partnering with you in the summer split. Xing had added him as a friend casually, not anticipating that the Korean player would also use QQ space. And to boot, he was a Yellow Diamond member. After responding appropriately, he turned to glance at Ding Rant's monitor beside him, only to find his friend engaged in a heated exchange with teammates. Observing Ding Rant's fingers flying over the keyboard, Xing was puzzled. What was happening? The ADC has a high win rate, and according to the records, it appears he was constantly ganking the bottom lane to nurture a carry. Clear in his reasoning, Ding Ran communicated without hindrance, yet the top lane was solo killed, and now he blames me for not coming. As the game progressed, frustration led to Ding Ran's eventual disconnection, which Xing found difficult to comprehend. Ding Ran murmured something, and in the next moment, it appeared in the team chat box, as if he were utilizing an advanced voice recognition input method. If you say it's my fault, then it is indeed my fault. Do you know why? Despite having already ascended to the rank of a golden practitioner, his gaming speed may not be the fastest, yet when it comes to typing, he is hardly outmatched by Xing. Xing wished to observe his friend's literary duel further, but was distracted by a message that diverted his attention. It was from Ding Jun. The club will soon officially announce your and Jack's joining. If you have Weibo, you might want to take a look and give it a thumbs up. Xing was exceedingly eager about this and opened the webpage to search for VG's official Weibo account. At precisely 6 o'clock in the evening, he found that the club had timely released an article. VGLL announcement. We are pleased to announce that the high-ranked solo queue player Xing, ID, Virtue, and Yu Wenbo, ID, Jakulov, have officially joined, taking on the roles of jungler and ADC respectively. Virtue. This is the ID he conceived. Translated into Chinese, it signifies virtue. In foreign teachings, there exist 7 virtues corresponding to the 7 deadly sins, and this term is precisely utilized. However, Xing did not consider this when creating his ID. It simply resonated with his parents' aspiration for him to embody noble virtues, and it flowed quite smoothly. The accompanying image on Weibo featured Xing and Jack. As they had not yet taken the official summer competition photos, the club could only have them wear the spring attire. At that time, the team's uniforms had not yet been standardized under official jurisdiction, resulting in each team having its own design. The VG spring competition attire showcased a racing suit, distinctly black and white, emblazoned with Vici Gaming across the center and adorned with the VG emblem on the left chest. It appeared neat and dashing. In the photos released by VG's official Weibo, this racing suit accentuated Xing's fair and handsome visage, his smile radiant and infectious. In another image, Jack's features were strikingly refined, his youthful face so tender it seemed one could extract moisture from it. By the time Xing finished browsing Weibo, the comments section was already bubbling with activity, skipping the youth training and going straight to the first team. What treatment? VG's young master, Jakulov, after disappearing from the live stream for a month, he has turned pro. His real name is Yu Wenbo. So young? I always thought he was 30. Latest news. They have claimed the top 2 spots in Ionia. VG has indeed struck gold. Let us hope he isn't the next child prodigy, dominating in ranked matches, but trembling on stage. Kid, I didn't even say anything about you. Few were discussing Xing, Jakulov, having brought along a portion of his fans from his previous live streams, enjoyed a level of attention that Xing did not. Meanwhile, the summer roster for VG's League of Legends division was officially revealed. General Manager Lu Wenjun, Team Leader and Translator Jin Wenha, Head Coach Top Laner Long, Jungler Virtue, Mid Laner Easyhoon, Bottom Lane Duo Imp and Jakulov, and Support Caveman. However, few hold high hopes for them this time, despite the reinforcement of Imp in the bottom lane. The jungler position appears significantly weaker, with World 6 partnering with a newcomer who hardly seems capable of shouldering the team's rhythmic responsibilities. Moreover, the past year and a half have amply demonstrated VG's recruitment capabilities. Substantial funds have been expended, yet the results have been glaringly absent, rendering them mere victims of their own financial naivety. To most observers, VG seems destined to fall short of qualifying for the World Championships, yet not to the extent of relegation, considering the tangible investments made. In the Seven Wolves chat group, the number of unread messages has reached 99. Xing opened the chat and discovered a multitude of individuals besieging Jack. The messages from Chinchi TV and Xiangxiang read, "What the hell? It's a pity there's no ifs. How old are you anyway?" VG's official announcement on Weibo deliberately sidestepped this information, but it was evident to any reasonable person that Jack's visage undoubtedly suggested he was underage. Xing nearly choked upon reading this. Lin Weixiang had previously shouted for Yu Wenbo in the group, even shamelessly borrowing QQ Green Diamond. Now, reflecting on it, he likely felt a frenzy. Imagining himself slaying Jack 1,000 times in the game would still not suffice. What's with the dog barking? You clearly wanted to call me brother. Did I force you? From the text alone, one could sense Yu Wenbo's tone, assertive and unyielding. Lin Weixiang fell silent. Xing could guess what the other party was thinking. Although displeased, he found no grounds for rebuttal. The group was in an uproar. Shi Senming continued to congratulate Xing and Jack for successfully occupying the top 2 positions in Ionia. Currently, all members of the Seven Wolves battling in the domestic server have secured spots within the top 50 of the telecommunications sector, showcasing formidable collective strength. It seemed they wouldn't even need to undergo any adjustment period. They could directly participate in the City Hero Championship and secure a promotion slot to the lower league. Lu Qingsong expressed his sentiments. Initially, I thought we could face off in the LSBL, but unexpectedly, you two charged straight into the LPL. Xing replied, "No worries. You guys can first clash with Shi Senming in the summer split and settle the score." Xiaoming sent a question mark. YM's journey in the LSBL this spring has not been smooth. They had just been established for a short while and were unable to contend with EDG's second team. The opponent boasted renowned players like Amazing J and Jin Jiao, whose current prowess is LPL caliber, and the coaching staff is equally impressive: Sundaeong, Firefox, and Dog8. Although Firefox had made a mockery of himself last year at the World Championships with a miscommunication involving Rise, his capability to coach a lower league team would be a significant mismatch. YM regrettably fell short in the finals, losing the chance to ascend to the LPL. After losing the promotion relegation match, YM finds itself relegated to the secondary league for another summer, facing off against the formidable team, Tenshi-sa. This time, YM's owner, PDD, has vowed to elevate the team. However, based on the information disclosed thus far, the former mid laner of QG, Doimp, has been relegated to the secondary league due to internal conflicts and other events, which led him to seek a substitute role. He has brought in a Korean jungler, not Swift, but Clid, who appears poised to become another formidable obstacle in YM's path to the LPL. Xing successfully shifted the discussion in the group. While Shi Sunming and Lu Qingsong began to argue over which team was superior, Tenshi-sa or YM, leading the conversation about Jack's age to dissipate. Yu Wenba privately messaged him a thumbs up in approval. At this moment, Ding Ran finally concluded her discussions with teammates and noticed Xing's screenshot of reaching the pinnacle of the game in the public server. "You're the top player in the national server, Xing," she exclaimed exaggeratedly. "That's quite impressive." Xing humbly replied, "It's not the end of the season. Being the top player in the national server isn't that significant. But that's still impressive." Ding Ran expressed her envy, especially noting the absurdly high win rate. After breaking into the top 10 of the national server, Xing faced increased challenges as the opponents became progressively stronger, while his teammates struggled to keep pace. Nevertheless, he maintained an impressive 77 win rate, achieving the pinnacle of success. This win rate is remarkable among the top 10 players in the national server. Only two have such a high win rate, Xing and the Shy. As the time approached, they hurried to the town, stopping by Zhengxin Chicken Shop for a quick bite. Following the completion of his contract, the signing fee from VG had already been credited to Xing's account. After taxes, he was left with 16,000, which, from the perspective of a student, is certainly not an insignificant sum. However, upon careful calculation, he realized that if spent frugally, it would essentially cover his expenses for the entire first year of college. Thus, Xing refrained from extravagant spending, and fortunately, his accustomed thriftiness made it feel natural. Upon returning to school, he received little inquiry from classmates regarding his professional gaming pursuits. With the impending college entrance examination, few were inclined to delve into online information, as most were engrossed in their studies. In the final 2 weeks, given the standard of the innovative class in town, significant improvements in performance were unlikely. Their focus was on maintaining their current state. Sitting in front of Xing, Gu Pan completed her exam with remarkable speed. Unlike Shen Guanshan, Xing, and Ding Ran, who possessed a certain talent for mathematics competitions, she excelled in mastering the exam content, resulting in stable scores in recent mock exams. As Xing listened to the subtle sounds of his classmates' pens gliding across the paper, he felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness wash over him. After enduring the evening study session with great effort, he returned home to shower, allowing the water droplets on his skin to dry completely before extinguishing the lights and lying in bed, ready to sleep. Gu Pan, as usual, completed another set of papers before taking a break. Noticing that Xing's demeanor seemed off in recent days, she furrowed her brow in contemplation but could not resist. "Hey, are you asleep?" Gu Pan lowered her voice and quietly inquired, ensuring her words could be heard by her brother through the partition door. Xing, abruptly awakened by her call, initially contemplated retorting, but after a moment's reflection, he refrained. "Why bother? Did you know that Guanshan gifted me a box of chocolate a few days ago?" As Gu Pan spoke, she remained acutely aware of Xing's reaction. Upon hearing that it was the Italian brand D'Amore, which Xing had received 2 months prior, he felt no stirrings within. In fact, a faint amusement flickered within him. Oh, and then, Gu Pan pondered, her curiosity heightened. Her keen observation skills revealed that Shen Guanshan was not one to conceal her emotions, and lately, Gu Pan sensed an underlying tension between her friend and her brother. However, Xing's calm demeanor suggested he regarded the matter with indifference. Had she misjudged? "Aren't you envious?" Gu Pan attempted to provoke Gu Xing from a different angle, noting the chocolate's considerable expense. Not envious, Gu Xing replied, turning away from his sister's partition. I do not indulge in such treats. This statement rang hollow. It largely depended on the giver. Should it be presented by Gu Pan, it would certainly hold little value. Gu Pan, suddenly disheartened, cocooned herself in her thin blanket and muttered, You've changed. Gu Xing responded with a puzzled, Huh? Before he could articulate further. Gu Pan melancholically remarked, You used to argue with me daily, yet now? The day you returned from the city, you insulted me once, and have since ignored me. Gu Xing found himself perplexed. Had his sister truly been longing for their quarrels? Lately, he had been preoccupied with thoughts of life after the college entrance examinations. His next visit to the city would necessitate a stay of at least 2 months, followed by his freshman courses. Each time he contemplated this, a sense of melancholy enveloped him, leaving little room for banter with his sister. What are you daydreaming about? If you find yourself with idle time, I suggest you tackle a few more practice papers. He eventually decided to acquiesce to Gu Pan's request. You're still working on problems at 11 o'clock? Do you possess no sense of responsibility as a high school senior? Gu Pan felt a wave of relief wash over her. She even nestled deeper into her blankets. Chuckling softly, Are you insane? Gu Xing retorted, speechless. The days passed swiftly in their busy lives, and before they knew it, June 7th had arrived. The Gu family was on high alert, meticulously preparing for the siblings' college entrance examinations, fearful of any misstep. The first day comprised Chinese in the morning and mathematics in the afternoon, followed by comprehensive science and English the next day, and finally, an elective on the third day. As they departed the house that morning, their mother reiterated the examination procedures. Unlike most provinces' 2-day schedules, Zhujiang's exams spanned 2.5 days. The final day featured an elective module where participants selected 6 out of 18 questions to answer, with a maximum score of 60. However, this would be the last year the province employed this examination format, as reforms would eliminate the elective module the following year. Xing Guanshan also came to see them off. Clad in a black t-shirt that accentuated her fair arms, paired with loose-fitting athletic pants. Answer carefully in the exam hall. Do not be careless, she clumsily advised her friend. All right, and then? Gu Pan responded with playful enthusiasm, casting a teasing glance at Xing Guanshan. As Xing Guanshan's fair complexion flushed slightly, it was evident that she was at a loss for words, desperately recalling her homeroom teacher's earnest admonitions about carefully analyzing the questions. Such skills were not her forte. Gu Pan patted her friend's back, reassuring her, when it comes to the college entrance examination, none of you can rival me, so just relax. Beside them, Gu Xing refrained from contradicting her. He was well aware of Gu Pan's capabilities. While becoming the provincial top scorer might be unrealistic without a stroke of luck, securing a position within the top 20 of their academic division was certainly commendable, rendering one a strong candidate for prestigious institutions such as Tsinghua or Beida. Given their outstanding examination prowess, you two, pay a bit more attention, Xing Guanshan remarked, glancing at Gu Xing, although it poses no challenge for you. Gu Xing responded with a smile, What will you do once we enter the examination hall? I'll be studying for my driving test. I've already begun reviewing the questions for Subject 1, Xing Guanshan replied, a response he anticipated. Gu Xing had heard many classmates mention their plans to enroll in driving school immediately after the college entrance examination, aiming to secure their driver's licenses during the nearly 3-month summer vacation. However, due to his commitment to a summer job, he knew he wouldn't have the time to learn. By the way, Guanshan, after my exams, would you like to consider tutoring? Gu Pan was already envisioning the wonderful life post-examination, half the day dedicated to driving and the other half to tutoring, with evenings free for leisure. Upon hearing this, Xing Guanshan shook her head vigorously. She would undoubtedly struggle in such a role, given her nervousness when speaking to strangers. All right, Gu Pan acknowledged her friend's personality. Feeling somewhat disheartened, I was hoping to recruit another person. As they walked to the school gate, a cluster of classmates gathered in the corner came into view, including Ding Ran. Gu Xing still did not see his parents, and this time he chose to remain silent, wary of saying something that might disrupt his friend's examination mindset. Ding Ran, however, sensed his brother's thoughts and took the initiative to say, My parents dropped me off, but they had to return to work, so they went to the company first. He maintained a good relationship with his parents. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared so dejected when he returned from the city, only to find them absent from the station. In contrast, Xing Guanshan's relationship with her family was somewhat strained, rarely mentioned in conversation. The homeroom teacher diligently counted the students, ensuring everyone was present except for those admitted through direct admission, and then watched as they stepped into the examination center one by one. Xing waved goodbye to his parents and Shun Guanshan, gathered his identification and stationery, and, along with his classmates, entered through the school gate. Once the Chinese language examination papers were distributed, he felt reassured of his performance. The questions posed no significant challenge to him. The essay prompt required a discussion on the interplay between the virtual and the real. He answered with focused diligence, aiming for a composition that was competent rather than extraordinary. The mathematics exam in the afternoon was his forte, and he was determined to strive for full marks. The following day, science and English tests were met with ease. He ensured he secured all points on the foundational questions before gradually tackling more challenging ones. Outside, a gentle rain began to fall, occasionally accompanied by a distant rumble of thunder. Xing was confident he would surpass the minimum admission score. Even if his English essay remained entirely blank, it would not hinder his university aspirations. Yet, Xing did not allow himself to relax. He began by outlining his essay on a sheet of draft paper, meticulously choosing words and constructing sentences with precision and clarity to convey his thoughts. Once he was confident in his work and made no further alterations, Xing carefully transcribed his English composition onto the answer sheet, ensuring his handwriting was neat and the format adhered to standards. As the bell signaling the end of the self-selected module rang, Xing watched his answer sheet being collected and organized on the podium. Realizing that his 12-year academic journey had reached a conclusion, sitting by the window, he cast a final glance at the playground in the distance. Bidding farewell to his high school days, the examination room erupted in a frenzy. Classmates gathered their stationery, whispering excitedly about their summer plans, their bodies radiating exhilaration. The weighty boulder named the college entrance examination that had loomed over them dissipated in an instant with the ringing of the bell. For Xing, however, the future awaited him with an entirely new chapter of life, shrouded in uncertainty. Time was fleeting, leaving him little opportunity for thorough preparation. Yet, this was his own choice. After leaving the examination hall, Xing smoothly met up with Ding Ran and Gu Pan. Wasn't the paper a bit too easy? Ding Ran exclaimed joyfully. Couldn't they have made it a little more challenging? Gu Pan hummed a cheerful tune, her spirits high, evidently having found the questions manageable without any hurdles. Outside the examination venue, parents wore warm smiles, allowing their children to chatter excitedly, creating a heartwarming scene. Gu's mother had arrived early, eagerly waving at her children as they appeared in her line of sight. How did it go? She inquired with concern. Not a single problem, Gu Pan replied, linking arms with her mother affectionately. It felt just like our usual mock exams. Ding Ran's father finally arrived, driving a sleek black Mercedes. Upon seeing his son, the weariness on his face softened considerably. You must be Xing's parents? He approached them with a handshake when Ding Ran returned from Shanghai. I was out of town and couldn't be of assistance, so I appreciate your help. Not at all, Gu's father replied, adding a compliment. This child is quite sensible. Meanwhile, Ding Ran, aware that time was limited, whispered to Xing, let us keep in touch when you return. Are you leaving tomorrow? Xing nodded. The train is at 8 in the morning. I should find time to visit VG during the summer, and we'll meet then, Ding Ran said, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Good luck in the competition, Xing. With that, he joined his father in the car, slowly departing from the examination site. It was only after the car had vanished from sight that Xing withdrew his gaze and fell in step with his family, heading towards the Gushi community. That evening, the family planned to close the shop early and gather for a proper dinner together. As the summer break was about to commence, Gu Pan was filled with delight, her voice as melodious as a lark. Yet she noticed that Xing's expression was not as relaxed. Sensing an unusual atmosphere at the dinner table, Gu Pan speculated that her parents had something to discuss privately with her brother. After satisfying her hunger, she pulled the bewildered Shun Guanshan along, insisting on going to play at his house. After the two girls departed, Xing retrieved a bank card from his pocket. The club had initially provided him with 16,000. He kept 6,000 for himself and suggested that the remaining 10,000 be kept at home. There is no need for that. You should retain the money you earn, his mother instinctively declined, acknowledging that while their family's circumstances were not particularly affluent, they could manage to support both of you through college. Xing hesitated for a moment, but ultimately pushed the bank card towards her. The club covered food and lodging, so he did not require much money. He recalled Gu Pan mentioning that she needed to take the driving test during the summer, so he decided to give her the card. He suddenly felt that this might seem overly concerned for his sister and added, knowing Gu Pan, she'll likely fail the driving test a few times, and if there are multiple retakes, won't there be additional fees? Gu Xing had never taken the test himself, so he wasn't entirely sure. Eventually, his parents, unable to refuse, accepted the bank card. Gu's father took the opportunity to remind him, Gu Xing, you've always been quite sensible. Working at the club marks your entry into society. You surely know what actions are inappropriate and what words should remain unspoken. Yet, I must reiterate, despite Ding Ran's connections, there are both advantages and disadvantages, so always remain vigilant. Gu Xing nodded earnestly in agreement. Having nearly concluded their discussion, his mother urged, make sure to eat plenty of vegetables. As she pushed the chicken wings toward him, her tone inevitably tinged with melancholy. Once you go to the city, I won't have the chance to cook for you anymore. Gu Xing felt a stir of emotion, but retorted, what are you talking about, Mom? It's just a 2-hour drive. If I miss home, I can return during the holidays. At Xing Guanshan's house, Gu Pan watched her friend dash to the kitchen and retrieve 2 cans of beverages. She caught a glimpse of the red packaging and questioned, why is it Coca-Cola? Don't you like it? Xing Guanshan asked, still considering swapping it for orange juice. It's not about preference. To be honest, I can't discern the difference between it and Pepsi. Gu Pan explained. But Gu Xing prefers Coca-Cola, so I drink Pepsi. He listens to Jay Cho, while I lean towards Lin Junjie. Though, in my opinion, both are excellent. I just want to be contrary to Gu Xing. Xing Guanshan found herself at a loss for words. After some contemplation, she pulled Gu Pan into her bedroom. Although their homes were similarly sized at around 50 to 60 square meters, Xing Guanshan's appeared considerably more spacious. This was primarily because it was usually unoccupied. Her parents conducted business in the capital and only returned home during holidays. Most of the time, she resided in the school dormitory, leaving the old house in Zhenhai rather desolate, with scant furnishings. Now this is what I call a bedroom. Gu Pan, who had visited several times, couldn't help but feel envious upon seeing Xing Guanshan's room. Its overall area could easily encompass 2 of her own cramped quarters. The walls were adorned with several posters of Jay Cho, and her desk was equipped with a computer and a printer. The bookshelves, apart from a modern Chinese dictionary and an Oxford dictionary, displayed numerous awards, trophies, various textbooks, mathematics competition materials, and university-level books. Can I use your computer? Gu Pan inquired. We could watch some TV shows together. Xing Guanshan readily opened the computer, which had no password, and allowed immediate access to the desktop. Oh, Gu Pan, with keen eyes, noticed a familiar game icon on the desktop. Do you also play that League of Legends? Not long after she arrived, she admitted her lack of experience. Xing Guanshan hurriedly explained. Gu Pan pondered for a moment, while Xing Guanshan seized the opportunity to gulp down some icy cola to calm his nerves, striving to cool his overheated ears. Could you teach me? Gu Pan inquired, eager to discover the allure of the game. Huh. Xing Guanshan was momentarily taken aback, but agreed. Sure, though my skills are modest, I can only play against bots. He sighed with relief internally as he responded. However, after drinking too much, she soon excused herself to the bathroom. Gu Pan gazed at the unfamiliar summoner's rift, hesitant to make any moves, merely maneuvering the frost archer in circles near the fountain. After stretching her stiff neck, her gaze aimlessly drifted over her friend's bookshelf before returning. Once satiated, her mind took a moment to catch up, realizing something was amiss. She lifted her eyes again. Among the shelves, 2 framed photographs caught her attention. One bore the inscription in red lettering, 2015 Chinese Mathematics Olympiad, 31st National High School Mathematics Winter Camp, group photo. The front row featured the team leader, while the back row showcased the participants, all adorned with deep blue camp badges around their necks. The other photograph depicted the members of the provincial team from their town. There were only 5 individuals, including Xing Guanshan, Gu Xing, and Ding Ran, all exuding an air of relaxation and joy as they smiled at the camera. While this was not particularly surprising, Gu Pan had seen similar images with her brother before. The stark contrast between the frames intrigued her. The frame containing the group photo had clearly gathered dust, suggesting it had not been cleaned in some time. This was understandable, given Xing Guanshan's infrequent visits. Yet, the frame housing the provincial team photo was excessively pristine. Gu Pan was certain it wasn't newly purchased. She recalled her friend using it previously. Logically, Both frames should have been dusted together, so why had Xing Guanshan only cleaned one? Rising to examine closely, she noticed her brother in the town photo. His smile radiant and full of vigor. An instinctual sense of unease washed over her. Just then, Xing Guanshan returned from washing her hands, a box of Oreos in hand. Over the 18 years of sibling rivalry with Gu Xing, Gu Pan had honed her acting skills to a fine art, now coming in handy. She composed her expression and turned to her friend, asking, "How exactly does one play this ash?" As the clock approached 10:20 in the evening, Gu Pan felt a sense of satisfaction after finally defeating a bot and bid farewell to her friend as she made her way home. Gu Xing was still busy packing in his room, preparing for a summer trip to the city. As he rolled his socks into balls and tossed them into his suitcase, he heard his sister's voice, "Aren't you taking these J-Cho posters?" Gu Xing inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to retort, "Gu Pan, I'll be back, all right? I can just buy a few posters in the city." "Oh, I see." Gu Pan seized the moment to steer the conversation, naturally extending it. "What about that photo?" She pointed to the group photo of the members of the provincial team from Jinhai Middle School on her brother's desk, a fragment of cherished memories, perhaps. Gu Xing, following his sister's gaze, caught sight of Xing Guanshan in the photograph. His keen intuition led him to a realization, and he immediately feigned indifference, exclaiming, "No way. The suitcase is already quite heavy. What if I crush it while fitting in a frame?" His tone was casual, devoid of any flaws. He preferred to keep that thin veil of understanding between them intact, not wanting his sister to uncover anything. Gu Pan stood behind him, observing her brother for a while. Yet she could not procure any solid evidence. Reluctantly, she returned to her room to tidy up her clothes in preparation for a shower. Late at night, separated by a thin door, Gu Xing offered his final words of caution before departing. "Be careful when you learn to drive. Don't accidentally steer someone's car into a ditch." Gu Pan felt an urge to leap up and retaliate, but ultimately decided against it. Realizing that they wouldn't see each other much over the summer, and her physical prowess was not particularly high, which quelled her anger. Safety first while tutoring. "I've heard of many scams targeting young girls like you. It would be unfortunate if something were to happen," Gu Xing said earnestly, his voice softening. "If it's really necessary, consider hanging out at the agency or attending classes in crowded places." Gu Pan squirmed under the covers, feeling a bit unsettled by her brother's words. Gu Xing added, "Try not to burden Mom and Dad. They have worked hard to raise us." "I know," Gu Pan replied, staring at the ceiling while blinking away the unexpected moisture that had pooled at the corners of her eyes. The following morning, Gu Xing rose to inspect his luggage one last time, ensuring nothing was left behind before departing the old home he had lived in for 18 years. Accompanied by their father, sitting at the dining table, Gu Pan turned her head, swallowed her food, and bid him farewell. "When summer vacation comes, you could take Mom and Dad to explore the city or watch me compete." After speaking, Gu Xing stepped out with his suitcase in tow. The door to Xing Guanshan's home remained firmly shut. Gu Xing cast a lingering glance before hastily descending the stairs. The wheels of his suitcase made a distinct sound against the pavement. Suddenly, a window in the southern bedroom on the top floor of the residential building swung open. Gu Xing sensed something amiss and turned back to exchange a brief gaze with Xing Guanshan. He waved his phone from his pocket, understanding his intent. Xing Guanshan nodded in agreement, but the distance of 20 meters made her anxious that he might not see, prompting her to nod more vigorously, appearing somewhat foolish. Gu Xing couldn't help but smile as he turned and walked towards the exit of the community, stepping into his new world. "Do you really play League of Legends?" Gu Xing arrived at Hangzhou railway station at noon, where Jin Wenhe, the team leader and translator for VG, was waiting outside. In the professional esports realm, most practitioners were just beginning to rouse at this hour. Having risen early, Jin Wenhe had driven for over half an hour to reach the station. Yawning as he sipped coffee to invigorate himself, Gu Xing felt a pang of guilt at this sight, exclaiming, "I'm sorry for the trouble." "No worries. It's my responsibility as the team leader. If I've received payment, I must fulfill my duties." Jin Wenhe remained unfazed as he fastened his seatbelt and drove towards Songjiang University town. "Upon your arrival at the base this afternoon, you can immediately commence the training matches." "So soon?" Gu Xing was taken aback. "What about World 6? Jin Wenhe provided clarification. The summer season had already commenced for 2 weeks, and VG had played 3 matches, achieving a commendable record of 2 wins and 1 loss. However, World 6 performance had been rather mediocre. Whether in official matches or practice games, he struggled to keep pace. Having graced the LPL stage in the summer of 2015, he found himself relegated to the second team, up. At the beginning of 2016, when Dandy returned to the jungle position, denying him even the chance to participate in practice matches with the first team. After a long wait for UP's relegation from the secondary league, World 6 finally secured a few LPL-level practice matches, primarily because VG aimed to sell him to OMG, wanting the new owners to assess his capabilities. However, unexpectedly, despite the contract being placed on Ding Jun's desk, the deal fell through due to the swap involving Dandy and Imp. World 6 had yet to adjust from the loose state of the second team, struggling to synchronize with his teammates. Thus, stepping into the high-intensity LPL matches, his performance was understandably subpar. Yet, manager Lu Wenjun was unwilling to wait any longer. The financial investment in VG's League of Legends division this year was staggering. Imp's salary was among the highest in the entire league, coupled with the expenditures on Easyhoon, Homie, and others, undoubtedly surpassing 10 million. Should the summer season yield mediocre results, Lu Wenjun would be the first to face the consequences. After conferring with Homie, they resolved to give Gu Xing a chance. If he performed well, he would be directly fielded. Gu Xing, preoccupied with the college entrance examination and matters related to leaving Xinhai, had not kept up with VG's recent matches and was not particularly informed about the current situation. Returning to Longhu Heowangshan, Jin Wenha noticed some players had yet to arrive at the training room, so he took Gu Xing to register his fingerprint for the lock, allowing him free access to the base in the future. The dormitory remained the same as before, now that Ding Ran was no longer present. He would have the room to himself. Jin Wenha led him upstairs, explaining that with a total of 7 players in the first team's training department, there would inevitably be someone without a roommate. Since Gu Xing arrived later, they had not arranged for a companion. He worried that Gu Xing might feel dissatisfied or perceive the team as exclusive. "That's perfectly fine. I prefer living alone," Gu Xing exclaimed with delight. Having lived for 18 years, he had long anticipated the opportunity to possess an entire room to himself. He never expected to realize this modest, yet significant dream within the club. Once he had arranged his backpack and suitcase, Gu Xing picked up the red Ferrari mouse and Logitech mouse from the table and headed downstairs, ready to enter the training room. "Old Gu." Yu Wenba's boisterous voice resonated behind him. "I've missed you to death." He attempted to ruffle his friend's hair in a display of affection, but soon realized the insurmountable height difference between them. To reach Gu Xing's head, he would have to adopt an awkward posture. Reluctantly, Yu Wenba abandoned the idea. "Congratulations on making it to the LPL." Gu Xing sincerely congratulated him. Previously, on the way here, Jin Wenha had mentioned this matter. In VG's inaugural match of the summer season against OMG, they first allowed Imp to secure a victory, followed by decisively substituting in Jackie Love to enable this newcomer to make his professional debut. Upon hearing this, Yu Wenba was particularly delighted, his tone becoming notably buoyant. Indeed, signing with VG was a judicious choice, providing him with opportunities to compete, thus justifying his decision to forego streaming. To speak candidly, standing on the LPL stage is truly exhilarating. He refrained from ruffling Gu Xing's hair and instead patted him on the back. Observing his friend's bewildered expression, Yu Wenba felt a sense of pride, asserting that Gu would understand the feeling in due time. It was simply indescribable. Gu Xing, still a novice, was unable to grasp his friend's sentiment. Several VG team members took their seats, and he finally encountered Imp. At first glance, he found himself pondering, was the S4 champion skin for Mouse genuinely modeled after Imp? Particularly those round glasses, which could be deemed the piece de resistance. "Hello, hello." Imp greeted Gu Xing in Chinese, though he struggled to comprehend the latter part of the statement. Fortunately, the new translator, dubbed Little Duan, had already joined, replacing Hiranoya's role. Having spent 2 weeks together, he could discern some everyday phrases and eagerly relayed to Gu Xing. "He says he knows you." Imp was particularly impressed by Gu Xing's 2 ambushes with Gragas during the tryouts against Gao Dui. Gu Xing smiled and exchanged pleasantries with him, while Jack chimed in from time to time. He held a fondness for Samsung White, a championship team that had profoundly impacted him during his formative years, making him realize that the game could be played in such exhilarating ways, completely reshaping his perceptions. This has fostered a congenial rapport between Yu Wenba and Imp, despite their ostensibly competitive relationship. Once World 6 entered the training room, he also approached Gu Xing, known as World Sister. His demeanor was gentle and amiable, with fair skin and well-defined features, and when he smiled, Two small canine teeth were visible. Long Gu and Easyhoon were still deliberating on what to have for a midnight snack until Hongmi walked into the room, announcing the impending commencement of the training match, at which point the raucous discussions gradually subsided. Gu Xing had not played for over a week and felt somewhat out of practice in the Rift. While ranked matches posed little pressure for him, facing a professional team indeed presented some challenges. In the early stages of the first match, he struggled to find his rhythm. But knowing he needed to gradually regain his form, he selected Graves, believing that even if he focused on farming, he could still contribute in the late game. Ultimately, the match stretched to 43 minutes and 30 seconds, where Gu Xing's steady smite secured the Baron. Graves unleashed a devastating output, enabling VG to triumph in the team fight and achieve a hard-fought victory. Under ordinary circumstances, training matches rarely extend into the late game. The outcome could often be influenced by the first Baroness capture, leading many teams to forego further play after losing the Baron and swiftly transition to the next match. However, Red Rice discerned that Gu Xing's mechanical feel had yet to fully return, thus granting him additional time, and even with an early Baron concession, chose not to halt the training match. Seeing that VG had not conceded defeat, they could only continue to press on, and to their astonishment, they managed to turn the tide. Exhausted, Imp slumped back in his esports chair upon witnessing the adversary typing GG on the screen, delivering a true international recline. Since returning home, he had rounded out considerably, his abdomen now slightly protruding. For an ADC, navigating such a late-game scenario is immensely taxing. They must remain perpetually vigilant of their surroundings. Aside from Vayne, whose unique skill set allows her to become more resilient, most marksmen prioritize damage output, rendering them quite fragile. A moment's inattention could lead to instant annihilation. Furthermore, the incessant kiting during team fights places significant strain on their hands, making them susceptible to injury. In the early game, I focused on farming, mainly due to a lack of rhythm, but I was unconcerned. I'd be in better form for the next match. Gu Xing also made it a point to maintain excellent communication with his teammates, declaring he would select Rek'Sai to secure more kills, ensuring his comrades enjoyed the game. Upon receiving this assurance, Imp felt invigorated, as though he had bitten into a sweet date. Gu Xing was not one to deceive. In the second match, he unleashed Rek'Sai, successfully ganking the enemy bot lane 4 times within the first 15 minutes, aiding his ADC in claiming 3 kills. With the economic advantage from those kills, Imp naturally carried the game, deftly maneuvering Kalista across the Summoner's Rift and delivering explosive damage in mid-game skirmishes, ultimately achieving an extraordinary record of 9 kills with no deaths. In the subsequent training matches, Gu Xing continued to reside in the bot lane, providing support to the duo. Imp, exhilarated by his performance, wore a broad smile, genuinely feeling that he had made the right choice. The VG management observed the training matches from behind the players. They were genuinely impressed. Lu Wenjun praised the team's performance, noting their skillful execution and clear strategy, recognizing Gu Xing as a natural talent. Hongmi concurred, acknowledging the intelligence of their playstyle and the substantial room for improvement if they continued to learn diligently. Aside from warming up with Graves in the first match, Gu Xing consistently strategized around the bot lane, which was precisely VG's intention in trading for Imp. After dinner, Gu Xing intended to sit in the spot he had occupied during his tryouts, located at the edge of the player's seating, only to be intercepted by Jin 1A. Take Dandy's position, he gestured toward the empty machine beside Easyhoon, and perform well tonight. In certain teams, seating arrangements in the training room adhere to unspoken rules. Starting members sit in a row, while others occupy the fringe areas. Following the afternoon's training matches, the VG coaching staff genuinely wished to see him take the stage and test his efficacy. Gu Xing was not entirely aware of this, though he harbored a vague suspicion. After the evening training matches concluded, his previously tense body finally relaxed. Behind him, the whiteboard displayed the day's training results, 7 wins and 2 losses. Considering he had just joined and there was still room for synergy with his teammates, such a win rate was indeed commendable. Just as Gu Xing intended to dive into a couple of ranked games to climb the ladder, he was called over by Hongmi. Jin Wenha began by explaining that starting today, Coach would conduct nightly mini-lectures, primarily focusing on imparting the philosophies and nuances of professional players, which would greatly benefit your future growth and development. Gu Xing signaled his understanding, channeling the enthusiasm from previous classes, and prepared to listen attentively. Let us first discuss the essence of League of Legends, he prompted. What do you believe is its core nature? The words of Hongmei reached Gu Xing through translation. A tower-pushing game? Gu Xing was uncertain of the answer, yet whether in Summoner's Rift or the howling abyss of Aram, the ultimate objective remained the destruction of the opposing nexus. Indeed, Hongmei nodded slightly, but we can delve deeper. He excelled at inspiring newcomers, gently guiding Gu Xing to follow his line of thought. He posed a familiar question. Why do many believe that an economic lead equates to an advantage? Gu Xing hesitated not, responding that an economic lead allows for superior equipment, thus providing enhanced attributes and combat prowess. That is indeed correct, Hongmei acknowledged. In most cases, this perspective holds merit, yet when faced with certain compositions and teams, this notion falters. His pace was measured, his tone soothing. For instance, consider the recent changes to dragons in the mid-season patch. If both teams are economically comparable, yet one secures 2 elemental dragons, each providing an 8-point increase to attack and ability power, that translates to a significant 16-point boost for core damage dealers. Unquestionably, the team that controls the dragons stands a greater chance of victory. Thus, the assertion that an economic lead guarantees an advantage is not entirely accurate. There exist other variables that influence the outcome. Interjected his perspective, stating, in my view, it is more fitting to describe League of Legends as a resource-driven game. He encompassed elements such as towers, dragons, gold, experience, and vision as forms of resources. Jin Won had diligently translated, noting that having defined League of Legends as a game of resource superiority, there are 2 critical aspects to achieving victory: efficient resource acquisition and judicious allocation of team resources, which are matters that coaching staffs across teams must contemplate and analyze. All tactical frameworks develop and refine based on these 2 principles. Seeing that Gu Xing comprehended his message, Hongmei continued, a quintessential example of efficient resource acquisition is the Caitlyn push strategy, which exploits Caitlyn's range advantage to exert lane pressure, swiftly demolishing towers and transitioning to push lanes, continuously encroaching upon the enemy jungle to secure resources at an accelerated pace. Conversely, the concept of resource allocation is aptly illustrated by the 4-1 split push, a classic tactic in League of Legends, masterfully executed by numerous professional teams. As an LPL spectator, Gu Xing was well acquainted with this strategy. It originated from the Season 2 World Championship champions, the Taipei Assassins, and was further refined by Korean teams, often leading to the downfall of LPL teams in several international competitions. The general concept of the 4-1 split push is as follows. Team members strategically place vision wards to secure the lane for the solo pusher, while the remaining 4 players engage the enemy frontally. This arrangement allows the designated solo pusher to leverage their hero's characteristics or personal prowess to establish a positional advantage. By farming jungle monsters, minion waves, and defensive towers, they can rapidly gain strength, simultaneously depleting the opposing team's gold and experience. This effectively amplifies the advantages of the solo lane, leading to an overwhelming escalation until the equilibrium of the lane is entirely disrupted. Hongmei eloquently expressed that in today's tactical landscape, if a team neither employs the 4-1 split push nor comprehends how to counter it, they cannot be deemed a formidable team. The strategy itself is not particularly complex. The vision wards placed by teammates and the resources allocated to the solo pusher essentially boil down to a straightforward distribution of resources. He elucidated his earlier points on resource plunder and allocation through 2 examples. Gu Xing found Hongmei to be quite suited for a teaching role, as his explanations, combined with illustrative cases, were both accessible and progressively enlightening. The reason I am elaborating so extensively is that, in professional esports, players must thoroughly internalize the tactics proposed by their coach. Otherwise, execution in matches becomes exceedingly challenging and ineffective, emphasized Hongmei. Gu Xing nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Today, I will not focus on tactics per se, but will begin with the nuances of resource allocation. Once we dissect all resource points, your understanding of League of Legends will undoubtedly reach new heights. Jin Wonha, while translating, employed the principle of faithfulness, expressiveness, and elegance, even incorporating poetic phrases from Chinese literature. First, let us discuss jungle monsters, as you are a jungler and likely possess a keen awareness of this resource. I will commence here, said Hongmei, adjusting his glasses. Apart from the red and blue buffs, the remaining 4 jungle camps respawn every 100 seconds. This is a fundamental concept you surely comprehend. He locked eyes with Gu Xing and posed a question. What was the most recent change to the jungle in the latest patch? Do you know? Without hesitation, Gu Xing replied, the updates in patch 6.9. Excluding the epic jungle monsters like Baron and Dragon, other jungle monsters now only grant experience to the killer, as opposed to allowing assists to share experience. This change was primarily implemented due to the prevalent lane swap strategies. When top players were swapped out, they would often share jungle resources with the jungler in the early game to compensate for their development. The alteration subsequently raised the difficulty and disadvantages of lane swapping, leading to more significant experience losses for top laners who were swapped. Gu Xing possesses a penchant for analyzing data before each gaming session. He habitually checks the official website for patch updates and consults data sites for the latest dominant jungle champions. This adaptability to the changing meta explains why he has played fewer ranked games each season yet maintained a commendable rank. Is there anything else? Hongmi inquired with keen interest. As long as one purchases the initial jungle items, Wide Blade, Amulet, and the upgraded green, blue, and red jungle knives, killing large jungle monsters will yield an additional 50 experience points. If the slain monster's level exceeds that of the player, an extra 30 experience points will be granted, Guam Xing recalled vividly. This is a significant enhancement for junglers. Originally, the Broadblade and Talisman would only yield 15 experience points when vanquishing large wild monsters, while the tricolor jungle knife provided a mere 30 points. At that time, the role of the jungler was not regarded highly. It was merely an enhanced version of a support character. However, with this alteration, employing the most basic jungle equipment and consuming the initial 6 groups of wild creatures, a hero could now gain an additional 210 experience points. It is worth noting that a hero requires only 280 experience points to ascend from level 1 to level 2. This version change has significantly elevated the jungler's influence on the game. Homie was immensely satisfied. He had not expected Gu Xing, the newcomer, to answer all his questions. Achieving half would have sufficed as a passing mark. Yet, Gu Xing's performance astonished him greatly. Following this version update, powerful jungler champions would inevitably shift, and he gradually guided the newcomer, enabling Gu Xing to adapt swiftly to the competitive arena. In Homie's view, this mindset is an essential lesson for professional players. Although many LPL players lack this quality, he felt compelled to teach it. It is his responsibility as a coach to help players excel under his guidance. On the evening of June 11th, after an entire day of scrimmages, VG's performance improved significantly upon Gu Xing's introduction, with a remarkably smooth rhythm. Winning more than losing created a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere in the training room. Homie stood at the center, signaling for silence. I will announce tomorrow's starting lineup against RNG, he said, scanning each player. The top lane, mid lane, and support remained unchanged. There was no rush. Jack understood that he still needed time to learn and currently could not match Imp's capabilities, so he held no expectations. Even World 6 shared this sentiment. As Gu Xing had been the one playing in the recent scrimmages with excellent results, it seemed unreasonable for him to be the starter. The starting lineup was set: top lane Long, jungle Virtue, mid lane Easyhoon, and bot lane Imp and Caveman. Gu Xing was overwhelmed with joy. How did I, a mere summer intern, end up as an LPL starter? Jack was equally thrilled for his friend. All right, Xing Gu, make sure to treat me to some spicy hot pot tomorrow. Although he, as the leader of the 7 Wolves of Ionia, could not participate, he could still send a representative. After Homie departed, Jack took to the group chat to stoke excitement. Brothers, what do you think? Tomorrow's RNG versus VG marks the commencement of the inaugural 7 Wolves Jungle Showdown. Sure, Sunming was quite surprised by Gu Xing's rapid ascension to LPL starter. Yet he chose to support the spicy hot pot. After all, the strength of RNG's lineup was formidable, and the spring split champions were not to be underestimated. Lin Weixiang, who prided himself on his ability to read faces, unconditionally supported Gu Xing, likely convinced that he would secure a world championship. Winning a regular season match would be a mere formality. MLXG rarely chimed in, stating, I really only know how to jungle. We shall see the truth on the battlefield. I will not go easy. Gu Xing feigned calmness and sent 2 emojis, though he was, in truth, filled with excitement. In the early hours, he lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. As dawn approached, Gu Xing was finally overcome by fatigue, succumbing to sleep until the midday hour. The inaugural day of his competition had officially arrived. 051, the beginning of a legend. Team leader Jin Wenha knocked on each dorm room door, reminding the team members to rise on schedule, while cautioning them to prepare their uniforms and ensuring not to wear the wrong attire, whether starting or on the bench. The same rule applied, otherwise, fines would be incurred. Gu Xing rubbed his weary eyes, tired from staying up late, and took a glass from his bedside table to quench his thirst. After that, he rolled out of bed and neatly folded his blanket. The club had provided each player with 3 sets of summer short-sleeved uniforms. He had washed his uniform upon receiving it yesterday morning, and now he tried it on, admiring his reflection in the mirror. Unlike the spring racing suits, the summer uniform was entirely black, adorned with the VG team logo on the left chest and the sponsorship logos of Magic and Douyu on the right side. The overall impression was sharp and professional. After freshening up, Gu Xing changed into his clothes and shoes, grabbed his backpack, and headed downstairs to meet his teammates. On the dining table, there were steamed buns. If anyone was hungry, they could take a couple to stave off hunger. Long Gu, ruffling his hair that had become disheveled from sleep, remarked that their match was at 7 in the evening, and having a light meal at noon was perfectly acceptable. Aware that Gu Xing was a newcomer, he took the time to explain that it was wise to avoid overeating before the match, as it could lead to drowsiness, slowing reactions, and affecting performance. Gu Xing quickly grasped this logic. Back in high school, he refrained from eating too much before afternoon exams for fear of becoming sleepy. Last night, Jin Wenha had briefed him on the match procedures, so after consuming 2 meat buns, Gu Xing rushed to the training room to disconnect his keyboard and mouse. Although the LPL officials had prepared their own equipment, most players preferred to use their personal gear for comfort and familiarity. Gu Xing wrapped his peripherals in his mouse pad and stowed them in his backpack before boarding the team bus outside their base villa. Once seated, he intended to search for a Jay Cho song in the music library when he noticed Jin Wenha sitting beside him, signaling for him to remove his headphones. "What is the matter?" Gu Xing asked, puzzled. Jin Wenha, with a serious demeanor, replied, "I noticed you seem quite anxious, so I thought I'd come over to offer some guidance." Gu Xing felt perplexed. How could he discern his anxiety? Jin Wenha, taken aback by this response, found himself at a loss. Typically, young individuals lacking public performance experience would feel a degree of nervousness before their first official LPL match, a sentiment entirely understandable. After all, competing in front of thousands of live and online viewers naturally entails psychological pressure. The VG Club placed great emphasis on youth training, making psychological support for newcomers before their debut essential. It was for this reason that Jin Wenha took on the responsibility of alleviating the player's stress. He handled it adeptly. Despite not having majored in psychology during university, he had gradually honed this skill. During his tenure as the leader of VG, players who had benefited from his pre-match coaching invariably gave him a thumbs up. Jin Wenha never anticipated that he would encounter a setback with the 2 newcomers who had just joined VG during the summer season. In the inaugural regular season match, Jackie Love made his debut. As he engaged in pre-game discussions, he noticed the young man appeared remarkably relaxed. His words were quite revealing. "I've streamed for countless viewers without feeling nervous. It's just a game. What is there to worry about?" Upon reflection, Wenha found this attitude somewhat understandable, considering Jackie's prior experience in streaming, where he had faced numerous audiences and developed considerable resilience against pressure. However, he was perplexed by Gu Xing's demeanor. Gu Xing had never streamed nor participated in a formal competition. Yet, he possessed an extraordinary charisma, akin to a social butterfly. Previously, during a gaming session at a local internet cafe, he had been broadcasted while showcasing his high rank. Although the rank was impressive, normal players often felt a hint of discomfort facing the attention that followed their initial displays of prowess. Remarkably, Gu Xing seemed unfazed by the environment or the onlookers. To him, the prospect of having an audience was delightful. He longed for interaction with both spectators and opponents, though LPL regulations prohibited such exchanges. Was he truly unperturbed? Wenha pondered again, observing Gu Xing nodding affirmatively while urging him to leave without delay to enjoy his music. Wenha felt a sense of melancholy. Was something amiss? The bus slowly departed, heading from Haiban Mountain towards Minhang District. The LPL summer season was being held at the Hongqiao Tiandi Performing Arts Center, approximately a 30-minute drive from Songjiang University Town. Jay Chou's melodious voice filled the air with the sparrows on the telephone poles, and soon, the VG League of Legends bus arrived outside the venue. Manager Lu Wenjun glanced outside and noted the presence of club fans and official photographers. As Gu Xing stepped off the bus, following Xiao Duan, He noticed individuals nearby raising their phones and cameras to capture the moment. He waved amicably at them. However, the surrounding crowd did not recognize Xing, merely acknowledging that the young man was quite handsome and shifted their focus to other players. Xing lacked a significant following. In fact, one could argue that the entire VG team had minimal fanfare, were it not for the presence of champions like Imp and Easyhoon. Even the handful of dedicated fans who arrived early for photographs might not have materialized. Lu Wenjun disregarded the crowd and led the team through the backstage corridor into the venue, finally locating their designated room adorned with the VG team emblem. "This is our lounge," Jin Wenhe explained to Xing, "where players primarily gather before the match. Of course, if you have friends on other teams, you're welcome to visit their lounge, as long as you adhere to the rules." Xing nodded in acknowledgement and, upon entering the room, surveyed the spacious interior. It was quite ample, comparable in size to their training facility, featuring 2 white boards, one of which displayed the map of Summoner's Rift. The distinction lies in the absence of a computer. Instead, a liquid crystal television hangs on the wall. What purpose does a television serve in the lounge? Xing pondered with curiosity. Jin Wenhe answered readily, stating that once you take the stage for your match, this television will broadcast the live event, while simultaneously relaying the internal team communications, allowing those in the room to grasp the discussions taking place. Xing suddenly understood. Shortly thereafter, a staff member entered to inform the competitors it was time for makeup. This phase was entirely a realm of ignorance for Xing. His usual routine consisted merely of facial cleanser and moisturizer, having never applied makeup before. Upon arriving in the designated room, Xing took a seat, allowing the makeup artist to work on him. "A newcomer, I presume? Is this your first time here?" The artist inquired leisurely. "How did you know?" Xing asked, puzzled. "Is it because I was looking around when I entered?" The makeup artist replied, "Not just that. Anyone with delicate skin is likely new here. After all, in your profession, unhealthy habits take a toll on your skin. Back in April, while I was at the secondary league at Xing Sports Center, one of the teams, YM, had a young man whose skin was remarkable. Is there any way to avoid this?" Xing, though not overly concerned with his appearance, felt it unnecessary to squander his decent complexion. "Exercise more, drink plenty of water. There are many methods. The key is self-discipline," the talkative makeup artist shared, imparting some small tips as he worked. Returning to the lounge, Xing retrieved his keyboard and mouse from his backpack, handing them to the staff for official compliance checks. Jack then offered him a white disposable cup emblazoned with the LPL logo. The beverage machine was located in the corridor, stocked with cola, Sprite, milk tea, and coffee. One could help themselves at no cost. Yu Wenba had visited several times prior and was somewhat familiar with the surroundings. While Xing indulged in a cup of Coca-Cola, Jin Wenhe collected all the players' peripherals and reminded the team to prepare for stage setup and equipment testing. As it was still early, the audience had yet to arrive, leaving hundreds of seats vacant, occupied only by the presence of on-site staff. The overhead spotlight had not yet been turned on, rendering the stage dim and monotonous. The referees, donned in black attire, would supervise from behind the players' seats during the match to prevent any violations or cheating. Jin Wenhe explained that the seating arrangement placed the top laner at the far edge, followed sequentially by the jungler, mid laner, ADC, and support towards the stage. Xing located his seat. The computer was already powered on, equipped with a standard 24-inch monitor, and the USB ports for peripherals lay ready on the desk. After ensuring the keyboard and mouse functioned properly, a referee indicated that the desktop featured a private server client, and that his ID had already been registered. He merely needed to restart it. It is noteworthy that the tournament attire used in collegiate competitions refreshes with a fixed amount of gold and vouchers. All heroes are accessible, but remain in an unowned state, akin to a weekly free rotation. To purchase skins, one must first acquire the corresponding heroes. Once the vouchers are depleted during the tournament, unless replenished by the officials, one cannot continue to purchase skins. The LSBL and LPL have already been integrated into the professional esports system to ensure a pristine and low-latency competition environment. Matches are conducted on-site with dedicated servers, utilizing private servers that are directly provided by the officials, allowing full access to all champions and skins. Upon hearing that all skins were unlocked, Xing couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Aside from his seasonal rewards, he only possessed one paid skin, the Muay Thai Lee Sin, gifted by Jack. Even Ding Ran, who had spent a considerable amount of money, could not compete with the collection of skins available on a private server account. Xing gazed at his 20 pages of runes, his eyes shimmering with excitement. He had never played in such a bountiful match before. Swiftly, he embedded the runes, utilizing every resource at his disposal, meticulously adjusting each page to counter various enemy compositions. In the upper right corner of the client, the name VG Virtue stood out prominently. Welcome back to the Hangzhou Tiandi Performing Arts Center, where we are live for the 2016 League of Legends Professional League Summer Split. Hello everyone, I am the commentator Woa. His voice was robust, his hairstyle flamboyant, while his co-commentator, Miller, appeared more refined in contrast. Today marked the first match day of the third week, and the earlier 5 p.m. match had just concluded with EDG effortlessly sweeping IG with a score of 2-0. Wawa was still updating the audience on the previous match's results, noting that IG spot lane issues remained unresolved, with only Rookie performing at a satisfactory level. If this continues, I can only say that IG will have a challenging summer ahead. Miller concurred. Indeed, that's correct. And the upcoming match features the current Group B leader, RNG, facing off against the third-ranked VG. This was indeed a highlight match, as both teams had changed their ADC players for the summer. Uzi and Imp, who had previously met in the finals of the S4 World Championship, were set to clash once more. The director showcased close-ups of both teams' player benches on the big screen. When Uzi appeared on camera, the packed audience erupted into a fervent cheer. As the spring split champions, RNG had gained significant momentum with new reinforcements, solidifying their status as a top contender in the league. In contrast, VG's fanbase was smaller, and their supporting cheers were noticeably subdued. When the camera shifted to Xing, he appeared relaxed, wearing a radiant smile. Miller introduced VG's jungler, Virtue, an 18-year-old prodigy who currently ranked first in the national server. He had no prior professional experience, making his debut in this summer split alongside the previously featured Jackie on the club roster. Upon learning that Xing would be on stage, Miller had prepared some background information, but aside from his ascent to the pinnacle of Ionia, there was little to elaborate on. The other news regarding a trial where he outperformed the opposing jungler with 80 minion kills had led Imp to exclaim that they had found the right player. Miller could surmise that the main character was Xing, considering VG had only 2 junglers, and World 6 was an established player, thus easily ruled out. However, his initial reaction upon seeing the news was one of skepticism, suspecting it to be a prank. Miller, like the vast majority of the audience, firmly believes that it is utterly impossible for a jungler to achieve an ADCS lead. This conviction stems from his years of experience in commentary and observation. Consequently, he chooses to refrain from mentioning it. However, the viewers in the live broadcast room recall this incident vividly. The mention of ADCS has become a somewhat infamous meme on recent forums, sparking endless debates in the bullet comments. Can a jungler like Xing really not achieve an ADCS lead, prompting Uzi to call for it? Still, with RNG's lineup, I cannot fathom how they would lose. By the way, the new jungler from VG is quite handsome. His smile is truly radiant. MLXG, known as Big Harry Potter, is not to be underestimated. If Virtue can manage to out-CS Xianghua by 80, I would willingly consume 5 pounds of excrement. Wawa also perceives the jungle matchup as rather grim. Facing Xianghua is a daunting challenge for the rookie, Virtue, yet it also presents an opportunity for growth and advancement. He expresses this sentiment delicately. Seated at the Player S booth, Xing is oblivious to the audience's and commentators' assessments of him. With noise-canceling headphones on, he can only faintly hear the commotion from the crowd, unable to discern their words. Little Gu, step into the room. It's time to begin, Long Gu reminds him. Xing promptly accepts the match invitation that pops up in the upper right corner of the client, entering a custom room titled PBLPLRNGVME 11. PB stands for Project Banana, a shorthand for the Banana Plan, followed by the league name and the competing teams. Game 11 indicates the first game of the first match, and if any BP issues or on-site bugs arise necessitating a restart, it will be renumbered to Game 12, primarily for the convenience of the referees when drafting post-match reports. The 5 members of VG are all situated on the right side of the room, with the team lacking priority for side selection, thus starting in the red position for this first game. On the left side of the custom room, a formidable lineup of RNG players is present, including world champions Looper and Mata, the 2-time world championship finalist Uzi, The prodigious Xiaohu who famously solo-killed Faker during the mid-season invitational, and his direct opponent for this match. The spicy Xianghua, who is also part of the Seven Wolves. As he contemplates this, Imp has already begun typing, catching up with his former teammates. The private server has been adjusted, allowing not only the client and in-game text, but also the voice system to switch to Korean, making communication seamless. The three Koreans in the room are engrossed in lively conversation, while Xing refrains from interrupting. He notices that the observation slots are no longer occupied by the coaches as in practice matches, but instead by 4 back-end staff members responsible for switching screens for the broadcast, along with the live producer and head referee, comprising a total of 6 accounts. After double-checking their equipment, the referee prompts Xing and his teammates to confirm that everything is in order so they can commence. No problem, let us get started. Long Gu exclaims, brimming with anticipation. Xing takes a deep breath, steadies his excitement, and prepares to embrace the inaugural match of his professional career. A resounding and crisp sound echoed through the headphones as the custom room transitioned into the competitive draft mode. In this match, RNG found themselves on the blue side, promptly banning the Vampire champion. Miller articulated his thoughts, noting that the Vampire had undergone a significant rework in the mid-season patch, rendering him remarkably potent, with a playstyle that favored farming, making him particularly suitable for Easyun. The red side, having conducted their research prior to the match, swiftly opted to ban the Leopard Woman, who currently dominated the jungle with her efficient farming and agility, thus gaining favor among professional teams. Moreover, the seasoned player, Spicy Hot Pot, had yet to diversify his strategy and excelled with champions like the Leopard Woman. If VG did not ban her, RNG would likely secure her. RNG allocated their second ban to Lysandra, the Ice Maiden, prompting Miller to chuckle as it was a direct counter to the core player, Huya, showcasing VG's high regard for him. While Easyhoon was renowned for his farming champions, likened to an enhanced version of Uggs, the audience's perception of him as a reclusive farmer was merely a bias. He was also adept at roaming support champions, with Lysandra being one of his most frequently used roaming mid laners, in which he possessed considerable proficiency. With 2 of the 3 bans directed at Easyhoon, it was a clear indication of respect. Red side was aware that Lysandra effectively countered LeBlanc in the current meta, and their mid laner, Xiaohu, was quite skilled with the trickster. With Lysandra banned, finding another strong mid laner to counter LeBlanc became challenging, leading them to decisively ban LeBlanc herself to prevent Xiaohu from frequently coordinating with Spicy Hot Pot and dictating the pace of the game. RNG's final ban targeted Thresh, while VG opted to restrict the Troll. The Troll remained a formidable frontline threat in the current version, possessing a degree of split-pushing capability that could pose problems for Looper should he secure it. With all ban slots exhausted, it was now RNG's turn to make the first pick. RNG's head coach, Fly, also a Korean, consulted Spicy Hot Pot through a translator, inquiring whether he felt it necessary to first pick Graves. Graves remained a popular choice in this patch, boasting exceptional combat prowess. After a moment's reflection, Spicy Hot Pot consented, declaring his confidence in carrying the game. Despite facing a newcomer in the jungle, he remained resolute in his belief that he could not afford to underestimate his opponents. Without hesitation, Graves was selected, prompting Dahl to turn his attention to the other side, where VG revealed Echo and Braum. In this version, Echo was primarily utilized as a top laner, requiring minimal ability power to deal respectable percentage damage, proving effective against tank champions. Unlike the Troll, which simply countered frontline characters, Echo's impact in team fights against tanks was less significant, primarily due to his flexibility, allowing him to dive into the backline and threaten enemy damage dealers. In essence, he served as a disruptive force. RNG secured Sivir for Uzi and selected Alistar for the support role, opting to conceal their top and mid lane choices until the end. Miller, upon seeing VG select Lucian, grasped Red Rice's intentions, realizing that VG aimed to exert pressure on the bot lane, clearly wishing to hinder Uzi's smooth development into the late game. Doimb interjected, noting that VG's 4th pick was Rek'Sai, indicating a focus on early game momentum to accelerate the entire team's pace. RNG's final selections were Poppy and Syndra, which caught Miller's attention. These 2 champions could effectively counter VG's aggressive initiation. Red Rice paced behind the players, deliberating with their mid laner about champion selection. If I choose Azir. Easyhoon glanced at Xing. Can you withstand the pressure in the jungle? The Emperor of the Sands struggles to assist the jungler early on, primarily focusing on farming in lane. He feared that RNG's mid and jungle duo might invade Xing's jungle. No worries, I 1T contest the jungle with them. Xing replied after a moment's thought, just go ahead and pick. With a nod, Red Rice confirmed the selection of the Emperor of the Sands. Ultimately, the team compositions were finalized. The blue side RNG comprised Poppy in the top lane, Graves in the jungle, Syndra in mid, and Sivir supported by Alistar. The red side VG featured Echo in the top lane, Rek'Sai in the jungle, Azir in mid, and Lucian alongside Braum in the bot lane. Xing, just perform as you normally do and showcase the skills you displayed during training, Red Rice encouraged, gently squeezing his shoulder. It's merely a regular season match. Don't place too much weight on victory or defeat. Understood, Xing responded, flexing his fingers with palpable anticipation. Rest assured. The cheers from the audience crescendoed until the moment the summoner's rift materialized, reaching a fever pitch. 052, achieving the unexpected. The signal resonated in Xing's ears. Let us take a defensive position. We shouldn't engage at level 1. Xiao Duan urged in the voice chat. Just stand along the river. Despite VG opting for the aggressive duo of Lucian and Braum at level 1, their overall combat capability was not formidable. Xing's Rek'Sai and Ezihun's Azir were ineffective at level 1. In contrast, RNG's mid-jungle duo of Syndra and Graves boasted high strength at this level. If prolonged, they could inflict considerable damage. Therefore, Xiao Duan preferred to avoid invading the enemy jungle and simply have his teammates adopt a defensive stance. Xing communicated his thoughts with his teammates. Do you want to farm the jungle at the start down bot? A new strategy had emerged in professional play, where the bot lane duo began by farming jungle camps. The blue side would secure the Krug, while the red side would take the frog. This trend arose due to various factors, the most significant being the ample time available for junglers, excluding the red and blue buffs. The remaining jungle camps now respawn in just 100 seconds. At 140, when the monsters spawn, even if the duo farmed the lowest jungle, the jungler could start from the top and clear downwards, arriving at the lower camps just as the second wave of monsters was nearing respawn. This approach did not slow the game's pace, allowing the jungler to still secure 6 camps at the start. In the context of the bottom lane, the current stone beetles have yet to split, with only a pair present, while the miasma frogs constitute the sole solitary monster camp in the jungle. The limited number of monsters enables the duo to clear them swiftly, typically taking around 10 to 15 seconds, and at most, not exceeding 1 minute and 55 seconds. As the clock strikes 1 minute and 48 seconds, the minion waves officially meet. In the absence of external interference, the 2 waves of minions will naturally deplete, and it will take approximately 15 seconds for 3 melee minions to perish. This moment occurs around the 2 minute and 3 second mark. Thus, the duo has at least 8 seconds from finishing the jungle monsters to the demise of the minions on the lane. By slightly pulling the jungle monsters towards the bottom lane during their clearing, the duo can still arrive on the lane before the melee minions fall, ensuring they do not lose any experience. In summary, commencing with jungle clearing in the bottom lane allows the ADC to gain additional experience and gold from an extra set of jungle monsters, requiring only a minor alteration in the jungle route. This strategy undoubtedly yields positive returns for the entire team, explaining the prevalence of this jungle-centric approach among bottom lane duos in the summer season. Upon hearing Xing's inquiry, Imp pondered for a moment before responding. We must secure the jungle, otherwise, the landing phase will be arduous. The trend of starting with jungle clearing has also imposed a new constraint on the duo. Participation is imperative. If the opposing ADC clears the jungle, failing to do so would result in a disadvantage. Following the adjustments in version 69, jungle monsters now provide experience solely to the killer, while an ADC consuming the experience from the miasma frog and stone beetle camp may not possess a jungle item, and thus cannot directly reach level 2. They can still achieve a level up by claiming the experience from the first wave of 3 melee minions upon arrival on the lane. The speed at which an ADC starting with jungle clearing reaches level 2 is only marginally slower than that of the jungler, often even surpassing that of the mid and top solo lanes in a standard opening. This can only be described as preposterous. It is essential to note that if the duo solely absorbs experience from minions, they must wait for all 3 melee minions of the second wave to perish before attaining level 2. Thus, Commencing with jungle clearing allows the ADC to seize level 2 a full wave ahead. Regardless of the lane within Summoner's Rift, achieving level 2 first confers a distinct advantage, with increased attributes and additional skill points tipping the balance of the landing phase. Not to mention the significant experience gap equivalent to an entire wave of minions. It is precisely for this reason that Imp is adamant about clearing jungle monsters. Otherwise, lagging in levels would make it exceedingly difficult for his Lucian to exert lane pressure. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the stage, RNG players are engaged in frequent communication. Let us place a ward in the enemy's upper jungle. Xiaohu's voice is distinctly recognizable, and observe the excavator's jungle route. Mala Xianghua glanced at the VG composition and remarked, "Looks good. Let us proceed directly. They want to be able to hold us." Unlike the Lucian and Braum in the lower quadrant of VG, the Echo and Excavator in the upper quadrant lack significant crowd control capabilities at level 1. Even with Echo learning Time Winder, the delayed effect of the skill makes it challenging to achieve a stun without additional control support. Moreover, Looper, stationed in the top lane, ensured their safety. As they boldly ventured into the enemy jungle, even if VG spotted them, it would only result in a slight loss of health. With ample time remaining, they could simply return to base for replenishment. I positioned a ward in the red buff area. Looper, could you provide vision at the enemy F4 camp? Spicy Hot Pot seems eager to engage in semantics, and I am keen to ascertain the respawn time of F4. Looper, with his amiable disposition, readily obliged his dear friend, Spicy Hot Pot. Since he was playing as Poppy and the opposing jungler posed no immediate threat, he proceeded to place a ward in VG's sharp-beaked bird camp. Originally, the intention was to establish vision on the enemy jungler, and placing a ward in each half of the jungle would have sufficed. Deploying 2 wards felt somewhat excessive, yielding much redundant information. However, due to VG's bottom lane selecting Lucian and Braum, their combat prowess was formidable, prompting RNG to refrain from invading the enemy's lower jungle. Thus, they opted to allocate an additional ward in the upper half, aiming to secure and monitor Gu Xing's jungle route and movements. Easyhoon positioned himself adeptly, promptly notifying Gu Xing of RNG's mid and jungle presence in their upper half, while simultaneously deploying a sand soldier to poke at Syndra. Yet, that was the extent of his actions. At level 1, the yellow chicken behaved as such, as Li Jie would say. Gu Xing's mind raced. Having engaged in numerous virtual skirmishes with Clear Love, his strategy was clear. I shall commence at the blue buff in the lower jungle. Brother Duan, assist me in activating my passive, and then I shall proceed accordingly, articulating his plan. Duan felt a twinge of surprise. Gu Xing's strategy indeed possessed a degree of viability, though initiating with a blue buff as Rek'Sai is rather uncommon, as this champion does not heavily rely on blue buff. Furthermore, if he were to clear from bottom to top, Imp would need to consume the magic toad. And with only 5 camps available in the upper jungle, unless he made a lengthy detour to clear a second group of magic toads, he would not reach level 4. Should the execution of this plan falter, a return to base for supplies would be necessary. Overall, it seemed slightly detrimental to their rhythm. Yet, Duan refrained from voicing these concerns immediately. The match was pressing, leaving little room for further contemplation or preparation. What they could do now was place their trust in their teammates. Should issues arise, they could discuss them post-match. Although he was the team's commander, he could not treat his teammates as mere automatons. Gu Xing, as the jungler, naturally had his own insights regarding jungle pathing. It was not his place to interfere. Having just returned to the backstage lounge, Homie also tuned into the team's communication through the television. How intriguing, he mused. Occasionally, teams devise strategies for the early game. Yet, this necessitates extensive analysis of the opponent's recordings by the coaching staff and players to identify certain patterns and characteristics to exploit. Crafting a strategy specifically aimed at a particular team is akin to a trump card. It may catch the opponent off guard once, but its effectiveness diminishes with frequent use. Hence, such tactics are reserved for critical matches. In Homie's view, the initial stages of the regular season held far less significance. Moreover, the necessity of engaging in 1 to 2 regular matches each week, coupled with the relentless study of opponent footage and the constant oversight of training, renders even the most adept time managers unable to find sufficient hours in a day. Hence, such competitions are left to the player's adaptability in the heat of the moment. Presently, Gu Xing's displayed ingenuity has pleasantly surprised the team. At 1 minute and 40 seconds, the jungle creatures emerge, with both junglers commencing from the blue buff. Miller's curiosity is piqued. Is Virtue's Rek'Sai commencing in the lower quadrant? The analyst's brow furrows. This opening is utterly uncommon. What can be accomplished if he progresses upwards? Capturing the top lane seems implausible. Rek'Sai must reach level 3 to possess any significant ganking potential, and as he farms his way up, Looper's Poppy is nearing level 3 as well. At that juncture, with the hammer form's W, steadfast presence, it becomes exceedingly challenging for VG's Echo and Rek'Sai duo to ensnare him. The two commentators are perplexed, and the RNG players are equally bewildered. As the match reaches the 2-minute mark, Gu Xing's intentions remain unclear. Logically, if he had commenced from the upper quadrant, the stone beetle should have been consumed by now. Not being exposed within the vision range of their wards placed in VG's red buff and the sharp-beaked bird's camp only suggests that Rek'Sai is indeed starting from the lower jungle. What is Rek'Sai up to? Spicy Hot Pot continues to farm his own swamp frog, finding Gu Xing's route perplexing. Why is he not farming from top to bottom? VG's bottom lane boasts Lucian and Braum, a dominant duo with both crowd control and burst potential. Compared to the top and mid lanes, VG's bottom lane is the most conducive for jungle synergy, and if Lucian thrives early, he can exert considerable pressure on the entire RNG team. This is one of the reasons he is farming downwards, allowing Uzi to claim the stone beetle while also being in a position to safeguard against a countergank. It makes little sense for the opposing team to farm upwards. Support Mata assists Uzi in finishing off the stone beetle, and upon spotting VG's duo in the lane, he promptly consults the data panel and notes that Imp has secured an additional last hit. In somewhat hesitant Mandarin, he relays the information to his teammates, Xianghua. Their AD is farming the swamp frog. Spicy Hot Pot acknowledges and warns the mid laner, Li Yuanhao, be cautious, he may attempt to ambush you. Meanwhile, Looper maintains the minion wave near his tower in the top lane, posing minimal risk. In contrast, the mid lane Xiaohu is at heightened risk of an ambush from Rek'Sai. Although VG's mid laner, the yellow chicken, lacks damage before reaching level 6. Relying solely on thunder for output, Rek'Sai possesses the necessary damage. That suffices. The strength of the excavator lies in its level 3 burst. Most champions cannot withstand it, requiring only minimal contribution from allies. I recognize that Xiaohu remains vigilant. Initially, he capitalized on the yellow chicken's lack of combat ability to exchange some health. However, upon detecting Gu Xing's peculiar jungle route, he prudently alters his strategy to continue trading and adopts a more cautious positioning. Upon reaching level 2, he refrains from using Weakling's retreat, fearful of a direct assault from VG's mid-jungle duo. It is only when Rek'Sai's figure appears in VG's sharp-beaked bird camp that Xiaohu finally allows himself a moment of relaxation. Gu Xing glanced at the time in the upper right corner, his hands never pausing, successfully dispatching the Spirehawk. The experience gained from the wild monster camps has not only remained intact, but has even been enhanced. Even when he collects the blue buff, the 3 wolves and the F4 camps can still elevate him to level 3. The clock now reads 2 minutes and 36 seconds. Gu Xing calculated the timing meticulously. At level 1, the trinket ward lasts merely a minute, and the vision that RNG previously established in his upper jungle must have faded by now. Consequently, the enemy will soon lose all trace of his movements. The excavator continued its ascent after consuming the Spirehawk. Miller expressed his astonishment, noting its abrupt change in direction. Currently, all 3 lanes remained relatively tranquil, and the director promptly shifted the camera to capture Gu Xing's unusual maneuvers. Before thousands of viewers both on-site and online, Rek'Sai traversed the space between his mid-lane's inner and outer towers, smoothly returning to the lower half of the map. The tension in the air was palpable. As Virtue suddenly realized that a gank was imminent, Gu Xing's smite was still reserved for the Spirehawk, granting him true sight to confirm the absence of enemy wards in his vicinity. He then circumnavigated the river, successfully infiltrating the RNG jungle. Ultimately, he lay in wait beside the narrow path between the RNG Spirehawk camp and the brush below the mid lane, pressed against the wall, utterly motionless. This was the perfect ambush position. Meanwhile, Xiaohu remained blissfully unaware. From his perspective, before the jungle ward vanished, he had seen Gu Xing still farming the Spirehawk, presuming he would continue upward to farm the red buff. Aware of the possibility of a gank, he maneuvered Syndra slightly backward. From a conventional viewpoint, Rek'Sai could only emerge from above. Xiaohu had even placed a trinket ward at the river's choke point to guard against Gu Xing. He never anticipated that Gu Xing would forsake the monsters, returning to the lower half of the jungle solely to ambush him. Miller's voice was hushed, as Xiaohu remained oblivious to the imminent threat. Furthermore, from this position, if the excavator tunneled in, escape would be exceedingly challenging for Xiaohu. The gravity of the situation dawned on Wawa as well. The shadowy area behind Xiaohu's Syndra was none other than Rek'Sai, stealthily burrowing beneath the ground. From a god's eye view, this was nearly a certain demise.